The north wind howled, sharp and relentless as a knife, piercing through Chantainius' already tattered clothing, mercilessly slicing into his flesh. Though it was already afternoon, the ice in the fields remained thickly frozen. The villagers murmured of a potentially heavy snowfall this year. Tiniu struggled under the burden of pig fodder, which towered above him. This was a daily obligation, yet his responsibilities extended far beyond that. As winter descended, life seemed to wither, and the once vibrant greenery dwindled to near nothingness. Collecting pig fodder became a daunting task, yet Tiniu persevered, determined to survive. His sixth aunt wielded a whip fashioned from the tip of a green bamboo, and each swing left a long, crimson mark across his skin. Thus, he toiled diligently, hoping to earn perhaps a meager meal. At the tender age of 12, Tiniu was still quite young. He was not frail, standing tall and robust among his peers. However, the rigors of the past few years had rendered him sturdier than most. He was an orphan, bearing the weight of solitude as he trudged homeward, laden with the heavy fodder. As dusk fell, the village was cloaked in darkness, and he finally reached home, laboriously setting down the pig fodder. The yard lay in serene silence, yet voices echoed from within the house. Dagong, eat a little more meat. Xiaojing, you too. The new year is approaching, and once we slaughter the pig, there will be plenty of meat. You can eat your fill. You're growing and must not go hungry. As for Tiniu, he can only watch, gnawing at his envy. This was the voice of his sixth aunt speaking to her two sons. She was not Tainia's true aunt, but merely a neighbor. Tiniu's parents had migrated from afar, fleeing a devastating plague that left them with no means of survival. They endured countless hardships on their journey south, nearly succumbing to death several times, before finally settling in the remote wilderness of Yinzhou, where they cultivated the land. After several years, they had managed to clear 3 acres and construct a home, establishing a semblance of family. Tragically, when Tiniu was 8, his parents passed away from exhaustion, entrusting his care to their neighbor, the sixth aunt. A parent could hardly bear to see their child so utterly alone. Thus, they implored her to look after him. When Tainia's parents were alive, the sixth aunt had been kind and cheerful towards him. However, once the funeral rites were complete, she moved her family of 5 into Tainia's home, occupying all the rooms and relegating him to a straw hut nearby. Furthermore, she encroached upon his family's land, forcing the 80-year-old Tiniu to work like a beast of burden, often going hungry. Thus, Tiniu grew from 8 to 12 years old, for years passing in the blink of an eye. As if sensing his presence, the door swung open, revealing the rotund figure of his sixth aunt. Through the dim light, he glimpsed the warmth and joy within her family. A pang of envy struck him, and he quickly turned away, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You're so slow even with this little work. You leave in the morning and return by nightfall, bringing back so little. What good are you? If it weren't for our kindness, you would have been cast aside." She berated him, brandishing a bamboo whip that came crashing down upon him. Though resentment burned within, Tiniu understood that he could not provoke a wrath, having faced this situation many times before. He did not flinch, knowing that avoidance would only incite a harsher punishment. Instead, he endured the blows, forcing a smile. "Aunt, it's too cold. There's hardly any wild vegetables left. Finding this much is quite a feat. Do you take me for a fool? I've done this work too. Hurry and put the pig fodder inside." Struggling to his feet, Tiniu carried the heavy load to the usual spot for chopping the fodder. "Chop it well," she demanded, her tone slightly softened, yet still harsh. Tiniu picked up a rusted knife and began to chop. He was nearly too weak from hunger to continue. But he pressed on, remembering his mother's last words. "Your sixth uncle and aunt may not be kind. Remember to yield a little. Surviving is the most important thing. When you grow up, there will always be a way. Just hold on a little longer," he reassured himself. Gradually, the sounds from the house faded, suggesting that the family had retired for the night, leaving Tiniu alone to chop the fodder. Suddenly, the window creaked open and an old, scruffy black dog bounded in, seemingly carrying something in its mouth. It dropped a cornmeal pancake at Tainia's feet. His face lit up with joy. It was a precious find. The old dog, affectionately named Dahu, settled beside him, wagging its tail. "Oh, Dahu, you're the best," Tiniu exclaimed, seizing the pancake and devouring it eagerly, even gathering the crumbs that fell onto his tattered clothing. not caring whether they were dirty or not. For the past 4 years, whenever hunger gnawed at him, it was this old dog that had pilfered food from the house. Dahu had accompanied his parents on their journey to Yunzhou, and after their demise, the dog remained Tianius' only companion in this unwelcoming home. In its prime, Dahu had hunted rabbits to supplement their meager diet, and the sixth aunt and uncle had tolerated its presence for its utility. However, as age caught up with the dog, Tiniu feared that they might decide to slaughter it for meat. Lost in thought, Tiniu felt a twinge of sadness as he savored the pancake. Just then, the door swung open with a resounding bang, and his cousin Zhu Dagong stormed in, pointing an accusing finger at Tiniu. "Mom, Dad, look at this ungrateful wretch stealing our food." The ground seemed to shake as the sixth aunt and uncle rushed in, their fury erupting at the sight of Tiniu eating. "He hasn't left the house all day. It must be that old dog bringing him food. Let's slaughter that dog for meat." Zhu Dagong cried, pointing at Da Run. Tiniu shouted, panic surging through him as he saw his relatives looming over him like mountains. In that moment, the seemingly decrepit dog sprang to life, leaping through the window and disappearing into the dark night. "Damn it! I told you that dog and that ungrateful wretch are no good." The sixth aunt fumed, striking Tiniu mercilessly. As Tiniu witnessed Dahu's escape, a smile crept onto his face. "You can't catch him." He arched his body into a shrimp-like shape, shielding the corn cakes while incessantly stuffing them into his mouth, allowing their fists and kicks to rain. Upon him at last, he finished the cakes, but succumbed to unconsciousness in his haze, Tainyo seemed to catch snippets of their conversation. "Village chief, for the past 4 years, I've been the one taking care of him. Yet he has the audacity to pilfer our provisions. Not only that, he's been harboring ill intentions towards my daughter Xinghua, and now we've caught him in the act. How can you expect her to find a husband after this?" This was the voice of Aunt Lu. "Indeed, village chief, there must be some reason to this." Uncle Lu chimed in. "Very well, this house shall be yours, and 2 acres of his 3-acre plot shall also be yours," the village chief declared. "How can be 2 acres? Aren't there 3 acres? What about the remaining acre?" Aunt Liu's confusion was palpable, yet Uncle Lu swiftly grasped Aunt Liu's hand, forcing a smile as he said, Yes, 2 acres it is. The other acre belongs to the village chief." "Ah, yes, indeed, it is the village chief's. After all, the village chief has provided him with much assistance. But what shall become of him now?" Aunt Lu quickly regained her composure, smiling nervously. "In my opinion, a person like him is a waste of food. It would be better if he—" 15-year-old Zhu Dagong interjected with a suggestion. "You fool. If he dies today, the entire village will know you conspired to murder him for his possessions. We've endured 4 years. Can we not wait just a little longer? He is already half dead. Simply toss him outside. In the bitter cold of winter, he has no kin to rescue him. Let hunger take him. When the heavens claim him, what business is it of yours? If you act now, it will only provide fodder for gossip." The village chief berated them, utterly dismissive of their petty schemes. Right, let us hurry and carry him to the side. In these times, the mountain beasts are plentiful. It's not as if we acted against him. If a tiger from the mountains drags him away, it is not our concern." Tainyo understood. This family could no longer contain their intentions and were about to take action against him. In his dazed state, Tainyo felt himself being lifted, followed by the chilling gusts of the northern wind enveloping him. The northern wind continued to howl. With a thud, Tainyo felt himself finally touch the ground. "Humph, this time we let you go out of goodwill." Zhu Dagong's voice rang out again. "Remember to thank us in your next life. If it weren't for our family taking you in these past 4 years, you would have been dead long ago. Off you go. It and Oppos. It's too cold." Lu Shu urged his son to leave quickly, dismissing further conversation. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded away as the father and son finally departed. Struggling to open his eyes, he realized he was lying beside a small stream near the village, the sound of rushing water filling his ears. The dry bread he had just eaten felt like sawdust in his mouth, so he crawled over to drink eagerly from the stream. As he drank, he suddenly sensed something unusual in his hand. Feeling around, he pulled out an object. Under the moonlight, he couldn't and Oppos see clearly, but it resembled a ring. No, it was not a ring. It looked like a ding, a small cauldron the size of a ring. Surprised, he examined it when suddenly footsteps approached. It was Dehei, who had come over, affectionately nudging him with his head. At least you're alive. Tainyo felt Dahe trying to help him to his feet. Trembling, he stood up, patted Dahe's head, and glared in the direction of his home. He tightened his tattered clothes, but no matter how he adjusted them, they could not shield him from the biting cold wind. He wiped his face and discovered it was smeared with blood. He tucked the ding into his ragged pocket, intending to wash his face with clean water. Just then, the ding, having touched his blood, suddenly emitted a gentle glow. In an instant, he vanished from that spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in a different realm, surrounded by stunning lake and mountain scenery. In the distance, the forest was ablaze with color, and a tranquil lake lay nestled among the mountains. Before him stretched a plot of land, where golden rice bowed gracefully in the wind, rustling melodically. Moreover, alongside the rice, there seemed to be some red sweet potatoes growing. He gazed in disbelief at the sight before him. Trembling, he approached the red sweet potatoes, crouched down, and began to dig with a nearby stone, finally unearthing one. He had never seen such a thing but knew it was edible. The sweet potato was larger than his fist. This place appeared to be another realm, and the small ding seemed extraordinarily peculiar. However, now that he was here, he pondered how he might return. As if responding to his thoughts, he found himself back by the stream, the sound of the flowing water in his ears. Still clutching the freshly dug sweet potato, he stood there, momentarily stunned, before realization dawned upon him. Dahe approached his feet, sniffing curiously as if wondering why his young master had abruptly vanished and then reappeared. Holding the sweet potato and recalling the rice, he erupted into laughter, followed by tears. "Let us go to Chang'an Town and find Lord Zhou. My mother told me on her deathbed that he owed my father a favor. We must seek him out." With that, he wiped his tears, steeled himself against the pain, and, accompanied by Dahe, set off. Under the night sky, the man and his dog headed toward Chang'an Town, approximately 20 miles away. A road once existed, but now, with the snow falling, it was treacherous. The darkness of night added to their difficulties. The pair walked alone along the path, occasionally catching glimpses of lights flickering from the houses by the roadside. Each time he saw such warmth, it reminded him of the days spent with his parents, evoking memories of the comfort that once enveloped him. Dahe trailed patiently behind his master. The journey felt interminable. Upon reaching Lord Zhou and Amp Appo's residence, the world fell silent. Both man and dog were utterly exhausted. Standing before Zhou's door, Tainyo hesitated to knock. Observing the straw piled beneath the eaves, he realized it likely belonged to Lord Zhou. He approached, cleared some straw, and found a clear spot to light a fire. It was the dead of night, and knocking on the door would surely not leave a good impression on their first meeting. With some straw here, they would stay the night. First, he would roast the sweet potato. As he laid the sweet potato in the fire, the snow continued to fall. Beneath the eaves of Zhou's house, the man and his dog nestled together, waiting quietly for the sweet potato to cook. Eventually, the aroma wafted toward them. Tainyo retrieved the sweet potato, its red skin now charred black. However, upon peeling away the burnt exterior, the flesh inside was tender and fragrant. He took a bite, though hot. It warmed his heart on this snowy night. So delicious. Dahe, hurry and eat. He swallowed hard, the heat stinging, but quickly broke the sweet potato in half, tossing one half to Dahe. Dahe eagerly approached, finishing his portion. Afterward, they extinguished the fire, and the man and dog arranged the straw, burrowing in until only their heads were visible. The wind and snow intensified, but the warmth of their embrace beneath the straw offered comfort against the cold. Moreover, after consuming the sweet potato, their fatigue began to dissipate, and they felt rejuvenated. In this state, they finally drifted into slumber. In the dream, the man and his dog suddenly heard a sound. Cock-a-doodle-doo. It was the crowing of a rooster. Tainyo groggily opened his eyes, noting the darkness still enveloping the sky. Struggling to rise, he realized the sound came from within. He climbed atop the straw pile to peer over the wall and spotted a plump figure hiding behind the chicken coop, loudly imitating the rooster. It was a comical sight that left him momentarily stunned. Before long, several workers emerged from a side room. "Why does Lord Zhou's rooster crow so early every day? It's quite strange," they remarked, proceeding with their morning tasks. Tainyo suddenly understood, casting a disdainful glance at the rotund man. It was unmistakably Lord Zhou, who waved his hand dismissively and returned to his room, continuing to sleep. Morning arrived. Tainyo tightened his clothes and knocked firmly on the Zhou family's door. As he knocked, the door creaked open. Perhaps it was because he had not eaten since the previous day, but he stumbled forward, falling into the snow inside. "Father, another beggar has come to our house." A melodious voice rang out from the girl who had opened the door. Embarrassed, Tainyo stood up, brushing off the snow. trying to present himself with dignity. In his flurry, he glanced at the girl and was struck by her strikingly fair complexion, suddenly realizing something profound. The mother wished for her son to marry and bear children, perhaps desiring him to wed a woman of such beauty. Indeed, she was strikingly lovely, particularly with her youthful and delicate figure. While he was lost in thought, hurried footsteps echoed from within. Jolie rushed over, brandishing a stick. Which beggar is this? Why are they at our home again? Even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. Leave at once. He cast a disdainful glance at Tainyo. However, upon noticing the youth's tender age, his stick naturally lowered, and his brows furrowed. Master Zhou, I am not a beggar. Tainyo quickly shook his head. Regardless of whether you are or not, leave immediately, Jolie retorted, seemingly unwilling to hear anything further from Tainyo. But with a sudden motion, Jolie produced a flatbread from his sleeve and tossed it at Tainyo's feet, insisting, hurry and go. We have no money or food. Tainyo stared in astonishment at the flatbread on the ground. Master Zhou, my name is Qinqingyo, and my father is Qin Yuafang. He told me that if I ever found it impossible to survive, I should come seek you, as you owe him a favor. Zhou Li's expression shifted from surprise to gradual relaxation, ultimately discarding the stick. He approached and closed the door, turning to Tainyo. Come in. Tainyo followed Zhou Li into the living room, which contained only the two of them. A girl of similar age to Tainyo lingered outside, curiously peering in but not entering. I heard your father passed away long ago. What business do you have with me? Jolie asked, taking a seat and glancing at him sideways. Master Zhou. Oh, I see. You wish to work for me as a laborer, is that it? You are too young for such work. It would be a waste of my provisions to support you. If you grow up, I might consider employing you. But let me clarify that my laborers are not permanent. They are only hired as needed. Master Zhou, I do not wish to be a laborer. I want to become your tenant. Jolie paused, his gaze lingering on Tainyo. Do not jest. You think you can be my tenant at your age? He waved his hand dismissively. Though I may be young, I possess many skills. My father rented land from you, and you should remember him. I am much like my father. Tainyo earnestly explained. Jolie scrutinized him closely. Chunhua, tell your mother to bring over the leftover noodles from dinner, and have her add some meat, but not too much. Use lean meat, not fatty meat, as that is needed for oil. He instructed the girl who had just opened the door. Upon hearing about food, Tainyo's eyes sparkled, and he even smacked his lips. Zhou Li's wife soon presented a bowl of noodles made from rice flour, pristine white with a slight translucence, topped with a broth made from unknown bones and a bit of meat. Tainyo had never tasted such delicacies in his life. Eat. Zhou Li waved his hand while lamenting, damn it, you all come to take advantage of me. I have never eaten anything so delicious. Hurry, lest you starve. Tainyo licked his lips, realizing Zhou Li genuinely meant for him to eat. He momentarily forgot everything else. Yesterday, he had found it unkind that the laborers had to rise early when he crowed like a rooster, but today he found Zhou Li more agreeable. The boy Dehe watched Tainyo, while Chunhua, who had never seen anyone eat so voraciously, kindly cautioned, slow down, Dawn and Appos, to eat so quickly. But Tainyo paid her no heed, devouring the entire bowl of noodles, especially relishing the meat, a long-forgotten flavor that he savored before gulping it down. Finishing the broth as well. Delicious, he exclaimed, even burping contentedly. Zhou Li could not resist taking a deep sniff of the savory aroma of the meat, thinking it a pity to waste it, relishing the scent further. Master Zhou, thank you for your hospitality. I still wish to be your tenant. Zhou Li's eyes widened. You think this treatment is a favor to you? Do not overreach. Tainyo displayed a sincere expression. Master Zhou, my father said your life is quite valuable. Surely worth more than this bowl of noodles. Zhou Li sat in silence, momentarily struck dumb by Tainyo's words. This boy seemed simple, yet there was shrewdness behind his eyes. After a moment, Zhou Li asked, you know how to flatter? Where did you learn that? I heard your father say your mother was educated and literate. Did you learn from her? Tainyo shook his head. My mother passed away long ago. I learned nothing. Upon saying this, he appeared sorrowful. Can you farm if I give you land? Zhou Li regarded him with disdain. I can. Tainyo replied after a pause. After my parents died, my uncle and aunt moved in with me, and I worked the fields for 4 years, doing whatever they did, and even what they did not do. Chunhua glanced at Zhou Li, seemingly unable to bear it. What are you telling me this for? Trying to elicit my sympathy? Zhou Li glared. Let me make it clear. I owe your father a favor, but if you become my tenant, you must pay rent. Can you manage that? If you cannot even pay your rent, how can I pay taxes? I would suffer greatly. I do not need much land. Enough to sustain myself will suffice. Tainyo nodded earnestly as though assuring him. Jolie contemplated harshly whether to throw the boy out. Fine, I do have a piece of land for you. Not much. Just an acre. It lies at the foot of Lianhua Mountain in Huangfengdiao. Let me warn you, that area is sparsely populated, and the water supply is minimal. Besides that acre, the rest is barren hills with hardly anyone around. No one farms there. If you dare, you can go there. No one will mind. I am willing. Tainyo immediately agreed upon hearing about the land. This was better than anything else. With land, he could farm and sustain himself. The presence of others was secondary. You truly wish for it? Do you know what kind of place that is? Jolie glared at him. Land is all that matters. Well, if you insist. I have nothing more to say. I want to take advantage of you. Normally, I would charge 60% rent for an acre, but since you are so young, I will charge you 50%. Thank you, Master Zhou. Tainyo exclaimed joyfully, expressing his gratitude before turning to leave. Where are you going? I am going to Lianhua Mountain. How do you expect to farm with empty hands? Jolie scolded, leading the way once more. After a few steps, he turned to his daughter Chunhua, exclaiming, Do not open the door again. Our possessions will be devoured by these beggars. Having said that, Jolie led Tainyo to the back, hastily gathering a basket of tools such as a machete, sickle, and hoe. Here, these are for you. Return 10 pounds of grain when the time comes. Jolie watched him. Tainyo smiled innocently. My father said Master Zhou is a good person. You want to overcharge me for the rent. Get out. Jolie cut him off. Just don't starve or freeze to death on the mountain. After the heavy snow, the sun finally emerged brightly. When Tainyo arrived at Huangfengdiao, he was taken aback by the sight before him, for he discovered a significant elevation difference. Before him lay a steep dirt slope with a drop of over 10 meters. As he climbed up the slope, he finally beheld the true Huangfengdiao. Upon gazing at the meager plot of land in Huangfengdiao, he exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. The remoteness of Huangfengdiao was palpable. Indeed, there existed merely an acre of land, which was blessed with a small spring trickling down from the mountains, just sufficient to nourish this solitary patch. Beyond this, there was naught else, while the mountains above flourished with verdant growth. Although the conditions appeared unpromising for Tainyo, this was the ideal location. He had no desire for the company of many, nor the burden of social interaction. Engaging with others was an exhausting endeavor. Solitude seemed far more appealing, allowing him comfort without the need for deceit or rivalry. His first task upon arrival was to select a spot to establish a shelter. Constructing a proper house was out of the question. However, he could certainly create a simple shed. Without it, the biting winter chill would be unbearable. The year spent in hardship had at least honed Tainyo and Appos as practical skills. The mountain offered ample resources. He first wielded a hatchet to fell several appropriately sized logs, crafting a conical framework. By the time he completed this task, his stomach growled in protest. Fortunately, though he was devoid of funds, a small space in his possession contained some rice and sweet potatoes. The rice could wait, but he could certainly harvest some sweet potatoes. Armed with a hoe, he ventured inside to dig. Before long, he unearthed a basket full of sweet potatoes, which he placed in a corner without bothering to wash them. He found a dry branch, gathered some kindling, and vigorously rubbed them together until a fire ignited. He then tossed the sweet potatoes into the flames. Soon, the delightful aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted through the air. "Dahong, Dahong," Tainyo called out, scanning the vicinity for his companion. But the absence of Dahong was conspicuous. It seemed he had ventured up the mountain, likely in pursuit of game. Moments later, Dahong staggered down, seemingly empty-handed. As Tainyo suspected, he had returned without a catch, save for a trace of blood on his leg, hinting at a possible skirmish with prey. Do refrain from hunting. Look, I have food. We shan't starve. Come eat. Tainyo joyfully shared half of his sweet potatoes with Dahong, while relishing the other half himself. Although devoid of any accompaniments, the meal tasted exquisite. After their meal, Tainyo initially intended to rest before setting about constructing his small abode in the afternoon, ensuring a cozy night ahead. At the very least, he needed to gather tree bark to encircle the shed and collect leaves to cover it, so that the cold wouldn't seep in during the night, allowing for a peaceful slumber. Yet, unexpectedly, fatigue vanished after the meal. He marveled at his rapid recovery. Glancing at Dahong, he noted his usual lethargy had been replaced with a newfound vigor. Could it be the sweet potatoes from the small space had remarkable effects? Indeed, it must be so. The peculiar small vessel seemed to harbor extraordinary properties. For Tainyo, this was timely. He desperately needed to replenish his strength. Resolute, he decided against resting and plunged back into his construction efforts. Here, he possessed nothing. Every task was his to undertake. Over the course of 2 days, he managed to erect a semblance of a house. Following that, he dedicated another 2 days to harvest the 3/10 of an acre of rice from his small space. Once harvested, he carefully threshed the grains, stacking them in his little sanctuary, which now boasted around 200 pounds of rice. He had never experienced such abundance. Furthermore, he unearthed all the sweet potatoes, yielding an impressive quantity. With provisions secured, Tinyu and Dahong found themselves somewhat cramped within their small quarters. Nevertheless, with a bountiful supply of food, anxiety faded. One day, having organized his possessions, he began to examine the small vessel. The seasons within seemed to differ from those outside. Having harvested rice, was it not time to attempt planting anew? Determined, he ventured inside to till the soil. Lacking oxen and plows, he relied solely on his hoe. Fortunately, the 3/10 of an acre took him only 2 days to prepare. He then scattered the rice seeds. To his astonishment, within just a day, the seeds sprouted. They grew at an astonishing rate. Indeed, they were exceptional. Witnessing such rapid growth, he could no longer contain his excitement and hurriedly grabbed his hoe to prepare the 1 acre of land for planting. However, the neglected acre was overrun with weeds. Cultivating new land was an arduous task. Though Tinyu was adept at farming, his youth posed a challenge. Yet, he noticed that since consuming the sweet potatoes, his strength had significantly increased, allowing him to labor tirelessly. He worked diligently for 2 days, with little time for rest or meals, and finally managed to restore the acre to a semblance of order. While it may not have been as meticulous as he envisioned, the seedlings thrived, and he was eager to test whether he could indeed cultivate them here. 2 days later, upon returning to the small vessel to check on the seedlings, he found them towering. They had likely surpassed the time for transplantation. At this rate, within a mere 10 days, the seedlings could mature into rice. It was astonishing. Excited by the prospect, he rushed to uproot the seedlings for transplantation. He was uncertain whether the seedlings would thrive outside, but he felt a compelling urge to test their resilience. After all, with so many seedlings, if they failed, it would merely be an experiment gone awry, and he could devise another plan in the future. After a day's toil, he successfully transplanted the seedlings outside. The following morning, he approached the edge of the field, keenly observing the newly transplanted seedlings. To his delight, they appeared to flourish, showing no signs of wilting. It seemed indeed that the produce from the small vessel was unique. Anything grown within its confines thrived even when relocated outside. Perhaps they had been altered somehow, and after consuming these extraordinary foods, he had rapidly regained his vitality. Truly a remarkable boon. As this realization struck him, inspiration dawned. He recalled the sweet potatoes nearby. There remained additional land suitable for planting. With rice now at his disposal, there was no need to cultivate more sweet potatoes, wasting precious space. Given their rapid growth, might it be possible to plant some medicinal herbs? He was struck with excitement. Immediately, he returned to the small space, seized his hatchet, and called to Dahong. Dahong, come with me. We shall ascend the mountain to gather herbs. Lianhua Mountain was a place seldom visited, steeped in local legend of a serpent spirit. Folklore warned that if angered, the entire town would be engulfed by floods. Yet, such tales were mere fabrications. In this parched land, how could there be enough water to inundate a town? Nevertheless, one thing was certain: Lianhua Mountain was abundant in resources. He ascended with purpose, keenly searching until he discovered several clusters of huangjing, a common medicinal herb. Examining them, he found them small and somewhat pitiable, yet he remained undeterred. Swiftly excavating the huangjing and placing it into his basket. After searching for a while longer, he unearthed several more Chinese yam roots. Upon completing his circuit, he realized that all he found were items of even lesser value. Disheartened, he abandoned the thought of foraging for herbs and began his descent down the mountain with Dahe. Upon returning to the small cabin, he first set down his belongings, then carried the yams inside. Grabbing a hoe, he dug several holes and planted the freshly uprooted yams within. After planting, he glanced at the seedlings, which appeared to be thriving. Grow quickly. Tainyo murmured to himself, excitement lighting up his face as he watched the yams. Soon it will be the new year. And I need to take you to town to exchange for some money. In previous years, he had not dared to bring a chicken to honor his parents at Aunt Lou's during the new year, but this year, as the head of his household, he wished to buy a chicken to properly honor them. At this thought, a smile spread across his face, though a hint of sorrow lingered in his eyes. Not long after, he emerged from inside. Dahe, sensing the moment, approached and nudged Tainyo and Appo's foot with its head. Instinctively, Tainyo reached down to pat Dahe and Appo's head, only to find his hand covered in a tuft of dog fur. Shedding, are you? He exclaimed in surprise, looking down at Dahe, who seemed noticeably sprightlier than before. He recalled how much more vigorous Dahe had appeared on their ascent. Tainyo squinted thoughtfully. Could it be the sweet potatoes from the little cauldron space that had rejuvenated him? It seemed a possibility. In the days that followed, the weather was particularly pleasant, allowing him to dry all the millet he had harvested and stored away. Seizing the opportunity, he constructed a new small room, laying a thick bed of dried straw on the floor for a more comfortable sleep. Thus, one room became a storage space while the other served as his sleeping quarters. At the very least, he could manage for a short time. However, after the new year, he planned to build a sturdier house, even if smaller. Anything would be better than this. Such a flimsy structure would not withstand strong winds or heavy rain. One day, the rice in the little cauldron and Appo's space was finally ripe. The stalks had bent under the weight of the grains. Elated, he harvested them over the course of 2 days. In the blink of an eye, the eve of the new year had arrived. The market day in Chang'eo town fell on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th. And today marked the last market day before the new year. Rising early, he entered the little cauldron and Appo's space, hoe in hand, to check on the yams that had been planted for over 10 days. At first, he paid little attention, but as he continued digging, he sensed something amiss. These yams seemed unusually large. Finally, he unearthed the first yam. Staring at the hefty specimen before him, he was left speechless. This yam was barely half a kilogram when I planted it. Now it weighs over 10. He rubbed his hands together in delight, fully aware that such a hefty yam must be at least a decade old, worth quite a sum. With renewed exhilaration, he hurriedly resumed digging, eventually unearthing 3 magnificent yams. Ecstatic, he placed them down and broke into a broad smile. This should yield a good amount of money. I must take them to town. He contemplated. No need to carry them all the way. It's a 10-mile trek to town, and the journey is arduous. I'll leave them here for now and wait for an opportunity to take them to town. With his mind made up, he exited the little cauldron space, donned an empty basket on his back, and called out to Dahe, "Let us go." Dahe barked in response and trotted alongside him. The pair set off from Lianhua Mountain towards Chang'eo town, though dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, signaling an impending snowstorm. Dahe, it looks like snow is on the way. We must hurry. We have so much to prepare today. We need to buy bowls and chopsticks, salt, and perhaps some meat as well. Oh, and we should get a chicken or duck. There's room for that. Besides, I must procure 2 new outfits for myself. My parents used to make me clothes every year. My mother said it was a tradition. Despite our poverty, the coming year would surely be better. So we must wear new clothes no matter how poor we are. It seemed he was speaking to Dahe, yet also lost in his own thoughts. He fell silent for a moment, recalling that he hadn't worn new clothes since his parents passed. Dahe, from now on, we will wear new clothes and feast on meat for the new year. Dahe, understanding he could not wear new clothes, perked up at the mention of meat. Chang and Appo's Ao town buzzed with liveliness today, the final market day before the new year, as many gathered to purchase festive goods. Watching families bustle about preparing for the holiday, Tainyo felt a pang of envy. At least I have a dog, he reassured himself. Finding a vacant spot, he accessed the little cauldron space and retrieved 3 substantial yams, placing them in his basket before heading to the town's only herbal medicine shop. Upon entering, he brushed off the snow and wind, then approached the drowsy shopkeeper with a gentle inquiry. "Do you buy yams?" The shopkeeper, a portly man in his 40s, stirred from his slumber, slightly annoyed by the interruption. Just as he was about to dismiss Tainyo, he noticed the boy slowly presenting 3 large yams. "Look, sir," Tainyo urged. The shopkeeper jolted awake, excitement flooding his senses as he examined the impressive yams. "These are splendid. I haven't seen such quality in ages," he exclaimed, unable to restrain his enthusiasm. But being a seasoned merchant, he quickly masked his excitement, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Yes, I can buy these, but I can't offer a high price. How about 10 copper coins each? That totals 30 copper coins." Tainyo, aware of the gleam of excitement in the shopkeeper's eyes, fell silent for a moment before responding. "Oh, my father merely sent me to inquire about the price. I will report back to him." The shopkeeper, realizing he was dealing with a clever boy, quickly grasped Tainyo and Appo's hand. "Young man, let us not rush. How much do you want?" Tainyo recognized the shopkeeper's attempt at deception. "You're the buyer. Shouldn't you be asking me for a price? Well, since these yams are indeed remarkable, I'll offer you 2 taels of silver for each." The shopkeeper gritted his teeth, raising his offer significantly. "You drive a hard bargain. I can only go up to 20 copper coins each. That is the highest I can offer." Having never conducted business before, Tainyo weighed his options. "Very well. I will take 20 copper coins for each, totaling 60 copper coins for all three. Sensing a resolution, Tainyo finally relented. All right, I will take it. Please prepare my payment. The shopkeeper rejoiced and promptly handed over the money. 6 taels of silver along with 60 copper coins. Tainyo, thrilled, clutched the coins tightly. Especially the silver, which was a rare sight for ordinary folk who typically dealt in copper. He carefully stored the money away. However, he possessed little more than 6 taels of silver tucked into his pocket, while 60 coins rested atop his backpack. Boss, if I manage to dig up more next time, will you still accept it? Certainly. I will take as much as you have. Teeny nodded gratefully and departed. The shopkeeper chuckled, pleased with the day's profitable transaction. Stepping outside, he noticed the wind and snow had intensified. Teeny glanced up at the sky, realizing heavy snowfall was imminent. Buns, get your buns here. A vendor shouted from the roadside, a particularly enticing call on this wintry day. Dahu, his companion, gazed eagerly in that direction. First, let us procure some clothing. I wonder if I can manage that today, Teeny reminded Daha. At Changshuan's tailor shop, Teeny was momentarily dazzled by the vibrant array of fabrics. What kind of garments do you require? The shopkeeper, a man in his 40s, approached warmly. I have all kinds of materials. Will I be able to get them today? Teeny asked hesitantly. It is rather late, the shopkeeper replied, sizing him up with a knowing look. Yet, his eyes soon brightened. I happen to have 2 outfits here that the previous customer declined. They are a bit plain, but they might suit you well. Before long, the shopkeeper presented him with a gray and a white set. Teeny tried them on carefully and found them to fit perfectly, even shoes included. He exclaimed, Excellent. The shopkeeper beamed. Each set costs 50 coins. Then that totals 1 tael of silver. Teeny retrieved the money from his pocket and purchased the 2 outfits along with the shoes. What a windfall. The shopkeeper laughed. Teeny stowed the clothes in his backpack. And the vendor's voice echoed once more. How much for the buns? He inquired. 2 coins for meat, 1 for vegetarian. 10 meat buns, please. Thank you. He handed over 2 coins, collected 10 buns, and turned to leave. Dahu and Imp, Appos, tail wagged excitedly, bouncing along behind Teenio. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Teenio tossed a bun to Dahu. You can only have 1. We'll save the other for the way home. After finishing the bun, he added, We still have many things to buy. Once we're done, we should hurry home. It looks like more snow is coming. Dahu nodded vigorously, devouring the bun. This is far more enjoyable than playing with those little female dogs. Teenio savored his bun slowly, being careful not to eat too quickly. After finishing, he wiped his palms and gathered the crumbs, popping them into his mouth. Let us go buy some bowls, chopsticks, and clay pots. He spent 7 coins on a selection of crockery, salt, and a large iron spatula. Next, he ventured to the bedding vendor, purchasing a cotton quilt and a thin blanket for Dahu. He then proceeded to the poultry stall, acquiring a rooster and hen, followed by 6 chicks and 6 ducklings, and a string of firecrackers. Lastly, he purchased 3 pounds of pork. Satisfied with his purchases, he found a secluded spot to store everything in his space, preparing to return home. As he neared the end of the street, he spotted a middle-aged man sheltering under an eave amid the snow, with several medicinal herbs displayed before him. Teenio felt a stir of interest and approached to examine the herbs, recognizing them as various roots. I'll take all of them. How much? He asked. 2 coins. The man replied, elated, having thought no one would buy his herbs. Teenio handed him the money and placed the herbs into his backpack. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and inquired, Do you have ginseng? Ginseng. Do you want some? I don't have any aged stock, but I can gather younger ones. The man appeared to be a herbalist. All right, I'll return on the 3rd day of the new year. If you have any, please bring them to me. Young ones are fine, just at market price. The herbalist expressed his gratitude. Good. Teenio nodded, satisfied, and departed. With 2 coins in hand, the herbalist prepared to head home, pleased to think he could procure a little more meat for his family. Teenio made his way toward Lianhua Mountain, when suddenly he heard someone calling his name from the roadside. It was a somewhat aged horse-drawn carriage, yet it still exuded a remarkable presence in Chang'eo town. Teenio looked up in surprise at the girl he recognized, Zhou Li's daughter, Zhou Chunhua, the one who had opened the door for him last time. Are you going to the market? She asked, glancing at the swirling snow, and then at Teenio and Amp, Appos, thin clothing, clearly concerned. Yes, I just came to take a look, Teenio replied, recalling something, and handed her a meat bun. Thank you for letting me in last time. Please have this. Just as Zhou Chunhua was about to accept it, A head popped out from inside the carriage and swatted the bun from Tinyu's hand, letting it fall to the ground, while pulling Zhou Chunhua back inside. How unlucky. Chunhua, how could you speak to such a beggar? Aunt, he is not a beggar. His name is Tinyu, and he is our tenant. A tenant? That still doesn't matter. Don't associate with people like him. Hurry along. The carriage drove away swiftly. Zhou Chunhua peeked out, watching the lonely boy bend down to retrieve the snow-white bun from the ground. In the midst of the vast white snow, the scene appeared desolate and forlorn. It was a pity it had picked up some dirt, but that was nothing a little shaking wouldn't solve. It was still edible. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over Zhou Chunhua. Inside the carriage, her aunt continued to lecture her incessantly. Zhou Chunhua remained silent. Dahu, let us go. Tinya said nonchalantly. I'll give you that bun later. Don't be picky. Dahu grunted in protest, as if objecting. But protest was futile. Ultimately, Dahu devoured the fallen bun. By the time they returned to Lianhua Mountain, the heavy snow had truly begun to fall. Upon reaching home, the temperature dropped, and the world appeared to be shrouded in white. Yet, Dahu frolicked joyfully outside, the once-aged dog seeming to reclaim its youth. Teeny looked down at himself, feeling a twinge of worry. Why am I not growing? Mother wanted me to spread my branches and leaves. He sighed. Well, let us plant these things first. Returning to his space, he planted the herbs he had bought. Then he retrieved the other items from his storage. After some consideration, he found a spot beside his field, using straw and branches to create a nest for the chicks and ducklings, placing the hen inside. As for the rooster, sorry, but you'll be my offering to my parents tomorrow. Early the next morning, Tinyu rose early, having slept comfortably under the quilt he had purchased yesterday. Stepping outside, he lit firecrackers, creating a lively atmosphere. Dahu, startled awake, joined in the snow play. Tinya caught the rooster he had tied up, swiftly beheading it. Please don't take offense, he murmured, efficiently preparing to scald and pluck the chicken, followed by boiling it for a delicious meal. As the chicken and pork were cooked, he carefully filled a bowl and placed it before him, kneeling earnestly. Father and mother, it is the new year. After a few solemn bows, he finally picked up the chicken and pork. Here is a chicken leg for you. He tore off a leg and tossed it to Dahe, who rolled with joy. Tinya smiled, indulging in a chicken leg himself, with meat and rice. Life began to take on flavor. The new year passed in this manner, and starting from the first day, Tinyu had to prepare for work again. First, he needed to renovate his house. Living in this manner was certainly insufficient. He decided to build 2 additional rooms beside it, one for himself and the other to serve as a storeroom. Simultaneously, he had to plow the fields once more. On the morning of the 3rd day of the new year, he unearthed 3 large yellow ginseng roots, which had grown even larger than before after a few extra days of nurturing. He called Dahe to prepare for the market once again. However, upon stepping outside, he noticed that the rice field had already begun to mature, almost ready to flower. How quickly it had grown. It would likely be ripe in just 20 days. He gazed at the remnants of melted snow nearby, marveling at the power of this small cauldron. With his thoughts of abundant food, he felt considerably more relaxed. Yes, he should promptly visit the town. The market on the 3rd day of the new year was not as bustling as the last market before the holiday, but there were still many people. When he arrived in front of the herb hall, he overheard a conversation between the owner and a buyer. Your yellow ginseng is indeed excellent, but only our Dongfeng Hall is willing to purchase it here. If you let others come, they wouldn't dare. The seller offered 10 taels of silver, saying that was all he could provide. If you don't and oppose, T sell, you want and oppose, T be able to sell it anywhere else. Sell, sell, sell. The owner, having no choice, quickly agreed. Before long, the 3 large yellow ginseng roots were loaded onto an outside cart, and the buyer from Dongfeng Hall departed. Tinyu observed keenly, realizing these were indeed the 3 roots he had sold. When he sold them, he received only 2 taels and 20 coins. Yet they were flipped for 10 taels. He profited over 7 taels, and they claimed there was no profit to be made. Yet, Tinyu said nothing and entered the hall. Shopkeeper, I have herbs to sell. The shopkeeper, having made over 20 taels in profit, was pleased to see Tinyu again. What do you have today? He asked cheerfully. Still yellow ginseng, 3 pieces. Tinyu placed down his basket. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. These were larger and of better quality than the last 3. Perfect. We will stick to the previous price. Without much thought, he reached out for the goods. Shopkeeper, Tinyu chuckled, not obstructing him, and said with a simple demeanor, I have no issue, but my uncle mentioned he knows a familiar herb shop in the county and might not let me gather herbs anymore. I came to inform you. The shopkeeper was taken aback, glancing at Tinyu and Appo's honest face, believing he would not deceive him. You gather your herbs. What does your uncle have to do with it? That's different. My father and I rely on my uncle for our livelihood, Tiniu replied casually. If you eat from someone else's plate, you must heed their words. But you can make money. Kin and Opos. Tiu? That and Opos. S different. It and Opos. S not much, and there are only a few. All right. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. I and Opos. LL give you a bit more money. Will you go gather again? Well, I cannot offend my uncle, otherwise. My father and I would have nowhere to stay. 2 taels and 50 coins for each. The shopkeeper raised the price. Shopkeeper, it and Opos. It's not that I am unwilling. I truly cannot offend him. Tiniu replied earnestly. Fine, 3 taels. The shopkeeper had to raise the price again. 3 taels and 50 coins. Tiniu contemplated before saying, I will save some money, so I need not fear my uncle. The shopkeeper looked at him, noticing he still bore an innocent expression. All right, 3 taels and 50 coins. Good, here are the 3 pieces, which makes 10 taels and 50 coins. Tiniu finally agreed. All right, I will give you the money. But remember to bring me the herbs next time you gather. Come directly to me. Certainly. With the money in hand, Tiniu stepped out. Hey, let us go? However, after a few steps, he chuckled, thinking, if I bring it to you again, I would be a fool. Earning money is too easy. I might as well sell in the county myself. With this, combined with the money from the last sale, he now had 13 taels of silver. For the impoverished Tiniu, this was an astronomical sum. Now that the basic issues on his mountain had been resolved, he needed to contemplate other matters. He first went to the place he had arranged with the middle-aged man, only to find that the man was absent from his stall today, leaving him somewhat disappointed. At that moment, he suddenly heard someone shouting ahead. Come, look. The Zhenyang sect is selecting disciples. Are the immortals coming? With this call, many people surged in that direction, creating an extraordinary commotion. Zhenyang sect? The immortal gate? It and amp. Opos. As for cultivating immortality. Tiniu felt curious and followed the crowd. Hey. Let us hurry and take a look. In the town center, a high platform had been set up. On the platform, several young people were maintaining order, but more importantly, 2 middle-aged men, exuding an aura of celestial beings, sat above. At the very top, an elderly man with a white beard stood screening disciples. Countless young people formed a long line, undergoing the selection by the immortals. It was Tiniu's first time witnessing such a scene, and he couldn't help but stretch his neck to observe. Stop watching. You definitely won't make it. Unexpectedly, a thin young man beside him remarked. Unable to resist, Tiniu shot him a disgruntled glance. Don't look at me like that. They are assessing talent. Just take a look at you. You clearly lack any. Just then, Tiniu caught sight of a familiar face in line, Zhu Dagong. Zhu Dagong is also in line. Does he possess any talent? He questioned, feeling indignant. They may not have talent, but they have money. The young man beside him laughed. Tiniu paused for a moment. Do you have money? The young man inquired with a grin. Tiniu lowered his head. I do. The young man chuckled, suddenly pushing through the crowd. Make way, I am doing wrong. Saying this, he joined the line. At the same time, Tiniu noticed him discreetly handing a heavy pouch to one of the middle-aged men seated at the front. The pouch, evidently filled with coins, was surely gold. In that instant, Tiniu felt disheartened. He turned away, as if the lively atmosphere behind him had nothing to do with him. Lost in thought, he found himself in front of a shop. You, young man, do you wish to learn the art of immortality? A kindly old man with a white beard suddenly emerged from the shop, gazing at him warmly. Tiniu looked up and saw 3 large characters. Qingfeng Hall. Tian Nyo gazed at the elderly man before him, who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, his hair completely white. From Tian Nyo's perspective, the old man exuded an aura reminiscent of a celestial being, akin to the legendary immortals of lore. I perceive you possess commendable roots. Would you be inclined to learn the ways of immortality from me? The elder inquired, a benevolent expression gracing his face. Learn the ways of immortality from you. Why is it that none have come to study under you, instead flocking to Zhenyang sect? Tian Nyo instinctively regarded the old man as a deceiver. You are mistaken. Zhenyang sect is unlike me, a prestigious sect of repute. I, however, am a recluse of exceptional skill. Moreover, their standards are considerably higher. If you were capable of joining them, you would certainly have done so. The old man and Opos' words nearly turned Tian Nyo and Opos' face a shade of green with frustration. Do you think I am a charlatan? Seeing Tian Nyo's expression, the old immortal seemed to discern his thoughts and questioned him with a hint of sorrow. Tian Nyo merely shook his head, choosing not to respond, for he perceived the old man's demeanor as rather unseemly. Wait a moment. At that moment, the elder pointed across the street. Tian Yo turned to see Zhu Dagong had been selected as a disciple of Zhengyang's sect, his heart sinking. Nearby, his uncle and aunt seemed to sense something amiss, casting their gazes towards Tian Yo. Upon realizing he was alive, their hearts trembled with shock. Maintaining his composure, Tian Yo turned away, ignoring them. Zhu Dagong, noticing Tian Yo, spoke softly to his parents with a hint of pride. Father, mother, this little wildling is still alive. But it matters not. All he possesses now belongs to us. Otherwise, how could you afford to send me to Zhengyang's sect to cultivate the ways of immortality? Soon, I shall be an outer disciple of Zhengyang's sect. What is he in comparison? His uncle and aunt beamed with joy, their faces alight with smiles. The distinction between the mortal and the immortal was palpable. Soon, however, the selection ceremony at Zhengyang's sect concluded, leaving those chosen elated while the rest wept in despair. Are you envious? The elder suddenly asked Tian Yo. He scratched his head. What is there to envy? Do you think those selected are core disciples of Zhengyang's sect? You are mistaken. Being chosen as an outer disciple is already commendable. They might end up as mere retainers. But you are different. If you study the ways of immortality with me, you shall be a core disciple of Qingfeng Hall. With that, the old man chuckled, stepping onto the street and abruptly tossing a hemp rope skyward. The rope seemed to be seized by unseen hands, vanishing into the clouds, only to plummet straight down moments later, shrouded in mist, obscuring its end. The elder, grinning, approached the rope's lower end and grasped it. At that moment, the rope retracted, and the old man shot upward, disappearing into the depths of the clouds. Tian Yo, who had never witnessed such magic, took a startled step back, while the hay barked incessantly at the sky. Master? Tian Yo cautiously called out. I am here, came the elder's voice, followed by a sound of something bursting in the clouds, and a rope descended. The elder floated down gracefully, smiling at Tian Yo, unable to contain himself. Tian Yo knelt with a thud, exclaiming, Master, teach me the ways of immortality. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my disciple at Qingfeng Hall. Tian Yo bowed earnestly before him. The elder, with a smile, gently patted his head. Good, good, rise. Tian Yo stood, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. You see, our Qingfeng Hall has been established for over a month now, but you are my first disciple. The elder smiled. I am getting old and intend to impart all the unique skills of Qingfeng Hall to you. Tian Yo nodded vigorously, feeling as if he had struck gold. Yet, as he nodded, the elder gazed intently at him, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Initially bewildered, Tian Yo soon realized and, with a dawning understanding, presented the 10 taels of silver he had just earned from selling medicine. It is not that I wish to take your money. It is merely that the path of cultivation requires countless elixirs. As my disciple, I must procure these for you, enabling your refinement and breakthroughs. The funds you provide are simply for the elixirs needed for your training. Henceforth, a tuition of 10 taels per month, with additional cost for elixirs. After accepting the money, the elder maintained a serious demeanor, exhibiting a slight disdain for wealth. Your words resonate deeply. The elder continued. Here, this is the foundational technique of Qingfeng Hall, known as the Qi induction technique. He handed Tian Yo a somewhat worn booklet. Tian Yo accepted it with reverence, feeling an abundance of spiritual energy emanating from it. Can you read? The elder inquired. I can read a little, but not much. No matter, there are illustrations. You can practice according to them. Train diligently, and periodically return to me, and I shall teach you to read, enhancing your cultivation. Thank you, Master. I shall visit every 10 days, and next time I come, please prepare some elixirs to strengthen my foundation. As Tian Yo departed, he spent all the money he had earned that day, yet he left with immense joy. Unbeknownst to Tian Yo, after his departure, a girl of similar age approached the elder, saying, Grandfather, why must you deceive him? He clearly appears to be from a poor family. My precious granddaughter, I do not deceive him. Who among the wealthy townsfolk would believe us? They all flock to Zhengyang's sect. After a month here, who would trust us? Such ancient tricks can only fool someone like him, who has yet to see the world. Were others to witness, they would think us charlatans. But look at his attire. He clearly lacks money. Yet, he handed over 10 taels of silver. How could he be poor? Do not worry. But what if he discovers your deception? Look at him. He seems rather naive and easily deceived. Besides, the Qi induction technique is not a fabrication. It is a genuine technique passed down through generations in our family. Our ancestors have copied several versions. and I sensed his sincerity, so I decided to impart one to him. Based on prior experiences, one typically manifests their first meridian within 10 days of practicing the qi induction technique. How could that be false? The girl shook her head, somewhat resigned. Indeed, manifesting the first meridian is easy, but it is of little use. Thereafter, breakthroughs become exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, Tianyo returned to Lianhua Mountain, his life now filled with purpose. He had to build a house and formally embark on his cultivation journey. In truth, the pursuit of immortality had always been his innermost desire. Each time he recalled his mother's pallid face during her final moments, his heart trembled. He would forever remember the agony he felt as he wept, yearning to hold onto her fleeting presence, yet she merely smiled gently and sighed, "Mortals inevitably face death, foolish child. How could a mother always accompany you? It is but a hardship for you. The path ahead must be traversed alone. Mother, then let us not be mere mortals." He rasped, trembling as he replied. Yet, she offered no further response. Under the moonlight, having just dined, Tianyo commenced his journey of cultivation. The qi induction technique is but a rudimentary entry-level practice. However, for Tianyo, hailing from a humble village, he was oblivious to its simplicity. He merely followed the illustrations to practice. The booklet contained both text and illustrations. Yet he understood the words only partially, strictly adhering to the images as he practiced. Hours passed as he immersed himself in his training until the midnight hour. The following day, Tianyo rose early to continue his endeavors. His first task was to construct a house for himself. He began by crafting a square brick mold with a hatchet and then proceeded to excavate an area approximately 50 meters to the right of the spring. This labor served a dual purpose. The soil would be utilized to make bricks, and the spring, being rather small, necessitated the creation of a pond nearby to store the spring water for irrigation during droughts. This undertaking was indeed arduous, however. Bolstered by the nourishing food from his spatial realm, he felt invigorated with seemingly inexhaustible energy. After unearthing the soil, he mixed it with water and chopped dry straw into segments, incorporating them into the mud. Then, he vigorously stomped the mixture to ensure a thorough amalgamation before placing it into the brick mold, laying it flat on the ground. Finally, he removed the mold and allowed the bricks to dry in the sun, successfully crafting solid earthen bricks. Tianyo dedicated his days to labor, and after his evening meals, he devoted himself to cultivation. During this busy period, he was engaged in brickmaking while also tending to the ripening rice in his spatial realm, which required harvesting and threshing. Days passed, and most importantly, the rice outside had also matured. On this particular day, having produced a significant number of bricks and expanded the pond, he decided to set aside brickmaking and hurried to the fields to harvest the rice. His heart brimmed with joy as he beheld the heavy, golden grains, and he eagerly grasped his sickle to reap the harvest. As he worked diligently, he bundled the straw, while the large black dog happily assisted by transporting the rice to a flat area in front of his small abode. It took him over 2 full days to complete the task, and during this time, he scarcely found a moment to rest. Once everything was in order, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief, particularly pleased with the yield of nearly 500 pounds of rice. This bounty assured him that he would no longer suffer from hunger. However, after some contemplation, he realized that the rice from his spatial realm appeared to be more beneficial. He could consume that while selling the surplus from outside. Yet, there was no rush to sell it just yet. Observing the progress of his endeavors brought him great satisfaction. But even more exhilarating was the sensation he experienced on the night of the 9th day during his cultivation practice. He felt a warm current flowing through his hands, signaling a small achievement. Indeed, he was on the path of becoming a true practitioner. That day, after securing his harvested rice, he pondered what items he needed to purchase in town. At dawn, he entered his spatial realm, equipped with a hoe, and began to excavate the plants he had previously sown. Vaguely recalling having planted various herbs, he was astonished to discover them extraordinarily large upon unearthing. With a beaming smile, he harvested all of them, leaving only the hoe behind. He then set off with a woven basket on his back. Upon reaching the outskirts of Chang'eo town, he placed the herbs into the basket before entering the town to locate the apothecary. Initially, he had intended to sell these herbs in the county town for greater profit despite the longer journey. However, circumstances had changed. Having taken the esteemed Master Su as his mentor, he felt it unnecessary to squander time on such a venture. Having already established a rapport with the shopkeeper through several encounters, Tianyo presented his herbs. The shopkeeper's expression twitched in astonishment. He wondered what remarkable place Tianyo had discovered to yield such high-quality herbs, which he had not seen in decades. Excited yet composed, he began negotiating the price with Tinyu. Having learned from previous haggling sessions that Tinyu appeared honest yet would not settle for a meager price, the shopkeeper ultimately offered a fair sum of 28 taels of silver for the lot. After receiving the silver, Tinyu bid farewell to the shopkeeper. It was market day, and he promptly returned to the place where he had previously acquired the herbs. He had anticipated meeting a certain individual on the 3rd day of the lunar month, but that person had not shown up. As the market days passed, he wondered if he would encounter him again. However, fortune smiled upon Tinyu upon his arrival. He spotted a middle-aged man, appearing somewhat despondent, selling his wares beneath the eaves. Tinyu approached eagerly. "Sir, what do you have today?" he inquired. Upon confirming Tinyu's identity, the man smiled warmly and revealed his herbs. "Look, I have all sorts of ginseng and other herbs. I even dug up 3 ginseng roots for you, just as you mentioned before. Although they are small, would you be interested?" Tinyu examined the diminutive roots, finding them acceptable. "Yes, how much would you like for them?" he asked. The man replied, "They aren't worth much. How about 8 coins? Tinyu recalled that he had sold roots for 2 coins previously, and while these were slightly inferior, the quantity and the inclusion of ginseng made them valuable. He nodded and handed over the 8 coins. "Thank you so much," the middle-aged man exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the profitable sale. "In the future, if you have more herbs, just come find me. I will be here every 10 days. If you miss me, come back in 10 days. Remember, they must have roots and tendrils." "I understand." The man gratefully collected his belongings and departed. Tinyu now possessed nearly 30 taels of silver. He first purchased 10 meat buns, tossing 2 to the large black dog before squatting beneath the eaves to enjoy his meal. After finishing, he proceeded to acquire the necessary tools for crafting a grain cabinet, including a saw and a plane. Once he had gathered these items, he also purchased some living essentials and meat, spending roughly 3 taels of silver in total, leaving him with about 27 taels. Subsequently, he stored all his purchases in the spatial realm, even planting the newly acquired herbs in the freshly cultivated soil before clapping his hands and stepping outside with the large black dog, arriving at the entrance of Qingfeng Hall. Inside, a girl, perhaps a year or 2 older than he, turned and smiled at him. "You must be Tinyu. My name is Su Qingfeng, and I am my granddaughter." Master Su emerged with a cheerful expression, recognizing that the god of wealth had graced them with a visit. Tinyu nodded in acknowledgement and approached Master Su with excitement. "Master, I feel a surge of energy in my hands. Have I made some progress?" "You have indeed cultivated your energy. You are a true genius." Master Su stroked his white beard, bestowing upon Tinyu praise that swelled his chest with pride. The approving glimmer in Master Su's eyes spoke volumes, and Tinyu felt as though he were on the cusp of transcending into the realm of the immortals. Yet, Master Su cautioned, "Do not become complacent. Achieving immortality is no simple feat. It seems I have found an extraordinary talent. Come in, come in. Today, I shall impart some knowledge to you." "Master, what shall you teach me today?" "Today, I will first teach you to recognize characters. Moreover, there is another principle. Cultivating immortality is an exceedingly lengthy journey. Although you possess extraordinary talent and will surely achieve great success in time, it is impossible to attain it all at once. Furthermore, the path of cultivation emphasizes wealth, methods, companions, and location. Do you understand what this means?" Tinyu scratched his head. A country boy like him knew little of such matters. "Not quite clear, is it?" Wealth refers to the considerable expenses involved in cultivation. Methods pertain to the various paths of cultivation. Companions are your fellow practitioners, as well as wise mentors. Location signifies the places where one practices. Why is wealth placed at the forefront? It is because the journey of cultivation is immensely long, requiring countless resources and manpower. Thus, you must possess money. Tinyu suddenly realized this truth, and after a moment and Appo's thought, he pulled out 10 taels of silver from his pocket and respectfully presented them to Master Su. Master Su's eyes brightened. This disciple is indeed on the right path. With an air of ethereal detachment, he accepted the 10 taels of silver and spoke again. 10 taels is hardly a substantial amount. This is merely the beginning. I have already prepared for you the vitality pill. With that, he entered the house and emerged with a small pouch. Upon opening it, 2 gleaming black pills were revealed. "Is this an elixir?" This marked Tinyu's first encounter with such a so-called elixir. "Yes, this is the vitality pill, which will aid you in your current cultivation, enhancing your spiritual energy and solidifying your foundation. Do not underestimate this item. It is quite dear, costing 5 taels of silver each. The 10 taels you provided just sufficed to purchase these 2 pills." Hearing this, Su Qingfeng smirked. This is hardly a purchase. This is merely what grandfather concocted from herbs in the back. She felt a pang of sympathy, thinking that deceiving the children of wealthy families was one thing. But to trick a boy who clearly struggles for survival seemed excessive. Just as she was about to speak up, she caught her grandfather's glare. Su Qingfeng instantly halted in her tracks. Now, let me teach you to recognize characters. The more characters you know, the deeper your understanding of cultivation will be. After all, when you practice, you cannot merely rely on images. You must read the words and comprehend their profound meanings to cultivate effectively. Thank you, Master. Tainyo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Within the Qifeng Hall, Tainyo earnestly followed Master Su and Appo's lessons in character recognition. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for Tainyo. His father, Qin Yuanfang, was illiterate, having learned only a few characters from his mother. Before the age of 8, Tainyo had primarily learned characters from his mother, who passed away early due to poor health. Although he had grasped some characters, his youth had limited his learning. Thus, he took this rare opportunity to diligently study under Master Su. They continued their lessons until evening, at which point Tainyo prepared to take his leave. As he departed, he bowed respectfully to Master Su and offered a gentle smile to Su Qifeng, calling out to Dahe. The young master was engrossed in his studies while Dahe lay asleep in the courtyard. At Tainyo's call, Dahe sprang up and eagerly followed him out of the courtyard. Grandfather. Su Qingfeng could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward to admonish her grandfather. He clearly had little money, though his clothes appeared new. His habits revealed him to be an ordinary villager. So what? He just handed me 10 taels of silver. Is that not a sign of wealth? You know that in the martial world, tricking the unsuspecting is, well, it is not easy to save 10 taels in a year through benevolence. Where else can one find such a good-natured fool? Su Qifeng looked at her grandfather, bemused. Little Qifeng, do not regard me so. At my age, I have little time left to accompany you. Seeing his granddaughter, Master Su felt a twinge of helplessness. He thought simply, before my demise, I must earn a sum of silver for you, whether I send you to the Xinjiang sect or another school. It is my wish for you to cultivate the immortal arts and strengthen our Qifeng Hall. Even if you cannot fortify the hall, you will have the means to live a secure life after my passing. Su Qingfeng felt a pang of sorrow at his words. Furthermore, I have not deceived him. Although the pills are of my own making, the formula is entirely harmless and truly constitutes the vitality pill. It is just that we cannot obtain high-quality medicinal materials. They are all rather ordinary herbs. The effects are real, and for him, they are certainly beneficial. Yet, they are not as expensive as you claim, costing 5 taels each. You foolish girl. Does that not make him feel better? Surely I cannot reveal that these pills cost merely a few coins. That would be unbearable for him. Su Qifeng shook her head, bemused. Meanwhile, Tainyo, with Dahe on his back, returned home in high spirits. By the time he arrived at Huafengdiao, night had fully set in. He roasted 2 sweet potatoes and, feeling satisfied, followed Master Su's advice by consuming one of the pills. As the pill entered his abdomen, he felt a fierce fire igniting deep within his dantian. Elated, he immediately resumed his cultivation practice. However, the effects of the pill seemed fleeting, quickly dissipating into silence. 5 taels worth of elixir, and it vanished so soon? After practicing for a while longer without any sensation, he could not help but question himself. Dahe, having descended from the mountain, lay beside his young master, seemingly exhausted from play. Upon hearing this, he cast a derisive glance at Tainyo. You usually seem quite clever. How is it that you lack discernment in this matter? That old man appears nothing more than a con artist. I understand now. It must be my lack of diligence. The master has already stated that cultivating immortality is a prolonged endeavor, and I cannot expect immediate results. Yes, I shall increase the dosage. He gritted his teeth and retrieved the other pill. According to Master Su, these 2 pills could be taken at any time. However, it is best to consume one fully and refine it before taking the other. This would yield better results. Given that the first pill seemed ineffective, he resolved to try the second. Glancing at the pill, he felt that 5 taels was still too costly, and he hesitated. After pondering, he set the cauldron and elixir aside and turned to his other tasks. Wasting a day's time was not an option. He had much to do, such as replanting the newly harvested rice. Thus, he spent 2 days tilling the land and another 2 days sowing the seeds. He dedicated 4 days to this endeavor. During the other hours, he worked diligently and began to cultivate in the evenings. However, after 4 days of practice, he found no progress. By the 5th day, having planted all the rice, he turned his attention to repairing his house. Yet, his tasks did not end there. He had an equally important task, to venture into the deep mountains to fell trees. He needed to procure lumber to construct a storage cabinet for his grain, or else he would have no place to store it. He was utterly overwhelmed with busyness. On one such day, he finally managed to fell a large tree from the mountain and, panting heavily, set it down. Although he had grown accustomed to less fatigue since consuming the rice, this tree was exceptionally massive, and it was no small feat for him to bring it down alone. An ordinary person would require 3 to 5 men to move such a tree, yet he managed it alone. Reflecting on the passage of 10 days, he decided to consume the remaining elixir as well. After finishing dinner and tidying up all his affairs, he prepared to cultivate. He took out the elixirs he had stored for several days, ready to consume them. However, when he retrieved the small cauldron along with the elixirs, he discovered that one of the elixirs was stuck inside the cauldron. He reached in, attempting to extract the elixir, but it was lodged too securely, and he did not wish to shatter it. Therefore, he silently uttered the command to enlarge. In an instant, the small cauldron expanded to a normal size, revealing itself before him. At that moment, the elixir had become nearly imperceptible, quietly resting within the now large cauldron. Iron Bull bent down, preparing to pick it up, when suddenly a radiant golden light erupted from within the cauldron, as if intricate patterns were forming on its surface. The sudden brilliance startled Iron Bull, causing him to instinctively halt his movements and regard the cauldron with caution. He gazed toward the luminous direction and noticed that the light on the cauldron and Apos' wall resembled patterns. But as those patterns fully materialized, he was astonished to discover they appeared to be characters. Iron Bull gasped, staring at the glowing script in surprise, feeling somewhat dazed. Although he was not well versed in reading, he recognized several characters. This one means amp, Apos, person, and amp, Apos, but what does the one behind it signify? Pondering over the unfamiliar script, he quickly fetched paper and pen, diligently transcribing the characters with precision. These writing tools were a gift from Master Su, who had taught him literacy during his last visit. So he brought them home to practice. Little did he know they would prove useful at this moment. While copying, he realized that the characters were divided into 2 sections, one resembling phrases, the other appearing as connected sentences. His handwriting, being that of an uneducated individual, was certainly crooked, yet he earnestly documented everything, each stroke perhaps unsightly but unmistakably clear. His intuition told him that this was something extraordinary, regardless of understanding it or not. It was prudent to record it for potential future use. Once he confirmed that he had copied everything correctly, he noticed that the golden light had begun to fade slowly until the cauldron was devoid of any residual glow. Iron Bull contemplated for a moment before carefully storing the 2 sheets of paper. After some thought, he retrieved the paper containing the phrases and began to transcribe each phrase onto a separate sheet. Upon completing the transcription, he smiled and tossed the elixir into his mouth. With a decisive bite, he swallowed it, finally feeling a surge of warmth coursing through him, prompting him to prepare for the elixir and Apos' refinement once more. Not long after, there were some signs of activity, albeit merely that, activity without any substantial change. Do not rush. Master had stated that this is a lengthy process. Iron Bull remained undeterred, resolutely continuing his practice. On the 9th day, he sought a large tree and planks, but he had little time left. The priority now was to head to town, which would consume a day's time. Upon returning, he would need to plane the cut boards to make them suitable for constructing a grain cabinet. Not only for the cabinet, but he would also require them for building his own house. Early the next morning, he rose and began to excavate the herbs he had planted in the small cauldron space. However, he did not uproot much, only about 1/3. He noticed that the herbs had grown larger, and he could faintly sense a spiritual aura emanating from them. Aware that ginseng was the most valuable, he refrained from digging it up, opting instead to let it remain and continue to flourish. He then set off toward the town with his loyal companion, the large black dog. True to his routine, he first visited the apothecary. Having conducted business with the shopkeeper twice, he now knew the shopkeeper and Apos' surname was Lu. At that moment, upon seeing the god of wealth enter, shopkeeper Lu beamed with joy. When he beheld the herbs Iron Bull presented, he nearly fainted from sheer happiness. They were all exceptional specimens, and their age was remarkable. Come, this totals to 58 taels of silver. I will give you the money now, and these herbs will be mine. Shopkeeper Lu's face bore a wide grin, and his plump visage was adorned with numerous creases of delight. Iron Bull merely accepted the money and casually produced a piece of paper, placing it before shopkeeper Lu. Could you kindly help me decipher what is written on this paper? You know I, a mere herbalist, cannot read, nor do my family members possess such knowledge. Can you assist me? You cannot read? Very well, let me take a look. Shopkeeper Liu, more than willing to lend a helping hand, took the paper and glanced at it. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. You have written the characters for ginseng. Who penned this? The handwriting is so crooked, utterly lacking in refinement. Iron Bull's heart skipped a beat. It indeed read ginseng, and he only recognized the character for person. Realizing this, he promptly retrieved another paper with 2 characters inscribed upon it. Shopkeeper Liu, what about this one? This isn't amp. Oppos, Huangjing and amp. Oppos. Didn't and amp. Oppos. Do you sell this before? Huangjing. The great variety. Iron Bull was filled with exuberance, as if a revelation had struck him. He gazed at Shopkeeper Liu, overwhelmed with gratitude. Exiting the shop, Iron Bull trembled with excitement. He had formed a bold hypothesis, yet he could not verify it immediately. After some contemplation, he arrived at the designated meeting place with the middle-aged man. Upon arrival, he found the man waiting with his sleeves rolled up. Though spring had arrived, the weather remained brisk. The man, dressed in a single layer, appeared quite chilly, but his face lit up upon seeing Iron Bull. Little brother, I have gathered quite a few medicinal herbs for you. I have done my best to select the finest ones. Please take a look and see if you wish to purchase any. I want them all. How much do you want for everything? The herbalist was overjoyed. Gathering herbs was no simple task. They often faced rejection due to poor quality or insufficient age, so selling even a few was a rare accomplishment. If they were to meet the exacting standards, where could one find such specimens? Only this little brother here was truly forthright, accepting anything as long as it had roots and shoots. Today, the collection was abundant, totaling 30 strings of cash, leaving the middle-aged man elated. This was indeed a significant sum. Where could he find such a good customer? Little brother, my name is Laowu. I cannot thank you enough. After receiving the payment, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Iron Bull. No need for such formality, Uncle Laowu. Can you read? I recognize a few characters, but not many. Mostly just the names of herbs. Laowu replied, his expression revealing some discomfort. You know how it is for herbalists. We don't need to read much. However, we do need to recognize some herbal names, so we only know those. If it gets too complicated, I won't understand. Well then, could you help me gather these herbs? Next time you find them, just bring them to me. Iron Bull produced the list of herbs he had written down for Laowu to peruse. Ginseng, Huangjing, Danshin. Laowu examined each one carefully, committing them all to memory before returning the list with a smile. What a coincidence. I know all the herbs on this list. I will help you gather them next time. Iron Bull, still in his formative years, was keen to learn and memorized everything Laowu mentioned. All right, I understand now. I shall take my leave. Laowu nodded repeatedly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude before departing. It was quite cold, and with a modest sum saved up, he believed it wouldn't be long before he could purchase an acre of land. No longer would he be a tenant with land of his own. He could live a tranquil life. Laowu felt a surge of excitement, but even more exhilarated was Tainyo. After showing Laowu the paper, each name of the medicinal herbs that sprang from Laowu and Oppos, as lips confirmed Tainyo and Oppos as suspicions. If he was not mistaken, those were indeed the ingredients required for the chi-enhancing pill. The alchemical cauldron must have absorbed the recipe's essence, revealing it along the walls of the vessel. The terms were the names of the herbs, while a lengthy string of text likely detailed the method of refinement. With a bit more study, he was certain he could comprehend the subsequent instructions. This would make things considerably easier, allowing him to concoct pills directly. His master had mentioned that 5 taels of silver for a single pill was exorbitant. If he were to refine them himself, he would incur no expenses. He entered Qingfeng Hall with a broad smile. How is your practice progressing? Master Su inquired, embodying the demeanor of an ethereal being, addressing this nominal disciple. It has been quite smooth, though apart from the initial sensation of energy, I have felt nothing else in these 10 days. Tainyo responded, a hint of confusion in his voice. That is entirely normal. The path of cultivation is rarely straightforward. Master Su reassured Tainyo, his expression grave. When I embarked on my own journey, I faced similar challenges. It takes years of perseverance to break through one's limitations. Tainyo nodded earnestly, Master. Could you teach me a few characters as well? Master Su momentarily paused, bewildered by Tainyo's unexpected request. He mused. You do not wish to discuss your cultivation, yet ask me to teach you reading? Nevertheless, he considered it a positive development. After all, one must retain some secrets. If every bit of knowledge were shared, how could one maintain an air of mystery? Very well, very well. Master Su laughed heartily, promptly retrieving a book to begin instructing Tainyo. Eager and attentive, Tainyo diligently practiced each character, not daring to miss a single detail. As the day waned, Tainyo departed with Dehei, but not before taking a stroll around the town. He arrived at the bun shop. "Good sir, would you like some buns? They are now on sale, 2 for 3 coins. How many do you have left?" Tainyo and Appo's eyes brightened. With his current income, he could afford a better meal. Yet he felt the weight of expenses everywhere, especially given the costs associated with practicing under Master Su. Having endured hardship for years, he aimed to save every coin. "I have 10 buns left. I'll take them all." Tainyo promptly handed over 15 coins. With 10 buns in hand, Dehei danced around him joyfully, wagging its black tail in excitement at the prospect of meat buns. Tainyo tossed one bun to the ground, savoring another himself. After a day of learning to read, his mind felt refreshed. "Let us hurry," he urged, and Dehei trotted eagerly behind him, tail wagging, as they reminisced about the old days with their former master. Time passed swiftly. From the depths of winter, they endured the lingering chill of spring. Although the weather was expected to warm, Tainyo noticed an unusual coldness this year. In the blink of an eye, the Qingming festival approached. On this day, he rose early to prepare for the market. As Qingming was a time for honoring one's ancestors, he needed to gather offerings for his parents. He focused on purchasing necessary items for the occasion and food, avoiding the sale or procurement of medicinal herbs, and refraining from visiting Master Su. He first bought a piece of pork and 2 chickens, followed by firecrackers, incense, and paper offerings. He even procured 2 books and a jar of wine. After gathering everything, he returned home. Thanks to his diligent labor, he was now in the process of constructing 3 rooms. Although the building was only halfway finished, he estimated that progress would soon accelerate. Early the following morning, he slaughtered the rooster he had purchased the day before. Dehei circled joyfully behind him, leaping with excitement at the thought of chicken legs. The chicken's blood was collected on yellow paper. After gutting the bird, he discarded the inedible parts for Dehei, then placed the entire chicken along with the pork in water to boil. Once cooked, he warmed the wine and prepared a bowl of rice, placing everything into his backpack. "Let us go, Dehei." Together, they headed toward Qinshan village. By the time they arrived, it was nearly noon. Many graves in the village were adorned with paper offerings, indicating that others had come to pay their respects. Having left in the depths of winter and returning during Qiming, Tainyo felt a wave of nostalgia. His parents were laid to rest behind their old house, so he had to pass by it to reach their graves. As he walked past, he heard the shrill voice of Aunt Lu, seemingly scolding her son, Zhu Xiaojiang. Casting a glance, Tainyo silently ascended the hill until he reached his parents' grave. They had passed within 6 months of each other, and the 8-year-old Tainyo had endured the heartbreak of losing both parents in such a short time. The grave was simple, reflecting their poverty. They had little money, and without relatives nearby to assist, they could only afford a modest burial. The couple lay side by side, united in life and death, fulfilling his mother's last wish. Tainyo vaguely remembered his mother speaking of her refined upbringing, but calamity forced her southward. Along the way, all her kin perished, and she eventually encountered his father, Qin Yuanfang. In stark contrast to her background, Qin Yuanfang hailed from humble origins. Yet, against all odds, they supported each other on their journey to Yunzhou, where they settled down. Although Qin Yuanfang was illiterate, he treated Tainyo's mother with utmost kindness. Together, they toiled to provide for their son, securing 3 acres of land and a house. Unfortunately, those assets were now usurped by Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu. "Father, Mother." At the grave, Tainyo laid out all the offerings. He first hung the paper, lit incense, and finally set off firecrackers. The firecrackers crackled in the grass, sending small stones flying, as if heralding Tainyo's arrival. "I have come to see you. Please be well down there, and continue to love one another as before. I am now practicing the art of immortality under my master. Mother said that if I succeed in cultivation, perhaps one day the 3 of us could reunite. Please wait for me, and rest peacefully here." Kneeling before the grave, Tainyo bowed repeatedly. Observing this, Dehei mimicked him in a comical fashion, paying homage to its 2 former masters. It was indeed a miracle that Dehei had survived. During those years of famine, countless souls faced starvation, and cannibalism was not uncommon. Had anyone encountered such a dog, they would have slaughtered it for meat. Yet, Qin Yuanfang and his wife chose to forego their own sustenance, carefully bringing Dehei along on their journey south, never once entertaining the thought of eating dog meat. Consequently, after gaining sentience, Dehei felt profound gratitude towards this couple. "Father, I am aware of your fondness for wine. In those times of our family's poverty, you refrained from drinking. Today, I have procured a large jug for you. Please drink to your heart's content. Mother, I know how much you cherish reading. Behold, I have brought you 2 books. Though I cannot comprehend them yet, I shall burn them for you to see. However, rest assured, aside from cultivating my skills with the immortal master, he has also been teaching me to read. And I have already learned quite a few characters. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed his face, soon replaced by a glow of pride. He recalled how his mother often urged him to learn more characters, claiming that in this world, knowing an additional character could present another opportunity. His father, too, consistently encouraged him to study, not wanting his son to mirror his own illiteracy. Tinyu, standing before his parents' grave, began to speak, but suddenly he was overcome with quiet sobs. Dehei seemed to sense his emotions, quietly watching, alternating glances between his young master and the slumbering elder. After a time, he lifted his head, wiping away his tears, as if attempting to reassure his parents within the grave, shaking his head and saying, "Father, Mother, I am doing quite well now. You need not worry. I have fulfilled your previous wishes. I am living quite harmoniously with Dehei, who aids me greatly. If you are aware from the afterlife, please bless my cultivation, surely. We shall meet again someday." With that, he beamed a radiant smile, stood, bowed thrice before the grave, poured out all the wine, and took the chicken and pork as he made his way down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, by chance or fate, he spotted Zhu Xiaojiang and Lu Shun nearby. Upon seeing him, Lu Shun shot Tinyu a glare. Initially, Tinyu wished to avoid them. But seeing Lu Shun and Apos, his demeanor ignited a spark of anger within him, and he suddenly stepped forward, striking Lu Shun across the face, with a sharp sound. Lu Shun was momentarily stunned, stepping back in disbelief as she looked at Tinyu. How could this be? The boy who had previously endured her abuse now dared to slap her. Compared to his brother, Zhu Dagang, Zhu Xiaojiang was far more timid. And seeing Tinyu strike his mother made him jump back in fright. "Don't let me see you again, or each time I do, I shall strike you," Tinyu declared before departing with Dehei. Even as they walked away, Dehei barked a few times at the mother and son, startling them further. Only after the pair had distanced themselves did Lu Shun scream in anguish, akin to a pig being slaughtered, berating Lu Shun. "Well, now that Dagang is not home, no one cares for me. Even that scoundrel Tinyu dares to strike me." Tinyu merely scoffed, ignoring the chaos behind him, and headed straight towards Lianhua Mountain. Taking advantage of the Qingming festival, he intended to enjoy a bountiful meal. After preparing the chicken and pork for his parents' offerings, he returned and stir-fried them, relishing a delightful feast with Dehei. However, once they had dined, it was time to return to work. His first task was to continue building his house. The bricks he had made were now hardened, and the structure was half complete. Having observed a mason in the village, he followed that method. And given that his house was not particularly tall, it was shaping up quite nicely. After several days of work, he finally managed to raise the walls to about 7 feet high. This was sufficient, so he began to install the beams. Living in this place had its advantages. He could retrieve anything he needed, such as the beams he had cut from the mountain. Once the beams were secured, he nailed down the leftover planks from his grain cabinet, sloping them to facilitate drainage. While tiles would have been ideal, he could not craft them yet. He would try that later. For now, this setup made the house quite sturdy. After finishing these tasks, he felt it was still insufficient. He gathered more wood to construct a bed, layering it with dried straw, a mat, and finally a quilt, creating an immensely comfortable resting place. He built 3 rooms, each serving a distinct purpose. One was for himself and Dehei. Another served as a kitchen and dining area, allowing him to cook indoors without worry of rain. The third room was a storage area for supplies where he moved the grain cabinet. The previous 2 conical structures had also been repurposed as storage, filled with his grains. Now satisfied with his handiwork, he stepped back to admire his creation and called for Dehei, saying, "Dehei, what do you think? At last, we have our own home." Dehei joyfully spun in circles, almost ready to speak. The little master had not forgotten him. There was even a cozy nook made for him in the room, cushioned with straw and topped with a quilt, providing an unparalleled comfort for the old dog. From now on, he would need to be mindful when relieving himself, ensuring not to soil their new home. After completing these tasks, he turned his focus entirely to farming and cultivation, a pursuit that required ample time. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since he met Master Su. During this period, he visited for lessons every 10 days, selling and collecting herbs, and he had even gathered all the ingredients for his medicinal formulas. His days were fulfilling. Yet he felt a twinge of anxiety. Aside from the initial 10 days, he had not sensed any progress in his cultivation. He had spent 20 taels on 4 vitality pills, but they had yielded no results. As the day approached for his next meeting with Master Su, he grew increasingly anxious about his lack of advancement. That night, he meticulously studied the notes he had transcribed from the Cauldron and suddenly realized that he recognized every character on the page. Not only did he understand them, but he also grasped their meanings. Indeed, he had been correct all along. The herbs listed were essential for pill concoction, and these notes contained the methods of alchemy. If he could follow these instructions to refine the pills, it would aid his cultivation. Over the past 2 months, he had purchased several vitality pills, but they did not seem to benefit him significantly. He wondered if using herbs from the small cauldron would yield better results. With newfound determination, he resolved to experiment immediately. Alchemy required a furnace, and he realized that his cauldron could serve that purpose. After some contemplation, he focused his thoughts and uttered a command. The cauldron swiftly expanded in response to his will until it reached an appropriate size. He retrieved his transcribed alchemical methods, scrutinizing them intently. First, he ventured into his dimension to procure the necessary ingredients. His literacy had burgeoned recently, and with Hilawu and Amp, Apos, as prior tutelage on the required herbs. He meticulously selected them according to the formulas. Despite frequenting the market every 10 days to vend his wares, he had been reticent to sell the very herbs his formulas demanded, hoarding them for his own future concoctions. Now, the time had come to utilize them. Remarkable, he exclaimed, beholding the colossal, spiritually charged herbs he unearthed. It was self-evident that their transformation into elixirs would yield unparalleled efficacy. After extracting them, he meticulously cleansed each herb before initiating the alchemical process, adhering scrupulously to the prescribed steps. After 2 days, he finally produced his inaugural batch of elixirs. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he lifted the wooden lid, his gaze fixating on the lustrous, obsidian pills within the cauldron. Are these truly my successfully crafted elixirs? He mused, noting the 25 pills nestled inside. A surge of elation coursed through him, considering this was his maiden voyage into alchemy. Despite adhering rigorously to the formulaic procedures, he had achieved success on his first attempt. Rumor had it that elixirs were exceedingly valuable, but he remained uncertain of his own creations and Apos, potency. Despite the meticulous adherence to the formula, a nagging doubt lingered, fueled by mere conjecture rather than empirical validation. After a moment of contemplation, he tossed one of the pills to Dahe. Dahe, be my guinea pig? The black canine, perplexed, responded with a series of disgruntled barks. Fear not, Tainyo reassured, his countenance earnest. These are my elixirs. Would I ever harm you? Observe how your vitality has been rejuvenated lately. I only bestow upon you the finest provisions. Would I ever deceive you? This elixir is designed to invigorate the kidneys. I wish to assess its efficacy on you. Given your advanced age, though you appear rejuvenated, the functionality of your equipment remains uncertain. Partake, and should it prove efficacious, it will undoubtedly benefit me as well, enabling me to secure a wife and propagate our lineage. Remember my mother's parting words. You bear a responsibility in this matter. Dahe responded with another barrage of indignant barks, yet dutifully consumed the proffered pill. He crunched it audibly, savoring the fragments before swallowing. His gaze, brimming with pathos, implored his young master to safeguard his remains should the elixir prove fatal, lest his flesh be unceremoniously stewed. I wouldn't even get a taste myself. What a loss. Tainyo, amused by the canine and Apos' antics, chuckled. An hour elapsed, yet Dahe remained unscathed, exhibiting remarkable vigor, frolicking and leaping with renewed energy. Flawless. I knew it would be. See, I always prioritize you with the finest provisions, and yet you offer no gratitude. Relieved, Tainyo confidently ingested a pill himself, audibly crunching it. A surge of warmth permeated his abdomen, akin to the sensation induced by the chi-boosting pill, yet qualitatively distinct, possessing a far more pronounced effect. An effusive warmth coursed through his limbs, meandering through his very being. Indeed, I suspected my master's elixirs were of inferior quality. This sensation is far more intense. Overjoyed, he immediately commenced cultivation, adhering to the techniques delineated in the chi induction art. However, after a day of relentless practice, he remained unable to grasp its essence. Unwilling to concede defeat, he consumed another pill, and then another, until 20 pills had been depleted, leaving him feeling overwhelmingly feverish. Yet the elusive energy persisted in its erratic peregrinations. How can this be? I perceive the elixir's immense potency, yet why this impasse? Something is amiss. Could the chi induction art be flawed? Having ingested 20 pills, Tainyo was now engulfed in a sweltering heat, prompting him to disrobe and wander through the mountains, his very exhalations seemingly imbued with fire. No, this chi induction art feels wrong. I must re-examine it. He retrieved the manual, his intuition suggesting its authenticity, given its antiquated appearance, indicative of a long lineage. After a moment of contemplation, he flipped through the pages, pausing abruptly. Could it be that this posture aligns more harmoniously with the initial page? Inspired, he stilled his mind and adopted the posture from the final page. Instantly, the restless, untamed energy within him acquiesced to his guidance, gradually coalescing towards an unknown destination. His very essence seemed to stabilize, aligning harmoniously within him, ultimately converging at his dantian, where it slowly assimilated the immense potency of the 20 elixirs. He entered a state of profound transcendence, oblivious to the world around him. From midday until the following midday, he remained motionless, detached from the concerns of the mundane world. Initially, Dahe paid little heed, having witnessed his master's cultivation sessions numerous times. However, as the day wore on, and Tai Nyo remained unmoving, Dahe grew anxious. Dahe, a seasoned canine, had adopted his master and Appo's habits. He retrieved a roasted sweet potato, nudging it towards his master, hoping the aroma would rouse him. Yet, Tai Nyo remained in his seated posture, unblinking and unresponsive. Desperate, Dahe paced anxiously, yearning to implore him to partake, lest he succumb to starvation. 2 days elapsed in this manner. Dahe remained steadfastly by Tai Nyo's side, guarding him through the night, occasionally nudging his body. Had it not been for the residual warmth emanating from Tai Nyo, he would have presumed his master had departed like his predecessor. On the 3rd day, Tai Nyo finally opened his eyes. As he exhaled, Dahe, unable to contain himself, leaped upon him, showering his face with affectionate licks. Thank the heavens, you have awakened. You nearly scared me to death. Tai Nyo, wiping away the canine and Appo's saliva, shoved him aside and stood up, muttering, it and Appo's practiced in reverse. This must be a test from my master, to gauge my innate talent. So that and Appo's how it is. I knew something was amiss. Though unfamiliar with the intricacies of immortal cultivation, Tai Nyo sensed that he had taken his first step. He felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. His senses heightened beyond their previous limitations. He had transcended the realm of the ordinary, entering a new dimension of existence. He was uncertain of its nomenclature, but he knew he was no longer the same. Unbeknownst to Tai Nyo, he had embarked upon the path of immortality. Exhilarating, soothing, Tai Nyo exclaimed, a smile gracing his lips. However, the large black dog wore a mournful expression, lamenting, you are at ease, yet I am nearly terrified out of my wits. You owe me my courage. Alas, it seems I have been sitting here for a full 2 days. I was supposed to meet my master yesterday, and now the date has passed. Never mind, I shall visit my master tomorrow. Resolute in my decision, I plan to seek out Master Su in Chang'eo town. In Chi Feng Hall, Master Su sat in a state of worry. It has been 2 days, yet his only disciple in this small town has not come to see him. Could it be that he discovered my true nature and fled? Could he have realized it? Master Su couldn't help but glance at his granddaughter, Su Qingfeng. It seems unlikely. The last time he visited, he treated you with utmost respect. Su Qingfeng furrowed her brow, seemingly recalling her last encounter with Tai Nyo. I think so too. But why didn't Ti come the day before yesterday or yesterday and today? Just as she spoke, she suddenly spotted a person and a dog approaching from afar, and they respectfully clasped their fists and called out, Master. Master Su was overjoyed and hurried to welcome his wealth-bringer. This is my earnings for the month. Please accept it. Tai Nyo generously presented 10 taels of silver. Master Su was nearly moved to tears. He hadn't left. This generous fool hadn't left. It startled me, making me think I had revealed my true self. What has transpired recently? I thought something might have happened at home since you didn't come the day before yesterday. Master Su feigned concern, easing his anxious heart. Thank you for your concern, Master. It's not that there was trouble at home. Rather, I have achieved a breakthrough. A breakthrough? In what manner? Master Su was taken aback. Interpreting his master and Appo's inquiry as a test of his knowledge, he pondered for a moment and described his feelings at that time. It felt as if I were crossing a bridge. Initially, I perceived the chasm as vast and daunting, and I was afraid I couldn't cross it. Yet, it seemed as if a bridge appeared in my mind. I summoned my courage and slowly stepped onto the bridge, and as I walked, I discovered my fear dissipated, and I crossed with ease. Yes, that was precisely the sensation. By heavens, you have stepped onto the bridge of immortality. The old charlatan, who had practiced the art of chi manipulation all his life with no progress, felt his mind shatter. Regarding Master Su and Appo's loss of composure, Tai Nyo assumed it was merely a reaction to his revelation of the small deception, and thus he became even more respectful. Master, is this what it means to step onto the bridge of immortality? I, being a dullard, did not realize. I simply felt it was different from before. Su Qifeng stood behind Master Su, her expression complex as she gazed at Tai Nyo, utterly perplexed as to how this simple villager had managed to tread upon the bridge of immortality. She had long desired to embark on this path, yet under her grandfather's guidance, she had only grasped some rudimentary martial arts. The path of martial arts diverges greatly from the path of immortality, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it seemed she would never tread the path of the celestial realm in this lifetime. This was why her grandfather had wandered far and wide in search of wealth, hoping to lead her to the path of immortality. Yet here stood this peasant, who, after merely 2 months of training, had traversed that very path, a sight truly astonishing. Master Su experienced a mix of envy, jealousy, and curiosity. Observing Tai Nyo and Appo's continued respect, he speculated that he had not yet revealed any flaws, and thus he resumed his demeanor of ethereal grace. I am rather curious. How did you step onto the bridge of immortality? Have you discerned the small obstacles I set for you? It must be said that while Master Su's cultivation skills were mediocre, his experience in human nature was far superior to his comprehension. At that moment, a thought struck him, providing a plausible excuse. Though Tai Nyo was exceptionally astute, he had encountered few people and experiences. Being young and bearing preconceived notions, he believed wholeheartedly in the celestial being before him. Upon hearing Master Su's words, he experienced a moment of clarity, dispelling a small doubt in his heart. You see, I told you he was testing me, and it seems that was indeed the case. Thus, he grew even more respectful. Master, it appears that the transition from the first posture of chi manipulation to the last page is actually the second posture. Only by practicing in that sequence can one naturally step onto the bridge of immortality. Otherwise, there is no chance. By heavens! Master Su nearly suffered another mental breakdown. He let out an exclamation, but realizing his indiscretion, he stroked his white beard to suppress his excitement and couldn't help but exclaim. The day I saw you standing there with such imposing presence, I suspected you had the talent for cultivation, and now it seems my instincts were correct. The method of selection I devised in Qifeng Hall, so intricately designed, has been seen through by you. Truly remarkable. From now on, our Qifeng Hall shall rely on young talents like you to flourish. Su Qifeng, standing behind him, dared not lift her head, instead staring at the tips of her shoes. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, it seemed she had grown a bit taller, for she could barely see the tips of her shoes. She felt ashamed, her ears burning. Observing her grandfather and Appo's nonchalance as he boasted, she reflected on her own inability to emulate such confidence. Only her grandfather possessed such audacity. Had it been her, she would have long since felt too embarrassed to continue, her resolve shattered. Yet, seeing her grandfather so at ease, he spoke as if it were his deliberate design. Truly a remarkable figure, with ulterior motives. After confirming his suspicions, Tai Nyo could not help but marvel. I knew Master had a scheme, otherwise. How could it be this way? Now I have finally confirmed it. Consequently, he grew even more reverent towards the elderly man before him. Master, now that I have stepped onto the bridge of immortality, what should I do next? Upon hearing this, Master Su felt a surge of envy akin to that of a third leg turning green with jealousy. What is a genius? In my opinion, this is the true essence of genius. However, he still needed to maintain an aloof demeanor, pondering thoughtfully as he stroked his beard and sighed. Now that you have stepped onto the bridge of immortality, the next step is to enter the realm of techniques. What is the realm of techniques? In other words, you now possess formidable insight, yet you require an appropriate method to harness your strength. This translates to needing a sword or other suitable weapon to maximize your cultivated skills. Master, can I learn this now? Tai Nyo exclaimed with delight, as he genuinely required such techniques. Of course you can learn. You are my disciple. What is there that you cannot learn? Since I have taken you as my pupil, I shall naturally consider your needs, but according to the customs of Qifeng Hall, there must be. At this point, Master Su chuckled and did not continue. However, Tai Nyo had matured significantly over the past 2 months under his master's guidance and understood his master's style of speaking and acting. Upon hearing this, he nodded earnestly, presenting 10 taels of silver with great understanding. Thank you, Master, for imparting your wisdom. Master Su and Appo's heart brimmed with joy, and he accepted the silver with a calm demeanor, secretly laughing within. This is quite commendable. My disciple is truly mature beyond his years, exceptionally wise. You are not only a disciple of Qi Feng Hall, but also possess remarkable intelligence. I shall certainly consider your needs. Now, I will return to select a skill for you to practice diligently. Thank you, Master. Master Su turned and entered the room, seemingly retrieving a manual for Tainyo. Meanwhile, Tainyo stood tall, not daring to overstep his boundaries. Su Qingfeng could no longer contain herself and approached him, taking a few steps forward before inquiring. How did you realize that the practice order was incorrect, and that you needed to jump to the last page instead? Tinyu regarded her inquiry as a challenge to himself and responded earnestly. Initially, I practiced sequentially, but as I progressed, I sensed something was amiss. It seemed that no matter how I trained, there was an obstruction hindering my advancement. At that moment, I pondered whether the fault lay within the technique itself. Are you suggesting that you felt something was wrong and began to doubt the authenticity of the technique? Su Qifeng gazed at Tinyu in astonishment, utterly unable to fathom that Tinyu possessed the audacity to question the legitimacy of the technique. Over the years, this technique had been passed down through generations of the Su clan, with each generation endeavoring to master it, yet none had succeeded, particularly in recent times. Nonetheless, no one had ever doubted the validity of the technique, for there had been ancestors who had achieved mastery. The Su family had once produced formidable practitioners, but it seemed that their luck had been exhausted, and since then, no one had reached a higher realm of mastery. Their family's cherished technique had remained stagnant, unable to advance beyond its initial stage. Perhaps this was why they never dared to question the integrity of their ancestral teachings. Each generation dutifully adhered to the prescribed methods, even in the face of repeated failures. Now, a young individual had shattered the established norms and made progress. Who would believe such a tale? Su Qifeng gave a bitter smile, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Perhaps it was simply fate at play. Had it not been for their serendipitous encounter, the Su clan would never have unraveled the mysteries contained within. Before long, Su Daxian emerged from his chamber with a slender booklet, which he handed to Tinyu. Tinyu respectfully accepted it and upon glancing at the cover, discerned three prominent characters. Heavenly Hammer Technique. After spending time learning from Su Daxian, he immediately recognized it as a method pertaining to hammer techniques, prompting him to express his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for imparting your teachings. As my disciple, I acknowledge your potential, and thus, I shall share with you numerous techniques. There is no need for formality. Today, I shall also teach you some literacy skills. For in the future, I may have an increasing number of texts to entrust to you, and you must be well-versed in reading. Master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Tinyu was elated, feeling invigorated by this prospect. Su Daxian felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that his intention in teaching Tinyu to read was not purely for the sake of understanding the texts, but rather to prevent revealing any flaws in his teachings of the celestial arts. Thus, the two settled down together to commence a new day of learning. As dusk approached, Tinyu eventually emerged, performing a respectful farewell to Su Daxian as he departed. Once he was gone, Su Daxian hurriedly shut the door and exclaimed to Su Qingfeng, Quickly, quickly. It appears he has commenced training from the final page. Hurry and practice his method. In truth, Su Qifeng had already begun practicing and, although he had made no progress, he looked at his grandfather in astonishment, exclaiming, Grandfather, he was absolutely correct. After completing the first page and then proceeding to the last, the entire experience felt different. It seems this is how one ought to train. Su Daxian vigorously slapped his thigh. I knew it. This is the technique that has been passed down through the generations of our Su family. How could it possibly be flawed? The issue was never with the technique itself, but rather our failure to grasp its profound essence. But grandfather, how could this have changed? How did our ancestors practice? Why have we, their descendants, been unable to comprehend its intricacies? Is it because we are lacking in intelligence? Su Qingfeng struggled to understand, unable to contain his curiosity. Su Daxian pondered for a moment, and suddenly a realization dawned upon him, leading him to exclaim, I have it. The last of our lineage to attain great mastery, our third ancestor Su Lin, perished in combat. Alongside him, 3 sons and 2 grandsons also lost their lives. Following that battle, the legacy of our Su family was reduced to ashes, and all our efforts were rendered futile. All that remained was a grandson scarcely 3 years old, and from that point onward, our descendants began a life of wandering. Since then, none have been able to fathom the technique. Reflecting on it now, it seems that training should have always followed this method. However, each generation was instructed by their predecessors to begin from the first page and progress sequentially to the last. Yet, due to the tremendous loss of life in that battle, the transmission of knowledge was interrupted, leaving subsequent generations unaware of this proper approach. Su Qifeng experienced a moment of clarity, finding this explanation plausible. It was truly regrettable that for so many years, we dared not question whether this booklet contained any flaws. We even preferred to share it with others rather than decipher its secrets ourselves, only to have a mere child unravel its mysteries. Su Daxian lamented deeply. Grandfather, could he possibly be exceptionally gifted? Exceptionally gifted? Nonsense. Such a small town could not possibly harbor individuals of such caliber. He may have merely stumbled upon the truth by chance. Do not be swayed by his fanciful claims. Focus on your training. He had completely forgotten the kind words he had just spoken to Tinio. Today, Su Dashtin's recognition had instilled Tinio with newfound confidence, affirming his chosen path. By this time, the market had dispersed, yet the bun shop continued to hawk its dwindling stock. Before Tinio could request a bun, Dahe had already nudged him forward toward the shop. Dahe had grown accustomed to this routine. I've spent all day listening to that old man with the white beard recite his teachings. Surely you owe me some recompense? At the very least, purchasing a few meat buns for me would suffice. Consequently, Tinia naturally approached and purchased the remaining 10 buns for a mere 15 coins. Here. For you. He tossed one onto the ground and simultaneously took one for himself, taking a bite as he walked forward. Delicious. However, after taking only a few steps, he sensed something was amiss. Dahe was blocking his path, and when he paused, Dahe looked up at him with an expectant gaze. What are you doing? Tinia was momentarily perplexed by Dahe's actions. Seeing Tinia stop, Dahe turned around and trotted off with the meat bun in his mouth. Tinia hurriedly followed. Crossing the street, he discovered Dahe had approached a small yellow female dog and dropped the bun at her feet. Before Tinia could react, the little yellow dog shyly shifted her hindquarters backward. Dahe had initiated a rather unexpected display. Tinia felt a sudden chill as if his eyes had been sullied. Moments later, Dahe and the little yellow dog parted ways, the latter happily carrying the bun away. Dahe returned to Tiniu's feet and playfully nudged his leg. Tiniu stood there, utterly dumbfounded. You rascal, how quick you are. He couldn't help but mutter disdainfully. What woof. Seeing his master fail to grasp his intentions and even mock him, Dahe felt a twinge of discontent. Barking a couple of times at Tiniu. Only then did Tiniu realize and absent-mindedly toss another small meat bun. Dahe happily retrieved it, prancing forward with delight. I heard the town doctor mention that one should eat more to replenish their strength after such activities. I haven't even had a chance to start a family. And you already have? Tinia grumbled under his breath as he and Dahe made their way toward Lianhua Mountain. Upon arriving at the mountain, Tiniu tidied himself before delving into the heavenly hammer technique. He carefully perused its contents and indeed discovered it was a hammer technique. He found it rather peculiar. Unable to fathom why, despite his cultivation of immortality, his master had bestowed upon him a hammer technique manual. Logically, he should have been given a swordsmanship manual. After all, ISN and Oppos, the essence of cultivating immortality to wield a long sword to vanquish demons? To possess a hammer felt rather brutish and utterly unrefined. Yet, he dared not voice any dissent. Clearly, his master had his reasons for this choice. Consequently, he returned home and took a chopping knife to practice as a makeshift hammer. However, after just 2 attempts, he realized the futility of this endeavor. A hammer is a hammer, and a knife is a knife. These two are fundamentally distinct and utterly irreplaceable. This revelation left him somewhat despondent. How could he practice without a hammer? No, this simply wouldn't Oppos. Do. He must devise a solution, perhaps procure a hammer for himself. There seemed to be a blacksmith shop in town, but he had heard it only fashioned rudimentary kitchen knives. If they could craft such items, it was unlikely they could forge a hammer. If the town proved incapable, he would have to venture into the city, where a blacksmith shop would surely be able to create a proper hammer. He pondered this matter seriously and eventually resolved to seize the opportunity to visit Jijin County. Only by seeing the situation there could he decide on his course of action. Additionally, he wished to sell his medicinal herbs in that region, as they would likely fetch a better price there. Hence, he might as well take this chance to explore the city. Determined, he set this plan into motion. But none could have anticipated that the opportunity would arise so swiftly. Just 2 days later, in the afternoon, Dahe suddenly dashed to his side, barking incessantly and glancing towards the lower part of Huangfeng Ao, as if to signal that someone was approaching. Tanya was taken aback. Living a secluded life here and knowing no one, how could anyone have come to this remote place? Without further ado, he hurried to peer down Huangfeng Ao. To his astonishment, he spotted a middle-aged man making his way toward him. Upon noticing Tainyo, The man waved his hand and called out loudly, "Are you Chen Tainyo, the tenant of Lord Zhou?" "Yes, I am Tainyo. May I ask who you are?" "My surname is Gao, and they call me Old Gao. I am also a tenant of Lord Zhou. Lord Zhou has sent me to inform you to come to his house in town for dinner tonight, as we must head to the city together tomorrow." Tainyo was momentarily bewildered and curiously inquired, "Uncle Gao, what are we going to the city for?" "What do you think?" "To sell grain. ISN and Oppos. Tea at nearly the time for the grain rain planting. You must know this is when grain is most in demand. Many will need it for seed. Furthermore, after enduring this winter, many have run out of supplies, making this the most lucrative time to sell grain. Every year at this time, we go to the city to sell. Lord Shokin and Oppos, Tea manage it alone, so we tenants must assist him. Accompanying Lord Zhou to the city means food, drink, and wages. Who wouldn't want such an opportunity?" "Of course, I would." Tainyo now understood and quickly nodded, saying, "I will prepare and join you shortly. Please return ahead." Upon hearing this, Old Gao turned and left without hesitation. He had no desire to linger at Huangfengao. Had it not been for Lord Shou and Oppos, as request, he wouldn't have come at all. After all, this place was desolate. He had previously had the chance to choose this as his tenancy, but upon reflection, he found that a mere acre of land would scarcely sustain his family, especially in such barren conditions without irrigation. He had promptly declined. To his surprise, there was still a young man farming here, proving he was indeed capable of survival. As he departed, he muttered to himself. Tainyo watched Old Gao's retreating figure before rising and returning to his modest dwelling. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that he was not particularly eager to work. Yet, considering this was a task assigned by Lord Zhou, he could not afford to offend him. Otherwise, he might lose even the land he cultivated, which would be a grave misfortune. Thus, he acknowledged he must fulfill his obligations. If Lord Zhou could sell grain, perhaps he too could take this opportunity to sell something. Indeed, he could dig up some medicinal herbs. The last time he visited the apothecary, a representative from the Eastern Wind Hall had come to purchase herbs at an exceptionally high price. He could attempt to sell them there. Resolute, he went inside to excavate some herbs and continued to store them. After considering his ample harvest of grain, he collected a load and placed it in his storage space. He also gathered all his money. Although he occasionally had to remit some to his master, he had earned a considerable sum from selling herbs recently, accumulating over 150 taels of silver, making him somewhat affluent. He even entertained the notion of negotiating with Lord Zhou to purchase the land he farmed. However, upon reflection, he deemed the timing was not yet ripe and resolved to postpone such discussions. After completing these tasks, he worked for a while longer. When dusk approached, he changed into a clean outfit. "Hey, guard the house well. Do not wander off. Keep an eye on the chickens and ducks. They must not escape. After 2 months, they have grown quite large, and those hens should be ready to lay eggs. Ensure no mountain creatures snatch them away. Moreover, do not let anyone approach, as we have so much rice to tend to." Dehe barked a few times, seeming to wish to follow but assuring him he could safeguard the home. Tainyo smiled slightly and then descended the mountain. Dehe remained atop the mountain, watching his young master depart, before quietly returning to the house. Upon arriving at Lord Zhou's residence, Tainyo discovered it was already bustling with activity and dusk had settled in. He peeked inside and immediately noticed a horse-drawn cart in the courtyard, where Zhou Chunhua was conversing about something. Upon spotting him, Zhou Chunhua quickly approached, smiling gently. "You've come. Dinner will be ready shortly." Their exchange felt like that of old friends reuniting. "You seem to have gained a bit of weight since last time. I mentioned to my father that I was concerned about whether you could survive up in the mountains," Zhou Chunhua remarked, appraising Tainyo with astonishment. He grinned, contemplating, and handed her a somewhat hardened bun that had gone cold. "Last time I offered you a bun, it fell to the ground. So here is another one." Zhou Chunhua paused, accepting the slightly dry bun, her heart feeling a pang. She recalled the previous occasion when Tainyo had offered her a bun at the market, only for it to be knocked over by her aunt. Just as she was about to respond, Old Gao approached from behind. "Tainyo, you ought to thank Miss Chunhua properly. If it weren't for her mentioning you to Lord Zhou, do you think a lad of your stature would have had such a fortunate opportunity? Many tenants wish to accompany him to the city to see the world and earn wages. You, however, have yet to officially submit your rent and are already granted entry to the city." Tainyo realized that it was Zhou Chunhua's suggestion that had allowed him to join this venture. "Thank you, miss." He expressed his gratitude to Zhou Chunhua. She smiled and shook her head. "No need to thank me. We'll have 10 tenants going in, and my brother will lead the way while I accompany you all." "All right." Tainyo did not pry further into why she was also going to the city. She was not one to indulge in gossip about others. You haven't perished yet? At that moment, Jolie approached, visibly relieved upon seeing Tainyo. However, the words spoken struck like the chill of December, piercing the heart. Thank you for your concern. Lord Zhou, I am still alive. Iron Bull stepped back and respectfully addressed Jolie. Enough of this nonsense. My survival is a testament to my benevolence. Come, everyone. Let us all go in and have a hearty meal. Tomorrow morning, you shall set off. It takes a whole day to reach the city, and I have made all the necessary arrangements. Just take the young master and young lady along, and there will be someone to receive you in the city. So do not worry. Jolie clapped his hands, and all the tenants preparing to enter the city stood up. Iron Bull glanced around and noticed that all were robust men in their 20s to 40s, making him feel somewhat out of place. Though he was indeed taller and stronger than his peers, he still felt lacking compared to the fully grown men. He couldn't help but look at Zhou Chunhua with gratitude. Zhou Chunhua beamed brightly. For dinner, they had noodles. A large pot of noodles was waiting in the kitchen, garnished with meat. Besides, there was a big bowl of chili and pickled radish on the stove, which could be added to the noodles. These tenants, who usually dared not indulge in rice for fear of running out of their seasonal grain, were now seizing the rare opportunity to gorge themselves, shoveling food into their bowls and piling on the condiments as if they were free. In contrast, Iron Bull, who had been eating quite well these past days, took his time. Alas, why are you dawdling? Eat faster, or they will finish it all. Old Gao, with a kind heart, sat beside Iron Bull and urged him, reminding him that they wouldn't be polite. Iron Bull acknowledged and quickened his pace. However, after 2 bowls, he felt satisfied. Following their meal, the tenants squeezed onto the large bunks of the row of houses built specifically for them. Before dawn, Jolie called them to rise. Stop sleeping. Get up quickly. The cart is ready. Your task is to ensure the safety of the young master and young lady. Old Gao, you're their leader. You know this route well, having traveled it many times. Make sure everything goes smoothly. Don't mess it up. Do you understand? Rest assured, my lord, I will safely escort the young lady, young master, and all the grain to the city. Hurry, hurry. With Lord Zhou's command, they all began to prepare for departure. The foremost cart was driven by Old Gao, carrying Zhou Chunhua and her brother Zhou Yi. Zhou Li's eldest son was studying in the city, aiming for a prestigious future, as everyone knew. Behind them were mules, laden with heavy sacks of grain, creating an impressive sight. Additionally, each tenant had to carry a load of grain, which weighed at least 100 pounds and possibly up to 150. Can you manage? Old Gao glanced at Iron Bull and then at the load. Without hesitation, Iron Bull hoisted it onto his shoulders. Well, look at you, not holding us back. Then let us be off. With Old Gao's booming voice, the group hurriedly departed, moving under the moonlight towards Jijing County. Though each person carried a heavy burden and had to keep an eye on the mules, they were all in high spirits. They feasted well while working for Lord Zhou, not to mention that there were wages to be earned in the city. Even if it was tiring, it was far better than farming. Where else could one find such a good job? The journey to Jijing County would take about a day, and they set off before dawn. The route involved traversing mountains, yet overall, it was relatively smooth, as the carts could pass through. Iron Bull carried his heavy load without lagging behind the others. If he weren't being discreet, he could almost soar with that burden. The reason was simple. He had stepped onto the path of longevity, and with daily nourishment from the grain, his physique had transformed significantly, granting him strength far surpassing that of the others. By noon, they paused to rest. Zhou Chunhua retrieved the provisions and water she had prepared for everyone from the cart. Iron Bull sat nearby, enjoying his rations. How are you? Zhou Chunhua approached him again after distributing the supplies. Quite well. Iron Bull replied with a simple smile, swallowing a mouthful of water and food. Young lady, do not be deceived by his age. He is remarkably strong. One of the tenants, still munching away, pointed at Iron Bull in admiration, marveling at how he had not set his burden down even once. Others nodded in agreement, surprised that the boy they thought would slow them down was so capable. Iron Bull, in response to their praise, merely smiled sheepishly and continued to eat. After a brief respite, they quickly resumed their journey to avoid wasting time. This time, they traveled swiftly, reaching Jijing County as dusk fell. Upon spotting the towering city walls, Old Gao and the others erupted in cheers. Do you see? That is Jijing County, vast and bustling with commerce. Oh, indeed, it's crowded, and the ladies within are quite charming. I visited last year and spent 20 coins. 20 coins. It pained my heart, but it was worth it. The rugged men laughed and bantered, while Iron Bull pondered how he would find an opportunity to sell his goods upon entering the city, as well as locating a blacksmith to forge a hammer. The throng of people entering the city was considerable, and from afar, they could see other caravans, much like their own, arriving with grain for sale. Entry into the city required inspection, so they formed a line for the check. By the time they entered, it was already dark. Upon stepping inside, they heard a familiar voice, Xiao Yi, Chunhua, over here. Iron Bull recognized the voice and soon recalled it belonged to Shou Chunhua and Appo's aunt. Glancing over, he indeed saw a woman in her 30s, clad in fine silk. Beckoning to them, accompanied by several attendants, Aunt Zhou Yi and Shou Chunhua hurriedly approached to greet her. Direct them over there. We must unload these goods first. It is already late, and they will have to wait until tomorrow to be sold. Come, everyone, follow the young lady and young master to unload. Old Gao, who frequently traversed this route, skillfully directed the others in their tasks. The group proceeded deeper into the bustling streets. This was Iron Bull and Appo's first visit to Zhejiang County. And although it was night, the areas they passed through were teeming with people. In one place, numerous beautiful maidens leaned over the balconies, calling out to passers-by. Some remained quietly observing, while others boldly shouted playful remarks at the gentlemen. Old Gao and the others, evidently seasoned visitors, engaged with the women, exchanging playful banter that made Iron Bull blush with embarrassment. After walking for a while longer, they finally reached their destination. Tiniu cast a glance and noticed the two large characters hanging above the entrance, Gao's residence. Stop dawdling. Hurry and get the goods inside. This is the home of Lord Zhou's brother-in-law. Tiniu responded with an "oh," refraining from further inquiries, and followed them in transporting all the rice into the building. Once inside, a person resembling a steward emerged, addressing Lao Gao and the others with an air of arrogance. Just place the items properly and leave quickly. Get those mules and horses taken away to our donkey yard over there. Hurry. Lao Gao, you've been here several times. Take them over there at once. Yes, yes. Zhao Steward, I will lead them there immediately. Lao Gao, bending slightly, signaled to the others to follow the mules and horse carts ahead. However, another person was already leading the way, and after walking a bit further, they arrived at a side courtyard. Upon entering, a foul stench assailed their senses. No wonder it was called the donkey yard. It turned out there were donkeys, mules, and horses inside. This will be your accommodation for the next few days. It has been prepared for you. Just settle in. Oh, and someone will bring meals for you, so don't wander into our Gao residence. You may go play outside as you wish, we won't interfere. But eventually, you must help transport the rice to sell. Once sold, you can do as you please. The person in charge glanced at them, his expression dismissive, as if regarding these rural folk with disdain. Yet, Lao Gao and the others dared not utter a word. Keeping their heads bowed in hurried agreement, the man soon departed, leaving behind the 10 or so tenants. Upon opening the door, they discovered a large common room with straw strewn across the floor, lacking even a simple blanket. The indescribable odor from outside left Tiniu somewhat dazed. Isn't this the county town? Why does it feel poorer than Lord Zhou's residence? Stop looking. This is the condition here. Do you think everyone is as affluent as Lord Gao? Lao Gao seemed to read his thoughts and patted him on the shoulder. Perhaps weary, Tiniu laid down on the bed without a thought for the dust that covered it. Lord Zhou's sister is Zhou Hui, and she married this Lord Gaoan. Every year when the harvest comes, Lord Zhou summons us to bring our grain here to sell alongside his, as I hear the price is slightly higher. So we have to make this trip twice a year. Although Lord Zhou is somewhat miserly, he treats us tenants fairly well. For instance, when we do his bidding, we are well fed and watered. But Lord Gao here lacks such generosity, so now that we are here, we must do as instructed, without complaint. His words seemed directed at Tiniu. Tiniu scratched his head, revealing a simple smile. Uncle Lao Gao, I have no complaints. This place is quite nice. Then good. Hurry and rest a bit. Aren't you tired? I'm completely worn out. Someone will bring food soon. Though they were robust farmers, carrying over 100 pounds all day was no easy feat as soon as they set down their burdens. They could no longer withstand fatigue and all climbed onto the beds to rest. The mingled stench of livestock manure filled the air, making it almost unbearable. Nevertheless, Tiniu did not complain and naturally lay down among them. After a while, the main door creaked open, and someone called out, "Come, it and Appo's, as time to eat." A loud thud followed, as if something had fallen to the ground. The people who had been lying on the large common bed immediately sprang up and hurried into the courtyard, where they saw a large bucket overturned on the ground. Upon inspection, They discovered it contained porridge, accompanied by a bowl of pickled vegetables and a bowl of greens, along with several pairs of bowls and chopsticks. Come, serve yourselves. 1 pair of bowls and chopsticks per person. Be sure not to take too much porridge. Leave some for those behind. Lao Gao, as the leader, promptly instructed the others to follow his lead. They all rushed forward to ladle out porridge, and after each had taken a bowl, most of the porridge was already gone. Just then, the door creaked open again, and Zhou Yi entered with Zhou Chunhua. Upon entering, Zhou Yi produced meat buns and placed them before the group, glancing at the porridge bucket with an expression of dissatisfaction. Here, this is what my brother and I bought in town for you. You and Amp, Oppos, VE all worked hard on the journey. He indicated that these buns were bought by young Master Zhou and young Miss Zhou, urging everyone to partake. Lao Gao grinned widely, as if he had anticipated this, and waved for the others to help themselves. Zhou Chunhua handed a meat bun to Tiniu, smiling as she said, "Here, this is for you." Tiniu returned her smile, rubbing his hands together before accepting the bun. You and Amp, Oppos, LL have to endure staying here tonight. The taste is somewhat lacking. After that, we still need to send my brother off to school, and we have to sell the rice. Once we finish these tasks, we can return home. You will only be here for 3 or 4 days, and that will be the extent of your stay. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Tiniu dismissed her concerns, as he indeed was accustomed to such conditions. Uncle Lao Gao, Zhou Chunhua addressed him again. Tomorrow morning, you'll have to help us prepare all the grain. You'll assist in transporting it to the selling point. It's not far, but we might need to wait a bit over there. After selling the rice, you won't need to do anything else. You can come back and rest. We will handle the other matters, and once we finish, you can return with me. Don and Oppos, worry, Miss Zhou. The Lord has already informed me about this. Besides, I have been handling these matters for years. There won't be any issues. And I'll keep an eye on the others. Lao Gao replied while munching on a bun, prioritizing his meal above all else. Zhou Yi and Zhou Chunhua then exited, closing the door behind them, once again sealing the interior from the outside world. Kid, not a bad deal, right? Lord Zhou may be stingy, but he certainly doesn't skimp on necessary expenses. Knowing that the Gao family might not be well off, he arranged for the young master and miss to buy us meat buns. Let me tell you, being a tenant of Lord Zhou's is not an opportunity afforded to just anyone. Relish this moment. With a hearty chuckle, Tainyo nodded in agreement. To apprise you, these biannual excursions are coveted by numerous tenant farmers. Master Zhou, however, is fastidious in his selection. Such an opportunity is not readily afforded. You should consider yourself fortunate and honored. After concluding our business tomorrow, Uncle Gao will escort you on a brief tour of the vicinity. Upon hearing these words, the others exchanged knowing smiles. Tainyo reciprocated with an amicable grin, though his thoughts were elsewhere. He had his own affairs to attend to after tomorrow's tasks, leaving him with no time for leisurely diversions. The following day, at the first light of dawn, the sound of a door creaking open pierced the silence, followed by boisterous calls urging them to rise. Seasoned as they were, Gao and the others swiftly donned their attire and emerged. Before long, the 10 tenant farmers congregated, herding the donkeys and horses toward the Gao residence. They loaded the rice, and those who were to carry it hoisted the burdens upon their shoulders. Tainyo, bearing a load of grain, glanced back to observe that their procession had grown considerably since the previous day, seemingly augmented by members of the Gao household. At the vanguard stood a distinguished man in his 30s, exuding an aura of affluence. Only upon Uncle Gao's prompting did Tainyo realize that this was none other than Zhou Hui's husband, Gaoan, Master Zhou Li's brother-in-law. With Master Gao leading the way, Zhou Yi followed closely behind. Zhou Chunhua and Zhou Hui were notably absent, presumably spared from such mundane affairs. The contingent formed a lengthy queue, with some leading animals and others carrying their burdens, proceeding in an orderly fashion. After an hour and Oppo's journey, they arrived at an imposing edifice. Tainyo, assuming they were among the first to arrive, was surprised to find a multitude of others already assembled, having arrived even earlier. Gaoan and Zhou Yi proceeded to secure a numbered ticket. Tainyo and Uncle Gao deposited their loads among the throng, and Uncle Gao began to regale Tainyo with tales of the place. This is the Tianyu Merchant Guild, purveyors of grain. Each year, they engage in a large-scale acquisition of provisions, particularly at this juncture when prices are at their zenith. Consequently, landowners are wont to transport their surplus grain here for sale. The prices are indeed favorable, attracting a multitude of sellers. Many retain only what they require for personal consumption, offering the remainder here. This is an annual tradition, as you will come to understand with repeated visits. Tainyo, unaccustomed to such spectacles, could only nod in acquiescence, applauding in admiration. Having departed before dawn, it was nearly noon when their turn arrived. At Gao An's resounding command, the tenant farmers ushered their mules and deposited their grain. Within lay a vast courtyard teeming with activity. Some weighed the goods, others calculated payments, and still others emptied the harvested grain. Each individual was engrossed in their respective task. A wooden placard displayed the day's grain prices. 1 tael of silver per shur. A shur, in essence, equated to 100 jin. The two families possessed a substantial quantity of grain, which was promptly weighed. After nearly half an hour, the weighing was completed. Gaoan, having received the remuneration, exchanged a few pleasantries with the grain collector, then gestured for them to depart. Tainyo, following the crowd, noticed the convivial atmosphere that permeated the group. If I were to hazard a guess, the two families have collectively sold over 1,000 taels of silver. Uncle Gao whispered to Tainyo. Several hundred taels per family, a considerable sum indeed. Tainyo considered that he himself possessed over 150 taels of silver. While grain was valuable, it paled in comparison to the worth of medicine. He mused that transporting a load of grain here for sale was less lucrative than selling medicine. Moreover, grain could provide sustenance in times of famine. Thus, he resolved to retain the grain within his spatial dimension and focus on selling medicine. As the group proceeded, they were abruptly halted. Tainyo craned his neck to discern that a man clad in black had intercepted Gaoan, engaging in a hushed conversation. After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man appeared displeased, waved his hand dismissively, and departed. The procession resumed its course. Upon returning to the donkey yard, a sense of animation pervaded the air. Soon after, a meal was served, resembling the previous day's fare of porridge and meager side dishes. Even Uncle Gao sighed, muttering as he ladled the porridge. Master Gao is indeed parsimonious, even more so than our Master Zhou. The others shared his sentiments. However, the door creaked open, and Shou Chunhua and Zhou Yi re-entered, bearing meat buns. Our business today has been most successful. Zhou Yi, 17 years of age, had been specifically dispatched by Master Zhou to gain experience in managing the family and Appo's affairs. Elated by the day and Appo's achievements, he addressed the group after distributing the meat buns. We have a few more matters to attend to before you may return home. Chunhua will accompany you on your journey back, but as she is a young girl, please extend your care and protection. Rest assured, young master. Uncle Gao replied between bites of a meat bun. The master instructed us accordingly before our departure. You must remain in the city for your studies, as the examinations are fast approaching. Zhou Yi smiled and nodded. We anticipate requiring 2 to 3 days to conclude our affairs. During this time, you are free to explore the city, but please exercise caution. This city differs from our town, teeming with dignitaries whom we cannot afford to offend. Refrain from engaging in any altercations. Return here promptly after completing your errands, as it is safer. Should any issues arise, you may confide in Chunhua. Indeed, exercise caution when venturing out, Zhou Chunhua earnestly advised. The group nodded in acknowledgement. The siblings soon departed. After partaking of the meal, Uncle Gao and the others grew restless, eager to explore the city. Let us go. Tainyo, join us and witness the sights. Uncle Gao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Observing their eagerness, Tainyo smiled and replied, Uncle Gao, uncles, please proceed without me. I arose rather early today and find myself somewhat fatigued. I shall rest for now and perhaps join you tomorrow. You are a spoilsport for one so young. Very well, we shall depart without you. Rest here, but do not wander aimlessly. The county town is unlike our town. It is rife with villainy. We have heard rumors of a band of brigands who plunder grain and money, eluding capture by the authorities. Exercise caution. Tainyo nodded in understanding. Having imparted their admonitions, Uncle Gao and the others departed in high spirits, eager to indulge in the county town's offerings. Given the rarity of such visits, as they arrived here, they fell into silence, waiting for complete stillness before Tainyo finally stood up. He walked into the house, opened the courtyard gate, and closed it behind him, stepping into the bustling street. It was his first visit to the county town, and everything sparked his curiosity. However, he dared not wander aimlessly. His primary objective was to sell herbs. He had only seen a person from Dongfeng Hall come to collect goods once in Chang'ao town, and he recalled the name. He approached a vendor selling baskets by the roadside and purchased one for his supplies, inquiring about the location of Dongfeng Hall, which he quickly learned. Finding a secluded spot, he took out the herbs he had dug up and placed them into the basket before heading toward Dongfeng Hall. Outside, a number of customers were gathered. Tainyo curiously peered inside and noticed a counter that was unoccupied. Summoning his courage, he stepped in and asked, "Do you buy herbs?" "Yes. What do you have?" replied the short, stout man seated there, his demeanor casual, seemingly unimpressed with Tainyo's offerings. Tainyo presented the prepared danshin, which elicited a swift change in the man and Appo's expression. He stood up and took the herb with keen interest, his face brightening with delight. However, being an experienced individual, he quickly contained his excitement and said, "Please wait a moment." He soon returned with another middle-aged man. Tainyo recognized him as the one who had come to Baikatang to collect herbs. He had seen him discussing prices for Huangjing with manager Liu. "Did you dig up these herbs yourself?" the man inquired, inspecting the goods with evident satisfaction. "Yes, I collected them myself," Tainyo affirmed. "I am a herb gatherer." "These look good," the man acknowledged, nodding appreciatively. "The age is sufficient. I'll offer you 5 taels of silver." Tainyo felt a surge of excitement. After a moment's thought, he laid out all the herbs in his basket before him, saying, "Look, I have even more." The middle-aged man Kuden and Appo's contained himself and rushed forward to examine each herb closely. Upon seeing a particularly large Huangjing, weighing around 20 jin, he was astonished. Noting it was larger than any he had previously collected in Chang and Appo's in town. "How did you manage to find such aged herbs?" Tainyo smiled sheepishly. "I have been gathering herbs with my uncle and father since I was 8 years old. We often camp in the mountains, traversing the same paths each year to memorize the locations of the herbs, returning to gather them after a few years. It can be quite dangerous." "Why didn't your father and uncle accompany you? Just a child like you came alone?" "They went to purchase supplies and will join me shortly." After a moment of contemplation, the man offered a price. "This Huangjing is of good quality. I can give you 8 taels of silver." The man began to list prices for each herb. Tainyo thought the Huangjing should fetch around 15 or 16 taels, considering manager Liu had sold him lesser quality for 10 taels. However, he understood he had no standing to negotiate. Nodding in agreement, he realized the price was significantly higher than what he had received in Chang and Appo's Ao town. "Your total comes to 258 taels of silver." The middle-aged man led him to the back, where they counted the coins carefully, revealing the final sum. Tainyo was elated. He had sold herbs for over 200 taels, indeed, a valuable haul. He had never possessed such wealth before and felt a rush of exhilaration, though he kept his emotions in check. With this fortune, he could afford to study under his master for the coming year. "Take care of your money," the man warned seriously, placing the coins into Tainyo and Appo's basket. "The world is chaotic now. Once you leave here, reunite with your father and uncle for safety. Also, if you have more herbs in the future, feel free to bring them here." Tainyo nodded, sensing the man and Appo's good nature. "All right, if I have more, I will come back. My surname is Jiang." The man introduced himself as Jiang Tianming, rising from his seat. Tainyo acknowledged him and stepped outside, where the hall was still lively. Just then, he noticed 2 imposing figures enter, requesting, "2 ichi pills, please. 1 pill costs 10 taels of silver. 2 pills will be 20 taels. Why is it so expensive? We use only the finest materials. 10 taels for 1 pill is reasonable. If you find cheaper elsewhere, the quality will surely be inferior. Cheap comes at a cost." Reluctantly, the 2 men paid 20 taels for the pills, leaving visibly excited. Tainyo was taken aback, realizing his master had not deceived him. Ichi pills were indeed pricey, 10 taels each. This realization sparked an idea. Perhaps he could venture into alchemy himself, which might prove more profitable than selling herbs. "Are you interested in purchasing pills? Such pills are only useful for cultivators, not ordinary folks," Jiang Tianming remarked with a smile, observing Tainyo's interest. "Thank you, Manager Jiang." Tainyo grinned gratefully before turning to leave, carrying his basket outside. Once he found a secluded spot, he quickly stored the silver in his spatial pouch. After securing the coins, he sighed in relief. He had accomplished 2 significant tasks here, with only one remaining, crafting a hammer. Immediately, he sought out a nearby blacksmith shop. Inside, the fire blazed brightly, and numerous muscular men swung their hammers, forging weapons. It was Tainyo and Appo's first visit to such a place, and he instinctively shrank back at the sight. A robust middle-aged man approached him, sizing him up, seemingly doubting his presence there. "I wish to forge a weapon," Tainyo declared, puffing out his chest to appear more mature. "You want to forge a weapon?" "Yes, I do. I want to craft a hammer." "That's fine, as long as you can pay." "What kind of hammer do you want?" The burly man responded readily. "I need a usable weapon, but I'm not sure what exactly. I've never seen one before." Tainyo scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was indeed puzzling that his master had only given him the technique for forging hammers instead of swordsmanship, making it difficult for him to specify what type of hammer he desired. There are several common types of hammers. Come take a look. The strong man led him to a side area where several blueprints were displayed, illustrating different hammer designs. Tainyo simply needed to choose one from the 3 distinct types available. I and Appos, LL take this one, he decided. Tainyo pointed to one of the medium-sized iron hammers and ultimately settled on one called the Golden Melon Hammer. You have a good eye? The burly man chuckled, indicating the blueprint. Here, the Golden Melon Hammer comes in 3 specifications. The first is a single hammer weighing 5 pounds, and a double hammer totaling 10 pounds. The second is a single hammer of 8 pounds, with a double hammer at 16 pounds. The third consists of 3 hammers weighing 15 pounds and a double hammer of 30 pounds. You are quite young. Even if I were to give you a 5-pound hammer, you might be able to lift it, but you may not wield it effectively. It was evident that he was subtly advising against forging weapons. Then give me the heaviest, Tainyo declared resolutely. The burly man looked at him and noticed the young man's unwavering gaze, realizing he was not jesting, and nodded. 80 taels of silver. Come back in a month to collect it. Our iron shop requires a deposit of 30 taels. The remaining balance will be paid upon completion. Seeing Tainyo hesitate in silence, the burly man reiterated, rest assured, our Liu family blacksmith shop has been in the county for over 10 generations, and we conduct business based on trust. It is absolutely impossible for us to take your money and not deliver. At this point, Tainyo nodded, and after apologizing, he found a place to retrieve the funds from his spatial storage to hand over to the man. What is your name? I am called Qin Tainyo. Qin Tainyo, your name bears some resemblance to this hammer. I am Lu Wulang. Come back in a month to collect your goods and be sure to bring the remaining payment. Tainyo nodded and soon departed. Lu Wulang, holding the 30 taels of silver, found it curious how such a young child could possess so much money. This substantial sum would be difficult for an ordinary family to gather. However, he was merely a blacksmith, so he thought little of it and returned to his forge to continue crafting weapons. He knew that this hammer would take considerable time to complete. Although he couldn't take it back immediately, he was not in a rush, for he would return to sell medicine in the future. After leaving, Tainyo exhaled in relief. The sky had already darkened, and it was time for dinner. Having ventured into the city after much effort, he wished to indulge in some local delicacies. He caught a whiff of fragrant noodles and looked up to see a nearby noodle shop steaming with warmth, where meat was being added to bowls of noodles, appearing quite enticing. Sir, would you like some noodles? Do you prefer beef noodles or lamb noodles? Our noodles are delicious. I can get you a bowl for just 10 won. I'll have a bowl. Tainyo could not resist the allure of the food and approached the owner for a bowl of beef noodles. All right, just wait. Upon the owner's call, a steaming bowl was soon served. The rich broth was topped with several slices of meat, exuding an irresistible aroma. Tainyo took a bite and found it even more delectable than the meals at Old Show's house. Now, Tainyo felt as though he had witnessed the world. The county was certainly far more entertaining than the town, filled with countless delights. However, the only downside was the steep prices. After finishing his meal, he smacked his lips in satisfaction and stood up, patting his chest as he prepared to leave. Realizing that time was slipping away, he hurried back. Upon his return, he discovered that Old Gao and the others had already come back, and a large group was animatedly chatting, the atmosphere lively. Listening closely, Tainyo felt his face flush with embarrassment. They had apparently spent their time at a brothel, and the words escaping their lips made him feel awkward. He felt both shy and curious. Tainyo, it's understandable that you didn't go. You're still too young. But in a few years, when you're older, Uncle Gao will take you there to find a maiden and let you experience the greatest joys of life. Old Gao jested, playfully patting his shoulder with a hearty laugh. Tainyo's face turned crimson. That would be so embarrassing. I wouldn't even know what to do. The group erupted in laughter, finding great amusement in the youthful Tainyo and Appos' innocence. What's embarrassing about it? At that time, you just need to lie back and let them do the work. Why would you need to lift a finger? If you did, what would you be spending your money on? Here, who doesn't he have a wife? Only your own wife requires your involvement. If you're paying here, they'll do all the work. Others joined in the laughter, slapping their knees in mirth. Tainyo and Appos' face reddened further, feeling overwhelmed by the lewdness of the conversation. Thus, a day passed in this manner. The next day unfolded without any significant events. But Tainyo overheard Old Gao and the others discussing going out for a proper excursion. They invited him once more, but he politely declined. After breakfast, once they had departed, Tainyo pondered another matter. Since he had already sold the medicinal herbs, perhaps he could explore places selling fresh herbs to replenish his stock. Moreover, there might be some herbs in the county that he had yet to encounter, which he could buy to cultivate. With this thought, he felt enlightened and made a decisive resolution. Such markets were not difficult to find. They existed everywhere. Fresh herbs were typically sold in markets. So he promptly made his way to a nearby one. Upon arrival, he discovered stalls not only selling vegetables but also offering fresh medicinal herbs. Many of the herbs looked freshly dug from the earth, and while their varieties were diverse, the selection was quite extensive. As he browsed, he was delighted to find some items that were unavailable in the town. With a smile akin to discovering a legendary elixir, he eagerly began to gather. He specifically sought herbs that appeared healthy and capable of being cultivated, particularly those that were somewhat expensive and not already in his possession. After spending 3 taels of silver, he felt he had acquired a satisfactory amount, and as he prepared to leave, he overheard 2 individuals conversing nearby. It's useless. Yesterday we each took a chi-enhancing pill. But it still doesn't seem effective. Could it be because we took too little? Too little? We haven't just taken 1 chi-enhancing pill in the past 2 years. How many have we consumed? Frankly, I feel that the chi-enhancing pill has little effect on us now. Next time we buy, we should consider the chi-replenishing pill instead. It's said to be more potent. Do you think I'm unaware? But the chi-replenishing pill is quite expensive, 40 taels each. How can we afford that? His companion replied with a hint of resignation. Tainyo instantly recognized them. They were the 2 individuals who had purchased chi-enhancing pills from Dongfeng Hall. He hadn't anticipated running into them again, but their conversation sparked an idea in Tainyo's mind. Now that he possessed the formula and method for crafting chi-enhancing pills, could he not attempt to concoct chi-replenishing pills? Given the characteristics of his small cauldron, he merely needed to acquire 1 chi-enhancing pill to reveal the formula and crafting method. Since the chi-replenishing pill was more effective than the chi-enhancing pill, he could produce some for himself. Those he could not consume could be sold, undoubtedly yielding greater profits than merely selling herbs. With his mindset, he swiftly returned to Dongfeng Hall. Upon entering, he approached one of the counters directly. "Excuse me, do you have chi-replenishing pills? I would like to purchase one." The attendant glanced at him without raising an eyebrow and quoted, 40 taels each. Without a moment's hesitation, Tainyo produced 40 taels of silver and placed them before the man. Perhaps taken aback by Tainyo and Appo's generosity, the man paused for a brief moment. But he quickly retreated inside. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a small wooden box. Upon opening it, Tainyo beheld a black pill radiating a mysterious glow. He noted that this item was far more aesthetically pleasing than the chi-boosting pills he had concocted himself. And it was no wonder it commanded a price of 40 taels. Its luster alone surpassed that of his own creations. Elated, he tucked the pill away and stealthily exited the premises. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes in the shadows narrowed in contemplation as they observed him. Once outside, Tainyo, still in high spirits, pondered that since he had already ventured out, he might as well procure some items for his home. Thus, he resumed his shopping, spending another 5 taels throughout the day. In the blink of an eye, he had expended approximately 80 of the 200 taels earned from selling medicine and was left with over 100. After dining, he returned to the donkey yard, where everyone had gathered and was joyfully conversing. He quietly blended into the crowd, listening to their banter. Lao Gao was in high spirits, commanding attention with his stories. However, as the evening wore on, fatigue began to settle in, and one by one, the group drifted off to sleep. Tainyo refrained from inquiring about their plans for the following day, feeling it inappropriate to disturb them while they were engaged in conversation. As he dozed off, oblivious to the passage of time, a sudden, loud knocking echoed from the main gate of the donkey yard, rousing him from his slumber. Startled, he sat upright, and soon, even Lao Gao and the others were awakened. Who the hell is knocking at this hour? Do they not allow anyone to sleep? Lao Gao grumbled as he opened the door. However, upon opening it, Tainyo was met with the sight of Shou Chunhua supporting the bloodied Shou Yi, who collapsed into his arms. The shock sent a chill down Tainyo's spine, especially at the sight of Zhou Yi, drenched in blood. "Miss, what has happened to young master? The Gao residence has been annihilated. A group of masked assailants stormed in, and Ant and the others. They are all dead, all murdered." Zhou Chunhua, seemingly petrified, sobbed to Tainyo. "We were the only ones to escape after we sensed something was amiss during the night. My brother was wounded multiple times while trying to save me. He looks as though he may not survive." Her voice quivered with fear. Just then, Tainyo caught sight of a roaring blaze rising from the direction of the Gao residence across the street. His heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. Lao Gao? Everyone, wake up. We must leave immediately. Harness the mules and horses and get out of here. Quickly, he shouted. Lao Gao and the others, already awake, rushed out at his command. Upon seeing the condition of Zhou Chunhua and Zhou Yi, they were horrified and quickly assisted in laying Zhou Yi onto a cart. They must be targeting the Gao family. We cannot linger here. This is still the Gao residence's donkey yard. We must leave at once. Tainyo instructed urgently. His ability to react swiftly in such a dire situation earned him the respect of the others, who listened intently to his orders. Without hesitation, they hastily gathered their belongings and departed from the donkey yard. After leaving, they arrived at the city gates. Although entering the city required identification checks, leaving was generally unrestricted. Even late at night, unless a significant event had occurred, they managed to exit without incident. Once outside the city, they dared not tarry, hastily making their way towards Chang'ao town. As they distanced themselves from the bustling city, Lao Gao and the others exhaled a sigh of relief, though a lingering fear remained. They began to speculate about the events that had transpired at the Gao residence. Tainyo, too, pondered the sudden calamity that had befallen the once esteemed Gao family. If Zhou Chunhua's account was to be believed, it seemed likely that the entire household had been wiped out. In that moment, Zhou Chunhua's distressed cries pierced the air, drawing everyone and Apos' attention to the cart where Zhou Yi lay. His pallid complexion spoke volumes, and with each jolt of the cart, his breath grew shallower, as if life itself were slipping away. Miss, we cannot allow young master to deteriorate further. We must find a physician to tend to his wounds, or he may not survive. Lao Gao urged Zhou Chunhua. But where will we find a doctor? We are in unfamiliar territory, and this is desolate land. Zhou Chunhua's eyes were red from weeping. Tainyo, standing quietly at the rear of the group, fell silent, recognizing the gravity of Zhou Yi's condition. Just then, Zhou Yi coughed weakly and summoned the last vestiges of his strength to address Zhou Chunhua. Do not concern yourself with me. We must return home. They are after Aunt's family, and it may be tied to our dealings in grain. If we linger here, we might be mistaken for members of the Gao family and meet the same fate. We must hurry. If I can hold on, I will, but if I cannot endanger you. Zhou Chunhua gazed at her brother, tears streaming down her face. Let us go. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to lead the others. Lao Gao nodded in agreement, turning to depart. At that moment, Tainyo stepped forward and discreetly pressed a chi-boosting pill into Zhou Chunhua's palm, whispering, This is a chi-boosting pill I procured in the city, worth 10 taels. Have him take it. Perhaps it may sustain him until we reach the town. Once there, we can find a doctor, and there may still be hope for him. Zhou Chunhua stared at the pill in astonishment, sensing its significance. Resolutely, she bit her lip and placed the pill in her brother and Apos' mouth. Tainyo then returned to the crowd, continuing to move forward. This was a pill he had crafted himself, and he had intended to use it for his own cultivation. But seeing Zhou Yi's dire state and recalling the kindness shown to him by the Zhou family, especially Zhou Chunhua's consideration for him, he felt compelled to act. As he pondered the implications, he thought, if he survives, I shall reclaim the 10 taels from the Zhou family. If not, I shall consider it a loss of a pill to fate. With that, they pressed on, not daring to halt. As dawn approached, a sense of relief washed over them. At this pace, they would reach Chang and Apos' town by afternoon. However, fatigue soon set in, and they longed for a moment in Apos' respite. They were comforted by the fact that Zhou Yi, having consumed the chi-boosting pill, was still hanging on. Just as they prepared to rest, a sudden flash of sword light illuminated the night, followed by a severed head soaring into the air. As the daylight began to break, the horror of the scene became unmistakable, unthinkable. A murder. Lao Gao and the others panicked, scattering in every direction. Tiniu was experiencing such a situation for the first time. The sight of the tenant farmer's head soaring into the sky sent a chill coursing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him utterly startled. Don't go. As Zhou Chunhua pulled aside the curtain, witnessing a masked assassin slaying one of her tenant farmers, a wave of icy dread washed over her, compelling her to urge the others to remain calm. However, the crowd was far too preoccupied with their own survival to heed her words. Tiniu, too, found himself consumed by the instinct to flee. Just then, he noticed that as he veered to the left, the assassin mirrored his movements, closing in directly on him. Panic surged within Tiniu as he realized with dread that the assassin was not targeting Zhou Chunhua or Zhou Yi, but him. In a frenzy, he sprinted away, the assassin hot on his heels. In that moment, Tinio and Apos' survival instincts ignited. Bolstered by his recent training in chi manipulation and his consumption of the rice from the small cauldron space, his physical prowess had transformed dramatically. He was not only stronger, but also remarkably agile. As he dashed forward, he deftly dodged, leaving the assassin momentarily unable to catch up. The assassin, growing furious, had not anticipated that this seemingly young lad possessed such agility. "Who are you?" he thought, frustrated that this child was eluding him. Tinio, recognizing that the assassin was solely focused on him, felt a surge of urgency. "We have no enmity. Why pursue me? I have no money," he shouted over his shoulder. But the assassin remained silent, intensifying his pursuit. Suddenly, he accelerated, seizing an opportunity to close the distance, and swung his sword at Tinio and Apos' back with blinding speed. A strike fueled by tremendous power. Tinio barely managed to evade it, yet the blade grazed him, leaving a long, painful cut along his back. Startled by the sudden pain, Tinio's anger flared. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, grasping a small tree branch. Without hesitation, he yanked it from the ground and swung it backward with all his might, striking the assassin squarely on the head. The assassin, despite his superior skill, had underestimated Tinio's strength and speed. The blow left him momentarily dazed. Seizing the moment, Tinio, emboldened by his unexpected success, turned and brandished the branch like a weapon. The assassin, still reeling from the impact, was struck again, and the force of the blows made him feel as though stars were dancing in his vision. Sensing the shift in the fight, Tinio grew bolder, relentlessly swinging the branch at the assassin. The assassin, now disoriented after 2 solid hits to the head, found his strength waning. Although he had superior skills, Tinio and Apos' raw power was overwhelming. As Tinio fought with fervor, he realized the branch was losing its integrity under the assassin's strikes. In a desperate maneuver, he thrust forward, disarming the assassin and driving the branch deep into his chest. The assassin, in disbelief, gasped as he realized that this seemingly insignificant boy had bested him. Tinio, in shock, let go of the branch, staring at the fallen figure before him. It dawned on him. He had taken a life. Panic gripped him momentarily, but he soon regained composure. "It's done now," he thought, and he swiftly removed the assassin and Apos' mask. To his astonishment, the face revealed was that of Jiang Tianming from the East Wind Hall. How could this be? This was the very man who had warned him to be cautious while selling medicine. Tinio's mind raced. It became clear that Jiang had come solely to rob him of his wealth. Reflecting on the treachery of human nature, Tinio felt immense relief that his training had fortified him, sparing him from Jiang's lethal intentions. Determined, he began to search Jiang's body, uncovering a significant sum of silver and a sword manual as well as the sword itself. Tinio took everything without hesitation. Realizing the body could not remain where it lay, he used the sword to dig a grave and bury Jiang before making his way back. Upon his return, he found the group had moved on, clearly having fled in the chaos. Tinio bore no ill will. Survival was paramount. He quickly followed their tracks until he caught up with them by midday. There he is. Tinio has returned. Lao Gao was the first to spot him, joy radiating from him as he announced Tinio's presence. Shou Chunhua stepped down from the cart, visibly relieved at his return. "We couldn't assist, and it seemed he was pursuing you, so we took the chance to retreat." Lao Gao patted Tinio on the shoulder, admiration in his voice. "How did you escape him?" Feigning exhaustion, Tinio replied, "I've always been quick on the mountains. He couldn't keep up. After I lost him, I took a shortcut to catch up with you all. Well done. You led him away from us. Otherwise, we might have faced dire consequences." The group, feeling fortunate to have escaped danger, resumed their journey toward Chang and Apos' town. By afternoon, they finally returned, and the sight of the town elicited cheers from the entire party. "Let us head to my home." At this moment, Shou Chunhua instructed Lao Gao and the others, expressing her gratitude for their assistance along the journey. "Let us first head to my home. We can discuss matters later, and I must inform my father about this incident." Of course. Let us proceed to the master's residence." Within the Zhou household, Zhou Li awaited their arrival with a cheerful demeanor. However, his expression shifted drastically upon seeing the state of the procession, particularly when he caught sight of his eldest son, barely clinging to life, as he emerged from the cart. Instantly, chaos erupted within the Zhou family. The doctor had already been summoned, and Zhou Li called Shou Chunhua into a room for questioning. Meanwhile, the tenants, including Tyne Yo and Lao Gao, were invited to the courtyard, where Shou Chunhua's mother prepared some food to help them calm their nerves and take a moment to rest. By the time they finished their meal, the doctor had assessed Zhou Yi's injuries and was discussing the situation with Zhou Li before taking his leave. Tainyo, come in. Zhou Li emerged and patted Tainyo on the shoulder, beckoning him to follow. Tainyo sensed that Zhou Li had something important to convey and, wiping his mouth, entered the study alongside him. Zhou Li sat down and gestured for Tainyo to take a seat as well. Zhou Chunhua stood nearby, casting a glance at Tainyo. I must express my gratitude to you, Zhou Li began after taking a deep breath. Chunhua mentioned that you were the first to alert everyone to leave promptly. Otherwise, you all might have perished in the donkey yard. It is commendable for someone so young to display such composure. Tainyo scratched his head, Master. I merely sensed danger and instinctively urged everyone to vacate the area. If the assailants were indeed targeting the Gao residents, they could have obliterated the entire estate. You possess a sound rationale. However, the specifics of this situation remain elusive. I need you to investigate further, as that involves my sister and brother-in-law's family. Zhou Li sighed before continuing. The doctor just informed me that the chi-boosting pill you provided was indeed effective. Otherwise, Zhou Yi might have succumbed during the journey. He has sustained injuries, but his life is no longer in jeopardy. That is a relief. I had merely purchased a chi-boosting pill in the city out of curiosity, never imagining it would inadvertently save the young master's life. It cost 10 taels of silver. Tainyo chuckled innocently. Furthermore, it was your timely diversion of the assassin that likely spared them all from certain death. Zhou Li regarded Tainyo with a newfound admiration. You have, in fact, saved them thrice. Tainyo, I must admit I had not anticipated your loyalty, courage, and discernment. Tainyo felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that during those moments, his primary instinct had been to flee. He had not known the assailant was pursuing him. I am curious, why did the assassin choose to pursue you, forsaking others? Zhou Li pondered, unable to grasp the rationale, as no one would suspect that the assassin was after Tainyo. I may have insulted him, striking a nerve, which compelled him to seek my life. Tainyo offered a plausible excuse. Zhou Li, though surprised by this revelation, could find no better explanation. In the wake of the turmoil, it was unfathomable that the assailant had specifically targeted Tainyo. Thus, upon hearing this, he felt a sense of relief and patted his shoulder. Good lad, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Speak your mind. I, Zhou Li, do not relish being indebted to anyone. He never anticipated that good fortune would suddenly fall upon him. The stingy Lord Zhou surprisingly allowed him to make a request. His heart raced with excitement. What he desired most was the plot of land at the foot of Lianhua Mountain. After some contemplation, he cautiously inquired, Lord Zhou, I have no other requests, but may I ask if you would sell me the land at Lianhua Mountain? He hadn't even considered the possibility of Lord Zhou gifting him the land. He intended to purchase it. Why must you insist on acquiring that particular plot of land when there are plenty of other fertile fields available? Lord Zhou furrowed his brow. I find that place quite serene, devoid of crowds, Tinyu explained. Yet, Lord Zhou appeared reluctant. After a moment's thought, he produced 10 taels of silver and handed them to Tinyu. Tinyu, this sum represents the payment for your Ichi pill. You used that pill to sustain Zhou Yi, allowing him to persevere until now. I am merely repaying you for that. As for the land, do not rush your decision. Consider it as me owing you a favor. Tinyu was somewhat speechless, exclaiming inwardly, Are you trying this trick on me again? Back when my father saved you, you also claimed to owe him a favor without giving him anything. Lord Zhou, you truly are miserly. Nevertheless, Tinyu understood that land was the most crucial resource, and it was reasonable for Lord Zhou to be unwilling to sell it to him. After all, he now had a favor owed to him, and Tinyu was not in a hurry. He accepted the 10 taels of silver, as it was rightfully his. Dad, at that moment, Zhou Chunhua suddenly called out. With no other choice, Lord Zhou retrieved another 10 taels of silver and pressed them into Tinyu's hands. All right, this additional sum is to express my gratitude. I still owe you that favor. Only then did Tinyu feel satisfied. Obtaining silver from Lord Zhou was no easy feat and had cost him dearly. Tinyu, it seems you have a sword wound on your back. Is it serious? Zhou Chunhua observed his back. Tinyu had completely forgotten about the injury during that intense escape. Who had the presence of mind to remember being struck by a sword? Only upon her reminder did he notice a burning pain on his back. Ouch, that hurts. Tinyu feigned a cry of pain. Oh, indeed. Come, lie down, and I shall apply some medicine. Zhou Chunhua exclaimed. Chunhua, go fetch him a new set of clothes from the tailor in town. At that moment, Lord Zhou appeared quite generous. Before long, Lord Zhou personally applied some medicine to Tinyu's wound. After the application, he felt much better, and the new clothes were ready. Don't throw away that torn garment. I still need it. Tinyu protested as he saw the shirt ripped by the sword, reminding Chunhua, who was about to leave with it. Rest assured, I shan't discard it. However, with such a large tear, I will have my mother mend it for you. Once it's fixed, you can take it back. Tinyu nodded and stepped outside. Yet, he lingered for a while longer as Lord Zhou expressed his gratitude to everyone for their assistance during this time and distributed 20 taels of silver as compensation for the deceased tenant. Once everything was settled, the tenants prepared to return home, and Tinyu naturally left with them. Just as he was about to depart, Zhou Chunhua hurriedly approached him. Tinyu, I do not know the source of your funds for the Ichi pill, but I must remind you that you now hold 20 taels of silver. With the planting season upon us, do not squander that money. You will need it for seeds, or you will have nothing to sow. I know, do not worry. Tinyu waved his hand in farewell. Upon returning to the mountain, dusk had fallen. Dahai, upon seeing Tinyu return, joyfully wagged his tail and leaped toward him, brimming with excitement. Tinyu collapsed onto his bed, feeling an immense sense of relief. He had narrowly escaped with his life this time, after much contemplation. He concluded that staying in this place felt far safer, at least for his life. In the future, he would need to exercise greater caution when venturing out. Moreover, he recognized the urgent necessity to focus on cultivating his strength, as luck had favored him this time, but it might not the next. Strangely, he had felt unafraid before. But now, upon returning to the mountain and feeling the cold wind, a shiver of fear crept upon him. No, I must cultivate. Increase the dosage, he resolved. Swallowing the remaining Ichi pills and beginning his practice. Dahai, who had missed his master for several days, had hoped to play with him, but upon Tinyu and Appo's return, he seemed possessed by a frenzy of cultivation. Initially, he sat in earnest meditation, but soon began to shed his clothing. It's too hot, too hot. I've taken too many pills, Tinyu exclaimed, now clad only in his undergarments, running wildly through the forest, feeling an overwhelming heat envelop him. Dahai, bewildered, squatted down to watch his little master bouncing around the valley, and could not help but pat his own head. My master is already 13. He is certainly at the age to be spirited. Just Don and Amp, Appo's, to overdo it. The old master mused, hoping for Tinyu to thrive. After a few days of delay, Tinyu returned to a flurry of tasks. The grain rain season had arrived, marking the ideal time for spring planting, yet he felt unperturbed. His first order of business was to return to his space and plant the medicinal herbs he had purchased from the city of Jijin. Thereafter, he labored during the day and practiced at night. One evening, as he practiced, he unexpectedly entered that peculiar state once more. In the depths of his mind, a bridge seemed to appear ahead. As he gazed forward, it appeared unfathomably deep, swaying precariously as if it were impossible to cross. Fear gripped him, yet he resolved to press on. After what felt like an incense stick's burning time, he finally traversed the bridge. Turning back, he found it had vanished. And at that moment, he regained consciousness, gazing up at the starlit sky. This time felt different from the last. He had once again entered the realm of the Chongqing Bridge. However, in his previous haste, he had failed to clarify with his master the intricacies of this experience. Calculating carefully, he realized that tomorrow marked the time for another visit. Having undergone this sensation, he felt particularly elated. Unable to contain his joy, he chuckled, preparing to seek out Master Su the next day to clarify some matters of cultivation. It would suffice to navigate this path solely through trial and error. Learning to read was not enough. The following day, adhering to his routine, he unearthed a few medicinal herbs, not too many, just a handful. Since selling at a high price at the Dongfeng Hall, he had become reluctant to conduct business with manager Liu again. Liu was too unscrupulous, with exorbitant price discrepancies. However, after being pursued by Jiang Tianming, he remained uncertain whether Jiang and Appo's actions stemmed from personal motives or if they represented the entire Dongfeng Hall. Thus, he planned to investigate any rumors while he was there. Since returning, an unsettling feeling had lingered in his heart, but after several days of tranquility on the mountain, it seemed as though the matter had passed. Following his usual practice, he sought out He Laowu without delay. He Laowu had a pile of herbs at his feet, appearing quite meager. However, Tinyu did not show disdain. Instead, he stepped forward and collected everything, spending a total of 30 coins. He Laowu was effusively grateful to him. After placing the medicines into the space, he dug out the ones inside and placed them into his backpack, finally carrying them to the entrance of the 100 Herbs Hall. Upon arriving outside, he hesitated, uncertain whether to enter or how to approach the conversation. To his surprise, as soon as he reached the vicinity, he overheard Manager Liu speaking with someone inside. "Manager Su, what brings you here today? It has always been Manager Jiang who collects the goods previously, has and oppos. It? Ah, who can say for sure? Indeed, it was Manager Jiang who came to collect the goods, but he has suddenly gone missing these past few days. No one knows where he has gone. He doesn't even visit the East Wind Hall anymore. Out of necessity. Our young master has reassigned me to handle matters over here. Manager Su, does this mean we will be seeing each other frequently from now on? I hope you will keep an eye on our side. Although my location is somewhat remote, our town has many fine medicinal materials. If you are willing to come and collect, I assure you I can provide you with plenty. It and oppos. S just about the pricing. Rest assured, at East Wind Hall, everyone is treated equally. We have our pricing standards. Ah, yes. Also, with Manager Zhang's sudden disappearance, who knows when he might return? It's possible he may come back to collect goods from you. Indeed, whoever comes is welcome. Very well, I shall take my leave. Afterward, a middle-aged man waving a fan made his way to a nearby carriage, quickly taking a seat and departing. Behind him trailed a horse laden with numerous medicinal materials. A glimmer of joy appeared on Tai Nyo's face. From their conversation, he had gleaned that Jiang Tianming's attempt to eliminate him was purely personal. This meant that his act of killing Jiang Tianming would go unnoticed, and he would have no future troubles. He straightened his appearance, donned a smile, and entered the hall with his backpack. Oh, young brother. To Manager Liu, his arrival was akin to seeing the god of wealth, for his medicines were truly in demand. At last, you have come. What fine goods do you bring today? Manager Liu, take a look. Tai Nyo began to present his wares one by one, just as before. Now, having seen many fine items, Manager Liu was not as astonished as he had been previously and quickly set prices for the goods. Internally, Tai Nyo cursed the merchant for his shrewdness but could only accept the price with a smile on his face. In total, he earned 16 taels of silver. Ah. Tai Nyo, it seems you have brought fewer items this time. After giving payment, Manager Liu began to point out shortcomings, insisting that he should have brought more. Manager Liu, if I could have brought more, I surely would have. My father has been discussing with me about making enough money to buy a few acres of land. So we wouldn't have to continue as herb gatherers. Just a few days ago, 2 people from our village died while gathering herbs. Who knows when my father and I might also be unable to gather herbs, and then we would be in danger. Do not say such things. You see, each time you come, you earn a good sum. In no time, you could buy a few acres of land. What else could yield such profits? In these times, making money is not easy. Manager Liu was reluctant to let his god of wealth simply walk away, urging Tai Nyo to persist in his endeavors. At your age, if you buy a few acres of land, build a house, and marry a wife, wouldn't that make your life complete? You must continue to gather herbs. Tai Nyo chuckled softly, shouldered his backpack, and prepared to leave. Make sure to bring more herbs next time. Manager Liu called out as he departed. Tai Nyo nodded and quickly exited. After wandering around, he finally ambled his way to the Qingfeng Hall. At that moment, Su Daxian watched Su Qingfeng with concern. Have you not seen the Bridge of Longevity yet? Su Daxian looked anxiously at Su Qingfeng. Grandfather, how could we see the Bridge of Longevity so soon? Su Qingfeng replied helplessly. Then how did that Tai Nyo see it so quickly? Su Daxian felt a sense of unease. Su Qingfeng fell silent, contemplating. How would I know? I only just learned that the Qi induction technique requires such cultivation. At that moment, Tai Nyo had already arrived at the entrance, respectfully bowing. Dehei, lying comfortably on the side, did not mind their conversation, knowing that his young master would have ample leisure time here. Ah, Tai Nyo, how has your cultivation been these past few days? Su Daxian greeted him with a warm smile. Master, I saw the Bridge of Longevity again last night. Tai Nyo replied earnestly. Su Daxian's heart nearly shattered at this revelation. Before he could fully process it, Tai Nyo, wearing a contemplative expression, asked, Master, could you tell me what I should do next in my cultivation? Last time, when I asked, you did not explain it clearly, and I also did not inquire thoroughly. Su Daxian felt a pang of pain in his heart and cast a glance at his precious granddaughter. He has seen the Bridge of Longevity for the second time. Why are you so unresponsive? Nevertheless, despite his heartache, he still had to treat his current god of wealth well. Indeed, I did not explain it thoroughly last time. Come in, and let us have a proper discussion about cultivation. Thank you, master. Tai Nyo was eager, wishing to gain more knowledge and earn some money. Upon entering, Su Daxian began to earnestly discuss the fundamentals of cultivation. To cultivate is to progress through different realms. However, before that, one must first see the Bridge of Longevity. What is the Bridge of Longevity? The path to immortality is long, and as mere mortals, we require a bridge to connect us with the divine. This bridge which links mortals to immortals, is what we call the Bridge of Longevity. Tainio had already grasped the concept of the Bridge of Longevity. In this world, only a few possess the ability to cultivate. How can we determine if someone has the potential? It is defined by the Bridge of Longevity. Seeing the Bridge of Longevity signifies that one has the aptitude to take a step on the path of cultivation, but that is just the beginning. According to the path of cultivation, one can see the Bridge of Longevity a total of 3 times. 3 times indicates that a person has the potential for cultivation. And only after these 3 experiences can one truly begin to enter the first realm of cultivation, which is chi refinement. Upon hearing this, Tainio diligently wrote down the words chi refinement. You need not write it down. Sudaxian waved his hand, signaling him to save himself the embarrassment. Master, I am not very bright and have a poor memory. I must jot it down. Chi refinement is divided into 13 layers. Sudaxian continued, feeling a sense of pride, as this was an opportunity to showcase his knowledge before his disciple. We possess extraordinary meridians, and when numerous channels connect, they form chi. It is difficult to specify which meridian this refers to, but many say that there are 13 distinct types of chi that can be cultivated within the body. Hence the term and appos, 13 layers of chi refinement. And appos, each time you cultivate a type of chi, it signifies that you have taken a step forward. Is that so? Tainio exclaimed. Realizing the significance, he could not help but recall the first time he practiced the chi induction technique, when he felt the presence of chi. Unable to contain himself, he asked, Master, was that instance of the chi induction technique when I felt the chi? At this question, Sudaxian felt a bit awkward, thinking to himself, what nonsense chi was that? That was merely me leading you on. That thing is still quite distant from the true essence of chi. Do not dwell on this notion of chi for now. You have already encountered the Chongqing Bridge twice. Once more, and you shall truly step into the realm of chi cultivation, at which point you will comprehend the true meaning of chi. As for the present, do not overthink it. I understand, Master. So, I shall practice according to the records of the chi induction technique, correct? Precisely. Master Su nodded, instructing you to practice as detailed in those records. The chi induction technique is a highly confidential scripture of our Su clan's Chi Feng Hall, known only to my core disciples. You must seize this opportunity and not let me down. Rest assured, Master. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the chi induction technique and will certainly not bring disgrace to our Chi Feng Hall. Very well. Today, I will share some insights on cultivation and teach you some characters. Another day passed, and as he prepared to leave, Tinyu expressed his gratitude before departing with Dai. After his departure, Master Su could not help but glance at Su Qingfeng beside him. Unable to contain himself, after practicing the first page as instructed, did you truly not see the Chongqing Bridge? He remained somewhat skeptical, wondering if his granddaughter had made an error. Grandfather, I truly did not see the Chongqing Bridge. If I had, would I not tell you? Su Qifeng replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved, as she too could not comprehend why she had yet to see the Chongqing Bridge. By her understanding, her innate talent should suffice. At least better than that of a mere villager like Tinyu. Yet, the reality left her speechless. She was surpassed by Tinyu. Increase the dosage. The old man contemplated before proposing what he believed to be the best solution. Grandfather, the chi-boosting pills you made seem to have little effect. How can they have little effect? I see that Tinyu's rapid progress is indeed due to the chi-boosting pills I crafted. How else could he have seen the Chongqing Bridge so soon? It has not been long. It must be my doing. Master Su, incensed by his granddaughter and Appo's comments, felt greatly insulted, his beard bristling with indignation. Tinia may possess unique qualities that account for his swift advancement. Are we unaware of the efficacy of our pills? In any other place, even purchasing one from the county would yield far superior results. Our concoctions simply lack potency. If you insist on having me consume those pills and continue my practice, I fear it will yield no results. In truth, Master Su was aware that his elixirs were ineffective, yet he found himself financially constrained. To say he had little money was somewhat misleading. After all, he had acquired quite a sum from his diligent disciple, the god of wealth, Tinyu, over recent times. Reflecting on this, he decided it was time to spend rather than hoard, and he comforted his granddaughter. You speak with some reason. Do not worry, we have ample silver on hand. I will make a trip to the county to purchase some genuine chi-boosting pills for you. Alas, if only the chi-replenishing pills were not so expensive, otherwise. Acquiring a few would be excellent. Upon returning to the mountain, Tinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, his demeanor brightening with joy. Primarily, the matters concerning Jiang Tianming were resolved, allowing him to pursue further collaborations and earn more money. Moreover, He believed that Dongfeng Hall was a far more suitable partner for collaboration than Baichao Hall, and it was crucial to maintain a good relationship with them. Master said one must see the Chongqing Bridge 3 times to embark on the path of cultivation. Having already seen it twice, he prepared for the third encounter, convinced that his elixirs were indeed effective. Regardless, he had ample medicinal materials on hand, so he decided to begin crafting chi-boosting pills. With the experience from his first batch, the process became remarkably easier and more proficient. This time, he increased the quantity significantly. Previously, he had only produced around 20 pills, consuming them all himself, resulting in 2 sightings of the Chongqing Bridge. This time, he intended to produce a considerable amount, not only for his own consumption but also with a budding idea in mind. If there was demand for his pills, perhaps he could venture into selling them himself. If his estimations were correct, his elixirs would likely prove more effective than those produced by ordinary pharmacies. The reasoning was simple. He utilized only the finest herbs, many of which were decades old. Common pharmacies could not boast such extravagance. By comparison, his products were undoubtedly superior. With this resolution, he set about refining the pills once more. Balancing alchemy with other tasks, he also dedicated his evenings to cultivation, leading a fulfilling life. 2 days later, the pills were complete, and he anxiously opened the lid, a fragrant aroma wafting forth. The scent confirmed his success. He had indeed produced the pills. Carefully extracting them, he counted a total of 86 this time, an impressive quantity. Consuming them all would surely allow him to witness the Chongqing Bridge for the 3rd time. However, a more pressing thought arose. With the chi-replenishing pills now in his possession, should he attempt to refine them as well? After some contemplation, he retrieved the chi-replenishing pill he had purchased from Dongfeng Hall and placed it into the alchemical furnace. As he did so, a light similar to before emerged from the furnace, and inscriptions began to appear on the walls. He hurriedly fetched paper and pen to take notes. With the experience from the previous attempt, he felt well prepared this time, transcribing the formulas and the accompanying refining methods. Once all was recorded, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Upon reviewing the recipe, he recognized many of the ingredients, some of which he already possessed, and several others he had acquired from the county, filling him with relief. However, his expression turned to confusion when he encountered 2 unfamiliar ingredients, zhuanzhu and dilinghua. What were these? Staring at those 2 strange names, he felt utterly bewildered. Having never heard of such herbs before, if he had never heard of them, then he certainly did not possess them. Where could he possibly find them? Feeling a sense of urgency, he decided to set it aside for now and inquire with the herbalist or Lu Zhonggui another day, as both frequently dealt with herbs and might know. If all else failed, he could ask his master, though he certainly would not divulge his interest in chi-replenishing pills. On this day, he returned to the market, first visiting He Lao Wu to purchase all the medicinal materials. Afterward, he hesitated before asking, "Uncle Wu, do you know what dilinghua and zhuanzhu are?" He Lao Wu paused, surprised by the sudden inquiry. "Why do you ask about these 2 herbs? Do you know them?" Teeny asked eagerly, sensing that the other party might have knowledge. "I know of them, but only by hearsay. I have only harvested zhuanzhu once. 6 years ago. It is exceedingly rare. As for dilinghua, I have never even seen it. Is it possible to obtain zhuanzhu?" Tinio had not anticipated that He Lao Wu would possess such knowledge, looking at him with hopeful anticipation. He Lao Wu scratched his head, contemplating before responding. "I can check to see if I can find more zhuanzhu for you. As for dilinghua, I think you might be better off asking other pharmacies if they have it. However, as far as I know, this medicine is not an ordinary herb, and even if it exists, it is not inexpensive. I recall that the greedy bamboo I sold back then fetched 10 taels of silver." Indeed, 10 taels of silver. Tainyo was somewhat at a loss for words, thinking that it was likely worth much more than that, and he had been taken advantage of. But it was understandable, a commoner like him, even if possessing something of immense value, would generally only be able to sell it at a low price. Selling it for a base price was already commendable. Many resort to murder and thievery for treasures. "Uncle Wu, money is not an issue, just help me find it, and I will compensate you handsomely." With the promise of silver, He Lao Wu smiled broadly and nodded vigorously. Tainyo tidied up his belongings and proceeded to Baichao Hall. True to form, he sold the herbs to Manager Lu at Baichao Hall, receiving 11 taels of silver in return. However, before Manager Lu could speak, Tainyo inquired, "Manager Lu, may I purchase medicine from you?" Manager Lu looked at him quizzically. "Of course you can buy medicine from me. What do you wish to procure?" "My father recently injured his leg while collecting herbs. I consulted the village doctor, who recommended a medicinal herb called Earth Spirit Flower, claiming it would expedite his recovery. Earth Spirit Flower? Manager Lu stared at him in astonishment. This is no ordinary item, and few are even aware of its existence. Where did you hear of it? The doctor mentioned it. I don't even know what it looks like. Manager Lu, do you have it? If so, I would like to purchase it from you. Well, I do have some, but it is quite pricey. And how much do you ask? 80 taels for the fresh variety, and 100 for the dried. Tanyo's heart sank, and a dejected smile crossed his face. Manager Lu, why is it so expensive? We are conducting business. There is no need to inflate the price deliberately. What do you mean by deliberately inflating? This is the standard price. This item is exceedingly rare. Typically, it is unavailable. If I were to seek it out, I would have to pay someone as well. Moreover, this is not an ordinary medicine. Its price is naturally high. Do you wish to purchase it or not? He raised an eyebrow, observing Tanyo. Tanyo had come merely to inquire about the price. He had no intention of making a purchase, and upon hearing such a price, he was disinclined to buy. Manager Lu was indeed quite shrewd, treating him like a sheep to be sheared. Manager Lu, it is too expensive. I cannot afford it. He quickly shook his head, indicating his inability to purchase. Ah, do not be anxious. What is so costly about it? You have sold so many herbs here. Surely, you have amassed a good sum of money. You will continue selling herbs, and it won't be long before you earn it back. Your father and aunt, Oppos, as health is paramount. Well, I shall consider it. Perhaps I can ask the doctor for an alternative prescription for my father. He offered an apology and exited. Manager Lu merely shrugged, unfazed. After all, acquiring medicine in town generally depended on one's own efforts. The money had to be earned. It was merely a matter of when one would come to that realization. Little did he know, after inquiring about the price, Tanyo contemplated heading to the city. However, the immediate priority was to consult his master and learn a few more things. Thus, Tanyo returned to seek out Su Daxian once more for further instruction. He studied diligently until the sun dipped below the horizon before heading home. Before dawn the next day, he gathered some herbs and set off for Jijin County. After his previous foray into the city, he was quite familiar with the route. This time, he also brought along Dehei, who eagerly followed his young master, filled with curiosity about the distant surroundings. As they traveled, they passed the area where Jiang Tianming had been killed, falling into a moment of silence before continuing onward with Dehei. As dusk approached, they finally arrived at Jijin County. Upon entry, they were required to undergo a routine inspection. However, Tanyo had nothing to hide and easily made his way into the county. Once inside, darkness had already settled. The immediate concern was to find a place to rest and eat something. Before that, he intended to sell his herbs and inquire at Dongfeng Hall about the Earth Spirit Flower or the Greedy Bamboo. If the prices were reasonable, he would purchase both. He turned to Dehei beside him and said, "Dehei, let us first sell the herbs. The pharmacy should still be open. After selling, we will grab some noodles and then find a place to stay." Dehei grinned, his eyes wide with wonder at everything in the county. It was also his first time in such a vast place, and he found everything exceedingly fascinating. The sight of a large white dog captivated him, especially its wagging backside. Seeing Dehei's intrigued expression, Tanyo scratched his head, bemused. "I'm not like you. Why can't you focus when there's a female dog around?" He kicked Dehei lightly, urging him to move along. Dehei, unfazed, continued to follow, but as they neared the small white female dog, he suddenly lifted his leg and urinated beside her. The little white dog jumped, startled, staring at Dehei in shock. "This filthy country mutt dares to harass me. Where did this stray come from?" The small white dog and Oppo's owner, a richly dressed noblewoman, immediately grew furious upon witnessing the boldness of the large dog. "Someone kill that beast." Two burly men nearby rushed forward upon her command. Tanyo was taken aback. Just as he opened his mouth, he saw Dehei spring away in an instant. He swallowed his words, pretending not to know Dehei, and slipped past, feeling utterly humiliated. The noblewoman, realizing she had lost sight of Dehei, continued to berate him with harsh words. Tanyo felt his ears burn with embarrassment. After taking a few turns, Dehei looked back at him with a sheepish grin. "Do you have no shame? At least try to preserve your life." Tanyo quickened his pace, grabbing Dehei by the ear and scolding. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you even realize where you are? That's a rich person's pet, and you dare to harass it." Dehei grumbled softly. After all, he dared not argue with his young master, so he endured the scolding in silence. Yet, he thought to himself, "You can't even look at a girl. Yet you have the audacity to criticize me." Not far ahead was Dongfeng Hall. Tanyo straightened his appearance, shot Dehei a warning glare to behave, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Perhaps it was dinner time, for the hall was nearly empty, with only him as the customer. Upon his entry, someone promptly approached him. "Hello, I am here to sell herbs." As soon as he spoke, a man glanced at him, seemingly recognizing him, and asked, "Are you the one who came to sell herbs last time?" Tanya remained calm and nodded. "Yes, I came to sell herbs previously, and Manager Jiang Tianming attended to me. I wish to see Manager Jiang. Please wait a moment." The man was quite courteous and quickly departed towards the back courtyard. Soon after, he returned with a young man in his 20s. This young man appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, handsome and exuding an air of nobility. The young master said, "All the fine goods from last time were acquired from him." The young master? Tai Nyo was taken aback, realizing this was the true proprietor. "Were you the one who sold those aged medicinal herbs to Jiang Tianming last time?" The young master scrutinized him, surprised by his youth. "Yes. Manager Jiang offered a fair price, so I brought more of what I found. Manager Jiang has vanished. Manager Su is now in charge, and I will be here often. If you have more, feel free to bring them." He gestured, "Come inside. Let me examine your goods. My name is Lin Yin. I am Tainyo." "All right. Brother Tainyo, come in." Inside, Tainyo unloaded his herbs, each of exceptional quality. Lin Yin, observing the herbs, couldn't suppress his smile. Finally, he inquired, "Did you gather these yourself?" Tainyo nodded earnestly. "Yes, I gathered them myself." "Remarkable. These are aged herbs, taking decades to mature." Tainyo felt abashed, thinking they only grew for a month or two in his space. "Altogether, I will give you 132 taels of silver." Lin Yin quickly calculated. Tainyo considered it. Though less than before, the price was similar to last time, so he nodded. "All right, I will get your money now." "Young master, wait. Besides selling herbs, I also wish to purchase some from you." "Oh? What do you seek?" "Besides elixirs, we also sell other medicinal materials," Lin Yin replied readily. As the young master, he recognized the superior quality of Tainyo's raw materials and desired a long-term partnership. "I wish to purchase earth spirit flowers and greedy bamboo." Lin Yin, surprised, scrutinized him again, asking, "What do you need these two herbs for?" "My father is ill and requires them. I inquired in town, but they are rare. Since I was coming here, I thought to ask if you had them." Lin Yin admitted, "Yes, I have them, but they are indeed scarce and expensive." "Indeed? Where are they? May I see them? Do you prefer fresh or dried herbs? Their effects differ." "Fresh herbs." Lin Yin nodded, leading him to the main hall. "Didn't and Amp, Oppos, we received some greedy bamboo and earth spirit flowers recently? I recall having fresh ones. Bring them out." A subordinate soon returned with several jars. Tainyu was delighted to see various herbs in the jars, still in soil. One jar contained a flowering, purple earth spirit flower. Another held greedy bamboo, indeed bamboo, with a half-arm high stalk and a sprouting shoot. "This is greedy bamboo. This is earth spirit flower. The bamboo shoot is ready for use. Usually for dried herbs, they would remove and dry the shoot and flower. But since you want fresh ones, we will take these." "How much?" "Greedy bamboo is 50 taels. Earth spirit flower is 40 taels, totaling 90 taels. Expensive, but cheaper than what Manager Liu had quoted." "How many do you want?" Lin Yin asked. "One of each, please." Tainyo didn't and Amp, Oppos, want too many. Just one of each to try. Lin Yin readily provided one of each, leaving Tainyo with a profit of over 40 taels. "Remember, bring your fine goods here first next time. Rest assured, we will offer you excellent prices," Lin Yin said warmly as he saw Tainyo out. "Thank you, Manager Lin." Tainyo expressed his gratitude. Lin Yin turned to his staff, instructing, "Keep an eye on him next time he comes. Manager Su Isn and Oppos, here today and dozen and Oppos, know him. Remind him, he has fine goods. Partnering with someone like him is ideal for our business." "Understood, young master." Tainyo, unperturbed, sold and bought herbs. Relieved that the Jiang Tianming matter was resolved, finding a secluded spot, he entered his space to store the items and plant the herbs. They were still ordinary, so he could grow them longer for better efficacy when refining elixirs. With that done, he clapped his hands and went to a nearby noodle stall. 2 bowls of noodles. Tainyo ordered, one for himself and one in a dog bowl for Big Black. Big Black ate with gusto, enjoying its first city visit and the meaty noodles. After eating, Tainyo bought 10 meat-filled buns from a nearby stall. Man and dog headed towards the market. Based on his previous experience, Tainyo hoped to find the 2 herbs there, but after looking around, he found nothing of note. He bought 2 ginseng roots, and by the time he finished, it was late. He considered staying at an inn but deemed it too expensive. He decided to spend the night in a temple. He easily found a dilapidated temple and entered with Big Black, only to discover someone already there. An elderly man in rags was lying inside, seemingly asleep. Tainyo hesitated, wanting to leave, but the man seemed undisturbed. He was likely homeless. Tainyo hesitated before settling in a corner, gesturing to Big Black to be quiet. Big Black obeyed, staying by its master. Soon, the old man coughed loudly, waking up with a pale, gaunt face. He looked at them without speaking. Tainyo, remembering the meat-filled buns, felt pity and offered two to the old man. The old man's murky eyes reflected a glimmer of astonishment, yet he swiftly stuffed the buns into his mouth with fervor. "Take your time, old man. Don't choke," Tainyo remarked, his expression clouded with melancholy as he returned to his prior position. He was merely an ordinary individual, and this was the extent of his modest contribution. The sight of the man evoked memories of his parents, who had endured the arduous journey from their distant homeland to Yunzhou, fraught with hardship and distress. Hence, he willingly offered the two buns. After consuming them, the old man appeared somewhat relieved, smiling at him and expressing, "Thank you, young man." In response, Tainyo merely nodded slightly, opting for silence. While venturing forth, he understood the necessity of offering assistance within his means, yet he also recognized the importance of remaining guarded. Though the grain rain had passed, the evening still bore a chill, and Tainyo felt a heaviness in his eyelids as he sat there, eventually succumbing to slumber. When he awoke once more, it was the early hours of the morning. Although the sun had yet to rise, dawn was imminent. He glanced up to see that Dehei had also stirred, while the old man remained deeply asleep on the other side. After some contemplation, Tainyo concluded that he would likely return to the town by afternoon. And with 6 buns in hand, he was certain it would suffice for both himself and Dehei. Thus, he approached the old man once more, placing 2 additional buns beside him before quietly opening the door and gently closing it behind him, setting off towards the city gates with Dehei. However, just as Tainyo was shutting the door, the old man suddenly sat upright, grasping the 2 buns beside him, and, with the aid of a cane, began to follow the silhouette of Tainyo. As Tainyo returned to Chang'eo town once again, dusk had already fallen. He initially intended to hasten his pace directly back to the foot of Lianhua Mountain, but unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance along the way, Old Gao. "Ah, Tainyo, what brings you here so late?" Old Gao greeted him warmly. "Uncle Gao, I just took a stroll since I had some free time today. I'm about to head back. It's the busy farming season now. You shouldn't be wandering aimlessly. You must tend to your rice fields, or you might go hungry. And remember, you still have rent to pay to your landlord. By the way, how is your planting coming along?" Old Gao inquired, showing genuine concern for Tainyo's well-being. "Well, my seeds have been sown quite successfully, keeping pace with everyone else," Tainyo responded. Old Gao nodded with satisfaction but then approached Tainyo with a solemn tone. "The entire Gao family has been exterminated. Did you know? Is this confirmed?" Tainyo had already suspected as much. He merely sought confirmation. "Yes. Lord Zhou sent someone to inquire in the county. Not only was the Gao residence engulfed in flames, but the donkey yard where we used to live was also burned down. Had we not fled quickly, we would have perished that night. I must say, you were quite sharp to react so quickly." Old Gao expressed, a tinge of nostalgia in his voice. Tainyo felt a shudder of fear at the thought and, after contemplating, whispered, "Do they know what happened?" "Guess." Old Gao feigned mystery. With an innocent smile, Tainyo scratched his head. "How would I know these things?" Old Gao was immensely pleased, bursting into laughter and patting Tainyo on the shoulder before revealing, "I heard it was related to the grain trade. How could selling grain lead to such a calamity?" Tainyo was genuinely astonished. "We're not privy to the affairs of the wealthy. However, I heard another family wanted to buy their grain, but Old Gao refused to sell. Eventually, he sold it to the Tianyu merchants, leading to this tragedy. Many speculate that the rival family sought to eliminate the Gao family to intimidate others." Tainyu was left in shock, all because of business? Have they investigated? Are you foolish? How can this be investigated? Do you think the Tianyu merchants are just any merchant group? Those daring to compete with them are not ordinary folks. You're still young and don't understand. To put it bluntly, both sides have powerful backers involved. We, the small fry, suffer the consequences." Old Gao dismissed with a smirk, delivering a lesson to Tainyo. Tainyo admired him. "Indeed, Uncle Gao, you are formidable. You know so much more than I do." Old Gao reveled in the praise, chuckling. "All right, you should hurry back. It's getting late, and you'll be home by nightfall. Are you not afraid being up there alone? That place only has that 1 acre of land." Tainyo scratched his head. "I'm fine. I've gotten used to it, although it was a bit daunting at first. But you have that big black dog with you, which is comforting. I need to head back too. My wife has prepared a feast for me. With that, Tainyo waved goodbye and set off towards Huanfeng Ao with his big black dog. Old Gao watched him depart, shaking his head and murmuring, "What a wretched life he leads." Upon returning to Huanfeng Ao at the foot of Lianhua Mountain, Tainyo resumed his previous life. However, he had many tasks ahead. He needed to check on his rice and primarily aimed to widen the water reservoir. Tainyo was a man of action. Once he decided, he set to work without delay. In the following days, he immersed himself in digging the pond, farming, and managing the rice fields. Simultaneously, Tainyo diligently consumed a qi-boosting pill daily, hoping to witness the third longevity bridge and truly enter the realm of qi refinement. Meanwhile, the townsfolk began to transplant their rice seedlings, and the land burst forth with vibrant vitality. The day came for Tainyo to head to town again. He packed up and set off early, selling his goods and encountering Hilawu. I've been searching for the greedy bamboo every day and actually found some, though they are quite small. Hilawu delivered good news to Tainyo. Overjoyed, Tainyo thought, although he possessed a stock of greedy bamboo, it was insufficient. Acquiring more would certainly be advantageous. Did you manage to collect it? Not yet. That area is tricky to access, but I'm working on it. If you really want it, I can gather some for you. Tricky, you say? Yes, it's on a steep cliff, making it difficult to obtain. After pondering, Tainyo replied, if it's truly that challenging, I can go. My agility may surpass yours. Perhaps I can retrieve it. Please leave me an address, and I will come to find you in a couple of days. Hilawu was elated but hesitated briefly. Rest assured, I will pay you. And it won't be a paltry sum. With Tainyo and Appo's assurance, Hilawu brightened, nodding, I'm from Xiaofeng village. Just inquire about Hilawu, and you'll find me. Tainyo departed, selling his medicine at Baikayatang, and then headed to Su Daxian and Appo's Qingfeng Hall to continue his studies. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Tainyo, accompanied by his big black dog, left at dusk. However, just as he stepped from the alley onto the main road, he spotted an elderly man seated by the roadside, leaning on a cane. As Tainyo approached, the old man unexpectedly stood up. Tainyo instinctively gazed at him and suddenly recognized the elderly figure. Wasn't he this the man he had shared a temple with in the county just days ago? What was he doing here? Observing the man's tattered attire, Tainyo fell silent for a moment, then stepped back and offered him 5 meat buns. The big black dog, seeing this, barked anxiously, as if questioning why Tainyo was giving away their food. The old man glanced at the buns and reached out to accept them. Without uttering a word, Tainyo continued on his way with his dog. Throughout the journey, the big black dog incessantly murmured, clearly expressing its discontent at Tainyo's generosity towards a beggar. Tainyo remained silent until they neared Huangfeng Ao, at which point he tossed a meat bun to the dog, signaling it to quiet down. After devouring the bun, the big black dog begrudgingly closed its mouth, focusing on the delicious meat. Eating well would keep it youthful, after all, and perhaps it could even find a female dog in the future. 2 days later, Tainyo arrived in Xiaofeng village, easily locating Hilawu's home. Upon seeing him, Hilawu warmly welcomed Tainyo inside. Tainyo noted that Hilawu had 4 children. The oldest was already of some age, while the youngest was considerably younger than him. Uncle let us set off, Tainyo stated earnestly, eager to find the greedy bamboo. He had woken early to ensure ample time for the search. All right, let us go now. I'll grab some tools, Hilawu replied, entering to fetch a medicinal basket and a hoe before setting off with Tainyo. The journey to the mountain took about an hour on foot, and upon their arrival, they faced a steep cliff. Hilawu pointed downwards. Look, it's right there. Tainyo approached the precipice and gazed down, discovering that the cliff resembled a mirror, an immaculate cross-section. Yet, one should not underestimate this surface, for it was adorned with a plethora of vegetation. From their vantage point, they could indeed see several bamboo shoots in the distance. Tainyo and Appo's heart soared with joy. Armed with a rope, he contemplated swinging across, though he harbored doubts about his ability to reach the other side. Uncle Wu, I intend to cross. After a moment's reflection, Tainyo resolved to proceed, instructing Wu to keep watch while he attempted the swing. Exercise caution, Wu warned. Fear not, replied Tainyo. He secured the rope around his waist and fastened the other end to a sturdy tree before gradually descending. The rope was sufficiently long, yet it fell short of reaching the opposite side. Upon reaching the bottom, Tainyo kicked the cliff and swung toward the distant vegetation. The sensation of his hand almost brushing the bamboo was tantalizing. However, his timing was initially poor, and despite several attempts, it was not until the 5th try that he managed to grasp some foliage. Elated, he clutched it tightly and exerted force, finally positioning himself before the bamboo. With his small medicinal hoe, he began to excavate the 5 bamboo shoots, extracting them entirely. After placing them in his backpack, he retraced his earlier maneuvers and, after several efforts, successfully returned to the cliff's summit, aided by Uncle Wu's pull. All 5 had been retrieved. What splendid fortune! Wu shared in Tinia's elation. Recognizing that these bamboo shoots, which he had long sought, were now within his grasp, thanks to their combined efforts. At that moment, Dahe, ever vigilant, suddenly barked at something nearby. Tinia's instincts were piqued, and he turned to observe. A faint rustling sound reached his ears, as if something was making its way through the underbrush toward them. Wu's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. It seems to be a snake. Before he could articulate his fears, Tinia sensed something amiss as well, convinced it was indeed the sound of a serpent. Moments later, a snake, as thick as a thigh, slithered into view, its triangular eyes fixated on them. Wu and Appos's face turned ashen with terror as he gazed upon the creature. Particularly noting the comb atop its head, this snake appears to possess a certain intelligence. Observe its comb. In various folklore, a snake with such a feature was considered to be imbued with spiritual awareness, indicating it was no ordinary serpent. Dahe, standing guard, barked incessantly, as if preparing for confrontation. Tiniu inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of their predicament. The snake was likely drawn by their excavation of the bamboo. The snake and Appos's cold gaze bore into them, as it searched for an opportunity to strike. In a sudden burst of action, Tinia moved swiftly, confronting the serpent and delivering a powerful punch. Since encountering the Chongqing Bridge and consuming its bountiful offerings, Tinia's physical prowess had significantly improved. His fist struck with a force that resonated like thunder, startling both him and the serpent. The snake recoiled, momentarily stunned by the impact, while Tiniu too felt the pain of their encounter. It became evident to the serpent that this young man was not to be trifled with. You desire the bamboo, do you not? Have you been guarding these shoots all along? I regret to inform you that I too have need of them. However, rather than clash, let us negotiate. I can spare you 2 of the shoots, the remaining 3 shall be mine. What say you? Tinia gauged the serpent and Appos's strength, realizing it was slightly inferior to his own. Yet he understood that a direct confrontation could yield unfavorable outcomes. Intrigued by Tinia's proposal, the serpent hesitated, weighing the merit of his words. Seizing this opportunity, Tinia placed 2 bamboo shoots on the ground, retreating with Dahe and Wu. Once at a safe distance, he declared, Behold, the 2 shoots are yours, and the 3 are mine. Thus, we both walk away unscathed. The triangular-eyed serpent scrutinized him but ultimately refrained from attacking. Instead, it grasped the 2 bamboo shoots in its mouth and retreated into the thicket. As the serpent departed, Tiniu and Wu exhaled deeply, relieved. That was truly terrifying. Wu's pallor reflected his fear, grateful to have escaped unscathed. Tiniu's legs quaked as well. It was his first encounter with such a creature, and the shock was palpable. This incident ignited a sense of urgency within him to hone his weaponry skills. Engaging such a beast unarmed would be perilous. He resolved to retrieve his hammer soon, knowing it would be available in a few days. Let us descend quickly, Tiniu urged, clutching 3 bamboo shoots, eager to leave the site. Upon reaching the village's edge, the trio finally relaxed. They had narrowly escaped a brush with death. Uncle Wu, I recall you previously sold bamboo for 10 taels each. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. We'll calculate at that rate. However, since I harvested this medicinal bamboo myself, I can only offer you half, 5 taels for each shoot. Thus, I shall pay you 15 taels in total. That works, Wu responded, acknowledging Tinia's contribution. Had it not been for your intervention, we would have perished. Wu's gratitude was palpable as he reflected on how, had he been bolder, he might have faced the serpent alone. Tinia promptly handed over the 15 taels and, with Dahe, hastily departed. Upon returning home, the oppressive memory of the serpent lingered in Tinio and Appos's mind. Recalling that he had once retrieved a sword and a manual from Jiang Tianming, he felt a surge of determination. While he could not yet practice hammer techniques, he could certainly delve into swordsmanship. Resolute, he retrieved the sword and its accompanying manual, the Water Wave Sword Manual. Now more literate, Tinia found the illustrations comprehensible and clear. Once his hammer was forged, he would return to the city. For now, he would immerse himself in mastering the sword technique. However, a lingering concern crept into his thoughts, the rarity of hammer wielders. Should he find himself in a brawl? Wielding a hammer could lead to dire consequences if discovered. A sword, however, was a different matter entirely. Thus, he resolved to begin his sword training without delay. Tinea took a deep breath, twisting his wrist, and earnestly began to practice swordplay according to the techniques outlined in the manual. This sword technique, while rather ordinary and unremarkable, had the advantage of being straightforward and easily comprehensible for him. It was indeed beneficial for Tinea's sword training, as it allowed him to grasp the fundamentals without undue complexity. For the next few days, the valley was filled with Tinea's diligent figure, either honing his skills or attending to various tasks. After a period of practice, Tinea felt a deeper understanding of the swordplay. On one particular day, he resumed his training in the valley, executing several moves of the water wave sword technique with growing familiarity, though he hesitated to assess its true power. This swordplay was undoubtedly a valuable asset, yet he remained uncertain of its efficacy. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he last encountered the third eternal life bridge, preventing him from ascending to the realm of cultivators. It was clear that merely consuming chi-enhancing pills was insufficient. Even if they were effective, they required considerable time. Tinea resolved to focus on refining chi-replenishing pills instead. Having procured the gleaning bamboo and earth spirit flower some time ago, he entered the small cauldron space. Upon entering, he sighed in relief upon seeing the two herbs thriving remarkably well, requiring little concern. At this moment, they were ripe for harvesting, and he was confident that the chi-replenishing pills crafted from them would be exceptional. Joyfully, he gathered the herbs, meticulously washing them, and noted the abundant spiritual energy, far superior to when he initially planted them. After some contemplation, he promptly retrieved the method he had transcribed previously and began the refining process. Drawing upon his prior experiences with pill refinement, he found the subsequent process considerably smoother. Although this was a new pill he had never crafted before, the principles remained largely the same. As he focused on the refinement, everything around him seemed to simplify. He merely had to follow the outlined procedures. If there were any distinctions between the two processes, it lay in the variations of the refining methods and the time required. The crafting of the chi-enhancing pill took 2 days, whereas the chi-replenishing pill surprisingly took 3 days, an additional day more than the former. On the 4th day, when he opened the lid, he beheld the contents within. 15 pills lay nestled inside, their hues dark and rich. Despite the subtle changes, Tinea could discern that their color surpassed that of the chi-enhancing pills. Elated, he lifted each pill one by one, triumphant in his success. With a chuckle, he carefully stored them and seated himself cross-legged, promptly consuming one. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through his dantian, radiating throughout his limbs, and he seized this opportunity to attune himself to the sensation, noting its intensity compared to the chi-enhancing pills. The energy surged wildly within him, and he endeavored to guide it using the chi introduction technique, which proved to be an excellent foundational practice. As he attempted to channel the energy, he soon felt the chaotic force within him gradually coalescing into unity, a sensation both profound and mystical. His heart swelled with joy. It had been a long time since he had felt such a sensation after his previous encounter with the Eternal Life Bridge. The chi-enhancing pills had not been ineffective, but their results were diminishing. However, after consuming the chi-replenishing pills, he sensed significant advancement. On the first day, he ingested 1 pill, and on the second day, he consumed another. Thus, over the course of 6 consecutive days, he indulged in 6 chi-replenishing pills. On the 7th day, he suddenly felt a stirring within himself. Beneath the night sky, he crouched with closed eyes, and abruptly, he perceived an immense chasm before him, with a swaying wooden bridge materializing at his feet. Without hesitation, Tinea stepped forward, free from fear or doubt, confidently placing one foot after the other onto the bridge. The swirling mist beneath his feet and the mirrored stone walls across the way were of no concern to him. He traversed the bridge with unwavering resolve. Unbeknownst to him, he had crossed the wooden bridge, only to turn and find the mist had vanished, revealing nothing but a bright moon, rising to his full height. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, and more importantly, he sensed a warm current coursing through his arms and body, fervently connecting his dantian and meridians. With surprise etched on his face, he suddenly drew his iron sword, executing a few swift movements from the water wave sword technique, though merely a few simple strokes. The air crackled, causing nearby leaves to rustle and several to flutter down from the branches. He had indeed reached the first level of chi refinement. At this moment, Tinea was certain that he had unknowingly stepped into the realm of cultivation. In that instant, he whispered to himself, "Mother and Father, I have finally taken this step." The arduous journey was not meant for the ears of outsiders. One morning, Tinea awoke early, rousing Dahe to prepare for their trip to the county town. This time, he was set to retrieve the iron hammer forged at Lu and Appo's, blacksmith shop. With their determined pace and Tinio and Apos' deliberate planning, they arrived in the county town just as dusk fell. They headed straight to the blacksmith shop. By the time they arrived, night had completely enveloped the sky. Tinio, having visited before, entered without hesitation. Although the night had darkened, the blacksmith shop remained open. As Tinio pushed the door open, a wave of heat greeted him. And soon after, a figure emerged, approaching him with a respectful bow. You must be here for the iron hammer. Yes? Our master is inside. Please, follow me. Tinio hurriedly followed the individual inside to find Lu Wulong, who greeted him with a slight smile before retrieving a pair of iron hammers. The gleaming golden hammers appeared unassuming in size, yet when Tinio grasped them with both hands, he felt their considerable weight. Your strength is impressive, Lu Wulong remarked, surprised that despite Tinio's youth, he effortlessly handled the 30-pound hammers. Tinio replied with a signature honest smile, You flatter me, Master Lu. I am but a simple villager with no talent other than my strength. Now, let me settle the remaining payment. Lu Wulong, being a wise man, was eager to avoid any unnecessary troubles and promptly nodded in agreement. After the transaction, Tinio and Dahe exited the shop, Tinio's face alight with joy, his steps noticeably lighter. With newfound familiarity, he returned to the dilapidated temple where he had previously rested. Upon entering, he found it deserted. Thus, Tinio spent the night there, and the following morning, he ventured into the nearby market, purchasing herbs and 10 large meat buns before departing for Chong and Apos, Ao town. As he journeyed back, nearing Chong and Apos, Ao town, he suddenly heard an unusual sound emanating from the dense forest. Tinio and Apos, as heart stirred, but caution prevailed, and he chose not to provoke any potential danger. Just then, the sound ceased, and he spotted 2 figures hastily departing from the area. Tinio took cover behind a large tree, holding his breath. After approximately a stick of incense had burned, Iron Bull cautiously emerged from his hiding place, ensuring that both individuals had departed before making his way towards Chang'ao town. However, he hesitated briefly, ultimately succumbing to the urge to venture into the dense forest. Before long, he stumbled upon a figure lying ahead. After a moment's contemplation, he approached slowly. From a distance, the tattered clothes of the person indicated that they were not of affluent status. As Iron Bull gazed at the individual sprawled on the ground, a wave of compassion washed over him, prompting him to gently nudge the figure. When he pulled the person closer, he was astonished to discover that it was someone he recognized, the old man who had once shared a bun with him in a dilapidated temple in the county town, who later came to Chong and Apos, Ao town. Stunned, Iron Bull noted that the old man was now covered in blood and appeared lifeless. Contemplating the situation, he resolved to dig a grave for him, believing that even in death, one should find peace after a life devoid of dignity. Just as he was about to proceed, the old man suddenly uttered a sound, shaking slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. It's you. The old man gasped, exhaling with a profound sense of regret. Before addressing Iron Bull, I'll take you to see a doctor. No need for that. I and Apos, am beyond saving. If it weren't and Apos, tea for the breathing techniques I learned, they would have killed me long ago. Iron Bull looked down at the frail old man sprawled like an ant on the ground and felt a pang of sorrow. Realizing that this could have easily been his own fate, dying unnoticed, uncared for. Go to that tree over there. Yes, right there. The old man suddenly pointed to a large tree beneath which lay some fallen leaves. I tossed a small jade pendant there just now. It's a key. Iron Bull felt somewhat bewildered but hurriedly made his way to the spot, digging through the leaves until he uncovered a small jade pendant. This is a gift for you. The old man gazed at him as he took his last breath, failing to explain the significance of the item. Iron Bull had intended to hand the pendant back to him, but seeing the old man pass away dimmed his spirits. He placed the jade pendant into his small cauldron space, then dug a shallow grave to hastily bury the old man. By the time Iron Bull returned home, twilight had enveloped the sky. After a modest meal, he took out his hammer and began to practice the techniques of the heavenly hammer. The ensuing days were marked by tranquility as he honed both the heavenly hammer techniques and the water wave sword manual, occasionally consuming medicinal pills in hopes of breaking through to the next level. Before he knew it, the harvest season for rice had arrived. As expected, Iron Bull's rice had thrived, and before long, his grain storage was filled to capacity, prompting him to construct an additional storage unit. The amount of rice he had accumulated was remarkable. According to the tenant farmer and Apos' customs, after the rice harvest, they were required to pay rent to the landlords. Thus, on this day, Iron Bull loaded a basket of rice and hurried towards Zhou Li and Apos' residence. He had learned from Lao Gao during their last encounter at the market that it was customary to pay rent around this time of year. Zhou Leoi would even select a day to host a meal for everyone, serving an abundant feast that included both meat and vegetables, something the tenant farmers could never enjoy at home. For his modest 1 mu of land, Iron Bull was required to pay around 100 caddies of rice. With determination, he set out with his load and reached Zhou Leoi and Apos' home by mid-morning. Iron Bull, you have arrived. The courtyard of Zhou Leoi's house was bustling with tenants coming to pay their rent. Upon seeing him, Lao Gao approached warmly. Clapping Iron Bull on the shoulder, his expression one of pleasant surprise. This rice is impressive. Look at its fullness. I had no idea you were such a skilled farmer. The other farmers, having grown familiar with Iron Bull, especially after their shared hardships during the last rice sale in the county, chimed in, indeed. Iron Bull, with your capabilities, you should consider marrying. They all laughed and teased him. Yet Iron Bull merely smiled in response, not engaging further. Moments later, Zhou Li emerged from the house. Thank you all for your hard work. Come, let us eat. The jovial atmosphere shifted as everyone gathered to partake in the feast. The food was indeed satisfactory. With an array of dishes, and Iron Bull savored every bite. However, as he enjoyed his meal, Zhou Li approached with Zhou Yi in tow. Iron Bull, recognizing the cue, promptly stood up. All right, sit down. Zhou Li waved his hand, gesturing for Iron Bull to remain seated, taking a moment to scrutinize him. You look well. It's been half a year since we last met, and you seem to have gained some weight. Zhou Li and Apos' mood appeared buoyant, and he even playfully teased Iron Bull. Embarrassed, Iron Bull scratched his head. Let us raise a glass to Iron Bull, Zhou Li announced, turning to his son, Zhou Yi, who obediently fetched 2 bowls, one for himself and another for Iron Bull, offering a toast before downing it in one gulp. Iron Bull, we should express our gratitude. You don't need to mention the rest. Just know that if you hadn't brought me that precious vitality pill, I might not have survived. Although I managed to pull through, I still feel unwell. No need for such formality. In that situation, anyone would have done the same. Iron Bull replied, taking a sip of the wine. This was his first experience with alcohol, and he found it difficult to describe the sensation. At that moment, Dahei seemed to comprehend the conversation, raising his head to bark at Zhou Yi, as if requesting some food. Is this the dog you brought last time? It looks even younger than before. Clearly, it's being well fed. Here, have a chicken leg. Zhou Li, surprisingly generous, tossed a large chicken leg under the table for Dahei. The dog, having understood their words, seized the opportunity to snag a morsel. It was indeed a rare treat to receive food from Zhou Leoi, and Dahei felt a surge of joy, knowing he could boast to the other dogs about such a feast. I wish you success in your studies, young master. Time flew by, and half a year had passed. Iron Bull was no longer the naive individual he once was. After enduring numerous experiences, he had grown wiser in understanding human relationships. I'm not pursuing my studies any longer, Zhou Li remarked, somewhat wistfully. Why not? I heard you excel in your studies. What use is studying? Zhou Li shook his head, appearing reluctant to elaborate further. All right then, enjoy your meal. You've earned it after all this time. The early rice has been harvested, and soon we'll need to plant the late rice. More labor awaits. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Li departed. Iron Bull settled back down, continuing to relish his meal. He was determined to indulge, both for the exquisite flavors and in honor of Zhou Leoi and Apos' hospitality. It was a rare occasion to dine at Zhou Li's home, and he was resolved not to squander the opportunity. Many shared his sentiment, as the other tenants also reveled in the feast. The atmosphere was filled with joy, and as the meal concluded, those who needed to leave began to prepare for their departure. Dahei, thoroughly satisfied, lay at the entrance, watching the passing female dogs, feeling as though life had taken a turn for the better. How is it that I feel my days are even more comfortable than that of our young master? As Tainyo observed everyone departing, he too prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chunhua emerged at that moment, swiftly approaching his side. The delightful aroma wafted to Tainyo, compelling him to turn his head, whereupon he found Zhou Chunhua beaming at him. Are you heading back? Tainyo nodded, expressing gratitude for Zhou Leoi's hospitality, stating that he needed to return to his work. Zhou Chunhua affirmed this, handing him a parcel. This is your clothing from last time. You haven't visited us again, and I haven't had the chance to bring it to you, but now that you're here, I shall return it. Tainyo then recalled that during their frantic escape previously, his clothes had been torn by Jiang Tianming, and upon arriving here, he had indeed changed out of them without retrieving them afterward. He accepted the garments. Currently, my brother has decided against pursuing the imperial examination. My father believes it to be futile, and continuing may even pose danger. In due time, my father intends to find him a suitable place to study the path of immortality. Tainyo gazed at him in surprise. My father has saved some money over the years and thinks that it suffices to offer financial support, especially since Zhengyang sect has long taken in numerous disciples from our region. His intention is for my brother to learn the ways of immortality there. So should we encounter similar circumstances in the future, we need not flee in all directions. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. And Tainyo felt a twinge of envy, observing others heading to Zhengyang sect, supported by their fathers with resources, while he had nothing and was merely following Master Su for guidance. Yet, he reminded himself that Master Su was genuinely teaching him. Tainyo, what do you aspire to do in the future? Zhou Chunhua inquired, seemingly hopeful. Tainyo scratched his head and replied with a simple smile. As for me, what can I do? I only think of what my mother told me before her passing, to marry a wife and start a family, preferably with a few acres of modest land. Zhou Chunhua pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, take your time. Tainyo nodded and beckoned. Hey, let's hurry. Just as he was about to step away, Zhou Chunhua hesitated, quickly closing the distance to whisper, Tainyo, my father has sent my brother to learn the ways of immortality instead of pursuing the examination because my aunt's entire family has perished. Indeed, no one has sought justice for them, as everyone knows that those responsible are likely the officials. Do not be so naive and allow yourself to be bullied. If possible, pursue immortality as well. Once you learn the ways, it will not be so easy for others to oppress us. Tainyo contemplated her words, offering a simple smile in return. Zhou Chunhua had much to say, yet she was reminded that he was merely a tenant of her family. Indeed, he was just a tenant. Even if he wished to achieve more, what could he do? Thus, Zhou Chunhua stood silently, lost in thought. I am leaving. Tainyo reluctantly gazed at the little dog, Dehei, as he finally departed. Having paid the rent, Tainyo would return to the mountains to continue his humble, unassuming life. Life in the mountains felt monotonous yet fulfilling. Each day was spent either cultivating or working. With no worries about food or clothing, he diligently consumed elixirs, occasionally tossing a few to Dehei. This existence was quite satisfying. Time passed swiftly, and the late rice harvest had been completed. After settling the rent with Zhou Leoi, he briefed everyone and arranged for 10 individuals to come in a few days to prepare for paying the rent to the authorities, while also selling any excess grain. Tainyo has reached the age of 13. Following his impressive performance during the last grain sale, he is certain to be included this time as well. Recently, Tainyo has been cultivating on the mountain, making notable progress in both the heavenly hammer technique and the water wave sword manual. More importantly, he has discovered that he has advanced to the second level of chi refinement. After all, he has consumed a plethora of items, not to mention all the chi boosting pills he has nearly depleted. Taking advantage of this opportunity to enter the city once more, he plans to refine a new batch of pills to see if he can sell them in the county town. He feels that the chi boosting pills have become less beneficial for himself, but he can certainly sell them while he consumes the chi replenishing pills instead. After 3 days of effort, he successfully refined over 200 chi boosting pills. Once these were completed, he instructed Dehei to watch over the house as they prepared to leave. On this day, Mr. Zhou personally led the expedition. Tainyo's old acquaintances, including Lao Gao, continued to participate, while Zhou Chunhua did not join them this time. They set off early in the morning, and with their previous experience, coordination was much smoother this time. As Tainyo grew older, his strength naturally increased, making it easy for him to carry loads. The tenants cooperated well, driving donkeys and horses or carrying goods in an orderly manner towards the county town. They departed before dawn and arrived in the county town by evening. Mr. Zhou was busy attending to all matters, working tirelessly, but overall, the journey went smoothly. Tainyo noticed several occasions when Mr. Zhou discreetly slipped money to others, indicating there were many arrangements to be made. This made Tainyo reflect. It seems that even landlords face challenges, as they must personally manage such affairs, which can be quite troublesome. They entered the town without a hitch, but this time they lacked the Gao family's residence to stay at, so they had to find another place to rest. Under Mr. Zhou and Appo's guidance, they arrived at a small courtyard. Once inside, they unloaded their goods and took a moment to rest. Lao Gao, go buy some food for us, Mr. Zhou instructed, while the others continued unloading. Exhausted, he sat down to oversee the work. Tainyo and the others quickly set down their loads. Feeding the donkeys and horses in a flurry of activity, But before long, food was brought back. Come, everyone has worked hard today. Let us eat quickly, rest well afterward. And first thing tomorrow we'll go pay the land tax and then sell the grain. Mr. Zhou had apparently arranged this in advance, speaking to them warmly. Tainyo observed silently. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and early the next morning, before dawn, they set out again. This time with the purpose of paying taxes. They toiled until nearly dusk, finally managing to pay all the required taxes. This, however, meant they had to part with a significant portion of their grain. The remaining small amount was intended for sale. Tainyo remained quietly in their midst. But at that moment, he seemed to overhear a conversation between Lao Gao and Mr. Zhou. Sir, we've really paid a lot this time. And if we've paid so much, why do we still need to sell so much? Can't we keep some for ourselves? Lao Gao inquired. We have kept quite a bit for ourselves, and that is certainly not an issue. It's not that I don't want to keep more, but they won't allow us to. Mr. Zhou replied. Why won't they let us keep it? If we want to keep some, we should be able to. They should have no say in how much we sell. Lao Gao protested, astonished and perplexed. In the past, the Tianyu Merchant Guild didn't intervene in these matters. Whatever we sold, they accepted without question. But now it's different. We are strictly regulated to only keep what we need for ourselves. Mr. Zhou seemed unwilling to elaborate further, shaking his head and falling silent, leaving Lao Gao to murmur in acknowledgement. The next morning, they transported the rice to another location for sale. Tainyo realized they were not at the same place they had sold rice previously, but rather at a new venue. While selling rice there, he noticed a familiar figure, a person he vaguely remembered encountering during his last grain sale with the Gao family. At that time, he had even exchanged words with Gaoan. Now, this individual appeared arrogant, and as he collected grain, Mr. Zhou treated him with excessive courtesy, bowing and nodding repeatedly. Tainyo couldn't help but smile wryly. Mr. Zhou was indeed a notable figure in their town of Chang'ao, but here in the county town, he was nothing of consequence. As dusk approached, everything was finally settled, and a flicker of a smile appeared on Mr. Zhou and Appo's weathered face. He led them back to their lodging, where they enjoyed a warm meal of noodles on the street. The steaming noodles were particularly delightful on such a chilly day. With their affairs in order over the past 2 days, they were supposed to return. However, Mr. Zhou had another matter to attend to while in town. Tomorrow, I'll give you all a day off to explore. But remember, you can stroll around the street, but do not wander too far. Return when it's time. Lao Gao and the others nodded in understanding. Tainyo had already intended to extend his stay. Even without a day off, he planned to discuss with Mr. Zhou the possibility of staying a few extra days to attend to his own matters, especially since he had so many chi-boosting pills to sell. Early the next morning, Mr. Zhou rose early and left alone. Tainyo noticed him carrying a basket, seemingly filled with yellow paper, wine, and items such as chickens and ducks. Tainyo surmised he was likely going to pay respects to his late sister and brother-in-law. It was rare for Mr. Zhou to enter the city, since he was here. He might as well visit the deceased family. As time passed, Tainyo tidied up his belongings and leisurely made his way outside to purchase 2 meat buns before arriving at the Dongfeng Hall. Ah, it's you. Upon entering, he was greeted by Lin Yin, who appeared to be smiling with delight. You haven't visited in quite some time. The items you brought us before were exceptional. I've been hoping you would send more soon. It's been ages since we last saw you. What medicinal herbs do you have this time? Tainyo scratched his head, responding, Young master, I don't have any medicinal herbs this time. However, I do have some items you might be interested in. He gritted his teeth and finally opened his package. I have over 180 chi-boosting pills. Would you like to take a look? He handed the package over to Lin Yan, having intentionally set aside a considerable amount for Dahe. Lin Yan picked one up without opening it, inhaling the faint aroma emanating from it. When he opened it to see the dark-hued pills that even glimmered slightly, his expression changed. He then brought it to his nose for a closer inspection. Not only did he examine it himself, but he also excused himself to fetch an elderly man from within. Master Guo, come and take a whiff of this. He called, presenting one of the pills to an elderly man named Guo, who appeared to be in his 60s. The old man took a good whiff, and his expression shifted as he carefully scrutinized the item. He was thorough in his examination, seemingly not wanting to miss a single detail. This meticulous inspection lasted for nearly half a stick of incense before the elder finally set the pill down. However, he did not speak. Instead, he merely gestured to Lin Yan. Lin Yan understood and followed the old man inside. It was genuine, an exquisite chi-nourishing pill. It was even better than what we refined. Indeed, it surpasses what we sell here by a considerable margin. I wonder how he managed to concoct it. Could he be an alchemist? That would certainly make him someone not to be underestimated, especially at such a young age. Lin Yin felt a surge of excitement and pondered before speaking. Can we purchase it now? Of course, we can proceed with the acquisition. Just negotiate a price with him. And it would be best to mention that if he has more of such items in the future, he can bring them to our pharmacy. All right, I understand. With a smile on his face, Lin Yin hurriedly made his way outside. In truth, as soon as the two displayed the items, Tai No's heart raced with anxiety. He knew these were no ordinary goods, and he feared attracting trouble, which left him in a state of tension while waiting. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Yin emerged, cupping his fists in greeting and leading him to the backyard. Brother Tai No, the quality of your items is exceptional. Tai No displayed a simple smile but internally mused that he was well aware of the worth of his goods. The real question was, what price could he offer? How about this? I will purchase your chi-nourishing pills at 7 taels of silver each. He proposed a price. Tai No quickly calculated in his mind. I won't hide it from you. I have our own chi-nourishing pills for sale at my shop, but they are priced lower at 5 taels each. The reason for the lower price is that their quality is quite mediocre, nowhere near as good as yours. Your pill is of superior quality in every aspect, be it age or refining technique, resulting in a product that is naturally of higher caliber. Thus, I cannot offer you a lower price. All right. Then it and Appos, S settled at 7 taels each. Good. Let and Appos, S start counting. Lin Yin exclaimed joyfully as he began to tally. Ultimately, they counted a total of 186 pills. Therefore, selling them would yield 302 taels of silver, but carrying over 1,000 taels was cumbersome, so Tai No converted it into gold. As he held the gold, Tai No felt a tremor of excitement. He had never possessed gold in his life. Brother Tai No, this is a substantial amount. You must keep it safe. As the world is quite chaotic now, Lin Yin reminded him as he watched Tai No place the gold into his bag. Tai No felt a sense of resignation. The last person who had offered him good advice was Jiang Tianming, who had attempted to ambush him but ended up being outsmarted. However, he understood that Lin Yin was different. Lin Yin was the true young master of this place, conducting his own business, while Jiang Tianming was merely a manager overseeing the shop. For Lin Yin, a long-term partnership with him would maximize his interests, and he was unlikely to turn against him over trivial matters. Rest assured, young master, I am well aware. Then it is settled. Just as Tai No was about to leave with his money, Lin Yin waved to call him back and hesitantly inquired, Brother Tai No, is this item truly of your own making? Tai No was filled with doubt and wanted to deny it. However, Lin Yin immediately signaled him not to be alarmed. You need not act this way. Just be honest with me. If it is indeed your own creation, I can facilitate communication with the authorities. Facilitate communication? About what? Tai No was bewildered. He was genuinely a simple country folk, having barely learned to read and rarely visiting the town, utterly ignorant of the various laws of the Daxia dynasty. Thus, he felt both anxious and surprised at the words he heard. Our Daxia has strict regulations regarding alchemists. Typically, registration is required. This means you should report it to the authorities. But do not worry, once we report it, there will be many privileges for alchemists. Having this registration is akin to holding a semi-official status, which will afford you different treatment from ordinary people in the future. Tai No contemplated seriously. Is it mandatory to report? Lin Yin chuckled wryly. Generally speaking, as the owner of a pharmacy, we are obligated to report any occurrences within our premises. Seeing Lin Yan's earnest demeanor, Tai No pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Aside from what you just mentioned, are there any other benefits? Having semi-official status means you will be exempt from land taxes, but you will also have obligations, such as paying alchemy taxes. This left Tai No perplexed. If I am exempt from land taxes, why must I pay alchemy taxes? The land tax pertains to agricultural yields, which you can forego. However, the alchemy tax refers to the tax on the elixirs you produce. As you are an alchemist, your primary output is, after all, elixirs. In our region, elixirs are crucial resources for cultivation, hence the need for an alchemy tax. However, there are advantages. For instance, you can collaborate with the authorities in producing elixirs, especially for materials you may lack, which they will assist you in sourcing and even providing. However, they will require a significant tax in return. It all depends on your willingness. Though Tai No found Lin Yin's explanation bewildering, he ultimately nodded in agreement. All right then, please report it for me. You may need to wait a moment. I will report it immediately, and there will be an official assigned to register you. Tai No nodded and waited. Lin Yin prepared tea for him and sent others to fetch the registrant. After a while, the registrant arrived, appearing to be in his 40s. yet bearing an air of arrogance. However, upon seeing Lin Yin, he greeted him politely with cupped fists. "Young Master Lin, I heard there's a young alchemist from the countryside. Nearly in his teens? Indeed, he is quite young. Come, Tainyo, introduce your place of origin to Lord Xiao." Since the moment the individual entered, Tainyo felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether he had been overly careless. However, now that the person was present, he had no choice but to step forward and respectfully provide his place of origin and age. Before long, Lord Xiao had completed the registration and issued him a badge representing the Daxia government and Appos, as acknowledgement of him as an alchemist. "Now, you are officially registered as an alchemist in our Daxia. I must clarify a few points. As an officially registered alchemist, you will be required to participate in any matters that arise and heed our directives. Of course, should you require assistance, particularly in alchemy, you may seek us out. Additionally, as our registered alchemist, with the benefits bestowed upon you, you will also have obligations, such as providing 20 qi nourishing pills this year." Upon hearing this, Tainyo was left in disbelief. "Isn't that worth 140 taels of silver?" He exclaimed in frustration. "I wouldn't even pay that much in land rent for a year. Over 100 taels is enough for several years of sustenance." Yet, since the registration had been completed, Tainyo clearly could not back out now. They wouldn't grant him the opportunity to retract his agreement, so he hastily nodded in acquiescence. "I shall consider it a costly lesson." "Very well. I shall take my leave now. When do you plan to deliver the 20 qi nourishing pills for this year?" "Lord Xiao, there is no rush. I will urge him." At that moment, Lin Yin spoke up on his behalf. "All right, since he is collaborating with your Dongfeng Hall to sell elixirs, I can remind you when the time comes." After delivering this statement, Lord Xiao exited. "Do you think the taxes are a bit excessive?" Lin Yin finally inquired. Tainyo chuckled. "No worries, whether light or heavy. It makes little difference. Now that I am registered, there must be some benefits. Certainly, if you had established a record, ordinary individuals would think twice before bullying you. You may not realize the significance of alchemists in our great Xia. Elixirs represent the pinnacle of cultivation resources. Countless individuals aspire to procure these elixirs for their training. Yet acquiring them is not a simple endeavor. Consequently, incidents of theft and murder over elixirs frequently occur. Now that you possess a semblance of official status, they will undoubtedly treat you with greater caution than they would a common wild alchemist. Should they attempt to seize your elixirs, they would weigh the consequences. If anything were to happen to you, the Great Xia authorities would undoubtedly intervene on your behalf." Iron Bull pondered. "What does it matter if I am met with misfortune while you stand up for me?" However, he soon realized that time was slipping away. He had lingered here for quite a while. After exchanging a few more words, he clasped his fists in farewell and departed. I noted a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. Once he left, the old man Gu Kuden and Appos, helped but utter a remark. "Master Gu, each individual has their own aspirations. One cannot force another into Appos' hand. Perhaps he has his own difficulties. Moreover, the tax on elixirs has been increasingly burdensome, demanding 20 elixirs from him at once. The expense of procuring them is quite substantial. Indeed, for someone newly registered, being asked for 20 qi-enhancing elixirs is truly astonishing." The two conversed for a while longer before returning to their respective tasks. Iron Bull, feeling famished, hastily exited to a noodle stall for a meal. After finishing his noodles, he reflected that the situation was as it stood, leaving little room for contemplation. After all, he had obtained a degree of official recognition. He couldn't claim to have gained nothing. As for what lay ahead, that could be addressed in due time. Resolute in his decision, Iron Bull returned to the market he had previously explored, intent on discovering any items he could acquire. After wandering about, he stumbled upon some herbs and purchased them. He continued to browse until dusk fell before finally returning to their modest courtyard. Upon arrival, he found Old Gao and the others present. Yet there was no sign of Zhou. Initially, he presumed Zhou had returned early to rest, but soon Old Gao approached him, his expression grave. "Have you seen Old Master Zhou?" Iron Bull, taken aback, shook his head. "Has Old Master Zhou not returned?" "No. He left early this morning to pay respects to Old Master Gao and Appos' family, and he has yet to return. This cannot bode well." Iron Bull and Appos' countenance darkened as he sat, deep in thought. This is dire. Could something truly have happened? Logically, Zhou should have returned by now. Old Gao's anxiety grew, and he appeared increasingly unsettled. After their previous ordeal, they were understandably on edge. It is often said, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. How could they not be wary? Who would wish to provoke such individuals? What shall we do now? What can we do at this late hour? Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow to search for him. Iron Bull concurred, recognizing that they were strangers in this place and lacked other options. That night, both Iron Bull and Old Gao struggled to find sleep, and by the time dawn arrived, they sat together, exchanging anxious glances. Iron Bull, let us go. Old Gao's expression shifted several times before he seemed to reach a decision to search for him. Before he could voice his thoughts, the door was abruptly kicked open, and a group of fierce-looking officials stormed in. Who is Gao Ping? I am Gao Ping. What is the matter, my lord? Old Gao trembled in fear in these times. Anyone encountering such officials would be apprehensive, dreading the possibility of being wrongfully implicated. Is Zhou Li your master? Yes, he is my master. What has happened to him? How dare you dig graves in broad daylight, bringing shame upon society? He is currently in our custody. With that, the officials departed as ferociously as they had arrived. Old Gao and the others were left stunned, collapsing onto the ground, chilled to the bone. We should leave. His arrest does not concern us. One timid tenant suggested. Indeed. What can we do? Zhou Li's predicament is beyond our control, and remaining here is futile. We should hasten back. Many others echoed this sentiment. How can we simply abandon him? Zhou Li has treated us well. We all came together. We must return together. Otherwise, how shall we explain ourselves to the young master? Old Gao, having spent considerable time with Zhou Li, stepped forward to halt the others. But we are powerless to assist. Who knows what madness has possessed him to dig graves? It is not grave digging. Those are his sister's family. Why would he disturb their graves? He told me he was going to pay respects. How could he possibly dig them? Old Gao insisted. At this moment, Iron Bull also sensed something amiss. He had risen early and noticed the items Zhou Li carried. It was evident he intended to pay respects. Who would disturb graves without reason? This was merely an excuse. Nonetheless, Iron Bull found himself at a loss for an effective course of action. Yet, his sharp mind led him to a sudden realization: we cannot leave. If we do, Zhou Li may perish, but they do not seem intent on killing him. Otherwise, they would not have come to inform us. I believe they want us to meet him or find a way to rescue him. Look. Iron Bull's reasoning surpasses all of yours. Old Gao exclaimed, nodding vigorously. Then let us head to the county office and see if we can meet Zhou Li. If we can, we shall inquire about what to do. If not, we will reassess. To be honest, Iron Bull found Zhou Li to be a decent individual, especially among landowners, whose reputation was often less than favorable. Yet, in truth, Iron Bull preferred to avoid meddling in affairs that did not concern him. However, his primary motivation was to secure the land at Lianhua Mountain as his own. Currently, that land was in Zhou Li's possession. Even if he wished to disengage from this situation, he had to see if he could retrieve it. If it fell into someone else's hands, acquiring it would become increasingly difficult. Thus, Iron Bull mustered his courage, gritting his teeth to take a chance. All right. I will go with Iron Bull to find the master. You all remain here and do not stir. We will handle anything that arises upon our return. With that, Iron Bull and Old Gao hastily made their way to the county office. Zhou Li, is it? Oh, I see. He was brought in yesterday. Very well. I shall allow you to see him. To their astonishment, they were granted easy access to the prison where Zhou Li was held. This further convinced Iron Bull that the officials merely sought to have them rescue Zhou Li, essentially attempting to extort some money from them. Zhou Li, upon seeing them, appeared far removed from his previous prosperous demeanor, his face a mask of despair. Master, what has transpired? Gao Ping asked urgently. Why are they claiming you were digging graves? I did not dig graves. Why would I dig graves? Those are my sisters-in-laws. I had no reason to disturb their graves. I merely intended to pay my respects. And suddenly, this pack of wolves descended upon me, accusing me of grave digging and tarnishing my reputation. Zhou Li felt an immense sense of grievance. I had previously learned that after the Gao family was annihilated, all the remains were gathered and buried in a mass grave. I thought it would be difficult to pay my respects to them this time. However, discussing this matter now seems utterly pointless. I have come to realize that they simply do not care whether I disturb the graves. It appears I have become a target for them, likely driven by greed. At this point, Zhou Li smote his thigh in regret. So what should we do now? Lao Gao, a mere peasant, felt his legs weaken upon hearing this. Master Zhou, what shall we do now? If they truly seek wealth, we are powerless. Do you know anyone in this county? We should seek assistance. Zhou Li felt a sense of unease. The only person he could think of was his late brother-in-law, who had also passed away. Who could he turn to? Moreover, he suspected that this incident was merely a continuation of the previous affair. In essence, the matter had never truly concluded. Although he had complied with their wishes and collaborated, some still felt it insufficient. They desired wealth. Thus, you too should inquire about the sum required to secure my release. My lord, I cannot. I do not know anyone else. If you send me, I would not know how to proceed. Lao Gao protested, shaking his head vigorously. Regardless, he was terrified and clueless as to how to handle the situation. Zhou Li, in a fit of rage, contemplated that given the gravity of the situation, it was commendable that a tenant like him had come to seek help instead of fleeing. Ultimately, he turned to Tainyo, feeling as if he had grasped a lifeline. I know you seem quite earnest, and you possess some wit. You should assist me in this matter. Their aim is money. If you negotiate with them, you should be able to ascertain their demands. Tainyo weighed the situation in his mind. He felt a stirring ambition, believing he could indeed handle this task. But he could not do so without some form of compensation. My lord, I have never encountered such a situation, and I am afraid. I am merely a tenant. Tainyo remained composed. I know you are a tenant, but what of it? You will represent me in negotiations, plead on my behalf, and they will surely present an offer. Being a landlord, Zhou Li had grasped the crux of the matter, and his mind was now quite clear. My lord, I am not unwilling to negotiate, but may I make a request? Zhou Li, regaining his composure, replied without hesitation, you desire the acre of land at Lianhua Mountain, correct? Very well, I shall sell it to you. Really? Tainyo exclaimed with joy. It is but an acre of barren field. What prevents me from selling it to you? I once thought you too young to maintain it, but now I see you are indeed different. If you truly wish for it, I shall sell it to you. And what about the surrounding wasteland? Those lands are unclaimed. If you wish to cultivate, you may do so. According to the laws of our great Xia, whoever cultivates it shall own it, and there will be no taxes for the first 3 years. I understand. Tainyo suddenly stood up. They say that fortune favors the diligent. He now viewed Lianhua Mountain as a sanctuary for his cultivation. Emotionally and logically, he felt the need to establish a legacy there to ensure a smoother path toward his longevity. This was the opportune moment to negotiate with Zhou Li for the land. Should he miss this chance, he might never have another. Master Zhou, I shall go out and inquire on your behalf. Once I have clarity, we can discuss other matters. If that is agreeable, good. Hurry and ask. I shall await your news here. Be swift. Tainyo, accompanied by Lao Gao, exited the premises. Upon stepping outside, Lao Gao gazed at Tainyo in astonishment, seemingly pondering the recent exchange between Tainyo and Master Zhou. Tainyo, I realize you wish to acquire the acre of land at Lianhua Mountain. However, you are about to meet with the magistrate. Are you certain it is worth it? Lao Gao expressed concern. In the eyes of the common folk, the magistrate was an untouchable figure, wielding the power to determine their fates with a single word. If given the choice, they would prefer never to engage with a magistrate throughout their lives. Then tell me, as tenants with no possessions and scant resources, what choice do we have but to forge ahead? If everything were easily accomplished, who would seek our assistance? Tainyo's gaze sharpened with determination. Lao Gao stood in stunned silence, unsure how to respond to Tainyo's words. At the county office, Tainyo and Lao Gao stood before Song Dianshi. In his 40s, Song Dianshi presided over the apprehension of criminals and the county jail. Song Darren. Tainyo inhaled deeply and bowed respectfully. Indeed, during this time spent with Su Daxian, he had learned quite a bit, and now he presented himself with a semblance of authority. Lao Gao felt anxious as he observed the various officials around them, his legs trembling as he attempted to mimic Tainyo's respectful demeanor, though it appeared somewhat comical. Song Dianshi glanced at them, showing no interest in these rustic peasants. To him, they were but insignificant insects. I am Tainyo, a tenant of Master Zhou. A mere tenant dares to be insolent before me? Speak your purpose swiftly. Master Zhou sent me to inquire. This matter is his fault. How shall we resolve it? Song Dianshi had been engrossed in a book, but upon hearing this, he finally set it down, a smug smile gracing his face. Dealing with you insignificant landlords is a matter of mere minutes. He was well versed in this routine. However, Zhou Li's swift concession surprised him somewhat. He had handled countless cases, and many would hesitate to part with their wealth, usually struggling before ultimately capitulating. Few yielded as quickly as Zhou Li had. Disturbing graves was not a severe crime, but it depended on one's attitude. A good attitude made negotiations easier, while a poor one complicated matters. Zhou Li had no objections and had already submitted to the magistrate and Appos as judgment. Oh, that simplifies things. Return and inform Master Zhou that, given the recent disturbances, a chance for redemption shall be granted. Since it is a matter of morality, let money settle it. providing some form of accountability for the people of Weijin County. Tai Nyo felt a sense of resignation. He understood this was the only recourse available. The demands had been laid forth, and compliance was necessary. May I inquire what the county office and Oppos S regulations entail? Song Dianshi scrutinized him. A smile on his face as he replied, not much, merely 2,000 taels of silver. 2,000 taels. Lao Gao nearly fainted at this figure. How could a lowly tenant earn that much in a year? Tai Nyo sighed inwardly, having anticipated that the demands would be steep. Yet he had not expected such an exorbitant sum. Very well, the commoner agrees. Tai Nyo gritted his teeth in assent. Meanwhile, Lao Gao trembled, thinking, what are you agreeing to? Such a large sum, and you dare to commit to it? If Master Zhou refuses to acknowledge it later, the blame will fall upon you. He felt an overwhelming urgency, yet he dared not voice it, standing there in a state of agitation. Can a mere tenant make such decisions? Song Dianshi frowned, adopting a reprimanding tone. Certainly. Master Zhou has entrusted this matter entirely to me. Presumptuous. How dare you, a mere tenant, speak so boldly? Such significant matters are not for you to decide. Hurry and summon the rest of the Zhou family to discuss this with me. The anger of Song Dianshi erupted as he slammed his hand on the table. Old Gao, caught off guard, fell to his knees with a thud, trembling in fear and nodding incessantly. Yes, I shall promptly fetch the people from Lord Zhou's household. Tai Nyo was startled as well. However, being more astute than Old Gao, he recognized that despite Song Dianshi and Oppos' fury, he was quite pleased with their compliance. It was merely a matter of ensuring that someone capable would handle the situation. The two hurriedly departed. I told you not to say anything, and now look at how displeased Lord Song is. Old Gao complained as they exited. Uncle Gao, you must return immediately and bring either the young master or young mistress back, preferably the young master. We can only convey Lord Zhou's intentions, but ultimately they must come in person to resolve this. Go swiftly, and bring back the other tenants as well. Tell the young master to prepare the silver. I will await your return here. Old Gao sighed in relief, thinking he could finally extricate himself from this quagmire, but he glanced at Tai Nyo with concern. Do you reside here? Yes, I am staying here. It is crucial that someone remains vigilant for Lord Zhou, and when the young master arrives, he will require guidance in these matters. I am best suited for this task. You must return quickly. All right, I shall bring them back at once. That night, only Tai Nyo slept soundly. However, by the following afternoon, Zhou Yi arrived in haste, accompanied by Old Gao. Upon receiving Zhou Yi, Old Gao promptly took them to the prison to see Shou Li. Tai Nyo recounted his conversation with Song Dianshi to the father and son in its entirety. Father, they are trying to extort us. You haven't even disturbed the grave. How could they possibly make such an accusation? They claim you are robbing my aunt's grave. Why would we desecrate her resting place? This is a blatant slander against us. Zhou Yi, being young, grew agitated upon hearing this. Be quiet. Zhou Li suddenly reproached him. Does it matter to you whether I disturb the grave? What truly matters is that they believe I have. After this, he looked at Tai Nyo with increasing admiration. Tai Nyo, you have handled this exceptionally well. Regardless of the circumstances, they are targeting me, and I cannot evade this. 2,000 taels for a life, that is a bargain. Zhou Yi, have you brought the money? Father, how could our family possibly have that much money? Zhou Li retorted. How could we not? Have you forgotten how much silver you have spent to send me to the Xinjiang sect for the study of immortality? Our family currently possesses over 800 taels, and I have brought it all. Zhou Li was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had expended a considerable sum to ensure his son could join the Xinjiang sect, and in his haste, he had overlooked the implications of their financial situation. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Perhaps I should plead for leniency with Dianshi. Zhou Yi suggested. Fool, how could you possibly plead for mercy with him? Do you wish for our family to meet the same fate as your aunt? Zhou Li scolded softly. They are after our money. Do you think they will engage in further conversation with us? What shall we do now? I must hurry back to town and borrow some money from the other lords to weather this storm. That is not an option. Not only would it take a day or two to return, but those people are as cunning as foxes. Do you think they would lend you money? They are merely interested in seizing our land. Zhou Li dismissed the idea. As his father continually rejected his suggestions, Zhou Yi fell silent, uncertain of what to say. Lord Zhou, how much would it cost to purchase Huangfengou? If you offer 30 taels for that land, I will sell it to you. Zhou Li managed to force a smile at Tai Nyo. On one hand, Tai Nyo had demonstrated remarkable composure during his imprisonment, instilling Zhou Li with great confidence. On the other hand, Zhou Li realized that although Tai Nyo was young, He possessed a remarkable steadiness and a commanding presence, which earned Zhou Li and Apos as respect. Whose land is Lion Washan? It is also ours. My father purchased that mountain. Tainyo rejoiced. He had only known that the acre of land belonged to Lord Zhou, unaware that Lion Washan was also part of their estate. No wonder the Zhou family was considered relatively affluent in Chang and Apos, Ao town. It was evident they had the means. If I were to purchase Lion Washan as well, how much would that cost? Tainyo inquired. What are you planning to do, Tainyo? Zhou exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. One thing at a time. Although you saved my life previously, I believe my father has already compensated you. Now, your intentions appear to be opportunistic. Silence. Zhou Li interjected, turning to Tainyo with a serious expression. I had previously promised to sell you that acre of land, and that is entirely acceptable. However, the mountain is too valuable for you to acquire. You do not possess the funds. Name your price. Tainyo remained composed. If I lack the funds, I will find a way. Lord Zhou is a discerning man. He must understand that our smooth entry here to negotiate is due to someone facilitating our presence. Otherwise, gaining access would have been a cumbersome process. The ease of our entry suggests they wish for us to gather funds quickly to extricate you and avert calamity. If we delay further, their patience may wane. And even if we have money, we may fail to secure your release. Zhou Li chuckled bitterly, glancing at his son. He had previously thought of Zhou Yi as a studious young man with a sharp mind, but now, in contrast to the uneducated Tainyo, he recognized the latter's acumen. 1,500 taels. Zhou Li gritted his teeth, finally offering a price. This mountain was acquired by my father, and previously, I would have never considered parting with it. However, since you have inquired, I shall offer you a fair price of 1,500 taels, and not a penny less. Tainyo nodded. May I defer payment of 200 taels? I will pay you 1,300 taels now, and with your 800 taels, that totals 2,100 taels. Sufficient to secure your release and leave some surplus for your family. The three individuals within the room stared at Tainyo in astonishment. Zhou Li and his son were utterly flabbergasted, unaware of where Tainyo had acquired such wealth. Meanwhile, old Gao was left bewildered. As fellow tenants, how can you have so much money? I have toiled as a tenant for decades, and my savings have never exceeded 5 taels. Is it acceptable? Tainyo inquired earnestly, locking eyes with Zhou Li. If so, I will accompany the young master to Lord Dianshi to deliver the funds, and afterward, we will finalize the necessary paperwork for the land and mountain. They will all belong to me. I will provide you with an IOU for 230 taels, which I assure you will be repaid within a year. Do you truly possess the means? Zhou Li hesitated. If I make such a claim, I certainly have the funds. Agreed. It is settled. You must go with Zhou Yi at once. Tainyo nodded, gesturing for Zhou Yi to follow him. Zhou Yi, still in a daze, complied and exited with Tainyo. Seizing an opportunity, Tainyo produced the equivalent sum of gold and handed it to Zhou Yi. Before long, they stood before Song Dianshi. My lord, this is Zhou Yi, the son of Lord Zhou from the Zhou family. He was originally studying in our county, but has now brought all the money. Tainyo hurriedly spoke. Zhou Yi, feeling anxious, took out the money wrapped in cloth, keeping 100 taels for himself, while the rest matched exactly the amount of gold Tainyo had just given him. Upon seeing this, Song Dianshi's eyes brightened, a smile spreading across his face as he chuckled. Given your timeliness and sincerity in presenting the money, thereby rectifying the atmosphere of the county, I shall consider this matter resolved. Now, please take the person away. Zhou Yi let out a sigh of relief, his legs trembling. Thank you, my lord. Tainyo clasped his fist in gratitude. After emerging from within, Zhou Li returned to the small courtyard, though his legs quivered as he entered. Lao Gao, accompany the young master outside to buy some food. I hardly ate anything in there and am starving. Lao Gao went out with Zhou Yi. Once outside, Zhou Li, trembling, entered to fetch paper and pen to write an IOU. Soon, he handed the completed note to Tainyo. Tainyo glanced at it. It stated that Zhou Li still owed him 230 taels of silver. Without hesitation, he signed his name and pressed his fingerprint on it. Now that we and Apos in the county, we shall retrieve the land deed for you tomorrow and also register it in the county. Tainyo said earnestly. Thank you, Lord Zhou, for your assistance. You needn't thank me. If it weren't for your presence, I might have perished here. Zhou Li chuckled self-deprecatingly. I truly did not realize you possessed such wisdom. Tainyo scratched his head, revealing a simple smile. Lord Zhou, you overestimate me. I merely take one step at a time, devoid of any grand wisdom. Zhou Li sighed, pondering, then remarked, I indeed owe you a favor this time. The land is inconsequential. In truth, that Lianhua Mountain is my ancestral inheritance. If it were to go to someone else, I would certainly object, but giving it to you. Tainyo. Well, that is acceptable. Unbeknownst to me, you have become a landlord. Tainyo chuckled. Shortly after, Zhou and Lao Gao returned with food, and the group sat together to eat. Once they finished, night fell. Zhou, having been overly frightened these past few days, suddenly relaxed and enjoyed a good night's sleep. The next morning, he and Tainyo went to the county office to find the main clerk responsible for land and tax. They completed all the necessary procedures. Once finished, the four of them emerged from inside. After exiting, Zhou felt utterly relieved. Let us return home. After stepping outside, Zhou could not help but glance back at the county office's grand door. Zhou, hands clasped behind his back, sighed as he looked in the direction of his sister's former home. Do you resent me for father's wish that you not pursue a scholarly career? Zhou shook his head. Father, I have come to realize that with my abilities, should I truly achieve such a title, I would merely be meat on someone else and Appo's as chopping block, easily disposed of. Zhou's words were tinged with resignation. Silly child, you have finally grasped the truth. Zhou sighed, recalling the fate of your aunt and uncle. I was terrified at the time, which is why I declined the city matters while you were recovering. Now it seems even more prudent. Henceforth, abandon any thoughts of becoming an official, for with your intellect, you cannot contend with others. After saying this, Zhou turned and walked ahead. The three exchanged glances and promptly followed. Upon returning to the small courtyard, they readied the carriage, and the group of four set off back to Chang'eo town. Throughout the journey, Zhou and his son sat in the carriage while Lao Gao drove, with Tainyo strolling alongside leisurely. Several times, Zhou lifted the curtain to converse with Tainyo, inquiring if he felt tired, to which Tainyo simply smiled and replied that he was not fatigued. Of course not. Although he had nearly exhausted all his savings this time, it mattered little. What was crucial was that he had finally acquired that coveted acre of land in Lianhua Mountain. From now on, he would no longer toil in another's fields. As his mother had said, he possessed his own modest plot of land. Whether he chose to be a landlord was secondary. The paramount importance lay in seizing control of his own fate. Sitting in the carriage, Zhou kept his eyes closed, refraining from speaking much with Zhou. It was not until they neared Chang'eo town that Zhou opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, as if relieved, murmuring to his son, "Our family has indeed endured great tribulations this time. However, I surmise that this matter will soon be resolved, and we shall no longer be entangled in its aftermath. Father, you refer to the grain sale. We have already agreed to sell the grain to them. Why would they treat us this way? It makes no sense." Zhou expressed his confusion. Your reasoning still lacks depth. Let me speak plainly. This incident was not instigated by the Tonghu Merchant Guild. I had thought it was the Tonghu Merchant Guild acting against us. If not them, then who? The Tianyu Merchant Guild. We sold our grain to the Tianyu Merchant Guild, and later, it was the Tonghu side that exterminated your aunt's family, prompting us to switch to the Tonghu Merchant Guild. Why would the Tianyu Merchant Guild still target us? It defies logic. What logic is there? They have wealth and power behind them, and that is the only logic. We are merely country landlords. How could we contend with them? They see us as mere meat on the chopping block. Although the Tonghu Merchant Guild ultimately triumphed, for us common folk, the Tianyu Merchant Guild remains a formidable entity, one we cannot provoke. Moreover, the Tianyu Merchant Guild has many local dealings to maintain. Our actions here have embarrassed them, if they do not seek to reclaim their honor. What do you propose we do? Zhou finally grasped the situation, his expression darkening as he asked earnestly, Father, what shall we do now? For the time being, the Tianyu Merchant Guild and Appo's ire should have subsided, and they will not take further action against us. However, we must never provoke them again. Alas, it is a pity that such matters are well known among us in Yunzhou, yet it is us common folk who suffer. Their squabbles have nothing to do with us. After expressing this, Zhou shook his head repeatedly, seemingly filled with grievances. Zhou fell silent for a moment, realizing that despite his self-perceived cleverness, he still fell short compared to his father. The Zhengyang sect has nearly paved the way for you. Once it is complete, you can pursue the path of immortality. I am aware that even if I manage to get you in, it does not guarantee you will become an outer disciple. You may merely end up as a menial worker. There may be some means, but to thrive in this world, one must either remain blissfully ignorant and allow them to exploit us or strive to learn the path of immortality and become a disciple of a sect, thus preventing officials from easily laying hands on us. Your grandfather and I have only accumulated some wealth in our lifetime. As for pursuing titles, I have reflected and believe it unwise. If you cannot succeed, I lack the backing. Your uncle, despite accumulating wealth in the city over several generations, was easily wiped out. We could not even dare to protest. This illustrates that education may not hold much value. Perhaps it all comes down to who is stronger. The path of immortality is the best course for you. Yet if you truly embark on it, I shall no longer be able to assist you with these matters. Joey fell silent, and the two remained quiet. Soon, the carriage entered Changnyeo town, and the sky was already dark. Tainyo. Master Zhou lifted the curtain and, with a gentle expression, addressed Tainyo before him. We have endured a long day of travel. Why not return to my home, where your aunt can prepare a meal for you? You can stay the night and return to the mountains tomorrow. Thank you, but that and Appos, is unnecessary. Tainyo replied with a smile, shaking his head. I and Appos, am accustomed to it. Besides, I have some matters to attend to once I return. Perhaps next time. Master Zhou sighed, reflecting on the fact that from this moment onward, Tainyo would no longer be a tenant of their family. The next opportunity Tainyo spoke of might be far off. Tainyo, you are indeed no longer a tenant of my family, but you are always welcome to visit. Springhua seems to get along with you quite well. Feel free to come by. Your aunt would be delighted to prepare something for you. Old Gao, standing nearby, felt a twinge of envy towards Tainyo. The master and Appos' words were clear. He held Tainyo in high regard and perhaps even contemplated a match between him and Springhua. Tainyo was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood Master Zhou's intentions. The thought of Springhua stirred feelings within his youthful heart, prompting him to nod vigorously and say, Thank you, Master. I and Appos, I'll take my leave now. Master Zhou nodded, watching Tainyo depart. Indeed, a child of the poor must mature early, he mused, then instructed Old Gao, hurry back with the cart. After dinner at my house, you can return. You've worked hard alongside me and the young master. Your efforts are commendable. Of course, it is my duty. Old Gao replied, his spirits lifted. Master Zhou, though somewhat frugal, was a respectable man in many ways. This was why Old Gao chose to address the issues following Master Zhou's troubles, rather than fleeing like others might. If one handled affairs with dignity, one ought to reciprocate that dignity in their own actions. As night fell, Tainyo finally returned to the mountain. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a pair of eager eyes that pounced into his embrace, licking his face incessantly. Enough, enough. Oh, you smell terrible, Tainyo exclaimed, pinning down the large black dog to halt its licking. You don't even know where that tongue has been, yet you come to lick me? It's quite revolting. The dog, Dehei, wagged its tail joyfully, following its young master closely. It had been rather lonely without Tainyo around, and it relished the company of its master. Once inside, Tainyo retrieved some supplies he had purchased during his trip to the county, along with a few cold buns that he tossed before Dehei. These are from the county, quite delicious, though now they're cold, but better than going hungry. Dehei, now accustomed to a life of plenty with Tainyo, showed little interest in anything else, but perked up at the mention of the meat-filled buns and excitedly picked one up. Tainyo chuckled and joined in, devouring a bun himself. After consuming a couple, he felt rejuvenated and took out the most important item, the land deed. He had also brought back some oil for the lamp, which he promptly poured in, adjusting the wick to allow for a brighter flame. Life was slightly improved now, and he no longer needed to be as miserly as before. With the added oil, the lamp's light brightened considerably, holding the land deed with a smile. Tainyo admired the seal of the magistrate from Xijing County. Dehei, let me share some good news with you. From this day forth, this land is no longer rented. It belongs to us. Dehei, now remarkably intelligent, paused its bun munching upon hearing this and approached Tainyo, nudging his hand as if wanting to inspect the deed. What are you pawing at me for? As if you can understand it, Tainyo said, somewhat exasperated, quickly putting away the document. Yet Dehei, with its mouth open in a grin, wagged its tail in circles, appearing even more ecstatic than Tainyo himself. Stop laughing. Why are you so happy? It's been rather quiet around here, hasn't it? Tainyo queried. Dehei shook its head in response. It was understandable. The entire valley comprised merely an acre of land, with no one living nearby. Who would come here without purpose? That's good. Now, finish your bun and take this elixir. Without hesitation, Tainyo tossed a vitality pill to Dehei. Dehei hesitated, as it had grown weary of the pills after consuming a fair share alongside Tainyo. The reason for Tainyo and Appos' generosity was simple. He had noticed that ever since Dehei began eating the grains from his small cauldron, the dog seemed rejuvenated, almost youthful. Hence, he offered the elixir, hoping it would extend Dehei and Appos' life, allowing them to share more years together. Life had been harsh for Tainyo, and Dahe was the closest companion he had. The dog had become akin to family for him. However, the pills were not particularly palatable. You're turning your nose up at it now? When I offer it to you, just eat it. No more complaints. Tainyo scolded, glaring at Dahe before prying open its mouth to shove the pill inside. Caught off guard, Dahe swallowed the pill, the familiar sensation washing over it, prompting a series of barks towards Tainyo, expressing its displeasure at being force-fed the elixir. Go on, go. I need to cultivate now. Enough noise. With a few sharp words, Tainyo commanded silence, and Dahe obediently retreated, albeit reluctantly. Tainyo consumed a vitality pill and began his cultivation. He had meticulously rearranged the sequence of the qi drawing technique, guided by his previous experience, following his instincts on which pages should connect. He had been making remarkable progress lately. At the very least, he had mastered the basic flow of the qi drawing technique. After this, he had more techniques to practice, including the hammer technique and water wave swordplay. Simultaneously, he sensed his strength deepening and his senses sharpening. Days passed, and before long, winter quietly approached. In the Qingfeng Hall, grandfather, I believe I have seen the Bridge of Longevity. Su Qingfeng suddenly exclaimed to his grandfather, Su Dexian. Su Dexian's face lit up with excitement. Really? Is that true? You truly saw it? Indeed. I felt it. I saw the Bridge of Longevity for the first time. Does this mean I can really cultivate? Su Qingfeng replied earnestly. Ha. Su Dexian was overjoyed, even shedding tears of happiness. Who would have thought that one of the Su family could finally cultivate again after so many generations? A smile graced Su Qingfeng and Appo's face as well. This was indeed a turning point. Who could have imagined that the Su family, after being unable to cultivate for several lifetimes, would resolve their heart and Appo's not here? At that moment, a commotion was heard outside, and Tainyo entered the hall. Su Dexian immediately quieted down, resuming his previous aura of detachment and wisdom. Su Qingfeng stood nearby, smiling as he regarded Tainyo. Master. Tainyo approached respectfully, bowing in greeting. Su Dexian beamed at the only young man in town who had managed to deceive him. Over half a year had flown by, during which he had received a considerable sum of money from Tainyo. More importantly, Tainyo had enlightened him about the reasons behind the Su family's inability to cultivate in the future. Iron Bull, it has been nearly a year since we became acquainted. Now, it seems the time for parting has arrived. Iron Bull was taken aback, unable to fathom that his master would be departing so soon. Not only he, but even Su Qifeng beside him was equally surprised. However, Su Qifeng, with her sharp intellect, quickly understood that this departure was prompted by her grandfather and Appo's new plans for her after witnessing the eternal life bridge. Master, why must you leave so suddenly? Iron Bull scratched his head, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Over the past 6 months, he had learned a great deal from Su Dexian, recognizing numerous characters and understanding many aspects of cultivation. Parting is inevitable. We have known each other for quite some time. Your talent is commendable, and you may continue your cultivation. At this pace, I believe that within a year, you shall likely step into the realm of true cultivators, reaching the Qi refinement stage. All you need to do is to apply yourself diligently. Iron Bull thought to himself that he had already achieved the true realm of cultivation, but he had simply chosen not to disclose this fact. His reticence stemmed from years of cautious living, never daring to reveal his trump card for fear of unforeseen circumstances that could lead to his demise. I have yet to fulfill my mother's wishes to branch out. Another reason for his discretion was the concern that if he progressed too swiftly, his master might not be inclined to teach him wholeheartedly. Thus he preferred to appear somewhat dull-witted. Fortunately, throughout their journey, aside from the moment he mentioned the eternal life bridge, when his master seemed slightly uncomposed, Iron Bull had successfully evaded questions about whether he had witnessed the bridge a third time, and his master had not shown disdain for his perceived dullness. Now, upon hearing of his master's impending departure, Iron Bull felt a pang of shame. Master, when do you plan to leave? I shall depart tomorrow. The old man stroked his beard, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Since I have decided to leave, lingering serves no purpose. But fret not. The mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again one day. Let us not dwell on that. I shall impart one final lesson to you. This is your master and Appo's last lesson. Listen well. Iron Bull, with a serious expression, promptly followed him inside, ready to absorb his teachings once more, which this time included esoteric cultivation secrets along with practicing various characters. It was only around dusk that Iron Bull stood to bid farewell to Su Dexian. However, mere steps outside the door, He turned back respectfully to inquire, "Master, when shall you leave tomorrow?" "At dawn, just as the light breaks," Su Daxian replied with a smile. Iron Bull nodded, then departed with Dahe. Watching his retreating figure, Su Daxian sighed in relief. "At last, I shall no longer need to feign being a master. Oh dear, I have been pretending for over 6 months, constantly fearing that I might slip up and reveal the truth. Now that I can finally leave, it feels so liberating." Su Qingfeng, overhearing her grandfather and Apos' words, felt her ears flush with embarrassment. Grandfather, Su Daxian, aware of his granddaughter and Apos' intentions, turned sharply to scold her. "Enough. Do not speak. I cannot bear to hear it. Hurry and pack, for we shall depart early tomorrow. After more than a year here, we have finally achieved a modicum of success. As you are a rare talent discovered by our Su family, I must nurture you diligently." Su Qingfeng sighed, knowing it was indeed her fault, as she had suspected. The next morning, Su Daxian gathered the wealth he had amassed from Iron Bull over the years, preparing all essential items for their journey. Just as they closed the door, they found a figure standing outside. It was none other than Iron Bull, accompanied by Dahe, the old dog with drooping eyelids. Iron Bull. Having spent nearly a year with him, Su Qingfeng felt a surge of joy upon seeing him. Iron Bull, smiling, presented a bundle emanating warmth. "Master, I am unaware of your destination, but it must be far, for you rise so early to travel. On my way home yesterday, I asked the bun shop owner to prepare some buns for you to take along." He handed the package to Su Daxian, who was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Iron Bull, this is too generous. You are my master. There is no need for such formality." Iron Bull replied earnestly. Su Daxian, realizing the sincerity of Iron Bull's gesture, accepted the bundle and slung it over his shoulder, maintaining an air of an enlightened being. "I often buy these meat buns during market days, and I usually give them to Dahe, who enjoys them immensely." Iron Bull grinned as he observed his master receiving the gift. Su Daxian, sensing an undertone, remarked, "Are you implying that I am akin to a dog?" Iron Bull, choose your words wisely. Realizing his faux pas, Iron Bull stammered, "Master, please do not misunderstand. I am simply not eloquent. We have known each other long enough for you to understand." Just as he finished his explanation, Dahe began barking furiously at Su Daxian. "You old rascal have deceived my young master for so long. If I could speak, I would have reported you long ago. And now you dare to look down on me? Do you have that right?" With Dahe's relentless barking, Su Daxian felt a twinge of insecurity. Realizing he could no longer maintain this charade, lest Iron Bull uncover the truth, he decided it was best to take his leave. "Master, Sister Su, may you travel safely." Iron Bull waved farewell. Su Daxian chuckled, pulling his granddaughter aside as they turned to leave. After a few steps, Su Qingfeng halted abruptly, stamping her foot and calling out, "Grandfather." Su Daxian rubbed his forehead, realizing that his granddaughter was growing up and becoming increasingly rebellious. Grinding his teeth, he turned back and retrieved a pill from the package. "Iron Bull, you have witnessed the eternal life bridge twice, and your master is truly pleased. You are a gifted individual with perseverance. You should be able to embark on the path to immortality. However, there are many uncertainties ahead. I have previously given you elixirs, but their effects pale in comparison to this one. Behold, this is the chi-boosting pill I purchased in Jijing County, acquired from Dongfeng Hall. They recently released a batch of exceptional pills, and upon hearing the news, I went to procure them the very next day, purchasing 2 at a steep price. Each pill cost 20 taels of silver. I gave one to Qingfeng and kept the other for you. As our master-disciple bond is significant, I do not consider it a loss." Iron Bull gaped at the pill, astonished. "ISN and Apos, this the chi-boosting pill I crafted myself? Did you really go there to spend 20 taels on a single one?" Seeing his master's earnest expression made Iron Bull feel particularly guilty. He had always concealed his alchemical endeavors from his master, never revealing a hint of it. On the other hand, Su Qingfeng felt a mix of comfort and unease. The price was accurate, and the pill was genuine, but her grandfather had purchased 6, 4 of which he had consumed during critical moments, leaving only 2. He had mentioned giving her the remaining one at an appropriate time. Little did they know, throughout this period, Iron Bull had been providing them with 10 taels of silver each month, and Su Daxian had often sought additional funds under various pretenses. Indeed, Su Daxian is a clever individual, skillfully requesting silver in such a natural manner that one hardly perceives his intentions. Each time, his eloquent discourse persuades Tiniu to willingly present his offerings. In a span of merely 6 months, Tiniu has undoubtedly expended no less than 200 to 300 taels of silver on their behalf, particularly at the outset. The handcrafted beneficial chi pills sold to Tiniu for 5 taels each were purchased multiple times. Had Su Qingfeng not felt a twinge of conscience, he would have aimed to sell Tiniu over 10 within a month. Reflecting on it now, he feels a sense of remorse, especially towards Tiniu. Tiniu scratched his head, feeling that to decline would be to betray his master's good intentions, and thus he earnestly accepted. Master, may you have a safe journey. Su Daxian chuckled, waving his hand and hastily tugging at Su Qifeng, fearful that she might concoct another troublesome scheme, which would incur further expenses. Each of those pills costs 20 taels, and the thought of such expenditure pains me deeply. Is it easy for me to deceive for a bit of money? It's all because of you. Isn't this a waste? This time, the efficacy of the pill has been widely praised, and it has worked wonders for you. They say it was crafted by a renowned alchemist, and yet, what use is it to Tiniu when it was given away for free? Do not look at me that way. This is all for your benefit. You are the rare talent of our Su family, and I must ensure you have ample resources for your cultivation. Otherwise, how could I justify my family's legacy? As they walked along, he continued to chatter incessantly to his granddaughter. Tainyo, alongside Dehei, watched until their figures vanished from sight. A sense of emptiness settled within him. Over recent times, he had often frequented this place, forming a bond not only with Su Daxian but also becoming familiar with Su Qifeng. Now, as he observed their departure, an undeniable reluctance tugged at his heart. Meanwhile, Dehei barked incessantly, seemingly cheering for his young master, reveling in the departure of the old trickster who could no longer swindle him out of money. Having escaped from hardship, Dehei, a dog of keen insight, understood the old man and imp, Apos, S intentions all too well. If only he could speak, he would have exposed the swindler long ago. With their departure, Tainyo and Dehei returned to the mountains. The chilly weather hinted at impending snow, and Tainyo took a moment to reflect. It had been a while since he purchased this land, and it was time to attend to pressing matters, namely, cultivating the barren soil. With sleeves rolled up, he set to work. Days passed swiftly, and soon the new year would arrive. Tainyo smiled as he surveyed the newly cultivated plot of land. He now possessed 2 acres, more than sufficient for sustenance, especially with the additional land in his small cauldron. He had no worries about food or clothing. Yet, an ingrained fear lingered within the impoverished farmer, the dread of scarcity. A year older, Tainyo appeared more robust than before, having enjoyed a good diet and experienced minor success in his cultivation of the mystical arts, which brought about a remarkable transformation. Tainyo had several tasks at hand. Since this land was now his family and Apos, as property, he decided to relocate his parents and Apos' graves to Lotus Mountain. This way, he would no longer need to return to his former home for Qingming festival tributes. Before the relocation, however, he needed to consult a feng shui master to choose an auspicious date, for such matters could not be addressed lightly. When Su Daxian was still around, Tainyo felt he could trust his celestial wisdom, but with his absence, he was uncertain who in Chang'ao town possessed such knowledge. Thus, he planned to resolve all outstanding matters during his upcoming trip to Zhejiang County. On one hand, he needed to purchase New Year supplies, and on the other, he had recently concocted over 300 chi-boosting pills. Apart from setting aside a few for Dehei, he intended to sell the remainder to Lin Yan, as he desired to hold a sum of money for peace of mind. As for himself, he no longer consumed chi-boosting pills, opting instead for energy-restoring pills. Additionally, he planned to buy some books in the city, for both his master Su Daxian and his mother had always advised him that reading was beneficial. After cultivating the plot, Tainyo anticipated a less hectic pace. He hastily prepared for the next day's journey to the county with Dehei. Let me tell you, this time when we go, you must behave yourself. Don't go chasing after those little female dogs like last time, especially urinating in public. Such behavior is quite unbecoming. As they set off, Tainyo carefully arranged the chi-boosting pills and earnestly cautioned Dehei. Since last night when his young master mentioned the trip to the county, Dehei had been wagging his tail with unrestrained joy. However, upon hearing Tainyo and Imp, Apos' words, he grew somewhat sullen and barked twice at him, as if to convey, "You mind your business with the human females, and I'll mind mine with the female dogs." Tainyo shot him a glare. "Are you challenging me? Fine. I'll go alone then." Dehei immediately donned a cheerful expression, looking up at Tainyo with hopeful eyes, nudging his feet with his paws, as if to say, "Please take me along. I promise not to cause any trouble. Look at your demeanor. Ever since you came to Lotus Mountain, you've become quite the impetuous dog." Tainyo scratched his head, remembering how stable Dahe had seemed during their time together, especially when they faced difficulties at Sixth Aunt's home. Dahe had been both a source of comfort and tangible support, often bringing him food. Why, then, did he now seem more frivolous? Perhaps, after regaining his youth, his spirit had also lightened. Despite his many doubts, Tainyo felt a surge of happiness witnessing Dahe's newfound vitality. "Let us go," he declared, waving his hand and leading the way. Dahe, with a wide grin and wagging tail, eagerly followed, as the duo set forth towards Jijing County. Upon crossing the center of Chang'eo town and entering the main road, Tainyo reflected on the past year. Last winter, after a bitter falling out with Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, he had narrowly escaped a dire fate, feeling like a stray dog. He had doubted he would survive that winter. Yet, a year later, not only had he endured, but his family also found itself with a slight surplus. The landlord's storehouse was now plentiful. With this thought, his steps lightened, and he admonished Dahe, who was darting around. "Behave yourself. Let us get into the city quickly and finish our business. This time, we'll stay at an inn. We can't afford to lodge in a dilapidated temple now that the weather has turned cold. Besides, it's not safe there." This reminded him of the old man he had encountered in the temple, another soul burdened by misfortune. As they entered Jijing County, the festive atmosphere of the new year was palpable. The town bustled with activity. Despite the chill, a celebratory spirit lingered in the air. Most noticeably, children adorned in thick clothing darted about, clutching candied hawthorns, their faces alight with joy. Tainyo, too, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He recalled the days when his parents were alive. No matter how hard times were, his father would always find a way to treat him to his favorite sweets, like candied hawthorn, during the new year. Now, with his parents gone, he was alone. After traversing the streets, he sought a secluded spot to retrieve the items he had prepared in his small cauldron. Once gathered, he placed them in his backpack and made his way toward Dongfeng Hall. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the throngs of people within. "Do you still have any chi-boosting pills left? And please, none of the old stock. I and Amp, Oppos, am looking for the newly arrived ones." Inside, the atmosphere was lively, and the shopkeeper, Su, was overwhelmed by the crowd. When Tainyo stepped in, he felt a bit disoriented. It appeared that his chi-boosting pills were in high demand. Just then, Lin Yin entered, and, upon spotting Tainyo, his face lit up with joy. "At last you've come. I haven't seen you in days. I was about to go to Chang'eo town to look for you. Come in, let us have a good chat." They moved past the front shop and into a quiet side room. Once the door was closed, the bustling noise from the shop faded away, leaving a serene atmosphere. A small heater warmed the room, creating a cozy ambience that welcomed Tainyo. Come, set your backpack down," Lin Yin exclaimed eagerly, taking the pack from him and glancing inside. Besides some herbs, the most important item was a bag, undoubtedly filled with the chi-boosting pills he so desperately needed. "You have quite a stash of chi-boosting pills. How many did you bring me this time?" Lin Yin asked with delight, rubbing his hands together. "I have a total of 300 pills for you, all in whole numbers." Tainyo, in a spirited manner, handed over the package containing 300 pills, urging, "Count them first. I have some other herbs here." "No need to count," Lin Yin chuckled, lifting the package and discovering that the quality was as exceptional as before. "Your alchemy skills are truly remarkable. Not only that, but the herbs you utilized are also of superb quality." Speaking of herbs, he glanced at the backpack. Although it contained few, the herbs within were equally exquisite. "I am a herbalist," Tainyo casually remarked, adding that he had also learned a bit of alchemy from a master. "I brought all the finest herbs I gathered for alchemy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to produce such excellent pills." No wonder. It's hard to believe such talent can emerge from a small town. However, there's something else I must mention. You haven't paid your pill tax yet, have you? The new year is almost upon us. Where do I pay it? Lin Yin spread his hands. "Would you prefer to pay yourself, or shall I assist you?" Tainyo grimaced at the thought of dealing with the bureaucrats and promptly replied, "You handle it for me. Then I suppose I must deduct 20 pills for the tax?" He looked at Tainyo, who understood the implication that the 20 pills needed to be provided separately. "Boss, I truly don't have that many," Tainyo replied, exasperated. As they conversed, Dahe, who had been quietly sitting in the corner since entering with Tainyo, let out a few whines, thinking, "I know you saved me some food. Hurry up and sell it. I don't want to eat that." Lin Yin, feeling a bit regretful, quickly stood up with a smile. "No worries. We'll deduct the 20 for the tax, leaving you with 280 pills, at 7 taels of silver each." That amounts to 1,960 taels. Your herbs aren't too many. Let me check. They're worth 87 taels, totaling 2,047 taels. I'll round it up to 2,050 taels. 2,000 taels. Tainyo felt a jolt in his heart. Last time he sold for over 1,300 taels, all of which went towards purchasing Lianhua Mountain and an acre of land below. Now, he was selling for over 2,000 taels. His purse felt pleasantly heavy again. Give me 500 taels in silver. Can the rest be exchanged for gold? It's easier to carry, Tainyo requested. Of course, but be cautious. Wealth should not be flaunted. The world is not at peace. I've heard of famines in some areas. While Jijin County is relatively safe, you should still exercise caution. Rumor has it that remnants of the Tianma sect have appeared around our Jijin County city. These individuals mercilessly slaughter the innocent, driven by bloodlust. You must be careful. Tainyo nodded. Shortly, they completed the financial transactions, and Tainyo prepared to leave with his backpack. Let me treat you to a meal. Lin Yin called in Su, introducing Tainyo to him, and handed him the medicinal pills before extending the invitation. Although Tainyo believed in seizing opportunities, he ultimately shook his head, declining. Young master, you're too kind. I'll skip the meal. Just remember to help me with the pill tax. All right, I'll go pay it tomorrow. Tainyo nodded, and the two headed outside. Just as they were about to pass through the back door to the front, they spotted a familiar figure frantically shouting, I want 5 chi-boosting pills. 5. Tainyo abruptly halted, stepping aside to observe the elderly man, whose ethereal demeanor had turned somewhat comical due to the crowd. Lin Yin glanced at him, and Tainyo thought for a moment, gently requesting, Lin, could you do me a favor? Please give that old gentleman 5 chi-boosting pills without charging him. Deduct it from my account. I'll pay you now. Though Lin Yin was unaware of their relationship, he readily agreed. I'll arrange it. No need to pay now. Just keep a tab. Next time you come, you can make up for the 5 pills. Remember to come often. Your chi-boosting pills sell remarkably well here. All the wealthy practitioners in Jijin County who need them are flocking to buy. Absolutely. I'll try to come back before the new year. If not, I'll certainly return afterward. Agreed. Lin Yin, a man of integrity, quickly pulled Su Daxian aside and handed him 5 chi-boosting pills. Just as Su Daxian reached for his money, Lin Yin stopped him, chuckling, all right. Just take your things and leave. Su Daxian was momentarily dumbfounded. Could there really be such a generous act? He intended to inquire further, but Lin Yin was already ushering him out. Upon exiting, Su Daxian remained bewildered. Grandfather, what happened? They wouldn't sell to you, yet they pushed you out? Su Qifeng stared in shock. No, it's not that. I don't even know how to explain. It seems we've encountered a fool. Su Daxian concluded. Meanwhile, the fool, Tainyo, had stealthily slipped out through the back door. Dahei, who had witnessed the entire scene, regarded Tainyo with disapproval. Though I dislike this food, it can be exchanged for money, and with money, I can buy meat buns. Giving it to that swindler is like tossing a meat bun to a dog. There's no return. However, upon reflection, he realized, am I not a dog? I too enjoy meat buns. After walking for a while, Tainyo stopped at a noodle stall. 2 bowls of beef noodles, one for him and one for me, Tainyo ordered. The vendor glanced curiously at Dahei, thinking that even dogs were now being treated to human food. Yet, since someone was willing to pay, the vendor said nothing. Tainyo squatted proudly, disdainfully glancing at the others. What is the meaning of this? Are you looking down on dogs? Although he referred to Dahei as young master, he truly considered him a brother. He treats me like a person. What is wrong with that? After enjoying their noodles, Tainyo and Dahei sought a place to rest. Night had fully fallen, and the temperature had dropped. Continuing to wander like this would neither provide warmth nor safety. They found a nearby inn and rented a room. After completing the transaction, Tainyo regretted the expense. 50 coins for a single night was quite steep. However, as he lay on the bed, he felt it was worth it. The place was warm, and the bed was soft. Quickly sleep. Don't waste time. The longer I lie here, the better it is. Early the next morning, Tainyo and Dahei rose and went out to buy some meat buns. After devouring the buns, Tainyo felt rejuvenated. He also asked the bun vendor a few questions. As for feng shui, you must consult our local Master Pan. Wait, I shouldn't call him Pan the Blind, but Master Pan. Having purchased buns made conversing much easier, and the vendor seemed to know everything, from astronomy to geography. He could even answer questions like when Dahei would have a litter of puppies. Dahei immediately grew furious, barking at the vendor. What do you mean by me having a litter of puppies? I'm a male dog. No, I'm a male. The vendor was left bewildered, completely unaware of why Dahei was barking at him. Could this be a mad dog? Tainyo swiftly kicked Dahei twice, urging it to leave and not to embarrass him. In the corner, a wine flag hung, inscribed with the words Pandaxian. Noticing the sunken eyes of the man, Tainyo realized he had indeed found the right person, a blind man. He approached and took a seat. What was there to lose? Although Pan, the blind man, could not see him, he heard the commotion. I wish to relocate a grave, Tainyo spoke in a low voice. I want to move my parents' grave and select an auspicious date. Pan acknowledged with a sound and groped for paper and pen. Provide their birth dates. Tainyo recited his parents' birth dates accurately. After writing down the information, Pan closed his eyes. Oh, he had no eyes. He calculated for a while using his fingers and finally wrote down a line. 60 coins. Tainyo examined the paper earnestly before respectfully handing over 60 coins. Thank you, Master Pan. He carefully placed the note in his pocket and expressed gratitude to Pan. With this matter settled, Tainyo sighed in relief. The next task was to procure supplies. He had already refined quite a few medicinal pills and needed more herbs to sustain his alchemy. Thus, he ventured into the market and purchased a good amount of herbs. After completing these errands, he needed to gather essentials for the upcoming new year, especially items like chickens and ducks, which he had yet to slaughter from last year. A person who had endured hardship would find it hard to part with a chicken or duck. Nonetheless, this year, he must sacrifice a chicken for the feast and to honor his parents. Initially reluctant to buy new clothes due to their expense, he reconsidered. His parents used to ensure he had a new outfit every year, even if it meant spending more, all for a prosperous new year. So, he made his way to a tailor shop. Such a shop was usually well stocked with ready-made garments. Though just 14, Tainyo's physique was nearly that of an adult, though his face still bore youthful innocence. Inside, he quickly found a suitable outfit, spending 80 coins on a set, and also bought a new pair of shoes. After all this, he purchased some firecrackers for the new year. He had initially intended to buy couplets but realized he could write them himself. At least they would be of use. In the end, he bought 2 sheets of red paper to write on later, saving money in the process. Finally, he arrived at a bookstore. This was Tainyo and Appos' first visit to a bookshop. Inside, he purchased numerous books on the customs and culture of the Great Xia, along with works by various sages. Anything that piqued his interest and promised knowledge was collected eagerly, costing him 3 or 2 silver coins. After acquiring these books, he felt a sense of satisfaction, having returned laden with treasures. However, having completed all these tasks, it was already dusk. Although he found 50 coins for a night's stay excessive, Tainyo had no choice but to spend it and rest for the night. The next morning, he departed from Zhejiang County early. As the sun set, he returned to Chang'ao town, originally intending to head straight back to the mountain. He recalled that it had been a while since he visited the home of Lord Zhou. Considering this, he decided to pay a visit. Upon arriving at the Zhou residence, he found a lively atmosphere. Zhou seemed to be writing couplets while Shou Chunhua was grinding ink for him. "Oh, Tainyo has come," Zhou exclaimed with joy, stepping forward to greet him. "Lord Zhou." Tainyo clasped his hands in respect. "Oh, Don and Appos, call me that." Zhou waved his hand and beckoned Shou Chunhua. "Chunhua, come see, Tainyo is here." Zhou Chunhua quickly approached, sizing him up with curiosity. "Where have you been, looking so travel-worn?" "It's New Year. I went to the county to handle some matters and just returned." "Oh, so you no longer find the trinkets of Chang and Appos' town appealing?" Zhou, setting down his brush, approached with a smile. "No, I had urgent matters to attend to there." Tainyo chuckled. "You haven't had dinner yet, have you?" "Chunhua, ask your mother to cook a bowl of noodles for Tainyo, with extra meat." Zhou was unusually generous. Tainyo initially intended to merely greet them and leave. But upon hearing this, he halted his steps. After all, one should not turn down a good offer. Woof! Dahei barked excitedly upon hearing the mention of food. "Lord Zhou, could you prepare a bowl for my Dahei as well? He loves your noodles." Zhou shot a glare at Dahei, thinking, "What is this dog doing here? Does my house serve noodles for free?" Yet, unable to refuse Tainyo's request, he reluctantly waved his hand for Zhou Chunhua to take care of it. Dahei strutted proudly, parading around the courtyard. "Look at my little master now. He has grown up. No matter how cunning Lord Zhou is, he still must bow to my little master." Soon, 2 bowls of noodles were brought over, one poured into a dog bowl and the other handed to Tainyo. "Hurry and eat. It's so cold." "And you traveled to the county alone?" "I and Appos. VE heard things are not peaceful these days. Be cautious." "I and Appos. VE heard the Tianma sect has been causing trouble again, and several villages have suffered because of them." It's best not to go to the county alone. At least find a few companions. Zhou Chunhua brought over a stool and sat beside him. Gazing at Zhou Chunhua's lovely face, Tainyo felt somewhat dazed. Suddenly, he imagined his father sitting there eating noodles, with his gentle and virtuous mother beside him. Perhaps this was what family meant. Zhou Li observed Tainyo and Zhou Chunhua sitting side by side, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. They were of similar age, and after more than a year of nurturing, Tainyo appeared taller and more robust. Zhou Chunhua had blossomed into her features, her eyes now possessing a hint of feminine charm. Typically, Tainyo ate quickly, but this time, feeling a different ambience. He savored each bite leisurely. Dehei had long finished and was now wandering around, a joyful expression on his canine face. Remarkable. My little master usually devours his meals faster than I can. Today he seems to have come to a realization. Good, progress is being made. Branching out, great things await. While dining, Zhou Chunhua continually engaged him in conversation, discussing local happenings and inquiring about his experiences. After a while, Tainyo felt full. Are you satisfied? Should I serve you another bowl? Zhou Chunhua asked as he set down his bowl. Tainyo scratched his head, glancing at the somewhat anxious Lord Zhou across the table. He thought, while it's true that one should seize opportunities, one should not overindulge. So he shook his head, indicating he was full. Then stood up earnestly to address Zhou Li. Lord Zhou, I shall take my leave now. Why leave so early? Let us chat a bit. Zhou Li waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. Reluctantly, Tainyo complied. Have you gathered everything for the new year? Why not come to my house to celebrate? Huafengkong is so remote. There is hardly anyone there. You, brave as you are, living there alone at such a young age, must not be afraid. Celebrating the new year there would be rather dull, lacking any festivity. In our town, it will be quite lively then. No worries. Tainyo chuckled humbly, refusing the offer. I have no issues on my end. I have grown accustomed to that place. Such matters are trivial for me, and I do not feel fear. Have you prepared everything for the new year? As for me, it's nothing much. Tainyo scratched his head, saying, I have raised chickens and ducks for a year. I only need to catch a fish, and that should suffice. I have already purchased everything else. Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhou. Tainyo has truly grown larger, and his mind is sharp as well. Since everything is in order, I shall not worry any longer. Tainyo called out to Dehei. After the new year, you can come here early to pay your respects. Zhou Yi will officially go to Zhengyang sect after the new year. You are acquainted. So come to see me to bid farewell. Congratulations, young master. What is there to congratulate? Zhou Yi shook his head. He was somewhat surprised. It seemed his father increasingly recognized Tainyo, perhaps even attempting to draw him closer. While he did not believe Tainyo to be an ordinary tenant farmer, he was, after all, merely a tenant. I shall take my leave, Tainyo said to Zhou Chunhua, departing with Dehei. Zhou Li quietly watched, his eyes narrowed into slits. Dehei, which is tastier, the free noodles, or those from Lord Zhou's household? Why does it seem that every time I dine at Lord Zhou's, the food tastes exceptionally delightful? On the mountain path, Tainyo inquired of Dehei. Dehei disdainfully glanced at him, thinking, neither. It is because Miss Zhou sits beside you, making your meal particularly savory. With such a lovely young lady at your side, you find it delectable even without eating. What kind of expression is that? Tainyo sensed something amiss, turning to see that the dog dared to display such an expression, and he inquired, quite displeased. Realizing that if he did not behave, the little master might feed him medicinal pellets, Dehei forced a dog-like grin. Tainyo glared at him, feeling increasingly that this dog was growing bolder. More importantly, it seemed the dog was becoming more perceptive, understanding everything he said. Tainyo shook his head, finally choosing silence. During this period, Tainyo had accomplished quite a bit. His cultivation was progressing well, and he continued to enhance Lianhua Mountain. For instance, he had tidied up another mu of land. Of course, it could not be deemed completely organized. Cultivation is a lengthy endeavor, requiring years to remove the stones and sand before it can become fertile soil. At this stage, even if rice can survive, the yield would be low. But it mattered little to Tainyo. He also cleared some land near his house, leveling and expanding it, thus creating more space. Furthermore, he had significantly enlarged the water storage pond and laid down many bricks. If he found his house too small in the future, he could build a new nearby. He had already planned for this. The storage for grain was still somewhat lacking, so he intended to construct another warehouse. Once completed, he could create a courtyard in front of it, making it more suitable, thus completing this round of renovations. However, as the year-end approached, he was reluctant to undertake more tasks. The most crucial matter was celebrating the new year. Among the preparations for the new year, The most significant was relocating his parents' graves. The date was already noted, along with necessary preparations, stating that a chicken must be sacrificed. That morning, Tainyo caught a rooster. He had raised this rooster for about 6 months, and it had grown quite robust. After capturing it, he placed it in a cage, preparing incense, firecrackers, and other essentials, with one crucial item remaining, a new wine jar. This jar, never used, was intended for storing bones. Once everything was ready, he set off for his hometown with the hay. By the time he arrived, it was already lunchtime. He carried all his belongings past the yard of Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, hearing Aunt Lu's voice echoing inside like that of a pig being slaughtered. This year, it was impossible for the gang to return home. He had sent word earlier, stating that there were many tasks at the Xianmen, and he was valued by the elders there, so he would not be home for the new year. Thus, only the 4 of us would be at home this year. Xiaojiang, with your brother away, you can indulge in more meat. Moreover, your brother has already gone to cultivate immortality. Your father and I wish for you to study diligently, so you can achieve success and return to us. In the future, we shall reside in the county town, and you will be one of those esteemed gentlemen there. You need not worry about the expenses for your studies. Your father and I will do everything possible to provide for you and your brother. Now that your brother has gone to cultivate, we will naturally ensure you have the means to study and attain recognition. As Tinia passed by, he overheard their conversation. His expression darkened, and he remained silent, slowly making his way past them. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency welled up within him. Zhu Dagong had unexpectedly gone to cultivate celestial techniques at Jinyang's sect, a significant sect in the realm of immortals, far superior to the mentor he had found in the wilds. He was merely at the 2nd level of qi refinement, while Zhu Dagong must have reached an impressive level. This thought furrowed his brow. Just then, a girl, 2 or 3 years younger than him, emerged from the corner. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily startled and hesitated to approach. Her name was Xinghua, the daughter of Zhu Dagong. Though she was referred to as his daughter, she was not particularly valued in the household of the 6th aunt. Her life was certainly better than Tinio's, but it paled in comparison to Zhu Dagong's. Without uttering a word, Tini commanded Dahe, "Let us head up the mountain." Dahe whined softly before following his young master upwards. Xinghua watched from below and, after a while, quietly retreated into the courtyard. Upon reaching the mountain, Tiniu arrived at his parents' and Amp, Appo's, graves. He first set off a string of firecrackers and sacrificed a chicken, then knelt before their tombs, bowing repeatedly. "Father, Mother, I have come to bring you home. From this day forth, you shall reside on Lianhua Mountain. I will live in the valley, and you will dwell upon the mountain. Whenever I miss you, I can visit and converse with you. This will be our true home. I have purchased it." At this point, Tinia broke into a smile. "Mother, I have always remembered your words before you departed. Once I grow a bit older, I will bring home a daughter-in-law. We now have fields and mountains. I shall marry again, and by then, our family will truly flourish. I will bring them to your graves to bow before you." After speaking, he earnestly bowed several more times before his parents' tombs, then rose to grab a hoe and began to dig. Tinio, now adept at such tasks, swiftly unearthed the 2 graves within the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. He then carefully retrieved a wine jar, gingerly sifting through the soil until he found his parents' bones. In their impoverished days, both father and mother had been buried with nothing more than a straw mat hastily wrapped around them. Yet, seeing the bones before him, he felt no fear. Instead, tears welled up in his eyes as he gently gathered them. He placed their remains in the wine jar and carried it in a woven basket, accompanied by Dahe as he descended, who set off firecrackers just now. It sounded like it came from the mountain. Suddenly, from a corner below, the 6th aunt and Appo's voice rang out, and she soon collided with Tiniu, who had just come down. The previous encounter, where Tiniu had slapped her, left her wary of him. Startled by his sudden appearance, she instinctively stepped back and exclaimed, "Tiniu is here." Tiniu shot her a glare and silently passed by without turning back. This miserable creature. What was she celebrating with firecrackers? Only when Tinia disappeared from sight did the 6th aunt muster her courage to speak up. Xinghua shook her head and sighed. Having only seen Tiniu ascend without knowing his purpose, "I know, he must be visiting the graves of his deceased parents. How amusing. What kind of person does such a thing during the new year? Who goes to the graves to set off firecrackers, especially in our backyard? If he isn't superstitious." "I certainly am." By the time Tini returned to Lianhua Mountain, night had fallen. He placed the wine jar into the hole he had prepared earlier and set a stone tablet above it, having carved the words himself. He then knelt in earnest worship. "Father, Mother, this will be our new home. Please reside here peacefully. If you find it uncomfortable, take a few days to adapt. Should you still feel out of place, please visit me in my dreams. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. It's been years, and you have never visited me in my dreams. I miss you dearly and long to see you again. Rest assured, I have grown strong and will not fear anyone, least of all you, my beloved parents. Dahe, half squatting nearby, watched his master's new tomb, whimpering softly. I miss you so much. If only you were still here. We have a new home now. And my father wouldn't need to toil endlessly. We could sustain ourselves with the 2 acres of land we cultivate. How wonderful that would be. Yet, no matter how much Tiniu expressed his feelings, death remained irrevocable. After pouring out his heart, Tiniu finally departed, heading down to prepare the chicken for his parents. He plucked its feathers and boiled it in water with some salt, serving it with rice. Here is a chicken leg for you. He tore off a sizable leg and tossed it to Dahe. This time, Dahe did not leap with excitement, but approached languidly to nibble on the offering. Tiniu understood that Dahe, too, missed his parents. Delicious. Look, I'm cultivating celestial techniques now. My mother said that those who practice cultivation can meet the deceased. When the time comes, I will take you to see my parents. Dahe pondered for a moment, suddenly feeling that his young master was a tad unnerving. I want to miss them, but that doesn't mean I want to see them right now. Are you misunderstanding? Having completed this significant task before the new year, Tiniu sighed in relief and returned to his routine, continuing his cultivation and daily chores. However, on the 3rd day after relocating his parents' graves, a heavy snowfall began to fall from the sky, persisting for 5 full days. When Tiniu awoke one morning, he was momentarily dazed by the sight of the snow-covered mountains. In his memory, it snowed every year, but never had it lasted this long or fallen so heavily. Worried, he hurried to check the fields and was relieved to see the millet thriving, unaffected by the snow's weight. Seeing that the essential crop was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, he spotted a few plump ducks waddling about, chattering happily near the rice stalks. Tiniu chuckled at the sight. With grain in storage, he felt no anxiety about the snow restoration. Turning around, he saw Dahe frolicking in the snow, exuberantly playing. Tiniu thought to himself that the last market before the new year would be in 2 days, and he needed to buy some supplies, particularly fish to stock the pond for future meals. Initially, he assumed that after a day's pause, the market would be free of snow. However, when he rose the next day to prepare for the market, he discovered that it was snowing again. This new snowfall seemed to thicken the existing layer on the mountain. As the previous snow had not fully melted away, Tiniu rubbed his hands together, determined, let us go. He could not ignore the necessity of buying fish. Nor could he resist the urge to check for medicinal herbs at Lao Wu's shop. Dahe, on the other hand, was exhilarated, bounding joyously through the snow, rolling around in delight. Seeing his companion so animated, Tiniu couldn't help but squat down and throw a few snowballs at him, making Dahe even happier. Thus, they played their way to the town. Upon arrival, Tiniu noticed that the streets were still bustling with people, undeterred by the snowfall as they flocked to the market before the new year. Tiniu exhaled, warming his hands. Not long after, I arrived at Lao Wu and Appo's stall, where I found him indeed waiting. Upon seeing Tiniu and Appo's arrival, Lao Wu was particularly delighted. Naturally, Tiniu purchased all his medicinal herbs. Tiniu, the bond between the two had deepened significantly since their shared hardships during their last visit to the market. With the new year approaching, Lao Wu inquired, have you prepared your New Year's goods? Yes, I have. Tiniu replied with a smile. Uncle He, you should head back early. It's too cold to endure here. Oh, I will. I'll buy a few things and then return. Over the past year, you've taken care of my business here. And now I have a bit more money for the new year, enough to buy some clothes for my children. Tiniu nodded in agreement. By the way, I just bought an acre of land. Lao Wu added. Tiniu was quite astonished and genuinely happy for him. Uncle Wu, congratulations. This is all thanks to your care for my business over the past year. Otherwise, who knows when you would have been able to buy land. Now that we have an acre, I can worry less. Tiniu smiled and exchanged a few more pleasantries before leaving with a basket on his back, while Lao Wu cheerfully began tidying up to buy his goods. After completing his purchases, Tiniu made his way to the fish stall. Upon inspection, he found the fish to be quite lively and healthy, 7 grass carp, 6 carp, and some crucian carp. Without hesitation, he bought them all. The vendor was overjoyed and quickly prepared everything for him, even including the bucket. After finishing his shopping, Tiniu was ready to head home. However, just as he was picking up the bucket, he suddenly heard someone call his name and felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, He found Zhou Li accompanied by Zhou Chunhua and Zhou Yi, who were also at the market. "Tinio, are you down the mountain to buy fish?" Zhou Chunhua exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Tinio nodded, placing down his burden to hand her the largest grass carp. "Fish for the new year." Zhou Chunhua was taken aback, quickly pushing the fish back into his hands. "You don't need to give me this. You should keep it for yourself. It's all right. I bought these fish for raising, not for eating. When I want to eat, I'll just take one out. Here, take it." Tinio was quite generous, insisting as he placed the fish into her hands. Zhou Li chuckled as he accepted it. Just as Tinio was about to leave, Zhou Li pulled out a red envelope. "New Year and amp, Oppos, S money." Tinio was momentarily stunned. Since his parents passed away, he had not received any New Year S money. "What are you dawdling for?" "Regardless, I am an elder, and it is normal for elders to give you New Year S money. Take it." Zhou Li pressed the envelope into Tinio's hands and waved him off, urging him to hurry home before the heavy snow fell. Tinio smiled and departed with the fish. Once home, he began to organize his things, planting the herbs in his small space, and placing the fish into a prepared pond. After completing these tasks, he finally relaxed, ready to practice. However, just then, Dahei began to bark, looking particularly dissatisfied with him. "What's wrong?" Tinio asked, puzzled. Dahei continued to bark, finally chewing in agitation. Suddenly, Tinio slapped his forehead, recalling that in his haste at the market, he had forgotten to buy meat buns. "My apologies. I'll make it up to you next time. You just had chicken legs a few days ago. Did you forget? Tonight, I'll add some dishes." Hearing this, Dahei became ecstatic, his limbs flailing in excitement. "Add another pill." Dahei whined, looking forlorn. Tinio pressed Dahei and amp, Oppos, S head down and playfully kicked him away. "Go on, play somewhere else. I need to cultivate." Dahei, dissatisfied, whimpered a few times but dared not disrupt his master's practice, so he ran off into the mountains. Tinio settled down, consuming a chi replenishing pill, and began his cultivation. As he activated his chi technique, he felt his body's meridians connect, ultimately forming a channel that directed energy toward his dantian. This sensation was familiar, and he had already refined 2 channels. During this period, he had consumed numerous chi replenishing pills and sensed a potential breakthrough in his second layer of chi cultivation, which brought a smile to his face. After a thorough practice session, he trained in the Heavenly Hammer technique and the Water Wave Sword technique. Now, at the second layer of chi cultivation, Tinio felt invigorated, a far cry from the Tinio of a year ago. As his cultivation level deepened, he noticed significant improvements in his skills, accomplishing feats that had previously eluded him. This progress filled him with newfound confidence in his practice. Before he knew it, the new year had arrived. Following tradition, Tinio woke early to set off firecrackers. Dahei seemed to sense the festivities, racing around their courtyard in excitement. After the firecrackers, Tinio caught a large rooster. Dahei was overjoyed, especially at the prospect of having chicken legs 2 days in a row, a luxury he had never dreamed of. After slaughtering the chicken and preparing the meat, Tinio first offered a prayer to his parents before it was time to eat. "Delicious," Tinio exclaimed after taking a bite, savoring the flavor of the chicken leg. He realized that the chicken had been raised on the grains he cultivated, resulting in its rapid growth and excellent meat quality. After the new year, Tinio returned to his usual routine but reflected on Zhou Li and Oppos' words. Thus, on that morning, he decided to visit Zhou Leoi to pay his respects for the new year. To his surprise, upon arriving, he found quite a number of people at Zhou Leoi's home, including the tenants and several dignified-looking gentlemen, clearly of noble status. Tinio vaguely recalled one of them, surnamed Du, a well-known landlord from their town, wealthy beyond measure. "Ah, Tinio has arrived." Zhou Li greeted him warmly, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. However, Lord Du merely cast a sideways glance at Tinio, particularly noting his plain attire, and scoffed in disdain. He couldn't fathom why Zhou Leoi would treat a tenant with such courtesy. In his eyes, such individuals were hardly deserving of respect. "Happy New Year, Zhou Leoi," Tinio greeted, cupping his hands in respect. "Happy New Year. I'm delighted to see you here today," Zhou Leoi responded with genuine warmth. "It's my duty," Tinio replied with a slight smile. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Tinio, who was once my tenant, but is now the owner of the Lianhua Mountain and its acre of land." Lord Du was taken aback by this revelation. The other tenants were similarly surprised, as this news had not reached many. "So he is a landlord now?" Lord Du remarked sarcastically. No, I am not a landlord. I only have that 1 acre of land. Hardly qualifies." Tinio quickly shook his head, insisting he was no landlord. Then, Tinio naturally joined Old Gal and the others at their table. Lao Gao smiled broadly, fully aware of how Tainyo acquired that land, having been involved in the entire process. In his heart, he felt a deep admiration for the young lad, who was a few generations younger than him. Joey, your journey to Xingyang sect brings great joy to your uncle. Once you arrive, seek out Wenrong. You have known each other since childhood. Now that you are both disciples under the same master, your bond will naturally deepen. Mr. Du chuckled. Thank you, uncle. I will certainly look for Wenrong once I arrive. Joey replied earnestly. That is the spirit. As you both cultivate your skills together, you must support one another and not allow anyone to bully you. I heard from Wenrong in his last letter that he is quite favored among the elders of the sect. It would be wise to learn more about Xingyang sect from him, especially since we are newcomers and unfamiliar with its workings. After all, it is a prestigious sect. Be cautious not to stir up trouble, Mr. Du advised, to which Zhou Yi nodded repeatedly in agreement. Mr. Du's satisfaction was palpable. After a brief conversation, he suddenly inquired, Are you familiar with Dongfeng Hall in the city? I know it. It's a pharmacy. I've heard their doctors possess exceptional medical skills, and prescriptions from there are quite costly. Zhou Li responded. Zhou, that statement reflects a lack of insight. While their medical expertise is indeed remarkable, the true treasure lies in their chi-boosting pills, which are highly sought after. I've heard many disciples from Xingyang sect wish to purchase these pills, and they are selling like hotcakes in the county. The others gasped in astonishment. Tainyo was momentarily taken aback, contemplating, Aren't those my pills? How come my chi-boosting pills are so well known, even at Xingyang sect? He recalled waiting 2 days in Jijin County to buy a couple of pills for Wenrong, only to find they sold out quickly as only a handful were available each day. In desperation, he resorted to the black market. Guess how much I had to pay? He asked. Everyone shook their heads in confusion. 40 taels of silver for a single pill. Upon hearing this, the others stared in disbelief, particularly the tenants, who were astounded. Mr. Du, surely this cannot be true? 40 taels for just one pill? That could buy an acre of land, they exclaimed. Indeed, what purpose does such a thing serve? The tenants' incredulity was evident, and even Zhou Li bore a faint frown, feeling the weight of their family's diminished fortunes. The Zhou family had sacrificed greatly to ensure Zhou Yi's entry into Xingyang sect, and the soaring price of a single pill was a bitter pill to swallow. I've heard it said that in cultivation, wealth is paramount. They say that while treasures still hold some value in the mundane world, once you enter the higher realms, such treasures lose their significance. Even if you possess wealth, it may not serve you well, he added. This revelation sent the group into further murmurs of astonishment. Tainyo, however, furrowed his brow, deep in thought about this matter. He was in urgent need of various materials. His stock of bamboo was nearly depleted, and he needed to procure more from Dongfeng Hall. In other words, while he could still consume chi-boosting pills if they became ineffective in the future, he would have to concoct other pills, which would require higher-grade materials, thus increasing the complexity of the process. With this in mind, he began to formulate a series of plans. Mr. Du continued to boast and showcase his knowledge, leaving the tenants in awe. Even Zhou Laoyi, who held a similar standing in the town, was left speechless before finally departing home in satisfaction. The other prominent locals who had come to bid Zhou Yi farewell soon followed suit, leaving only the tenants of the Zhou family behind. At noon, Zhou Li invited the tenants to his home for a meal. After dining, Tainyo and Shou Chunhua engaged in light conversation. Not long after, Zhou Li approached them. With hands clasped, Zhou Li smiled warmly at Tainyo. Your eloquence has certainly improved, Tainyo. You are destined for greatness in your pursuit of cultivation. Indeed. I have become more articulate, Tainyo replied with a slight grin. Since my childhood, I've struggled with speech. My mother often taught me how to communicate. So if I falter, please don't take offense. Still struggling, are you? By the way, I would like to ask for your assistance. In a few days, I plan to visit the county to buy some pills. Would you accompany me? Zhou Li inquired. Tainyo understood that Zhou Li intended to bring some pills along for Zhou Yi's journey to Xingyang sect. Let us go tomorrow, he suggested, as he had already completed his own pill production and could conveniently sell them as well. Lin Yandong had also requested that he deliver the pills promptly. This time, Tainyo had produced over 400 chi-boosting pills. Given the current market, he anticipated a windfall from their sale. Tainyo, your efficiency is commendable. I must confess, after the incidents of the past, I felt apprehensive bringing anyone into the city. However, with you by my side, I feel at ease. Rest assured, I will compensate you for your time. I wouldn't dream of having you run errands for free. Money is always welcome, Tainyo replied with a cheerful expression. Thus, they agreed to set off the following day. Early the next morning, Tainyo arrived at the Zhou residence. This time, he did not summon Dehe, instructing him to remain at home. Upon arrival, Jolie was already prepared, and the two departed with great enthusiasm. To avoid fatigue from the long journey, they opted for the family carriage, with Tainyo taking the reins. Though he had never driven a carriage before, a second-level chi cultivator could easily manage a single horse, ensuring their journey proceeded smoothly. Jolie enjoyed a comfortable ride within. Thanks to the carriage, they arrived in Zhejiang County earlier than usual. However, as a person of refinement, Jolie prioritized finding an inn upon entering the city. He instructed the innkeeper to tend to their horse before arranging 2 rooms for them. After settling in, they enjoyed a meal at the inn. Though Tainyo had visited the city multiple times, he had either been treated poorly, as during his first visit to Gao's residence, or had merely purchased buns to stave off hunger. This was his first experience dining comfortably at an inn. The food was delightful, with an array of dishes, though he lamented that Dehe was not there to revel in it. Tomorrow, I will head to Dongfeng Hall to make my purchases. I plan to arrive early to queue up. I've heard they only sell about 10 chi-boosting pills a day, and if I arrive too late, I may miss out. If I cannot buy them there, I will have to resort to the black market. You can stay at the inn or explore the area. You need not accompany me, Jolie suggested. Of course, that is perfectly fine, Tainyo replied, eager to stay behind and not accompany him to Dongfeng Hall. After a long day of travel, they each retired to their respective rooms for a well-deserved rest. The following morning, Jolie rose early and hurried to Dongfeng Hall to queue for elixirs. Tainyo, rising slightly later, finished his steamed buns before setting off with his own supply of vitality pills, entering through the back door upon arrival. The staff at Dongfeng Hall recognized him immediately and welcomed him inside, having already informed the owner, Lin Yin, of his presence. Lin Yin, overjoyed to see Tainyo, ushered him into the rear hall, exclaiming, "Brother Tainyo, you have finally arrived. Your elixirs have been selling exceptionally well lately. To maintain a steady supply, we have had to limit sales to about 10 per day. Just look at the frenzy outside." Fearing Jolie might spot him, Tainyo refrained from approaching the front, nearly nodding with a smile. "How many have you brought this time?" Lin Yin inquired eagerly. Tainyo revealed his bundle, filled with vitality pills. "I have a total of 450. Last time, I entrusted you with 5 for that old gentleman, so this time it's 5 again, leaving us with 445. Lin Yin's face brightened as he calculated the numbers. "Over 400. This is excellent. With such a supply, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. You may not realize it, but your elixirs are in high demand in our Zhejiang County. Every cultivator wants to purchase your vitality pills, which are even preferred over my own chi supplements. The effectiveness of your concoctions is remarkable, and despite being pricier than others, buyers are plentiful. Just the other day, someone from Zhengyang Sect inquired about purchasing elixirs from us." The mention of Zhengyang Sect stirred excitement within Tainyo. He had increasingly recognized the significance of connections in cultivation. Without a reputable master guiding him, he felt at a disadvantage compared to those affiliated with esteemed sections. "If I could establish a relationship with Zhengyang Sect, my path to cultivation might become much smoother," he mused. "Brother Tainyo, I believe this is a golden opportunity. Zhengyang Sect is a major cultivational force in our Yunzhou region, and their interest in our products is certainly a positive sign. I was contemplating this very matter. We could agree to supply them. I know a few individuals there. You possess the skills to craft elixirs, and together we can engage in a business venture that benefits us both. What do you think?" Tainyo felt a mix of admiration and apprehension. He suspected Lin Yin had ulterior motives in bringing this up. While he had no objections to supplying them with elixirs, he was concerned about the terms and compensation. "Rest assured regarding the pricing. I will negotiate and ensure we secure a favorable deal. The crucial question is whether your supply can keep pace," Lin Yin responded. Tainyo, while not overly worried, acknowledged the challenge. The sheer quantity of herbs required for alchemy was substantial, but thanks to his small cauldron space, he could manage, especially as he focused solely on vitality pills. "You can handle the negotiations. As for the elixirs, we will supply as much as we can. If not, we will provide less," he decided. "Your words give me confidence. Let us finalize our agreement, and I will find time to discuss this business with them," Lin Yin declared. His spirits lifted. Following their agreement, he promptly arranged the payment. However, instead of rushing for his coins, Tainyo produced a list detailing the herbs he needed. "You require this much of the bamboo spirit flower?" Lin Yin exclaimed, surprised at the quantity. These herbs are quite rare and costly, and previously, Tainyo had only purchased modest amounts. Now, needing 10 of each type, it amounted to a significant sum. "Indeed. I have other uses for these herbs and plan to acquire more. Do you have enough in stock? Of course. Please wait here while I fetch them, Lin Yin responded, hurrying to retrieve the herbs. Brother Tainyo, as we are old friends, I must be honest. The quality of these herbs is only average. We have limited resources in Jijin County. This is the best we could acquire, and it should serve your purposes adequately. Tainyo, possessing his small cauldron space, was unconcerned about the herbs and Appo's quality. He could nurture them within his space, enhancing their efficacy over time. I must clarify something, Lin Yin continued, relieved by Tainyo's satisfaction with the herbs. Their close collaboration had fostered a newfound respect from Lin Yin towards Tainyo. Previously, we sold the bamboo spirit flower for 50 taels and the earth spirit flower for 40 taels, totaling 90 taels. Now, we will reduce the price by 5 taels each, bringing it to 80 taels for the 10 pairs. This totals 800 taels for your order. Given the current market for vitality pills, we can no longer purchase them at the previous rate of 7 taels each. We will buy them at 10 taels each. With 445 pills, that amounts to 4,450 taels. After deducting the 800 taels, you will receive 3,645 taels. Let us convert it to gold, Tainyo suggested. Absolutely. Lin Yin agreed, promptly converting 3,500 taels into gold, while handing Tainyo the remaining 150 taels in silver. Tainyo carefully secured his newfound wealth, realizing he was unwittingly becoming quite affluent. One more favor, please. There's a fellow named Zhou Li outside waiting to purchase vitality pills. It seems unlikely he will be able to get any. Could you sell him 5 at your store's price? Do not mention my name, Tainyo requested. Lin Yin, recalling Tainyo's previous assistance to an elderly man, nodded thoughtfully. I will take care of it immediately. There's no rush. You can manage it after I've departed. Lin Yin chuckled, acknowledging Tainyo's request. After collecting his items, Tainyo left in haste, wary of being recognized. With Tainyo's elixirs secured, Dongfeng Hall felt more confident. Nevertheless, they still imposed limits on daily sales, leaving those at the back of the line without hope. Zhou Li found himself among the throng, soon realizing he could not push through the crowd. The line ahead was extensive, and more disturbingly, he overheard scornful remarks directed at him. Go away. Who do you think you are, a country bumpkin, daring to come here and cause a ruckus? This is not a place for you. Though Zhou Li was a notable landlord in Chang'eo town, he was virtually unknown in Jijin County. The derision from the crowd left him visibly disgruntled. Powerless against the wealthy patrons, many of whom likely had connections to the local officials, he endured the insults in silence. At that moment, the elixirs had sold out. Everyone, please disperse, instructed the front clerk, Su. The crowd, frustrated yet resigned, began to leave. They were accustomed to the way business was conducted here. Zhou Li, dejected, lamented his misfortune. He believed he had risen early enough, only to discover he had still arrived too late. Today, he found himself unable to make a purchase once again. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to stay another night. However, just as he was about to leave in despair, a young attendant approached and inquired, Are you Lord Zhou Li from Chang'eo town? Zhou Li was taken aback. Had his name truly reached even the city of Jijin County? Our master Su has sent for you. The news filled Zhou Li with joy, and he followed the attendant to the back. Upon entering, Master Su generously presented him with 5 elixirs, each valued at 25 taels, totaling 125 taels of silver. Zhou Li scarcely had time to ponder how such a stroke of fortune had befallen him, yet he was acutely aware of the significance of this windfall. Thank you. Thank you, he exclaimed, hastily producing 125 taels to hand over. I often visit your Chang'eo town as well. Master Su remarked with a smile while accepting the money. Lord Shou, we may have many more opportunities to meet in the future. Master, to be sure to visit us when you come to Chang'eo town, Zhou Li warmly invited. Master Su chuckled. Lord Shou, please feel free. With the 5 elixirs in hand, Zhou Li emerged, elated. It was now midday. He had initially thought this endeavor would be quite challenging, yet, after a twist of fate, he had indeed succeeded. I told you, Iron Bull is my lucky star. I truly feel it. He murmured to himself, lifting his face, filled with smiles. At that moment, Iron Bull was meandering through the market of the city, armed with a substantial sum of money, eager to procure various necessities, primarily focusing on medicinal herbs. However, after exploring the market, he realized that while some commonly used herbs were not without value, they differed significantly from what he required for alchemy. Naturally, this posed little issue for his current endeavor to refine vitality pills. However, should he wish to concoct energy restoration pills, he would find himself at a loss. As it stood, vitality pills were regarded as the most basic form of elixirs, with increasingly potent varieties demanding rarer ingredients. Iron Bull pondered to himself. Yet given his current connections, refining energy restoration pills was already stretching his capabilities. Advancing further would prove even more arduous. I must devise a plan. Just as he was lost in thought, an enigmatic figure approached him. As the individual drew near, Iron Bull felt a chill run down his spine. A surge of murderous intent flickering in his heart. A master. He sensed danger, instinctively retreating 2 steps, ready to strike. You are the supplier of vitality pills to Dongfeng Hall, are you not? Asked a figure wearing a straw hat, deliberately lowering his head to obscure his true features. Not me. Iron Bull stammered. There and Oppos. There's no need to deny it. We have been following you closely. The figure asserted. Iron Bull fell silent. Do not be alarmed. We are here to conduct business with you, not to pose a threat. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. The mysterious individual continued. Iron Bull gradually calmed down. Shall we step aside for a serious conversation? The man in the straw hat spoke to Iron Bull with a surprising politeness. After a moment of silence, Iron Bull finally nodded. The two departed from the bustling area, heading towards a more secluded spot. However, just then, Iron Bull halted, refusing to follow the straw-hatted man any further, and asked, Now that we are alone, speak plainly. The man in the straw hat chuckled lightly and replied, I have already stated that we mean you no harm. But that was merely your assertion. Now that we have met, please speak directly. We, from the Heavenly Demon Sect, wish to invite you to join us. Iron Bull's heart sank in astonishment. So they are from the Heavenly Demon Sect. It seemed you were familiar with our sect. The visitor noted, feeling a sense of pride as he observed Iron Bull and Oppos' reaction. Indeed, since the Heavenly Demon Sect has arrived in Weaving Gold City, everyone from the county must have heard of our esteemed name. You must have heard of us too. Therefore, I need not provide further introduction. We are extending an invitation for you to join us. I am merely an alchemist, Iron Bull replied after a moment of contemplation. Instinctively, he wished to distance himself from the Heavenly Demon Sect. We need alchemists. The visitor interjected, You may not realize how rare alchemists are. If you join our Heavenly Demon Sect, not only will you be protected, but we will also provide you with resources. Iron Bull internally scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? And what do you seek? Elixirs. The visitor stated firmly, as cold and sharp as a winter breeze. What we desire is simply elixirs. The Heavenly Demon Sect is currently expanding in Weaving Gold City, and many have already joined us. We require a vast quantity of elixirs to support their cultivation. The Vitality Elixir is the most cost-effective option for ordinary people to start on the path to longevity. Yet the elixirs crafted by others are subpar. Those produced by reputable sects are exorbitantly priced. While our sect is not short of funds, that does not imply we are willing to be taken advantage of. On the contrary, your exceptional alchemy skills align perfectly with our needs, which is why I have personally come to extend this invitation. Iron Bull felt despondent. I simply wish to cultivate peacefully and reunite with my parents after achieving enlightenment. Who would want to join your Heavenly Demon Sect? However, he also recognized that refusing might provoke a confrontation. Since his last encounter with Jiang Tianming, he had not engaged in combat, leaving him uncertain. Iron Bull. At that moment, a loud shout broke the tension, followed by the hurried approach of several constables. The straw-hatted man, visibly startled, left with a final remark. I await your decision. He vanished like the wind. The constables and the man who had spoken earlier approached. Lord Chiu. Iron Bull sighed in relief and respectfully greeted the person before him, who was indeed Lord Chiu, responsible for collecting elixir taxes. Lord Chiu glanced towards the direction the straw-hatted man had fled and inquired, Who was that just now? I do not know. Iron Bull shook his head. He approached me suddenly, claiming to wish to purchase elixirs. Lord Chiu raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before relaxing his expression and smiling. I must inform you that the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect are quite rampant in Weaving Gold County. The county magistrate has issued orders for us to eradicate them. However, as you know, the Heavenly Demon Sect has wreaked havoc in our Yunzhou for many years. It is no easy feat to eliminate them. We have dispatched personnel to seek assistance from the residents of Weaving Gold County. Iron Bull and Oppos' heart sank. This is bad. This old fox intends to take advantage of me. Indeed, Lord Chiu wore a seemingly benevolent smile. You are merely an alchemist. I would not want to send you to hunt down the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Therefore, I have spoken with the county officer responsible for military and administrative matters, and you will only need to produce 10 elixirs this time. Iron Bull cursed inwardly. The heavenly demon sect is indeed causing chaos here, but clearly, you are attempting to take advantage of the situation. Yet, he could not afford to offend Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao, I naturally cannot shirk my responsibilities regarding the county and Appos, matters. However, I currently have few elixirs on hand. I will return home and refine them immediately, and I promise to present them to you. Not to me, but rather to support our county's eradication efforts. Lord Xiao said sternly. Yes, Iron Bull replied. Understood. I will return now. The heavenly demon sect is growing increasingly audacious. We must do our utmost to eradicate them. Within a month, we will gather personnel to eliminate them. And you must submit those 10 elixirs within that time frame. Otherwise, it will be as if you have not contributed, and I hope you understand. Lord Xiao, I understand. With that, Lord Xiao departed, satisfied. Truly, the world is filled with crows of the same color. Iron Bull murmured after the man left, feeling a pang of regret. He had miscalculated. He should not have involved himself with the officials. Now, he found himself ensnared. The more he thought, the more helpless he felt. And he could only manage a bitter smile as he prepared to leave. However, to his surprise, after walking just 2 streets, the man in the straw hat returned. You see, people say our heavenly demon sect is evil, but look at the officials of the great summer dynasties. They are no better. By cooperating with us, at least you can exchange for what you desire. Yet, they demand from you without reason. Iron Bull turned to glance at him, but did not respond. Join our heavenly demon sect. The man in the straw hat extended his invitation once more. Rest assured, our sect is powerful, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Weaving Gold County will soon fall into our hands. By then, it will be too late for you to consider joining us. Iron Bull felt a jolt of alarm. He was aware of the heavenly demon sect's rampant behavior in Weaving Gold County, but this was the first time he truly sensed its immediacy. Brother. Iron Bull pondered, unwilling to agree hastily. Moreover, just because the great summer officials were unscrupulous did not mean the heavenly demon sect was virtuous. It seems you do not understand us well. The man in the straw hat sighed. Iron Bull's heart tightened, sensing danger. I will give you a month to think it over. If you have made your decision, return here in a month. After saying this, the man turned and left. Iron Bull felt a deep sense of distress. I truly do not wish to cause trouble. How is it that both the officials and the evil sect are now after me? Who have I offended? Reluctantly, he decided to leave in haste. I should return to the inn and set off early tomorrow for Huangfengjiao. That would be much safer. In his heart, Tainyo pondered this thought. With no other option, he headed back to the inn, hoping to find Zhou Li had returned. To his surprise, halfway there, he heard Lin Yin calling his name. Lin Dongjia, what brings you here? Tainyo was taken aback by his presence. I just came over from that direction, intending to take a stroll, and unexpectedly ran into you. Are you here to purchase something in the city? Tainyo nodded but hesitated before asking Lin Dongjia. May I inquire if Lord Xiao usually conducts transactions in such a manner? Be more specific. Tainyo scratched his head and recounted the incident of Lord Xiao extorting him earlier that day. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and Appos' expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in anger. The Su Xianxi has become increasingly brazen, daring to demand elixirs from you so openly. Although he was unaware of what the Su Xianxi was, he surmised it was likely the department behind Lord Xiao. However, from Lin Yin and Appos' tone, it seemed the other party was indeed finding excuses to demand elixirs from him. Let me handle this for you. Lord Xiao has clearly overstepped this time. Lin Yin reassured Tainyo. Tainyo contemplated for a moment before asking, could this cause trouble? While the Su Xianxi was an important department in the Dixia, they were merely the tax division within it. In truth, they were not as formidable as they appeared. Moreover, it was evident that Lord Xiao was aware of the market value of your elixirs and specifically sought them out. If you acquiesce this time, he will surely concoct other reasons in the future to demand more. You must not indulge him, or you will find it impossible to shake him off later. Tainyo nodded in agreement. Then I shall assist you in addressing this matter. Lin Yin said earnestly. Regardless of the circumstances, we are fated to have crossed paths, and your assistance has been invaluable to my endeavors. I will resolve this for you. Just await my news. Thank you, Dongjia. Oh, there and Appos. There's no need for such formality. After a brief exchange, Tainyo hurried back to the inn. Upon his return, he found Zhou Li had prepared a feast and was waiting for him to join. The look on Zhou Li's face revealed the smoothness of his dealings, and he was particularly elated. Come, Tainyo. Today has been fortuitous. I managed to finalize matters quite early, and surprisingly, even secured something that was not originally mine. I told you, you are my lucky star. Not only do you assist me, but your presence also seems to enhance my fortune. Sit down quickly. Let's enjoy a drink and a meal. Tomorrow morning, we shall head back to the town." As Zhou Yi is already eager to mention his intention to apprentice at Zhengyang's sect, Tainyo, brimming with joy, took a seat beside him. "Zhou Liu, you jest. It is your extensive connections that bring such fortune." "Oh, what do you mean by extensive connections? Come now, enough chatter. Let us eat." The two engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Zhou Li was in high spirits after purchasing 5 elixirs. After their meal, they retired to their respective rooms for rest. The following morning, they rose early, with Tainyo driving while Zhou Li rode along, heading towards Chang and Appo's, Ao town. Upon reaching Chang and Appo's, Ao, Tainyo returned the carriage to Zhou Li and Appo's residence and prepared to bid farewell. "Are you truly not staying for a meal at our home? The sky is already growing dark." Zhou Li warmly invited him. Tainyo shook his head, declining with gratitude as he departed. Exiting Zhou Li and Appo's home, Tainyo hurried towards Huanfeng and Appo's, Ao. However, after walking for a while, a sense of unease crept in. It felt as though someone was following him. Alarmed, Tainyo slowed his pace. Indeed, as he did, the sensation of being tracked intensified. Proceeding at a measured pace, he continued forward, attempting to pinpoint the follower and Appo's location. Yet, the individuals seemed to have sensed something, cleverly concealing themselves, making it challenging for Tainyo to locate them, as he had yet to cultivate his spiritual awareness. He could only rely on his instincts. When he could no longer sense the presence, Tainyo and Appo's countenance darkened. After a moment of silence, he decided to leave. However, the shadow quickly vanished. When Tainyo searched again, he found no trace of the person and, upon confirming this, he breathed a sigh of relief, hastening back to Huangfeng Ao. Upon his return, Dehei rushed towards him. Seeing his little master back, Dehei barked joyfully, eagerly nuzzling against his leg. "Dehei, tell me, has anyone come by?" Tainyo paused for a moment before inquiring of Dehei. Dehei wagged his tail vigorously, shaking his head. "Are you absolutely certain no one has come?" Tainyo asked, glancing at the rice he had planted, his mind racing with another concern. If someone did come to Huangfeng Ao, his off-season rice cultivation would surely raise suspicions, potentially revealing Xiao Ding and Appo's secret, which would be problematic. Dehei barked twice, seemingly displeased that Tainyo doubted him. All right, it and Appo's best if no one has come." Tainyo exhaled in relief. He realized that Dehei was no fool. If someone had indeed approached, he would have sensed it as well. "Here, I brought you some large meat buns." Finally recalling, Tainyo tossed 2 large buns to Dehei. Delighted, Dehei wagged his tail and began devouring the buns. Meanwhile, Tainyo munched on his food, contemplating his situation. After being threatened by Lord Chiu today, the sense of crisis within Tainyo intensified. He could no longer afford to remain passive. He needed to devise a strategy to bolster his strength, as he felt woefully inadequate. Regarding Lord Chiu's capabilities, he had no means of gauging, but he sensed they were not insignificant, and he might not stand a chance against him. This overwhelming sense of urgency compelled Tainyo to reflect deeply on these matters. Not only did he need to enhance his own strength, but he also had to ensure that his secrets remained undisclosed, preventing any intruders from discovering his hidden endeavors. After some contemplation, Tainyo felt a sense of helplessness, realizing he had no immediate means to prevent others from encroaching upon his territory. That night, after practicing his cultivation, Tainyo felt that the 3rd layer of qi refining was within reach. It seemed that with just a bit more effort, he could break through, providing him with a glimmer of hope. He thus paused to inventory the items he possessed. There was no need to count the grains. They were abundant, far more than he could consume. Most importantly, he accounted for his wealth. Today, he had sold over 3,000 taels of silver, which he exchanged for over 300 taels of gold. In addition, he had several hundred taels of silver set aside for miscellaneous expenses. While organizing his belongings, he suddenly spotted an object resembling a jade pendant and recalled it was a gift from the old man. Upon seeing it again, he couldn't help but examine it closely, discovering it was merely an ordinary jade pendant, devoid of any markings or distinctive features. After pondering for a while, Tainyo could not ascertain what this object truly was, so he set it aside. Upon counting, he realized he had become somewhat of a landlord. However, he knew he must intensify his training. While he was engaged in his rigorous practice, he suddenly heard the fierce barking of Dahei outside, which seemed to serve as a warning. Tainyo felt a pang of anxiety. He had never heard Dahei bark with such intensity before. Without hesitation, he leapt outside, wielding the pair of golden hammers. At that moment, Dahe, brimming with fighting spirit, stood on the edge of a cliff, barking incessantly at something below, as if he had spotted an intruder. When Tiniu arrived, Dahe finally relaxed a bit, but continued to bark furiously at the abyss. Tiniu glanced down, but saw no one. Furrowing his brow, he understood that Dahe must have sensed something amiss. Was it the person who had been following him? The unease in Tiniu's heart deepened. He realized he needed to devise a plan. At the very least, he must establish some security here since this would be his camp. He could not afford to let anyone discover anything unusual, otherwise he would suffer a loss. After a thorough inspection of the area and finding no other disturbances, Tiniu reluctantly returned, calling Dahe to his side. "Are you certain you saw something?" he inquired. Dahe barked vehemently, conveying the message that he wouldn't bark without reason. Tiniu's frown deepened, affirming that someone was indeed keeping an eye on him. But what could he do now? He couldn't possibly remain here day and night. Tiniu felt the gravity of the situation. "For the next few days, I need you to be especially vigilant, particularly when I am away. If I'm home, it's manageable. But if I and Apos, am not, you must remain on high alert." Dahe nodded vigorously, casting a worried glance at Tiniu, as if concerned that his young master might attract trouble. Tiniu remained silent, merely patting Dahe's head, encouraging him to stay sharp. Fortunately, the following days passed without incident, and soon it was market day again. Tiniu considered it and decided to take Dahe along. Dahe was overjoyed. Time had passed since the new year, and one would expect the weather to warm up. Yet as Tiniu walked, he felt the chill was still biting. It seemed this year was even colder than the last. Upon arriving in town, Tiniu wandered around before returning to Huangfeng Ao. There was no sign of anything unusual. After waiting for a while without any developments, he headed to the town. As per routine, he promptly sought out Hilawu to purchase some medicine. After acquiring the medicine, Tiniu proceeded to another area, specifically where chickens, ducks, dogs, and pigs were traded. "I've thought it over. It's quite difficult to guard our area with just your presence alone. Therefore, I plan to acquire a couple more dogs. How about I get you 2 female dogs? They could help breed some pups to assist in guarding the place. What do you think?" Tiniu said with a grin. Unexpectedly, Dahe appeared somewhat bashful, affectionately nudging Tiniu's foot with his head, as if genuinely embarrassed. Well, you really are bashful." Tiniu chuckled, playfully swatting Dahe's head. "Did you think I was serious about picking out female dogs? I was just teasing." Dahe paused, suddenly lifting his head to bark at Tiniu. "It was just a joke. I am genuinely looking for female dogs. Just let me know which one catches your fancy at the market, and we will bring her home." Tiniu said with a grin, encouraging Dahe to choose. Energized by the idea, Dahe promptly began to explore the area. In such places, the dogs were typically owned by villagers, with many being puppies and a few larger dogs. Dahe grinned as he browsed, and soon enough, he set his sights on a small yellow female dog. Tiniu recognized it and purchased it. Shortly thereafter, Dahe also took a liking to a small white female dog, which Tiniu likewise bought. With 2 female dogs acquired, the trio of dogs now followed Tiniu closely, showing loyalty. Tiniu was thoroughly pleased. He had noticed how Dahe had rapidly evolved since sharing meals and living with him, becoming more human-like. Moreover, he observed that Dahe's strength and speed had increased. This indicated that Dahe was no longer the same dog he once was. "You're quite the remarkable dog. Managing to charm 2 unrelated dogs so effortlessly," remarked one of the dog vendors, to which Tiniu merely smiled, while Dahe puffed out his chest with pride. Having fulfilled his purpose for visiting, Tiniu soon departed the market. Not long after, he returned to the mountains. Upon inspection, he found that the items he had left were intact, indicating no one had intruded. A sigh of relief escaped him. "Dahe, your new responsibility is to look after these 2 female dogs. Make sure they thrive and produce several puppies to help guard our home." Dahe nodded enthusiastically. "Expanding our ranks will be a breeze, and I shall lead the way." Furthermore, he instructed that the 3 dogs would reside in a separate room, no longer needing to stay with him. Tiniu shot Dahe a teasing glance, who felt a twinge of guilt, sensing an implication in Tiniu and Apos' words. The 2 female dogs now looked up to Dahe with admiration. "Here, each of you take one." Tiniu tossed 3 chi-enhancing pills, 1 for each dog, believing they would benefit from it. Dahe sniffed at the pills but, sensing a challenge, did not refuse. Instead, he chewed one down and urged the 2 female dogs to do the same. Afterward, Tiniu resumed his training. As night fell and Tiniu was immersed in his practice, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His meridians began to open, channeling energy into a singular focus. Elated, he rose abruptly. He had broken through to the third level of Qi refinement. Upon entering this new stage, he felt his consciousness detach from his body, swirling around him in a manner he had never experienced before. This was an entirely novel sensation. If there had been a hint of awareness during his earlier encounter with the longevity bridge, that had merely been a glimpse deep within his consciousness. Now, however, it was as though his awareness had left his body, exploring the immediate surroundings. Tina was uncertain of what this was, but he recognized it as a tremendously positive development. After surveying the area, his consciousness eventually returned to his body. Iron Bull slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, he realized that his six senses had significantly heightened. He had reached the third layer of Qi refinement. Overjoyed, Iron Bull raised his hand to inspect it, astonished by the considerable difference between the second and third layers. With this thought, his spirits soared. During this period, Iron Bull had scarcely descended the mountain, on one hand. He was diligently cultivating and refining his skills to solidify his third layer of Qi, while on the other, he was keenly observing the changes in the two female dogs. Ever since these two had begun consuming Qi-enhancing pills daily and sharing the grains from his small cauldron space, he noticed their transformations were quite remarkable, reminiscent of Big Black's initial changes. Furthermore, Big Black had undergone significant transformations as well. Iron Bull, who had previously not considered this, now observed closely and noted that Big Black exuded an increasing aura of authority, its fur remarkably sleek. When it stood there, it emanated a pressure that was uncommon among ordinary dogs, especially in comparison to the two female dogs. It was evident that Big Black possessed a unique temperament that set it apart. Despite its frequent antics and playful demeanor, this quality became increasingly apparent. Unbeknownst to him, a year had passed, and Big Black had transformed immensely. Iron Bull couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Previously unnoticed, the dog now appeared remarkably impressive. However, this realization also brought him some relief. Time flew, yet Iron Bull remained troubled, for there was an unresolved matter in the city. As nearly a month had passed since his return, he contemplated a trip to the county town the following day. That night, he summoned Big Black and instructed it. Listen carefully, watch over the two female dogs and safeguard our home. I must venture to the county town tomorrow, and I cannot predict when I'll return. Ensure that no one easily approaches. If someone does, stop them. It would be best if you can prevent them from entering. If not, remember that your own safety is paramount. Big Black persistently pawed at his legs, indicating it wished to accompany him. That is not possible. You cannot come. Iron Bull firmly declined. I have matters to attend to, and if anyone dares to confront me, I am no longer the easy target I once was. However, if you accompany me, it will leave only the two female dogs to guard the home. They cannot compare to you, so you must remain here. Big Black grasped the situation, grumbling softly, but ultimately refraining from further protest. The next morning, Iron Bull meticulously organized the 600 Qi-enhancing pills he had refined before setting off. He departed along the mountain path, passed through the town, and finally walked onto the main road. Yet, in the shadows, a pair of eyes fixated intently on the direction of Iron Bull's departure. Only after confirming that he had taken the road to the county town did the figure head towards Huangfeng Ditch, seemingly resolute in purpose, hastily leaving the town. At that moment, Big Black on the mountain seemed to sense something amiss, suddenly letting out two furious roars, prompting the two female dogs to join in, barking aggressively at the intruder below. Beast. However, the figure remained undeterred, swiftly drawing a sword from his waist, sneering at Big Black. The dog barked furiously, attempting to deter the man from ascending. Die! The man's sword flashed, aiming a strike at Big Black. The dog recoiled a few steps as the blade missed. Yet, the assailant appeared intent on delivering a lethal blow, leaping onto a mound of earth and lunging again with his sword. At that instant, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force approaching him, locking on to his very being. By the heavens, I will strike you down. A thunderous roar erupted. An Iron Bull emerged like a divine warrior from the thicket, wielding a golden hammer aimed at the man. Shocked, the man instinctively raised his sword to block the impending blow. However, with Iron Bull having just broken through to the third layer of Qi refinement, the strength he wielded was formidable. The impact resounded with a sharp crack as the man and Appo's sword shattered into two pieces. Iron Bull and Appo's hammer continued its descent, crashing onto the man and Appo's shoulder, causing it to collapse inward. The man staggered back several paces, crying out in pain, staring in horror at Iron Bull. So it's you. Iron Bull took a deep breath, equally astonished to recognize the man before him, Manager Lu of the Apothecary Hall. Lu, with a drooping shoulder and a broken sword in hand, glared at Iron Bull. Iron Bull, we've always had a mutually beneficial business relationship. What is the meaning of this attack? Iron Bull's mind raced, contemplating the implications of this encounter and its potential consequences. Lu had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary young man before him possessed such formidable strength, leaving him at a disadvantage. Iron Bull, have you no mercy? I merely came to check on you since you hadn't visited my shop in a while. Lu feigned innocence. I see no point in deceit between us. I caught you red-handed. Do you find this amusing? Although we have conducted business for some time, I have never disclosed my whereabouts to you. How did you know I was here? And why did you come ready to threaten my dogs? Were you planning to steal? Lu clenched his teeth before finally admitting, indeed, I was curious about the source of your high-quality medicines. To think you have even begun selling pills. Iron Bull narrowed his eyes, fixated on him. It was one thing for Lu to question the abundance of his exceptional medicines, but how could he know about the pills? Iron Bull had only ever sold them at the Dongfeng Hall in the county town and had done so a mere twice. How did Manager Lu come to know this? I cannot fathom how you learned about my pill sales. Your confusion mirrors mine. You are merely a mountain dweller. Where would you acquire pills to sell? Lu spat venomously. Tinius swiftly replayed the events in his mind. Could it be that he had been seen when he went to sell the elixirs? Or perhaps it was a mistake on Manager Su's part. A thought stirred within him, and he began to entertain this possibility. Manager Lu, since that's the case, there's no need for further discussion. Tinius steeled himself, convinced that his foremost task was to eliminate Manager Lu. Do you dare to kill me? To Tinius' surprise, Manager Lu not only remained unafraid but puffed out his chest, gazing at him with a hint of derision. You came here to steal from me. Is it not justifiable for me to kill you? Lu chuckled triumphantly. Kill me? Do you think you are worthy? I must inform you that I am a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Do you dare to take my life? Tinia was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with disbelief. You didn't see this coming, did you? I will not shy away from telling you that I have long been affiliated with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Today, our sect has stirred up significant trouble in Jijin County. And within 3 years, we shall undoubtedly seize control of the city. When that time comes, Jijin County will fall into our hands. Should you kill me now, you would be offending the Heavenly Demon Sect, and when their army arrives, you will find no refuge. As Lu spoke, Tiniu and Apos' grip on his hammer slackened slightly, and his palms began to sweat. You wouldn't dare to kill me. Having encountered far more in life than Tiniu, Lu recognized the fear in Tiniu's demeanor, which delighted him further. I am merely here to satisfy my curiosity regarding your elixirs. If you wish to conceal them from me, I shall take my leave, and we shall pretend this meeting never occurred. Lu began to step back slowly. At that moment, Tiniu asked, Manager Lu, may I inquire about your position within the Heavenly Demon Sect? Lu and Apos' heart chilled, though his expression remained unchanged. I am merely an aide in charge of matters in Chang'eo town. In the grand scheme of things, I am but a minor character, Tiniu murmured to himself, then suddenly exclaimed, do you know that your people have already contacted me? Lu was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress his response. Since our people have reached out to you, we can consider ourselves friends. You may join the Heavenly Demon Sect and collaborate on future endeavors. The current emperor of the Great Xia is tyrannical, and we in the Heavenly Demon Sect are poised to rise against him with our united efforts. Hold on, I have no interest in such matters. I merely wish to point out that if your sect values me so highly, it would be illogical to send a minor character like you to spy on me, as it undermines our mutual trust. Lu's expression shifted several times. What do you mean by that? Your ignorance of your sect's prior contact with me indicates that you have come here on your own accord, driven by greed. Lu's heart sank as he realized that. Despite being only 14, Tiniu possessed remarkable insight, having deduced his intentions. Tiniu, I did come to find you on my own, but then you shall die. With the confirmation of Lu's private visit, Tiniu understood precisely how to handle the situation. In an instant, battle erupted. Tiniu, wielding his golden hammer, leapt into the air, bringing the hammer down directly onto Lu's arm. Lu was horrified, sensing Tiniu's formidable combat prowess. He swung his broken sword at Tiniu, but within the flurry of sword light, Tiniu noticed Lu's momentum waning. On one hand, it was evident that Lu was inferior to him, appearing to be no more than a mere beginner in the chi refinement stage. Additionally, having just been struck by Tiniu's hammer, Lu's strength was undeniably compromised. After 2 strikes, Tiniu sent Lu's sword flying. Lu's heart raced, especially as his sword slipped from his grasp, leaving him defenseless. Suddenly, he pleaded, Brother Tiniu, let us discuss this. If you spare me, I will ensure you are introduced to our Heavenly Demon Sect. The sect and Apos' power is assured, in just 2 or 3 years. Jijin County will belong to us. If you fail to join us by then, you will only serve as meat on the chopping block." No sooner had Lu uttered these words than Tinyu struck him on the head with his hammer. With a resounding crack, Lu's eyes widened, and half of his skull caved in, resulting in his demise. As Lu's lifeless body fell, Tinyu regarded it coldly, having killed for the first time with his golden hammer. Truthfully, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Dahai and 2 small dogs circled Lu's corpse. Tinyu took a deep breath. After being followed previously, he suspected the pursuers were from Chang'eo town. Therefore, he had taken precautions, deliberately wandering around the town before returning, only to find someone had indeed followed him. Little did he expect that the pursuer would be Manager Lu, with whom he had conducted business for a year. Now that Lu is dead, Tinyu moved the body inside and dug a grave to bury it. Once he completed this task and brushed off his hands, he reminded Dahai, "Watch over the house while I'm gone. There should be no one tailing me now." After saying this, Tinyu departed once more. Having lost considerable time, he arrived in the county town by evening. Tinyu sought lodging at an inn, returning to the same one he had previously shared with Jolie. After settling in, he enjoyed a meal, finally feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, thoughts of the heavenly demon sect occupied his mind. While he suspected that Manager Lu and Apos' attempt on his life stemmed from greed and was an isolated action, he could not be entirely certain. Thus, his heart felt uneasy, uncertain whether the sect was aware of the incident. Regardless of their knowledge, Tinyu resolved to remain calm. After dining, Tinyu intended to rest early. But just as he lay down, a knock echoed at the door. Initially thinking it wasn't an attendant, he opened it only to find the familiar figure of the Straw Hat guest. Startled, Tinyu regarded the visitor warily. "You have finally entered the city. Earlier, I allowed you some time to consider. Have you made your decision?" The Straw Hat guest entered without invitation, shutting the door behind him. Tinyu remained silent, not responding. "I bear unfortunate news," the Straw Hat guest stated nonchalantly. "Lin Yin has been captured." Iron Bull suddenly stood up, anxiously gazing at the Straw Hat man before him. "I am aware that your elixirs are typically sold only to Lin Yin, and that Dongfeng Hall has profited considerably from the potions you provide. However, the unfortunate news is that Lin Yin has been captured. Will you still sell your elixirs to Dongfeng Hall?" Faced with the relentless questioning of the Straw Hat man, Iron Bull felt a tempest of confusion, unsure of how to proceed. "Hand over the elixirs." The Straw Hat man calmly extended his hand. "If you give me the elixirs, we at the Heavenly Demon Sect will officially welcome you. Since you sincerely seek my aid, I cannot refuse. However, I have a condition." Iron Bull quickly considered his options. In his desperation, he could only devise this response. "I must first visit Dongfeng Hall to ascertain the situation. After all, you are a formidable cultivator, and I am no match for you. If matters are as you say, I shall return to collaborate with you, even if I do not return. I trust that with your capabilities, finding me will be a trivial task." It is uncertain whether Iron Bull's words were sensible or merely flattery, but the Straw Hat man chuckled lightly. "Allow me to remind you, we at the Heavenly Demon Sect indeed hold an interest in you, but you must exercise discretion. Should you misjudge the situation, do not blame us for being unkind." With that, the Straw Hat man boldly exited. It was only after he had been gone for some time that Iron Bull closed the door and began to contemplate his strategies. From the current perspective, this so-called Heavenly Demon Sect had evidently established significant influence in Jijin County. Otherwise, they would not have been able to locate him so easily. Their audacity in seeking him out suggested they were exceedingly confident. Furthermore, why had Lin Yin encountered such trouble? According to Iron Bull's previous assessments, Lin Yin should have held some sway in the county. Otherwise, he would not have intervened on Iron Bull and Apos' behalf with Lord Chiu. However, with Lin Yin and Apos' arrest, a suspicion arose in Iron Bull's mind. Could it be related to his own predicament? With these doubts lingering, he eventually succumbed to sleep. The following morning, he hastily rose and went directly to Dongfeng Hall. Upon entering, he discovered that Lin Yin was indeed absent, leaving only Manager Su and a few familiar attendants present. Iron Bull felt a sinking sensation in his heart and took a deep breath before approaching Manager Su. "Iron Bull, my friend, you've returned," Manager Su exclaimed, his face brimming with smiles as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Manager Su, is Master Lin not here?" Iron Bull inquired. "Oh, the young master is occupied and not here at the moment." "Occupied? When I delivered goods to him last time, we arranged to meet today. Why was I not informed of his absence? What has transpired?" Manager Su could only chuckle awkwardly, failing to provide an answer. "Manager Su, please speak plainly." A nearby attendant piped up. What could be the matter? Master Lin has been apprehended by the county magistrate. Do not speak nonsense. Manager Su scolded the attendant. Cease your unfounded claims. The attendant promptly fell silent, no longer daring to utter another word. Having received confirmation from the attendant, Iron Bull could only offer a bitter smile. Why has Master Lin been imprisoned? Please enlighten me. Iron Bull, this matter is somewhat delicate. It appears to be an internal issue within the Lin family, related to some financial discrepancies. Master Lin is responsible for this matter, and naturally, he must cooperate with the authorities for their investigation. The Lin family? Indeed. Dongfeng Hall is not solely dependent on young Master Lin. The old master has 3 brothers, each of whom has a stake in the operations here. While young Master Lin has managed the shop, the other 2 brothers also bear supervisory responsibilities. Now that discrepancies have arisen in our accounts, it seems the other 2 brothers reported this to the authorities, leading to young Master Lin and Appo's detention. However, the old master is currently working to resolve the matter, so it should not be a major issue. Iron Bull felt a wave of bitter amusement wash over him, uncertain of how to respond. Why is it that the Lin family is embroiled in such chaotic affairs? Nonetheless, young master instructed me to assure you that our partnership remains unchanged. You can continue selling your elixirs here without worry. We will purchase them at the previously agreed price. Very well, I have 100 elixirs ready today. You may take them. Having arrived at this juncture, Iron Bull could not sever ties with Dongfeng Hall, despite Lin Yan's incarceration. After all, there was no need to foster enmity. Thus, he extracted 100 from his stock of 600 and conducted a transaction. Iron Bull. The quantity this time is rather small, Manager Su remarked after handing over the silver. Regrettably, Manager Su, the key to refining elixirs lies in the quality of our materials. And currently, good materials are exceedingly scarce, which has inevitably reduced my production. That is true. However, if you wish to procure materials, do not hesitate to inform us. We can assist you. Manager Su offered earnestly. Iron Bull chuckled. The materials you offer are quite costly. I may not be able to afford them. Ah. It is not as you say. Our materials are of high quality, hence the price. Moreover, selling to you is different from selling to others. We can offer you a considerable discount. Let us discuss this further when I run out of materials. I must take my leave now. Bowing slightly, Iron Bull exited. In the wake of his departure, Iron Bull pondered deeply, wondering if Lin Yan had managed to fulfill his previous commitments. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to visit the county magistrate. He had previously sought out Zhou Li in this very location. However, last time, it was evident that the court clerk had intentionally allowed him entry, aiming to entrap Zhou Li for a sum of money, making it easier for him to gain access. This time, the circumstances might prove more challenging. After some contemplation, he produced the alchemist and Appo's badge. To his surprise, upon seeing the badge, the guards treated him with courtesy and invited him in without any hassle. This revelation eased Iron Bull's anxiety. The status of an alchemist indeed commanded respect. Finally, he entered and successfully met with Lin Yan. Previously a strikingly handsome figure, Lin Yan now appeared somewhat despondent, with an unkempt beard that suggested he had not shaved in days. Iron Bull felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Master. Lin Yan was taken aback by Iron Bull's visit, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure and smiled as he leaned against the cell door. I did not expect you to come see me, Iron Bull. Master Lin, I truly did not foresee this. In the month since my last visit, you have encountered such dire straits. Iron Bull's emotions flowed freely. Having lost his parents, he had few friends, and Lin Yan, despite his wealth, had always treated him well. Especially since beginning his dealings, Iron Bull had faced treachery from Jiang Tianming and later from Manager Lu, leading him to distrust those involved in commerce. Yet, Lin Yan remained principled and steadfast. It is merely a family affair. Lin Yan reassured him with a smile. Since you have come, I presume Manager Su or my staff have informed you of the situation. It is largely an internal matter, and my father is likely devising a solution. Once this is resolved, I shall surely regain my freedom. You need not worry about me. Tainyo nodded thoughtfully before asking, what about the matter I entrusted you with earlier? I have already negotiated with Lord Qiu, Lin Yan replied, and he has agreed. However, this was all before I was imprisoned. Lin Yan fell silent for a moment, his brow furrowed with concern. Brother Tainyo, you are surely aware of how quickly friendships can fade. I cannot ascertain whether Lord Qiu's previous words still hold weight. Tainyo sighed, contemplating his next move. Should I seek him out myself? What purpose would that serve? Lin Yan countered, shaking his head. You would rather he not come looking for you. Why would you go to him? After all, he is an official, and I fear you need not fear, Lin Yan gently admonished. You have no idea what a pill master represents to us. Let me put it this way, at this moment, not only will the Dongfeng Hall treat you with respect, but even the Tianma sect will be courteous towards you. A top-tier alchemist is always a distinguished guest among the various cultivation sects. There is no reason for you to demean yourself. Tai Nio remained silent, contemplating the fact that the Tianma sect had indeed shown him considerable respect. Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance, and a few constables entered. Long Ao Town S. Tai Nio. One of them announced, and it was none other than Lord Chiu himself. Upon spotting Tai Nio, he smiled and said, You arrived just in time. I had been thinking about how long it has been since I last saw you, and was about to send someone to Huangfeng Ao to summon you for a discussion. It seems fate has brought you here. Lord Chiu, Tai Nio replied, bowing earnestly. Oh, I previously informed you that we would be assembling in a month to eradicate the remnants of the Tianma sect, did I not? As the alchemist of our Daxia, you must contribute your strength. Now is the time for us to gather and take action. Join us at the county office tomorrow. Lord Chiu, Tai Nio began, but Lin Yan signaled him to remain silent. Tai Nio fell quiet, nodding in agreement. Lord Chiu laughed heartily before departing with the constables. It seems my words have lost their efficacy, Lin Yan remarked with resignation to Tai Nio. I am truly grateful to you, Lin Dongjia, Tai Nio expressed with sincerity. Listen to me, Lin Yan said earnestly. This expedition aims to eliminate the remnants of the Tianma sect that have taken root in Yihai Town. Located over 60 miles from Zhejiang County. Recently, the town has experienced significant turmoil. Its residents have either joined the Tianma sect or been slaughtered. They pose a grave threat to us, thus necessitating action. Tai Nio felt a pang of regret. I should not have come to the city. Allow me to elaborate. Lin Yan continued. We have previously organized forces to confront them, but the reports indicate that the remnants in Yihai Town are exceedingly formidable. Your role in this endeavor is merely to accompany us as an alchemist. You can lend your assistance, but do not feel compelled to engage in the front lines. You are still young and an alchemist. Remember to safeguard your own well-being. Tai Nio felt grateful. Thank you, Dongjia. Moreover, Lin Yan added after a moment's thought. I have heard that among those joining this expedition are cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Such experts are not easily dealt with by ordinary cultivators. Even in Zhejiang County, beyond the likes of the binding immortal master, the county captain, and the county magistrate, there may be no one capable of matching them. So please, exercise utmost caution. Tai Nio nodded again, but uncertainty gnawed at him. I noticed that Lord Chiu did not inquire about the elixirs he intends to keep you in check. Lin Yan whispered. You previously asked me to assist you in this matter, but with my imprisonment, he has grown displeased with you. By sending you on this mission to eliminate the Tianma sect, he aims to diminish your standing. Even if you were to offer him elixirs now, it might be futile. Tai Nio lowered his head, but a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. All I desire is to cultivate and tend to the fields in peace. What do I have to do with your violent affairs? If you request elixir taxes, very well, I shall pay. Yet I pay these taxes only to be subjected to such oppression. Remember to stay vigilant. Lin Yan reiterated. Understood, Tai Nio affirmed, exchanging a few more words with him before stepping outside. Upon exiting, Tai Nio felt not a sense of relief but rather heightened tension. He hurried away from the county office and prepared to return to his inn. Not long after arriving, a knock echoed from his door. This time, Tai Nio was mentally prepared and opened the door without hesitation, finding the straw hat guest standing outside with his head lowered. Tai Nio stepped aside to let him in. The straw hat guest entered unceremoniously and stood in the corner, arms crossed, gazing at Tai Nio. Now that you have met with the person, have you resigned yourself to your fate? The straw hat guest spoke in a detached tone. Tai Nio remained silent for a moment before responding. What is your offer? Offer? I do not make offers. The straw hat guest declared. What our Tianma sect desires must be obtained, and without monetary exchange. Anticipating this response, Tai Nio quickly shook his head. That is incorrect. I only sell elixirs. If you cannot meet my price, then I shall not sell them to you. The straw hat guest scoffed. Do you believe you possess such power? The Tianma sect does not intend to merely obtain elixirs from you once. We wish to establish ongoing cooperation, acquiring elixirs continuously. Tai Nio remained composed. If you only seek a single transaction, you may attempt to take the elixirs from me. However, if you do so, you will find no one else to provide you with elixirs thereafter. The straw hat guest fell silent, his expression reflecting a mix of anger and disbelief at Tai Nio's audacity to negotiate. Though Tai Nio felt a surge of determination, unease lingered within him. What if this individual truly resorted to force to seize the elixirs? Yet he steeled his resolve, knowing he could not yield. If he retreated now, he would forever be at the mercy of the Tianma sect. Having worked tirelessly for over a year to reach this point, he would not allow himself to be manipulated again. Otherwise, what would be the point of change? You wish to purchase from us? How do you intend to pay? The Straw Hat Guest's voice darkened. I do not concern myself with the prices in the black market, but I sell these elixirs to Dongfeng Hall for 10 taels of silver each. If you wish to buy, we can agree on this price. Neither of us loses. The Straw Hat Guest quickly assessed the situation in his mind before taking a deep breath and nodding. I cannot promise you an immediate agreement, as this matter is not solely mine to decide. I must consult with my superiors to gauge their stance. If they consent, we can proceed at this price. If not, I will have to decline. You may inquire with them. I shall remain here for one more day. If I do not receive word by tomorrow, I will take my leave. Should you wish to continue negotiations, you will have to find me in Long Ao Town. Very well. I will await your response for a day. The Straw Hat Guest said no more, instead opening the door to check the surroundings before departing. Once he had fully left, Tainyo exhaled in relief and hurriedly closed the door. The Tianma sect had become increasingly audacious, now brazenly appearing to negotiate business with him. This indicated that they had indeed made significant progress in Jijin County. It would be unwise to merely refer to it as the city of Jijin. Rather, Tainyo pondered that perhaps the entirety of Yunzhou had been infiltrated by them to a considerable extent. This thought sent a chill down his spine. The most complicated aspect of his situation arose from Lord Chiu's directive for him to accompany them to Yinhai Town to eradicate the Tianma sect. Now, as he was engaged in business with the Tianma sect, he found himself at a loss as to whether he should disclose this matter to the other party, fearing the potential repercussions. Conversely, should he choose not to inform them, and if future collaborations ensued, he might find himself targeted by those within the Tianma sect, an unjust fate. Indeed, thus, he hesitated multiple times, unsure of how to broach the subject with the individual before him. For the moment, he resolved to take each step as it came. In the cloak of night, the Straw Hat Guest arrived at another location, soon settling into converse with someone. Does he insist that we purchase? Indeed, Master Tan. His stance is remarkably resolute. He demands that we pay, or he will withhold the medicine from us. I could certainly seize the pills from him, but that would reduce our transaction to a mere one-time affair. In the future, should we wish to procure such high-quality elixirs to enhance the prowess of our sect, it would prove exceedingly difficult. You are well aware that even in a modest locale like Jijin County, it is a rarity to discover such reasonably priced yet exceptional elixirs. This individual is indeed valuable to us. At present, the Tianma sect is in a phase of expansion, and these medicines are perfectly suited to our needs, capable of significantly augmenting our members' strength. The individual opposite fell into silence, seemingly contemplating the rationale of the proposition. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. It appears that the finest elixirs available in Jijin County are from his establishment, so agree to his terms, 10 taels of silver for each pill. Very well. I shall relay this to him tomorrow. The following day, Tainyo, adhering to his routine, rose early. He had anticipated that the Straw Hat Guest would arrive later. But to his surprise, as he settled down to enjoy breakfast at a roadside stall, the guest unceremoniously took a seat beside him. Tainyo immediately fell silent. We accept your terms, the Straw Hat Guest stated directly, without any preamble. 10 taels of silver per pill. We shall take as many as you have. However, I must add one stipulation. You shall exclusively supply us, with no sales to others, not even to Dongfeng Hall. You sold them 100 pills yesterday, did you not? Tainyo was taken aback, realizing the Tianma sect possessed an alarming level of insight, as they were aware of the exact quantity he had sold the day prior. A wave of unease washed over him. Surprised, are you? Let me assure you, our influence here is beyond your comprehension. The Straw Hat Guest smirked at Tainyo. By collaborating with us now, you are effectively aligning yourself with the Tianma sect. Once we seize Jijin County, you shall be deemed a distinguished contributor. And who knows what rewards may come your way. Tainyo inwardly lamented, wishing to distance himself from such nefarious associations, thinking that if it were not for his dire circumstances, he would rather not engage in this business. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of deference and slowly produced a pouch containing 500 elixirs, presenting it before the guest. Here are 500 elixirs, totaling 5,000 taels of silver. You may exchange it for 500 taels of gold if you prefer. The Straw Hat Guest accepted the pouch, opened it, and marveled. It is truly astonishing that someone of your youth has managed to concoct such exquisite elixirs. Remarkable indeed. Here, 500 taels of gold. He promptly produced a bundle, revealing it to be filled with gold ingots, each weighty in Tainyo's hands. As he secured the package, a thought struck him. Now that we have established this partnership, what should I do if members of your Tianma sect come to trouble me in the future? Rest assured, our Tianma sect will not trouble you again, as we require you to focus on crafting elixirs for us. But what if unforeseen circumstances arise? I must have some assurance that your people will not act against me. The straw hat guest pondered momentarily, seemingly weighing Tainyo's words, and after a brief silence, he produced an item from his possession, a token of iron. This is our Tianma sect's insignia. Holding this will signify your identity, ensuring that none within the sect would dare to harm you. After Iron Bull picked up the token, he noticed it was black. I need 1,000 of these in a month, exclaimed the straw hat guest as he abruptly stood up and left. Iron Bull wanted to protest that he didn't have that many, but he saw the man hastily departing, clearly not wanting to hear any further excuses. Iron Bull refrained from shouting, aware that with so many people around, being discovered conducting business with the Heavenly Demon Sect could lead to serious consequences. He found himself in a dilemma. While he could indeed concoct 1,000 chi-boosting pills, the ingredients required were merely of high age and not particularly rare. He could gather them all in Chang'eo town, and his space also contained a plethora of aged herbs ready for use. However, his supply of bamboo and earth spirit flowers had dwindled severely, and he needed to rely on the chi-boosting pills to continue his cultivation. Having settled this business deal in his mind, he felt the need to leave the area. Suddenly, a burly man approached him and said, "You're Iron Bull, right? What are you still doing here? Lord Xiao wants you to hurry to the county office." Iron Bull sighed, thinking to himself, "What now? Am I being sent to deal with the Heavenly Demon Sect again?" Yes, my lord, I'll be there at once." Iron Bull could only hurry to the county office. Upon arrival, he found the place packed with people. Many were gathered outside, staring at a newly posted notice that proclaimed the county was summoning cultivators to eradicate the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Iron Bull had no time to concern himself with the crowd. He pushed his way inside, only to find the interior teeming with individuals. He was taken aback. He had visited the county office several times before, but never had he seen so many people. Almost everyone appeared to be a cultivator. Although Iron Bull could not discern their cultivation levels, he sensed that many were on par with or even superior to his own. They were divided into several lines. As he squeezed in, he spotted Lord Xiao at the front, standing in front of another line, and without a second thought, he fell in behind them. He glanced at the signs ahead and recognized a hierarchy. Apart from the county magistrate, there were the county military officers, the inspectors responsible for capturing criminals, and the celestial hunters from the Celestial Capture Division. These three departments were home to the most skilled cultivators in the entire county. Before the county military officers stood a formidable line of armored soldiers from the Great Xia Iron Armored Army, exuding an intimidating aura. In front of the inspector, there were the local constables, each radiating a sense of authority. Their roles included maintaining order in the county office and dealing with various matters concerning cultivators. Thus their strength was not to be underestimated. Another line was formed by the Celestial Capture Division, but their numbers were fewer, with most being scattered cultivators, divided into two large groups. Iron Bull realized that the county military officer and inspector were mere lackeys of the Great Xia Court, while the leaders of the Celestial Capture Division comprised many wandering cultivators, hence their attire was not uniform. This was Iron Bull's first encounter with such a scene, and he couldn't help but look around curiously. However, a short, stout middle-aged man turned to him and, mistaking him for someone else, snapped, "What are you doing standing in our line? Aren't you in the wrong place, kid?" "Senior, I am Iron Bull, a pill maker," Iron Bull replied politely. As an ordinary person, it was always wise to address someone older as senior in a crowd. "You're a pill maker? You must be joking. How many pill makers do we have in the county?" The middle-aged man nearly laughed out loud. "I truly am a pill maker. I supply chi-boosting pills to Dongfeng Hall," Iron Bull said helplessly. Since he was already exposed, he decided to be forthright about his identity. Wait a minute. You're the one supplying Dongfeng Hall with pills? The chi-boosting pills they sell are made by you?" "That is correct." At this, the middle-aged man and Appo's expression changed, and he eagerly extended his hand to shake Iron Bull and Appo's, saying, "Young brother, I didn't expect that. My name is Yulu, and I am a talisman master." "A talisman master?" Iron Bull was unfamiliar with the term and scratched his head in confusion. "Is that like the floating corpses in the river?" "Bah, what do you mean by floating corpses? Are you being rude?" Yulu retorted. A talisman master is someone who draws talismans. Iron Bull suddenly understood and apologized sincerely. My apologies, Senior Yu. I'm just a humble mountain cultivator who knows nothing about talismans. Seeing Iron Bull's earnest demeanor, Yu Lu calmed down a bit and, adopting a condescending tone, pointed towards the others. Everyone here, except for the few celestial hunters at the front, are scattered cultivators. But even among scattered cultivators, there are alchemists, talisman masters, and formation masters. These are quite rare among the scattered cultivators. Iron Bull nodded earnestly, realizing he needed to broaden his horizons. Thank you for your guidance. I understand now. How old are you? I'm just over 14, almost 15. At your age, being a pill maker, how did you end up here? Yulu scratched his head, perplexed. Senior, you seem a bit distant. You probably didn't want to come here either. Iron Bull pointed out. Yulu chuckled at his own question and nodded repeatedly. Right. That was indeed a foolish question. But Iron Bull, does your chi boosting pill really have such effects? I've heard they're flying off the shelves in our county. I've been to Dongfeng Hall several times but couldn't get one. Eventually, I had to pay 40 taels for a single pill through someone's recommendation. And it indeed worked better than the others. But you know, 1 or 2 ISNT nearly enough. Iron Bull smiled but did not respond. He could tell that the plump man was interested in his pills. Though we're meeting for the first time, we seem to hit it off. This time, as we go to eradicate the heavenly demon sect, danger will be abundant. Since it's your first outing, you must lack experience. If you stick with me, I'll protect you. Just do as I say, and you'll surely survive. Given our rapport, I cannot let someone as young as you perish at the hands of the heavenly demon sect. Iron Bull chuckled inwardly, feeling tempted, and asked, What are your terms, Senior? Yu Lu smiled slightly, recognizing Iron Bull as perceptiveness. It's simple. I wish to purchase a few pills from you. What do you think? Purchase pills? Iron Bull quickly weighed his options. Since we're meeting for the first time and will soon be comrades in battle, it's only right we exchange ideas. As for the pills, Iron Bull hesitated. Yet, seeing Yu Lu's extensive experience and noting Iron Bull's vague response, he pressed on, Iron Bull. If you think that's not suitable, I can offer an exchange. I'm a talisman master. I can draw talismans. My talismans have various effects. For instance, I have invisibility talismans for temporary concealment. I also have speed talismans to increase your pace. I even have talismans for treating ailments. Yes. My best one is the 1,000 Sun Talisman, which can restore a man's vigor when he reaches a certain age. The naive Iron Bull was momentarily stunned, perhaps not realizing that talismans had such diverse applications. Just then, Lord Xiu approached from the front and coldly smiled upon spotting Iron Bull. Both Iron Bull and Yu Lu immediately fell silent, ceasing their conversation. At this moment, the county magistrate was passionately delivering a series of empty platitudes. Not only did those who had heard them numerous times, like Yu Lu, feel a sense of weariness, but even Tai Nyo found the rhetoric vacuous. Was this not an obvious deception? Merely a means to placate oneself and the common folk. However, Tai Nyo did take note of a few phrases, which essentially conveyed that the demons of the Tianma sect had become exceedingly audacious, causing significant turmoil in Anhai town. They must act to suppress this menace and, for the sake of the common people, eradicate it entirely, restoring tranquility to Zhejiang County. Tai Nyo had little interest in such grandiloquent rhetoric and sighed with relief once the speech concluded. Normally, they would have dispersed at this point. But Lord Xiu called their group aside to speak once more. As you have all heard, we shall set off early tomorrow morning. Be sure to gather. I need not summon you again. You cannot afford to delay this matter. With a wave of his hand, the crowd finally dispersed. Tai Nyo sighed. It seemed he would not be returning home anytime soon. Fortunately, Dehei remained at home to watch over his abode, and after dealing with Lu Zhonggui, he doubted anyone would dare covet his mountain for a while. As Tai Nyo exited, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Brother Tai Nyo, wait a moment. A voice called out to him. Turning around, he recognized Yu Lu, accompanied by 2 others. They appeared to be of similar age, one tall and slender, the other short and thin. Brother Tai Nyo, allow me to introduce you. This is Master Array Artisan Zheng Haitian from Zhejiang County. The tall, slender man clasped his fists before Tai Nyo, greeting him with a hearty laugh. Brother Tai Nyo, I am Zheng Haitian. This is the free practitioner Lu San. Tai Nyo returned the gesture, unsure of Yu Lu and Appo's intentions in introducing these individuals, yet he adhered to the necessary courtesies. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Yu Xiong has informed us that you are the alchemist behind the Dongfeng Hall. I must say, it is impressive that such exquisite elixirs could be crafted by one so young. garnering admiration throughout the city. Lu San remarked with a smile, nodding appreciatively. Senior Lu, you flatter me. I merely possess some knowledge of alchemy. It is nothing remarkable. Tainyu replied modestly. Today, I shall treat you to dinner. And tomorrow morning we shall embark together for Inhai Town. It will undoubtedly be a fierce battle upon our arrival, and we will face the enemy as one. We are 3 veterans, experienced in such matters, whereas this is likely your first encounter with such circumstances. We can share insights with one another. Zheng Haitian stated earnestly. Tainyu, acknowledging their sentiments, nodded and followed them to a nearby and where the table was already laden with food and drink. Brother Tainyu, let us not stand on ceremony, Lu San declared. Typically, alchemists seldom find themselves on such battlefields, for their skills lie not in combat, but in support. Your presence here signifies that matters are indeed extraordinary. The Tianma sect has been particularly arrogant of late, and this journey will pose considerable danger for you. Feigning trepidation, Tainyu asked, Then why am I accompanying you? Have you offended Lord Xiao? Not at all. This is only my second meeting with him. That is impossible. Did you perhaps fail to provide him with elixirs? Tainyu inwardly chuckled, realizing it was these seasoned veterans who understood the nuances of such situations. Ah, it makes sense now. The trio exchanged glances, enlightenment dawning upon them. However, I have dutifully paid my elixir taxes. Tainyu clarified. Indeed, elixir taxes are a requirement of the Great Xia government, and timely payment is standard. Much like us talismans, we must also submit a set quota each year. Yes, we array artisans share a similar plight. We have it a bit harsher, as we possess nothing of value to contribute. Yet, when it comes to hunting celestial beings or slaying demons, we practitioners are always called into action. Lu San added with a self-deprecating smile. Tainyu nodded in understanding. Brother Tainyu, allow me to speak candidly. Since you have been summoned, the outcome is unlikely to be favorable, and there will be numerous dangers ahead. To be frank, we are in dire need of chi-enhancing elixirs, but acquiring them in the city is exceedingly difficult, and even when available, they come at exorbitant prices. The 3 of us invited you to dinner today to discuss a matter. Do you have any elixirs to sell us at a reasonable price? Lu San implored earnestly. Tainyu regarded them thoughtfully. Rest assured, Brother Tainyu, if you sell us your elixirs at a fair price, we shall ensure your protection in Inhai Town. Lu San promised sincerely. You are young and an alchemist, thus your combat prowess may not be formidable. Yet, we have faced such situations before and possess ample experience. With us safeguarding you, your safety on the battlefield will be enhanced. Of course, I must be forthright. I cannot guarantee your absolute safety, as the battlefield is unpredictable. Brother Tainyu, let us speak plainly. Whether array artisans, talismans, or alchemists, we are all essentially free practitioners. I trust you possess a badge, correct? According to the regulations of the Great Xia, we who lack the support of prestigious sects are merely semi-officials, unlike the Zhengyang sect, which enjoys full official status. They have the backing of powerful sects, thus the Great Xia treats them with deference. However, for us, our safety rests solely upon ourselves. We could meet our demise on the battlefield at any moment. Therefore, we have a long-standing tradition of banding together for mutual support. I believe our 4-person group fits this mold perfectly, which is why I called you over to discuss this matter. Having listened to their discourse and observed their demeanor, Tainyu found their approach to be rather amicable and consultative. After pondering their words, Tainyu inquired of the talisman master, Lu, Senior Yu. If I can vend elixirs to you, might I procure talismans from you? Lu, visibly pleased, nodded incessantly. Indeed, my talismans are for sale. Turning to the array master, Tainyu asked, Senior Zheng, are your arrays available for purchase? Assuredly. Zheng Haitian responded magnanimously. Array masters deal in array stones, talisman masters in talismans, and alchemists in elixirs. All are marketable. I consent to vend elixirs to you at a reduced rate, Tainyu declared, but I wish to acquire some talismans and arrays from you both. The eyes of the 2 masters gleamed, finally comprehending Tainyu's intent. Here, Lu promptly produced 10 talismans, arraying them before Tainyu. These were crafted before my arrival, consuming much of my energy. Behold, the invisibility talisman, capable of rendering one invisible for 10 breaths. And this, the fire talisman, capable of igniting conflagrations. Tainyu's gaze was ardent, particularly drawn to the invisibility talisman, which he deemed highly useful. What manner of array do you desire? Zheng Haitian produced 2 stones of distinct appearance. Nay, they are not merely stones, he corrected, but akin to jade. These are my 2 array stones. Zheng Haitian proclaimed with pride. One for defense, the other for offense. Tainyu, familiar with talisman masters but new to array masters, regarded the jade stones with curiosity. Unfamiliar. Are you? These are array stones. I imbue them with arrays, which can be activated by retrieving the stone. Upon activation, the array manifests. If you wish to purchase them, I shall impart the activation incantation. However, such arrays are typically exhausted after a few uses, such as the limit of my ability. Zhang Haitian explained with a touch of pride. Tainyo cupped his fist in respect, feeling enlightened. I see. Brother Tainyo, shall we discuss prices? Yulu inquired. What is the cost of a single talisman? My talismans are inexpensive, merely 2 taels of silver each. Yulu replied with a smile. Tainyo was taken aback, thinking. Inexpensive? These are merely ordinary talismans. Of course, that is the price for others. For you, it is 1 tael per talisman. 10 taels for these 10. Yulu have the price as a gesture of sincerity. Tainyo understood and turned to Zhang Haitian. 50 taels for each of my array stones. Tainyo exclaimed in surprise. 50 taels each? That is exorbitant. You find it dear? It is the standard price. Array stones are exceedingly rare. Not just any stone will suffice. Furthermore, imbuing them with arrays requires considerable effort. Of course, this is the standard price. For you, 30 taels each. Through their exchanges. Tainyo gained a certain understanding. After some deliberation, he spoke. Senior Yu, I shall take these 10 talismans. Senior Zheng, I have no need for these 2 arrays. But could I commission you to create another array? Indeed, what would you have? Could you create an array with offensive capabilities, capable of defending my home, deterring intruders, and alerting me upon approach? Assuredly, that is not difficult. Zhang Haitian nodded. You wish to protect your home? Precisely. Tainyu was delighted. He had long harbored such an idea, but his knowledge of arrays was non-existent. This offered a solution to his predicament. I can, but I am currently occupied. I can only craft such an array after this matter subsides. If you truly desire it, it will cost 30 taels of silver. Tainyo was overjoyed and stood to salute the 3 men. It is settled. My chi-boosting elixir sells for 25 taels at the Eastern Wind Hall. I shall offer you a discount at 15 taels each, for pills per person. Selling them 4 pills each at 15 taels satisfied the 3 men greatly. We thank you. Brother Tainyo. The 3 men expressed their gratitude. The transaction proceeded smoothly, with payments exchanged as agreed. Tainyo spent 10 taels of silver on 5 invisibility talismans and 5 fire talismans. The bespoke array from Zheng Haitian was confirmed, with payment deferred until completion. Lucen served as a mere footnote, cementing their alliance. Tainyo acquired the talismans, while the others obtained the elixirs. All parties departed with smiles. Having gained something of value, let us return. This marks our alliance. Should any of us encounter difficulties, let us aid each other as vowed. Indeed, with these words, the 4 departed. Upon returning to the inn, Tainyo reflected that his journey had not been in vain. Acquiring an array stone would be a significant boon. He wondered about the safety of his situation. That was paramount. But such thoughts were futile for now. He would have to wait and see. Early the next morning, he returned to the county office, which was still teeming with people. Hurry. Zheng Haitian, Yu Lu, and Lu San, more familiar with Tainyo after yesterday's transaction, greeted him warmly upon his arrival. We depart soon for Little Ancient Village in Silver Sea Town. Leading the expedition are Master Chiu and Head Constable Wu. Tainyo nodded. Soon, they were divided into 4 teams, departing under their respective leaders. Observing the cultivators depart, their strides powerful and imposing, Tainyo gained a new appreciation for their kind. His team comprised about 30 individuals, led by Master Chiu and several constables, heading in one direction. Silver Sea Town was approximately 60 li away, and Little Ancient Village was even further. An ordinary person would take a day to reach it, utterly exhausted, but as cultivators, they would arrive sooner and without fatigue. They hurried along the road, reaching Little Ancient Village by evening. The closer they got to Silver Sea Town, the scarcer the population became. Skeletons littered the roadside. Spring was approaching, and withered grass would soon sprout. Yet, amidst the burgeoning spring, those skeletal remains evoked a sigh from Tainyo, who shook his head repeatedly. The others, accustomed to such sights, remained silent. As they neared Little Ancient Village, Master Chiu and Head Constable Wu halted the procession to survey the area. They ordered the team to rest and eat. It is evening, Head Constable Wu announced, his somber eyes radiating a constant aura of menace. Judging by the situation, we have entered the core territory of the Heavenly Demon Sect. We must exercise caution. Unaware of the preceding circumstances, the others tentatively decided to rest at this location. We shall select a few individuals to proceed and observe the situation, confirming our findings before we embark on our journey. The others nodded in agreement. Old Wang, you shall lead the team. Captain Wu began assigning tasks, pointing to one of the captains in his squad, along with you, and then casually indicating 2 more individuals. And you. But at that moment, Master Chiu unexpectedly pointed at Iron Bull. Taking a deep breath, Iron Bull realized that this fellow was indeed targeting him. All right. The 4 of you will head out together. Our primary objective is to scout the area ahead. Do not engage with them. Upon discovering any information, return immediately to report back, so we can strategize accordingly. We are splitting into 4 teams to capture them all in one fell swoop. We must share information among ourselves to ensure nothing disrupts our mission. Captain Wu and Appo's words were indeed prudent. I shall exert every effort. Captain Wang turned to glance at them. Gesturing grandly, you 3, come with me. With that, he took the lead. Iron Bull, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow him, soon disappearing from the other's sight. A shadow loomed over Master Chiu's face. How dare a mere alchemist from the countryside defy me? If I do not eliminate you this time, I shall not be named Chiu. Meanwhile, Zheng Haitian and the other 2 felt somewhat helpless, remaining silent. Among them, aside from the towering Captain Wang, the other 2 were rogue cultivators named Yang Xian and Zhao Hui. Both appeared to be around 40 years old, making Iron Bull feel distinctly out of place. The 4 of them set off together, not far from the small ancient village, merely a few miles away. However, as they advanced, Yang Xian seemed to express disdain for Iron Bull. Captain Wang, why choose such a young lad? Captain Wang, leading the way, turned a glance at them and suddenly smiled at Iron Bull, though he said nothing. For some reason, Iron Bull found that smile quite sinister. He remained silent, choosing to follow them. Before long, the 4 arrived at the small ancient village. Captain Wang, who had been keeping track of their pace, raised a hand to signal a halt and stepped forward to gaze at the village. The sky had darkened significantly, and they could only see a faint glow emanating from within. However, this light was not scattered like stars. Rather, it stood out in stark contrast against the surrounding darkness. That place was indeed the small ancient village, which had once been a sizable settlement of 400 to 500 people. Yet, half a year ago, the forces of the heavenly demon sect had suddenly attacked. Those who were willing to collaborate with them were spared, while those who resisted were brutally slaughtered. It was estimated that at least half of the villagers had perished, leaving the remainder as followers of the heavenly demon sect. Iron Bull listened quietly, choosing not to speak. We estimate that they have established a branch here after taking over the village, gathering strength in the process. This is why we must eliminate them. Lord Wang, it appears there are still quite a few people here. Zhao Hui, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. Indeed, there seem to be many, but the exact number remains unclear. This is why we are sending scouts to ascertain the situation. I propose that you go check it out now. With that, Captain Wang pointed at Iron Bull. Iron Bull was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped that this was clearly a deliberate attempt by Captain Wang to target him, or perhaps a directive from Master Chiu. Zhao Hui remained silent, while Yang Xian wore a look of schadenfreude. Captain Wang, it may not be appropriate, Zhao Hui finally interjected. Recognizing Iron Bull's youth, sending him alone could be unwise. Why not let us all go together? If anything were to happen, we could look out for each other. Zhao Hui and Appo's reasoning was sound. Very well, you 2 may go together. Captain Wang, however, smiled coldly as he spoke. Yang Xian nearly burst into laughter, surprised that 2 among the 4 were rather foolish. I'll go alone. Iron Bull gritted his teeth, left with no choice but to clasp his fists and prepare to depart. Zhao Hui remained silent, but made no move. Clearly, he had acquiesced to Captain Wang's decision. Iron Bull, feeling utterly powerless, set off toward the small ancient village. In the night, as Iron Bull made his way toward the village, he pondered his situation. With so many members of the heavenly demon sect present, if he recklessly approached, he would undoubtedly be detected, leaving him no chance to escape. Although he possessed a token from them, which might allow him to identify himself, there was no guarantee they would spare him. Moreover, revealing the token could lead those behind him to perceive him as one of the heavenly demon sect, inviting further trouble. The best course of action would be to retreat. After all, he was merely here to gather intelligence, not to engage in combat. After some contemplation, Iron Bull decided it was unnecessary to be overly compliant. He would seek an opportunity to veer off to the side, striving to avoid alarming them. From the current situation, the most illuminated area was undoubtedly the center, where the heavenly demon sect's branch was likely located, filled with personnel. He could not venture there, but must instead head toward another direction. Resolute in his decision, Iron Bull moved toward the opposite side, confident that, under the cover of darkness, they would be unable to discern his true path. He sought an opportunity to slip to the right, where the shadows enveloped him, devoid of sound. As he distanced himself from the center, Iron Bull felt a measure of relief. "They think me a fool," he muttered under his breath. "You claim to be officials. Yet you are no different from the heavenly demon sect. If I had followed your orders, I would surely meet my demise here." He shook his head as he continued to move aside. Just as he walked, he suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed there were many footsteps nearby. Iron Bull's heart raced, and he instinctively sought cover behind a nearby obstruction. At that moment, a group of over a dozen individuals passed by. "Hurry up, move faster." The front line consisted of several individuals, likely cultivators, while behind them trailed a horde of emaciated commoners. They appeared akin to livestock, being herded toward a destination. Should they falter even slightly, a burly man would approach and whip them mercilessly. The scene resembled that of cattle being driven. The captives dared not even weep. Hastily quickening their pace, Iron Bull concealed himself, squinting to observe. They moved swiftly, continuing forward until they had traversed a considerable distance. Only then did Iron Bull emerge from his hiding place, pondering the oddity of the situation. Instinctively, he felt it prudent to refrain from probing further. Yet an insatiable curiosity urged him to press on. Human nature is indeed a curious enigma. Despite the awareness of underlying anomalies, curiosity often prevails. After a moment of contemplation, Tainyo gritted his teeth and decided to follow. As he traversed a distance, he found himself before a cavern, which loomed like a gaping maw poised to engulf all who approached. Outside the entrance stood a considerable number of individuals, brandishing torches. As ordinary folk gradually made their way inside, observing their orderly formation, an instinctive sense of foreboding washed over Tainyo. It was evident that these people were engaged in some activity, though he could not ascertain its nature. After watching for a while, his intuition screamed danger, prompting him to prepare his departure. Ensuring the safety of those in front of him, he discreetly retreated, quickly vanishing from sight. With a sigh of relief, he cautiously returned to the spot where he had parted ways with the three companions. "Why have you been gone for so long?" Captain Wang expressed his dissatisfaction upon seeing Tainyo. His countenance darkened as he omitted any inquiry about potential dangers. "Captain Wang, there were numerous individuals inside. How could I return swiftly? I had to observe cautiously. Alarming them would not bode well for any of us." Tainyo replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor, confident that his reasoning was sound. "Answer directly when Lord Wang inquires. Spare us the excuses. If the task is incomplete, it remains undone," Yang Xian interjected, servilely admonishing Tainyo. The other, Zhao Hui, remained silent. "Did you detect any disturbances?" Captain Wang, having asserted his authority, finally asked with evident impatience. "There is activity. A significant number of individuals are heading toward the source of light, seemingly engaged in some sort of ritual, and many appear to be ordinary folk." Tainyo exclaimed. "A ritual? What does that mean?" Captain Wang pressed. Tainyo shook his head, explaining, "I cannot say. I only observed them entering a cavern but did not follow. So I am unaware of the specifics of their ritual. You were tasked with an assignment, yet you could not accomplish even this minor detail. Your words offer us no clarity. What use are they to us?" Captain Wang thundered in anger. "You must investigate further." Taken aback, Tainyo turned, a flicker of resolve appearing on his face. "Lord Wang, there are many people there. If I approach again, I will surely alert them, and escaping will become exceedingly difficult. Do you presume you can disregard my orders?" Captain Wang's gaze turned menacing. "Captain Wang, Tainyo speaks the truth. If there are so many individuals present, any further attempts to investigate would certainly rouse them, and we would all face dire consequences." Zhao Hui finally spoke up in defense of Tainyo. "Do you wish to accompany him?" Captain Wang threatened Zhao Hui once more. Irritated, Zhao Hui felt compelled to respond. Though merely a loose cultivator, he was still a practitioner of the mystical arts, and Wang's threats were intolerable. With a grim countenance, he clasped his hands together and declared, "If that is the case, then I shall accompany Brother Tainyo to investigate." Without a backward glance, he signaled to Tainyo and swiftly departed. Stunned, Tainyo hadn't anticipated Zhao Hui would genuinely accompany him, feeling a mixture of gratitude and resignation. The irony was not lost on him. It seemed Zhao Hui believed he was acting with great loyalty this time. As they distanced themselves, Yang Xian made a mocking remark. But Tainyo and Zhao Hui were oblivious, or perhaps indifferent. Zhao Hui led the way while Tainyo followed closely. Once they were far enough away, Zhao Hui suddenly inquired, "Have you offended Captain Wang?" Tainyo shook his head, whispering, "I have offended Lord Xiao." Zhao Hui expressed mild curiosity. Lord Qiu? How did you incur his displeasure? With a rueful smile, Tainyu recounted the incident involving Lord Qiu and Amp, Appos, as request for elixirs. So, you are the one supplying elixirs to the East Wind Hall, Zhao Hui exclaimed, his surprise evident as he scrutinized Tainyu. Such a young and formidable alchemist seemed improbable. Yet, he could not deny the truth. Your vitality elixir is crucial for practitioners, and it and Appos, as sold at exorbitant prices in the black market. It is entirely reasonable for Lord Qiu to demand elixirs from you. Most would comply. You offended him over merely 10 elixirs. Do you believe that was wise? Zhao Hui queried. Tainyu shook his head. At that time, I did not consider the implications, and there were complications that I did not foresee. However, it is not merely a matter of 10 elixirs. He may demand again in the future. Once I concede, he will continue to extort me. Zhao Hui nodded in agreement. You speak truthfully. Given their avarice, they would not relent until they have drained you dry. Tainyu acknowledged with a nod, remaining silent. Elder, what shall we do now? What shall we do? When you came from that direction, we were all oblivious to your actions. Thus, if we enter to investigate, he will remain unaware. When the time comes, we can fabricate any narrative we like without him being the wiser, Tainyu reasoned, finally conceding. Elder Zhao, your perspective is astute. Experience prevailed. Zhao Hui, seasoned in such matters, led Tainyu toward a less populated area without hesitation. However, as they walked, Zhao Hui suddenly asked, at such a young age, you have already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. How did you achieve this? Tainyu paused, his heart racing. Among all those he had encountered, Zhao Hui was the first to discern his cultivation level. Previously, it was said that the elixirs sold by the East Wind Hall were exceptionally effective, hence their exorbitant prices. I harbored doubts until now. How else could a youth like you possibly attain the 3rd level of qi refinement? Zhao Hui continued, seemingly oblivious to Tainyu's expression. Elder Zhao, how did you discern this? Faced with Zhao Hui and Appos' directness, Tainyu could no longer evade the truth and reluctantly admitted. I possess a technique known as qi observation. Zhao Hui replied nonchalantly, this allows me to perceive the cultivation levels of others. It is not infallible. Should someone employ concealment techniques, my qi observation would prove ineffective. Yet, you lack such skills. Such a technique exists? Tainyu marveled, recognizing the myriad of mystical practices within the realm of cultivation. Indeed, the ways of cultivation are boundless, and it is natural for you to be unaware. Zhao Hui observed Tainyu closely. Upon learning that Tainyu was a supplier for the East Wind Hall, he contemplated his next move. Despite his skepticism, Zhao Hui could not dismiss Tainyu and Appos' evident talent. Engaging in conversation revealed Tainyu and Appos' ignorance of qi observation, suggesting he lacked any formal lineage or teachings. Yet, Zhao Hui remained astonished, even without a formal lineage, who had taught him the art of alchemy. Tainyu marveled internally, feeling a surge of motivation to learn qi observation, as it would enhance his understanding of others and allow him to adapt more readily. Elder Zhao, Tainyu finally mustered the courage to ask, may I inquire if I could learn qi observation? A mysterious smile graced Zhao Hui and Appos' face. You wish to learn qi observation? Indeed. Tainyu nodded eagerly. I wish to learn qi observation. Very well. Zhao Hui responded with enthusiasm. You seek my guidance, do you not? Tainyu scratched his head, beaming with an innocent smile. The true art of divination is indeed a secretive skill, yet it cannot be perceived at will and is bound by limitations. For instance, one can only discern the realms of those of a similar level. If the opponent vastly surpasses one's own capabilities, their strength remains inscrutable. Likewise, if an individual of the same rank has practiced the art of concealment, one cannot unveil their true power either. No matter. Tainyu shook his head, indifferent to the matter. At present, he resembled a novice cultivator, taking keen interest in everything, welcoming all opportunities. I possess a manual on the art of divination that I can offer you, but I require 50 vitality pills in exchange. 50 vitality pills. Tainyu realized he had scant vitality pills remaining. Very well. However, in pursuit of the art of forgetting, I shall not hesitate to agree. If we survive this ordeal, we shall conclude this transaction as discussed today. Zhao Hui was equally elated. For him, the art of divination was also a rare skill, one he had acquired with great difficulty. Although he had made some progress in its practice, it had become of no use to him, and thus exchanging it for vitality pills seemed prudent. At that moment, both were pleased with their gains, when suddenly, the sound of an arrow whistled through the air, followed by a booming voice. There are people here. Startled, both turned instinctively toward the sound. Zhao Hui swiftly grasped the arrow that had pierced the air, and upon noticing the feathered arrowhead, he was further alarmed. This is Captain Wang's arrow. Why is he shooting in our direction? Upon realizing this, both Zhao Hui and Tai Niu understood they were being used as a guide. Simultaneously, they glanced backward. There, shadowy figures were discernible, seemingly searching for them. Alarm coursed through their veins. This was the territory of the heavenly demon sect, and if surrounded, escape would be impossible. A murderous aura flickered across Tai Niu and Appo's face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Captain Wang glowered in their direction, pleased to see the others moving per his instructions. Suddenly, he commanded Yang Xian, "Let us go. They are now besieged. We shall seize this opportunity to assess the situation." Indeed, Master Wang is truly astute. Yang Xian praised, delight gleaming in his eyes. They exchanged knowing smiles and hurriedly dashed off. Yet at that moment, Yang Xian, who was trailing behind, suddenly exclaimed, "Master Wang, you're on fire." Captain Wang, startled, turned to see the flames licking at his back. Indeed, he was ablaze. Before he could extinguish the flames, he noticed that Yang Xian was also aflame. "How are you on fire too?" Both men were taken aback, raising their hands in a frantic attempt to douse the flames. Strangely, rather than extinguishing the fire, it spread to other areas. At that moment, those still searching for the source of the sound suddenly caught sight of the blaze and shouted, rushing toward it. The two men, faces etched with terror, abandoned their inquiries and fled. However, the flames on their bodies acted as beacons, drawing the attention of the heavenly demon sect's followers, who pursued them relentlessly. In this manner, no one paid heed to Tai Niu and Zhao Hui. "Let us hurry." Zhao Hui, uncertain of the circumstances, seized the opportunity and urged Tai Niu to flee in the opposite direction. Tai Niu touched the remaining fire talisman in his possession, a cold smirk crossing his face. As he departed, he had already harbored suspicions, and to ensure his escape route, he had planted 2 fire talismans on the 2 men. Initially, it was merely a precaution, but now it seemed they were indeed harboring ill intentions. Consequently, Tai Niu had to invoke the incantation he taught himself to ignite the talismans. This effectively drew the attention of the heavenly demon sect, allowing him and Zhao Hui to escape. Without a moment and Appo's pause, the two fled, distancing themselves from danger. As they ran, they could see the pursuers fading into the distance, finally on the brink of freedom. Meanwhile, Yang Xian and Captain Wang faced the ferocious onslaught of the heavenly demon sect. While their strength was not insignificant, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. What is happening? Captain Wang was now red with rage, cutting down several adversaries amidst the swarm of attackers from the heavenly demon sect. "I don't know. Why did it suddenly catch fire? Where are those 2? Why aren't they coming to our aid?" Yang Xian struggled against 3 formidable opponents, finding himself increasingly outmatched. "They must have run. They've definitely fled." Captain Wang roared, realizing that despite believing he had everything under control, he had instead fallen into a trap. Tai Niu and Zhao Hui sprinted away with great speed, both anxious to avoid confrontation with their pursuers. They estimated there to be at least 30 or 40 adversaries. The true extent of their strength unknown, yet not to be underestimated. Even if they encountered them, the outcome would likely be dire, with death a distinct possibility. "Someone here." Just then, a voice called out from the darkness. "Not good." Zhao Hui suddenly halted, turning to Tai Niu with urgency. "Someone has spotted us. Run." Tai Niu was equally startled, silently cursing their luck. Ahead, 2 figures emerged, blocking their path. "How dare you spy on our village? You're seeking death." One of the figures sneered, drawing a massive blade to strike at them with ferocity. Zhao Hui raised his sword in defense. The clash sent both parties reeling back. "There are more of them. We cannot fight." Zhao Hui quickly warned Tai Niu, urging him to flee. While Tai Niu wished to escape, another assailant had already intercepted him. The two engaged in combat, one grinning maliciously as he executed a dazzling display of swordsmanship. Tai Niu was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the water wave sword technique? The assailant and Appo's strikes were lightning fast, aiming directly for Tai Niu and Appo's throat. He retreated hastily, but his opponent unleashed a flurry of 3 consecutive strikes, each infused with the water wave sword technique. Tai Niu brandished his golden melon hammer to counter, both combatants evenly matched. Amidst the skirmish, Tai Niu marveled at how his foe had mastered such a technique. As the battle raged on, he noticed Zhao Hui becoming increasingly distant from him. Frustration surged within Tai Niu, and with a powerful swing, he deflected his opponent and Appo's sword, then bolted in the opposite direction. "Don't run." The follower of the heavenly demon sect, mistaking Tai Niu's retreat for fear, shouted as he gave chase. Tainyo accelerated. Having grown accustomed to the terrain of Lianhua Mountain over the past year, his speed was remarkable. After a frantic pursuit, he managed to shake off his pursuer. As he paused, scanning his surroundings, he found no sign of Zhao Hui or any others. Anxious, he disregarded everything else and swiftly made his way back to their camp. Given the uncertainty of his fate, returning seemed the safest option. With that thought in mind, Tainyo set off toward their base, though it meant he would have to take a long detour. Before long, Tainyo heard the sounds of battle ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Captain Wang was engaged in combat against two disciples from the Tiangmo sect. Both of these disciples wielded swords and employed the water wave sword technique, which astonished Tainyo. Observing their realms, he perceived that they were significantly weaker than himself. However, Captain Wang's strength was comparable to his own. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, Captain Wang swiftly beheaded one of the opponents. The remaining disciple felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively began to retreat. Yet, Captain Wang capitalized on this moment, severing the other's hand with a single stroke. The Tiangmo disciple let out a wretched scream, losing his composure. In the next heartbeat, Captain Wang descended upon him like a divine warrior, lopping off his head. "Huh, you thought you could slay me?" Captain Wang spat, cursing. However, after his outburst, he found himself overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Tainyo perceived distant sounds of clashing weapons, indicating that their allies had arrived. His mind raced with thoughts. Just then, Captain Wang seemed to sense a disturbance and bellowed in Tainyo and Appo's direction. Feeling compelled, Tainyo stepped forward and clasped his fists, exclaiming, "Captain Wang, it is a relief to see you unharmed." Captain Wang fixed a furious gaze upon Tainyo and advanced menacingly, pointing his blade at him. "You have some audacity. How dare you flee without a fight? Tell me, what is the meaning of the fire on our bodies? Did you meddle in this? The death of Yang Xian is on your hands." Tainyo was taken aback. The fact that he had procured fire talismans was known only to Yu Lu and the others. If Captain Wang returned and questioned them, they would undoubtedly reveal his involvement. "Captain Wang, I accompanied Elder Zhao to investigate the situation. We heard the sounds of arrows and then noticed the commotion on your end, with numerous people pursuing you. We were entirely unaware of what transpired," Tainyo replied, mustering his courage. Captain Wang glared at Tainyo, his expression darkening. However, he could not conclusively determine if Tainyo had indeed interfered, so he sheathed his sword and spoke coldly, "Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. Bring me a medicinal pill to restore my energy." He extended his hand. Tainyo lowered his gaze, feigning the act of retrieving a pill, and approached Captain Wang, saying, "Of course, I shall get you the pill immediately." But as he neared, his foot subtly pressed against the hilt of the fallen Tiangmo disciple and Appo's sword. The weapon flipped into Tainyo's grasp. With a swift motion, Tainyo reversed the sword and cleanly severed Captain Wang's head. The water wave sword technique flowed like water. The head fell, the body crumpled. Tainyo casually discarded the sword and remarked coldly, "With Yang Xian dead, no one will know. How dare you threaten me?" Truly unaware of your own mortality. After ensuring that no one was watching, he departed. Captain Wang could hardly believe that he had met his end at the hands of a rogue alchemist. As Tainyo fled towards the exit, he heard the commotion behind him. It appeared that many others were now engaged in battle with the Tiangmo sect. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Lord Xiao had personally led the remaining forces into the fray. Clearly, the disturbance had drawn their attention, prompting Lord Xiao to investigate. Tainyo and Appo's heart stirred as he spotted Zhang Haitian and Yu Lu among the fray. The three were valiantly battling against their foes. Tainyo joined their struggle, and upon seeing him, Yu Lu and the others rejoiced, intensifying their efforts, which soon turned the tide of battle in their favor. It was evident that the Tiangmo sect was not particularly formidable in this small village. At this moment, Lord Xiao showcased his prowess, wielding a single blade as he clashed with a formidable Tiangmo warrior. The rest of the group swiftly dispatched the remaining disciples, leaving only this one confrontation. Tainyo and Appo's expression shifted as he witnessed Lord Xiao and Appo's extraordinary skills far beyond his expectations. "He is at least a 6th level chi refinement expert," Lu San suddenly exclaimed. With a bitter smile, Tainyo realized that being targeted by such a powerful 6th level expert would not bode well for him. "It seems I have no choice but to surrender these 10 chi boosting pills. Alas, they may no longer be effective." Just then, the battle concluded as Lord Xiao struck down his opponent. "Excellent." They cheered, their morale soaring. Lord Xiao sheathed his sword, standing proudly as he surveyed their faces. "Is no one returning?" Tinio suddenly inquired of Yulu. "None," Lucian replied softly. "Not long after you left, Lord Chio and Captain Wu led us onward, and we encountered them here. They seemed to have realized our arrival." In his heart, Tinio cursed silently. It was clear that Lord Chio was deliberately toying with him. He evidently intended to pressure him rather than eliminate him. After summoning Tinio and his companions to this place, he immediately followed with his own people. As an alchemist, dying in such a manner would be a tremendous waste. To put it plainly, he sought to manipulate Tinio. "Why are you the only one left?" At that moment, Lord Chio hastily stepped forward, his face cold as he questioned Tinio. "We were discovered by them." Tinio glanced around, failing to spot Yang Xian, and confirmed in his heart that Yang had likely perished at the hands of the Tianma sect. With a slight sense of relief, he composed himself and replied, "We fought while retreating and became separated. I escaped from that direction and found you, so I hurried to join you." "Lord Chio, he indeed just returned," Yulu interjected. "And the others?" Lord Chio scanned left and right, searching for the others. "I do not know." Tinio feigned ignorance, feeling no concern at all. The sword technique he employed to kill Captain Wang was the water wave sword technique. Even if they discovered it, it would matter little. If Tinio's suspicions were correct, the water wave sword technique likely belonged to the Tianma sect. Previously, after slaying Jiang Tianming and acquiring this sword manual without any knowledge, he had begun to cultivate it. Now, it seemed, wait, that meant Jiang Tianming was also part of the Tianma sect. As this thought crossed Tinio's mind, a chill ran down his spine. The Tianma sect had truly infiltrated Jijin County unnoticed. This realization sent a deeper frost through Tinio and Apos' heart. At that moment, Zhao Hui suddenly approached, clasping his fists in greeting. "Lord Chio, Captain Wu, I have returned." "And the other two?" Lord Chio dismissed Tinio and inquired of Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui replied nonchalantly, "We were discovered and scattered. I do not know where the other two went." Tinio breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a captain hurriedly stepped forward to report. "We have found the bodies of Yang Xian and Captain Wang. Both died by the sword, their heads severed. Let us go take a look." Captain Wang's head and body were now found together. "The Tianma sect has killed members of our Daxia government. This enmity cannot be reconciled." Captain Wu exclaimed in great fury. Tinio remained silent, feeling no surprise whatsoever. He had executed his actions cleanly, employing only the water wave sword technique. Moreover, with two members of the Tianma sect dead nearby, no one would suspect anyone else. Count the number of people. Lord Chio glanced at Tinio and then at Captain Wang, feeling somewhat irritated. "My lord." Tinio gritted his teeth, harboring a sliver of hope, and stepped forward to report to Lord Chio. "I have uncovered some matters." Zhao Hui shot him a glance but remained silent. "What matters?" "There is a cave behind the mountain of Xiaogu village. It appears some sort of ritual is taking place inside." Tinio spoke solemnly. "The cave behind Xiaogu village?" Lord Chio narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. "Lead the way." Tinio took the lead, guiding them towards the rear mountain of Xiaogu village. Upon their return, they found that the lights there had long dimmed. The interior was quiet, devoid of any noise. The cave behind the mountain was entirely deserted, with no guards at the entrance. "This is the place." Tinio halted and pointed inside. Captain Wu stepped forward first. As he stood at the entrance, a wave of the stench of blood hit him. He could not help but take 2 steps back. Turning to Lord Chio, what a strong smell of blood. It was not just him. The others had also caught the scent, their faces changing color as they retreated from the entrance. Captain Wu and Lord Chio led the way, and upon smelling the blood, their expressions darkened. "Have you been inside?" Captain Wu asked Tinio. Tinio shook his head. "Now go in," Lord Chio commanded. Tinio grit his teeth in frustration. Silently, he stepped inside. The cave was illuminated by torches on both sides, lighting the entire passage clearly. As they ventured deeper, the stench of blood intensified. Tinio maintained a serious demeanor, heightening his senses to the utmost. Should anything occur, he would immediately use his invisibility talisman to flee. He would endure as long as possible. However, he sensed that with such a commotion outside, the people within had likely long since departed. As he pressed forward, he faced no obstacles. Soon, he arrived at a large chamber. Upon entering, he beheld a scene filled with corpses and blood. No, it was more accurate to say there was a blood pool. Countless bodies floated within the blood pool. Tinio, having witnessed many tragedies, was nonetheless taken aback by such a grotesque sight. He nearly retched at the sight. No wonder the blood stench outside was so overpowering. Could it be anything but gruesome? He was profoundly shocked, yet after observing the scene, he remained silent. instead moving closer to inspect the bodies submerged in the blood pool. All had their throats slit. A single sword had severed their necks, with not a single one left alive. He reached out to scoop a handful of blood from the pool, then raised his hand to his nose. What a potent scent of blood. It was all blood. The blood in this pool was evidently drawn from these individuals. Furthermore, these people were clearly those ordinary folk he had seen earlier. Tiniu stood there, speechless for a long while, uncertain how much time passed. Footsteps echoed from outside as a large group entered. Instantly, the expressions of those present changed. This is the evil arts of the Tianma sect. Lord Qiu's face paled upon seeing the blood pool. This is a blood-sucking technique. The faces of the others paled as well. The Tianma sect had long committed atrocities near Yunzhou. Zhejiang County was a subordinate county of Yunzhou. Although they were relatively remote, the Tianma sect seldom caused trouble here. Many had heard of their deeds. Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale. The people of Xiaogu village must have mostly perished. Captain Wu's expression grew grim. They had likely become offerings for the blood pool. We have arrived too late. The one who performed this blood-sucking technique has probably fled. Others nodded in agreement. Let us search for any remaining stragglers. Lord Qiu instructed the others. Everyone, conduct a search. If none are found, we will withdraw from Xiaogu village. And we can consider this a great victory, having slain so many of them. The remaining individuals proceeded as instructed. Tiniu naturally stood with Yulu and the other two. Be careful. Yulu suddenly warned softly, the blood-sucking technique. The opponent may be a foundation-building expert. Tiniu and Amp, Oppose, as heart's sake, though his experience was limited. He had learned much in the 6 months spent with Master Su. Only upon reaching the foundation-building realm could one be considered a master. If the opponent was at the foundation-building level, they would be an entire realm above them. Everyone present could perish. Indeed, Lucin chimed in. If the opponent is at the foundation-building level, then we all shall die here. What use is caution? Yulu was left speechless. The group searched cautiously for a while, confirming the area was devoid of any presence before they began to withdraw. Shortly thereafter, everyone departed. The last to leave were Captain Wu and Lord Qiu. As they emerged, their expressions were even darker. Thus, our mission in Xiaogu village has been accomplished. The remnants of the Tianma sect have been completely eradicated. However, at that moment, Lord Qiu stepped forward to address everyone. I believe you have all witnessed our results. Although we let one expert escape, the rest have perished at our hands. We shall first spend a night in the village. I will send someone to contact the other 3 teams to ascertain their situation. If the circumstances are dire, it may be time for us to extend our assistance. The group nodded in silence. The Great Xia established its dominion through celestial prowess within its borders. Only the great sects of cultivation or formidable rogue experts could contend with them. Common practitioners, like Tai Nyo and Yu Lu, could only heed their commands. Having eradicated the heavenly demon sect from the small ancient village, they decided to rest there for the night. Tai Nyo and Yu Lu found a tranquil spot and were about to converse when a familiar voice called from behind. Brother Tai Nyo. Tai Nyo turned. Clasping his fists, Senior Zhao. Come, let us speak over here, Zhao Hui said, leading Tai Nyo aside. This is Yu Lu, a talisman master. You are quite familiar with him. The fire on Captain Wang and Yang Xian was indeed caused by fire talismans, Wazn and Oppos. Tiet? Zhao Hui spoke directly. Tai Nyo's heart skipped a beat. Do not be alarmed. This matter is known to both of us. Captain Wang and Yang Xian have perished, and their demise was well-deserved. I would never use this to threaten you, especially since you saved our lives. Had I been in your position, I would have acted similarly. Then, Senior Zhao, I would like to confirm our previous agreement, Tai Nyo replied. Zhao Hui stated calmly, 50 medicinal pills in exchange for my divination technique. Tai Nyo nodded, no problem. I remember. I know you do, but I wish to remind you to exercise caution, especially with Lord Qiu. If you can get along well with him, do so. But do not offend him lightly. Nothing is more important than one's life. After Zhao Hui clasped his fists and departed, Tai Nyo fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to have an epiphany and stood up, heading outside. Soon, he arrived at the resting place of Lord Qiu and Captain Wu. Upon hearing Tai Nyo's intention to see him, Lord Qiu raised an eyebrow. Tai Nyo approached Lord Qiu and clasped his fists. Greetings, Lord Qiu. Lord Qiu offered a serene smile and asked, What brings you here? Lord Qiu, I have not yet delivered the 10 medicinal pills I owe you. I would like to present them to you today. Tai Nyo produced the remaining 10 vitality pills from his possession. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Lord Qiu and Oppos' eyes. Finally, you have ceased to resist. In the end, you must comply, for there is no benefit in stubbornness. 20 pills. Lord Chiu regarded the 10 vitality pills on the table, wearing an inscrutable smile. While I initially requested 10, it seems that is insufficient now. The foes we face are formidable. You must contribute more. We have lost many skilled fighters, and those who have perished cannot return. However, those of us who remain must strive to enhance our cultivation. You ought to contribute more. Tainyo clasped his fists, offering no resistance. I understand. However, I currently possess only these 10 vitality pills. I shall certainly present more in the future. Very well. Lord Chiu laughed heartily, standing and patting Tainyo on the shoulder, reassuring him. A pill master is a rare find. I did not expect such talent to emerge from our remote town of Jijin. It is indeed uncommon. Rest assured, I am not one to disregard personal bonds. Since you have shown understanding, I shall ensure your safety in the future. Thank you, my lord, Tainyo said, taking his leave. As he departed, Captain Wu emerged. Brother Wu, here are 5 pills for you. Lord Chiu laughed, handing 5 vitality pills to Captain Wu. Captain Wu graciously accepted them, examining them closely before exclaiming, I have heard these pills sell for 40 taels of silver each on the black market. The same price as the replenishing pills. 40 taels. And you may not even find someone willing to sell to you. Lord Chiu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, they are expensive. I have also heard they rival those of the Zhengyang sect. Captain Wu marveled. Alas, the vitality pills hold little value for our cultivation at this stage, Lord Chiu lamented. That is of no consequence. We can sell them. Captain Wu chuckled. With the money, we can purchase replenishing pills. Lord Chiu nodded in agreement. Great minds think alike. That night was exceptionally quiet. However, the next morning, they gathered together to set forth for Yinhai town. Lord Chiu addressed the group sternly. Last night, we exterminated the malevolent forces in the small, ancient village. We now head to Yinhai town to rendezvous with the other 3 teams and ensure the complete eradication of the remnants of the heavenly demon sect. The crowd responded in unison, rallying to depart once more. Indeed, after delivering the 10 vitality pills, Lord Chiu no longer troubled Tainyo. He relished his newfound freedom, closely following Yu Lu and the others as they left. The journey from the small, ancient village to Yinhai town spanned merely 20 miles. Along the way, they beheld desolate villages, reduced to silence. Many places they passed were littered with bones, some still bearing the remnants of uncorrupted bodies. There were no living souls in sight. With spring approaching, it was customary for life to rejuvenate, heralding the season of cultivation. Yet, the desolation chilled Tainyo's heart. As they continued on their path, they soon encountered a tumultuous scene near Yinhai town. Our people are engaged in battle against the remnants of the heavenly demon sect. Charge, Lord Chiu bellowed, directing his followers to join the fray. In that instant, Tainyo surged forward with the crowd. We are not from the heavenly demon sect. Suddenly, 2 bloodied youths emerged, shouting, We are from the Funyo sword sect. Why are you attacking us? We also come to slay the remnants of the heavenly demon sect. At that moment, the general commanding the county's armored forces approached, swiftly executing the 2 youths. They had no chance to utter another word before their heads fell. Kill. The general, clad in iron armor and wielding a sword, warned the others. Dare to impersonate righteous cultivators? Slay them. Do not be deceived. The others roared in agreement. Tainyo surveyed the ground, noting the multitude of corpses, all lifeless. While their own side had suffered losses, the enemy lay defeated. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned to observe the other groups converging. The leaders conferred briefly, and their expressions revealed a resounding victory. This outcome took Tainyo by surprise. It had unfolded smoothly. All right, everyone, clean up this site. Our coordinated effort to eradicate the demons in Yinhai town has proven remarkably successful, Lord Chiu proclaimed, addressing the group with a smile. Thanks to your collaboration, we have left no remnant of the heavenly demon sect behind. This matter is now concluded. They proceeded to dispose of the bodies before departing together. Afterward, Lord Chiu, the general, and Captain Wu exchanged a few final words before swiftly taking their leave, leaving behind only some captains and rogue cultivators. However, those captains merely monitored the rogue cultivators as they worked without intervening. Having learned from them, Tainyo began to gather the bodies. At that moment, he approached the corpses of the 2 youths who had been slain mid-sentence. As he lifted them, 2 tokens fell from their bodies. Tainyo picked them up and discovered the words Funyo sword sect inscribed upon them. Tinia could not help but glance at the other corpses. While some of them were clearly dressed differently and presumably belonged to the Tianma sect, there were indeed several others that did not fit that description, confirming the existence of the Funyo sword sect. At that moment, Zhao returned from the side, took the from Tinio and Amp, Apos, S hand, and tossed it away, whispering, "Do not speak. Move the bodies over to be burned." There was already a pile of corpses amassed in one area, ready to be gathered for cremation. "Senior Zhao, I recognize them," Tinio exclaimed. Zhao's face stiffened as he slowly replied, "They are indeed from the Funyo sword sect. This one is Cheng Feng, and the woman is Cheng Xian. They are siblings." Tinio was taken aback. "Why didn't you say anything? Would it have made a difference?" Zhao shook his head, his expression blank. "Did you not notice? Most of the main forces of the Tianma sect in Ehai town are no longer present. Otherwise, our mission would not have gone so smoothly. Now, it is irrelevant who we encounter. What matters is that they need to eliminate some people to demonstrate the annihilation of the Tianma sect." Tinio wanted to say something several times, but could only manage a bitter smile in the end. Perhaps Zhao was right. His thoughts were indeed too naive. Before long, the corpses were all piled up in several locations, and flames quickly erupted, consuming them. Whether they belonged to the Tianma sect was no longer significant. Once the fire blazed, they all became part of that narrative. Tinio's expression was somber. As the flames roared, the head of the guards and a few others reappeared. Tinio noticed they were carrying a bulging package, the contents unknown. "We are heading back." With Lord Xiu's command, they set forth towards Jijing County. Initially, Tinio thought that with so many lives lost, they could simply return without incident. However, upon entering the county, he saw a large crowd gathered. They had rested for a night, so their arrival coincided with daylight. At that moment, many people surrounded them, erupting into cheers and celebrations. The atmosphere was exuberant, more so than during the New Year festivities. The county magistrate, Lord Qi, stood before the crowd, welcoming them warmly. "Haha." Lord Qi greeted them with clasped fists. "Welcome back safely. I have already learned of your exploits outside, and have written to Yunzhou to reflect your contributions accurately. Come, come. Let us feast. We have prepared food and wine for you." And Amp, Apos, Tinio watched this seemingly surreal scene, bewildered. Why are they so enthusiastic? Without such enthusiasm, how would the dignitaries in the city be persuaded to part with their coin? Zhao chuckled softly, yet Tinio noticed the deepening gloom on his face. Tinio could not help but sigh. City folk certainly knew how to revel. It turned out there was another layer to their welcome. The banquet held in their honor was at the county's finest establishment, Tianxiang Tower. Numerous tables were set, with the county magistrate, Song Dianshi, and several unfamiliar individuals seated at the center, while Tinio and the other scattered cultivators found themselves relegated to a corner. However, Tinio appreciated the solitude. "Tinio, brother." Zhang Haitian raised his cup, smiling at him. "As we agreed, a month from now, we will meet at Tianxiang Tower, and I shall treat you to a meal." "I understand." Tinio beamed with joy, recognizing that Zhang Haitian would provide him with the array stone then. On the other side, Zhao quietly remarked, "When can we exchange items?" "In half a month." Tinio also replied softly, "We shall meet again at Tianxiang Tower." "Good." Zhao nodded lightly. "Remember, 50 pieces." Tinio acknowledged, though somewhat costly. It was undoubtedly useful. He was currently utilizing only the Heavenly Hammer technique, and the Water Wave Sword technique was still beyond his grasp. It appeared to be a possession of the Tianma sect. If he were to showcase it, others would likely mistake him for a member of that sect. Moreover, the ability to perceive others and Apos, realms through the Qi observation technique was indeed advantageous. Taking a deep breath, Tinio turned to glance at those indulging in revelry, ultimately shaking his head. Everything was unrelated to him. The banquet had not yet concluded, and the scattered cultivators began to rise and depart. After all, they were merely cannon fodder, present for battle but forgotten when it came to accolades. To have even one meal was already a considerable fortune. Once outside, Tinio clasped his fists in farewell to them, having agreed on the next trading time. All things considered, this time he had not returned empty-handed. Just as Tinio was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice calling him from behind. Tinio. Turning around, he saw a robust man in his 50s approaching. "Senior, I am Lin Hongye." Tinio was taken aback, not having heard that name before. "I am the father of Lin Yin." Realization dawned on Tinio, and he hurriedly clasped his fists, exclaiming, "Greetings, Senior Lin." Lin Hongye regarded him for a moment before nodding faintly. "Lin Yin is aware of your mission to eradicate the Tianma sect. I happen to be here for the banquet as well. I did not get a chance to greet you earlier due to the crowd, so I wanted to let you know that Lin Yin has returned." Tinio was elated. "That is wonderful news." "It is indeed good news, but Lin Yin has been grounded by me," Lin Hongye sighed softly. He asked me to inform you that he has not successfully handled the matter concerning Lord Chiu, and you may need to wrap things up yourself. Tainyo had long contemplated this matter, and with a sincere expression, he assured Lin Shenbei, please rest assured, I am well prepared for this situation. Lin Hongye nodded, then gestured lightly, signaling Tainyo to leave. Although Tainyo was curious about how the issue would ultimately be resolved, he hesitated to inquire further, recognizing it as a private family affair. Moreover, Lin Yan and Appo's ability to emerge from this ordeal indicated that the Lin family possessed considerable influence in the area. As long as they were safe, there was little need for him to pry. After all, it was a personal matter, and they might not know how to respond. Upon returning to Chang and Appo's town, Tainyo felt a distinct shift in his mindset, despite his absence being merely a few days. He had spent an extra night in the city, purchasing some medicine before returning to the town just as evening fell. He contemplated visiting the house of old Master Zhou, as he still owed them some money. Given that he was no longer troubled by financial concerns, it seemed appropriate to repay his debt and avoid being indebted to others. When Tainyo arrived at Zhou's residence, he found Zhou Chunhua sweeping the floor. Her surprise and delight upon seeing him were palpable. What brings you here? It's been quite some time since your last visit. Come in quickly. Have you eaten yet? To Zhou Chunhua's barrage of questions, Tainyo merely smiled gently. Soon, old Master Zhou emerged, laughing heartily as he approached and warmly clasped Tainyo's arm, as if welcoming a long-lost relative. What brings you here today? I happen to be without dinner. Let your aunt prepare a bit more, and we shall dine together. Tainyo, unfazed, nodded in agreement and reached into his pocket to retrieve some silver. Old Master Zhou, I still owe you some money from when I purchased Lianhua Mountain and that plot of land. I would like to settle that now. However, just as he placed the silver into Zhou's hand, the old man unexpectedly pressed down on his hand with surprising force, leaving Tainyo astonished. Tainyo, you must promise me that this sum of over 200 taels will remain as a debt. I shall not charge you interest. You need not rush to repay me. Zhou Chunhua looked at her father in disbelief, aware that he was not typically so generous. Old master, what do you mean by this? Tainyo felt a stir of emotions. I am aware of this debt. Both Chunhua and Zhou know of it. Now is not the time to settle it. For now, simply hold on to this money for me. Should our family find ourselves in dire need, I will request it then. These silver pieces will accrue no interest. They are simply to be kept safe with you, and I impose no conditions upon you. Old master, do you truly trust me so? Indeed, I trust you, Zhou replied earnestly. In just over a year since we arrived in Chang and Appo's town, you have acquired a mountain and a piece of land. Others may not believe it, but I witnessed you attain these possessions, even obtaining them from me. You did not take advantage of my vulnerability. In fact, you have assisted me greatly, and I am sincerely grateful for your character. Therefore, this debt shall remain as it is. Tainyo scratched his head, beginning to grasp the old man and Appo's intent. Yet he pondered seriously, but what if I were to die someday? Nonsense. You are still young. Why dwell on such morbid thoughts? I am much older and do not concern myself with such matters. You're merely overthinking. Tainyo chuckled, deciding not to press the issue further. After all, I still possess your IOU. As long as you do not repay it, I shall retain it, Zhou added with a grin. That evening, Tainyo enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at Zhou's home. It would hardly be fitting for him to forego such hospitality, especially considering his own culinary skills left much to be desired. He could only manage to prepare the bare essentials, far from what could be considered delicious. In contrast, the food prepared by Aunt Zhou was exceptional, and with Zhou Chunhua's encouragement, she generously added extra ingredients. Even old Master Zhou, upon witnessing the meal, refrained from reprimanding her and displayed a generosity unbecoming of a miser. During dinner, Zhou produced a jar of wine and inquired if Tainyo would care for a drink. Tainyo politely declined, explaining, "It is not that I do not wish to partake, but rather that I cannot drink at all. Spring plowing is nearly upon us. You must be prepared," Zhou reminded him as he sipped his drink. "I am aware," Tainyo affirmed. "Good. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to come and ask me," Zhou added with a smile, to which Tainyo nodded in gratitude. "Father, do not drink too much," Zhou Chunhua cautioned her father. Zhou chuckled and set down his cup. "Has the young master gone to Zhengong sect?" Tainyo inquired. "Yes, he has." Zhou sighed. "He encountered difficulties in the county last time and has been in poor health since. I worry that he may lack the capability to navigate the complexities of official matters. Additionally, I hope he can cultivate himself and learn some skills that, while not granting him flight like a celestial being, Might at least improve his health and deter officials from easily harming those like us, much like what happened to my sister and Apos, as family. As Zhou spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed his face, recalling the tragic fate of his sister's family, who had been exterminated without a trace. Tainyo found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the path of cultivation was not without peril. They, as loose cultivators, were often treated as mere laborers. However, upon reflection, he recognized that those with a sect would surely receive different treatment than he, who had no such affiliation. After discussing these matters, it became evident that Zhou had grown somewhat despondent since the recent events, appearing more subdued than before. Tainyo understood this sentiment. As their conversation wound down, Tainyo prepared to take his leave. You should stay the night at our home. Zhou, slightly inebriated, gestured toward the tenant quarters. They are currently unoccupied. And you would find it quite comfortable. It would be unwise to traverse back to Huangfeng alone at night. Tainyo shook his head with a smile. It is of no concern. What do you mean by that? Have you heard about the disappearance of Manager Liu from Baikatang? Zhou asked, his expression turning serious. Things are not very peaceful around here. Tainyo maintained his composure, aware that Manager Liu had been dead for several days, and the town was indeed abuzz with rumors. Manager Liu from Baikatang? What happened? Who knows? Zhou replied, his face grim. He has simply gone missing. Many speculate that he may have attracted the attention of the Tianma sect, and there are fears that he may already be dead. However, the truth remains unknown. I only know that you must exercise caution. The Tianma sect is causing quite a stir. Tainyo nodded, confirming his suspicions that Liu, the shopkeeper, had died without anyone noticing or caring. Master, I shall take my leave. Tainyo bowed and prepared to depart. Zhou Chunhua, having finished her chores in the kitchen, emerged and, with a hint of concern, said, Tainyo, why Dawn and Amp, Apos, do you stay at our place for the night? Tainyo scratched his head, then stepped forward. Retrieving something from his bosom, he presented it to Zhou Chunhua with a smile. I went to town and didn't get you anything. I saw a sachet vendor on the street, and they say it can ward off mosquitoes in the summer. Here, take it. With a touch of bashfulness, Tainyo turned and left. Zhou Chunhua, surprised, examined the exquisitely crafted sachet with delight. Zhou Li, standing nearby with his hands clasped, chuckled and looked at his daughter with a knowing smile. Chunhua, what do you think of Tainyo? He asked. A blush crept across Zhou Chunhua's face. Father, what are you imagining? Zhou Li chuckled, watching Tainyo's departing figure. She'll be 15 soon. It's not entirely out of the question. In a couple of years, I and Amp, Apos, LL play matchmaker for you and Tainyo. As night descended, Tainyo arrived at the base of Huafeng Ridge. As soon as he reached the bottom, he heard the sound of barking dogs from above. Woof, woof, woof. The sound was loud and vigorous. It and Amp, Apos, Esme, Tainyo announced. The barking ceased abruptly, and a black shadow darted down, leaping onto Tainyo and enthusiastically licking his face. Get off. Tainyo flung the large black dog away, wiping his face in annoyance. Discovering it was covered in dog saliva, the large black dog remained steadfast, wagging its tail and following Tainyo up the slope. Back home, it continued to nudge Tainyo and Amp, Apos' leg with its head, displaying its affection. In contrast, Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai were less demonstrative, but they acknowledged their master and stood obediently to the side, watching Dehei and Tainyo. While I was away, did anyone come here? Tainyo inquired. Dehei shook its head emphatically, indicating no one had. Tainyo nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. He then unwrapped his package, taking out 3 large meat buns, tossing one to each dog. Here, eat. Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang hesitated, glancing at Dehei. Dehei nodded, signaling that they could eat without worry. The 2 small female dogs then began to devour their buns. Tainyo watched with amusement, marveling at Dehei's ability to manage his wives. He must be skilled in the art of love, to have his wives so obedient. After a day of travel, Tainyo slept soundly, awakening early the next morning to inspect his rice paddy. In the few days he had been away, the rice had ripened. Tainyo immediately began harvesting. There was indeed a noticeable disparity. One mu of land flourished, while the newly cultivated mu was sparse. Although it was undoubtedly superior to that cultivated by others, it paled in comparison to the other mu. Tainyo and Apos' farming skills had improved considerably. Not only was he swift, but for a Chi refinement stage 3 cultivator, such labor was effortless. He spent his days toiling in the fields and his nights cultivating. With his work completed, Tainyo finally found time to refine pills. He ventured into the depths to excavate medicinal herbs. He now possessed only 5 stalks each of greedy bamboo and earthly spirit flower. Tainyo extracted 2 stalks of each. intending to refine more chi-replenishing pills. He then unearthed other medicinal ingredients. Over the following days, he toiled by day, refined pills by night, and cultivated. He was constantly occupied. In addition to his agricultural pursuits, Tainyo enlarged his pond and prepared to cultivate more land. He had decided not to plant rice in the newly cultivated areas, but rather sweet potatoes. These were drought-resistant, easier to grow, and yielded a substantial harvest. Despite his considerable grain reserves, Tainyo felt a sense of unease, a premonition that compelled him to hoard his provisions. Perhaps it was the mindset of a humble farmer, fearing a sudden calamity that would deprive him of sustenance. Thus, he resolved to prepare for any eventuality. With grain in hand, one's heart is at ease. During this period, Tainyo accelerated his pill refinement, achieving a remarkable output of over 1,000 chi-boosting pills and 80 chi-replenishing pills. The chi-replenishing pills were for his personal consumption, while the chi-boosting pills were for sale. Although he harbored a deep dislike for the Heavenly Demon sect, particularly after witnessing the blood pool, he could not afford to antagonize them. Since they provided him with compensation, he would simply conduct business with them while averting his gaze. He still possessed 3 stalks each of earthly spirit flower and greedy bamboo, which he would carefully nurture to increase their potency. He anticipated having no concerns regarding chi-replenishing pills for at least a year. However, being a prudent individual, he needed to contemplate where to acquire additional medicinal ingredients. The Eastern Wind Hall was likely out of the question. He would ponder it further at a later time. One morning, Tainyo stole a moment of respite, immersing himself in a book. With his growing literacy, he found reading more enjoyable. Suddenly, Dehei approached him, wagging its tail. Tainyo glanced at the dog, set down his book, and casually tossed him a chi-boosting pill. Eat. Dehei flew into a rage, retreating a few steps and barking at him. You want me to eat again? I just had one this morning. And you're complaining. Tainyo retorted, his eyes widening. Do you know how much these things sell for in town? 25 taels of silver at the Eastern Wind Hall, and at least 40 taels on the black market. I and Amp, Oppos, am doing you a favor, and you and Amp, Oppos, recomplaining. You live a better life than those cultivators. Dehei and Amp, Oppos, barking subsided. Reluctantly, it picked up the pill and swallowed it. However, it no longer wished to remain in Tainyo's presence, lest he offer another pill. Tainyo chuckled, set aside his book, and stretched his back. He suddenly realized that his life was somewhat austere, lacking any semblance of enjoyment. He had just read a line in the book. What is there to do in the mountains? Brew pine flower wine and boil spring water for tea. Now that he had satisfied his basic needs, he could indulge in a bit of tea. Having made up his mind and realizing it was market day, he immediately descended the mountain to attend the market. This time, he carried nothing, simply going to purchase tea. Upon arriving at the market, he found 2 tea shops. Tainyo first entered one, ordered a cup of tea, and took a sip, shaking his head. Very ordinary, coarse tea. He then visited another establishment named 10 Pages Tea House and sampled a cup of so-called premium dragon well. He immediately sensed something amiss. What kind of dragon well is this? You and Oppos, redeceiving the simple folk. He spat twice, paid, and left. What rubbish. No. Just then, he heard a soft chuckle from across the way. Zhou Chunhua stood there, smiling at him, her eyes sparkling. What are you doing? Drinking tea and making such a fuss? Tinius scratched his head and stepped forward, saying, I was idling in the mountains and thought of having some tea, so I came to the market to buy some. Only to find the tea leaves were all mediocre. Tea. I have some fine tea at home, which my aunt once brought for my father to taste. Would you care to try some? Zhou Chunhua inquired. Tinia pondered for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. Won't your father scold you for that? Just wait here. Zhou Chunhua paid no mind, merely smiling slightly before turning to leave. Before long, Zhou Chunhua hurried back, carrying a bag of tea in one hand and a book in the other. Here, this is a book about tea. I brought it for you to have a look. The bag of tea was not much, but the book was indeed a treasure. Tiniu expressed his sincere gratitude. I'm off now. Zhou Chunhua waved, reminding him. Remember not to play around. Focus on the spring plowing, or you might end up with no millet to pay your taxes. Tinia smiled faintly. With the tea and the book in hand, Tinia made his way to a tea house, asking the waiter to bring him some water, and settled down to brew a bit of tea. After taking a sip, he still found it lacking. However, it was a significant improvement compared to what he had before. While he was savoring the tea, he overheard a conversation nearby. Listening closely, he realized they were discussing the matter of Lu, the owner of Baikatang. They mentioned that Lu had gone missing, and his family, unable to cope, eventually transferred the shop to someone else. Now, Baikatang had reopened under the management of an outsider. Tina listened silently, feeling it had little to do with him. He had no intention of returning there, having made up his mind. After finishing a cup of tea, Tina returned to the mountains. Once home, he took out the book to read. As he perused, he discovered not only ordinary tea leaves, but also some extraordinary ones meant for immortals. Look, there are even tribute teas presented to the royal family of the Great Xia. Tina's eyes brightened. The royal family of Great Xia represented cultivators, thus their tea was unlike that of common folk. While ordinary tea could invigorate the mind, the immortal tea would aid in cultivation. Tina felt a surge of excitement. If that were the case, he ought to drink such tea. The book documented various tribute teas of the Great Xia royal family and also highlighted a few that could be found among the common folk. His interest grew as he read on. The immortal tea required specific locations and techniques for cultivation and processing, which were generally unattainable, yet some commoners managed to grow it, albeit in limited quantities. This particular tea, known as Yulinglong, had made its way to the common folk. Tina noted that he had already arranged to meet Zhao Hui in half a month, and it was nearly time. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to venture into the city to see if Yulinglong tea was available for sale. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Not only was he looking to purchase tea leaves, but he also intended to acquire tea trees. If others could not cultivate them, he surely could. Worst case, he could grow them in his small cauldron space. The methods for producing Yulinglong tea were outlined in the book as well, albeit with high requirements. However, with his alchemical cauldron, processing the tea would pose no issue. As dusk fell, Tina finally arrived in Zhejiang County. He settled into the inn where he had previously stayed. Although he was scheduled to meet Zhao Hui at Tianxiang Tower the following day, the exorbitant prices at the establishment deterred him, despite having wealth. He did not wish to squander money unnecessarily, planning instead to dine there at noon. After checking into the inn, Tina first had a meal and then took some time to rest. The next morning, after breakfast, he strolled through the tea shops in the city. He visited several and inquired about Yulinglong. Yulinglong? They all chuckled and shook their heads upon hearing the name. This was once a tribute tea. How could we have it here? Even if it existed, it would be in a large city like Yunzhou, not in our small county. After saying this, they dismissed Tina. Feeling somewhat defeated, he made his way to Tianxiang Tower just before noon. Upon entering, he found Zhao Hui already waiting for him. Zhao Sr. Tina approached with a respectful gesture. Zhao Hui smiled and nodded, inviting him to sit down. What would you like to eat? Today, it's on me. Zhao Hui offered. Tina, unreserved, ordered 3 dishes. Before long, the dishes were served. Before they began their meal, Tina produced a bamboo tube containing 50 pills and presented it to Zhao Hui. Zhao Sr., take a look. Zhao Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he opened it and took a whiff. A look of realization crossed his face. Indeed, this is the quality of vitality pills we seek. Tina, you truly are generous, Zhao Hui remarked, packing the items back into his bag. He then pulled out a book and placed it in front of Tina. Here, this is the art of divination. Tina, delighted, accepted the book. Discovering it to be an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age. It was clear that it had been around for quite some time. Thus, both parties found themselves with valuable exchanges. As Tina leafed through it, he confirmed it contained methods for cultivating the art of divination and carefully stored it away. Now, let us eat. Zhao Hui, in high spirits after securing the pills, addressed Tina warmly. The two relaxed, enjoying their meal while chatting. The last time we split into 4 groups to eradicate the heavenly demon sect in Inhai Town, aside from our group encountering the blood pool. The other 3 teams faced similar situations. Zhao Hui suddenly remarked. Tina was taken aback. It seemed the heavenly demon sect's infiltration here exceeded many people's expectations, and their strength was formidable. Tina, I find you to be quite a decent person, and as I am a few years your senior, I wish to offer you some advice. Should you ever cross paths with them, do your best to avoid conflict. Zhao Hui looked at him earnestly. Zhao Sr., I am merely a simple mountain dweller. How could I dare confront the heavenly demon sect? Zhao Hui chuckled softly, as if contemplating before quietly saying, There is something I must inform you. Tina nodded. In truth, the experiences our 4 groups encountered were quite similar. We merely faced some ordinary followers of the heavenly demon sect, yet we never encountered the core members, nor did we come across any experts. What does this indicate? It suggests that they likely knew of our operation in advance and withdrew their key personnel, leaving us chasing shadows. Are you implying that there are those among us who are affiliated with them? Tina inquired, bewildered. What is so strange about that? Zhao Hui sighed. The Heavenly Demon sect was the largest cultivation sect in Yunzhou hundreds of years ago. Though they practiced dark arts, their followers were numerous. It took the Great Xia a significant effort to eradicate them. Over the past few centuries, they have risen and fallen repeatedly. It is hardly surprising. Iron Bull understood that the other party was being tactful. Although they were acquainted, there was no need to be overly explicit about the matter. Senior, may I ask if you are familiar with Yu Linglong? As they neared the end of their drinks, Iron Bull couldn't resist inquiring. Yu Linglong? Are you referring to the Imperial Tribute Tea? Zhao Hui responded with a hint of surprise. Indeed, Yu Linglong, the Imperial Tribute. Iron Bull confirmed. Are you looking to acquire this tea? I've heard of it, but never had the pleasure of tasting it. It's said to possess an exquisite flavor, but it's incredibly expensive. With the tea leaves being measured in taels and requiring gold for purchase, Zhao Hui remarked with a touch of wistfulness, implying its inaccessibility to the common folk. However, he then added with a sense of realization, but you are no ordinary person. With your alchemic prowess, you certainly have the means to indulge in such tea. If you genuinely seek to purchase it, you'll most likely need to venture to Yunzhou. Iron Bull acknowledged this with an O, noting that it aligned with what others had mentioned. It seemed a trip to Yunzhou was necessary to procure this tea. After further conversation, as the discussion drew to a close, Zhao Hui took his leave. Iron Bull parted ways with him, leaving the place. Iron Bull shook his head and decided to continue exploring the city instead of returning to the inn. Jijing County was a sizable city, and there were still many areas he had yet to discover. As Iron Bull strolled along the streets, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him from behind. Is that Iron Bull? Turning around, Iron Bull saw a middle-aged man dressed as a servant, cupping his fist in greeting. I am Tao San, the steward of Peach Blossom Retreat. Our master wishes to invite you to Peach Blossom Retreat for a discussion. Iron Bull halted, looking at the steward with surprise and a touch of naivete. Steward Tao, I and Appos am not familiar with Peach Blossom Retreat. Indeed, you Wuden and Appos, TB. Peach Blossom Retreat is known to very few in Jijing County, and our people rarely appear here. This time, our master has specifically requested your presence for a visit. What business does he have with me? Tao San hesitated. That, I and Amp, Appos, am afraid I don't and Amp, Appos, no. It was our master who instructed me to invite you over. Iron Bull paused in contemplation. Master Iron Bull, please come with me, Tao San said with a smile, extending another invitation. Even immortal masters like you Lu are esteemed guests at our Peach Blossom Retreat. Iron Bull frowned. He had never heard of such a place before. However, after considering the steward and Appos' words, he finally agreed. Please, step into the carriage. Tao San gestured, warmly inviting Iron Bull into the carriage. Our retreat is located on Peach Blossom Mountain outside the city, a bit of a distance away. Iron Bull silently entered the carriage. Peach Blossom Mountain. Peach Blossom Retreat. Arriving at the location, Iron Bull lifted the curtain and was struck by the exceptional scenery. With the arrival of spring, the trees on both sides were in full bloom, creating a picturesque view. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms made it a truly unique place. Soon, they reached Peach Blossom Retreat, a place of stunning natural beauty with its shimmering lake and verdant mountains. Iron Bull dismounted the carriage, marveling at the scenery, before he could fully take it in. A middle-aged man dressed as a scholar emerged with a hearty laugh, cupping his fist in greeting. This must be the alchemist Iron Bull, Chinchingyo. Such skill at such a young age is truly astonishing. I am Tao Xingji, the master of Peach Blossom Retreat. Iron Bull returned the greeting. Greetings, Senior Tao. No need for formalities. Come, let, and Amp, Appos, let's have some tea. Tao Xingji warmly invited Iron Bull inside. They soon arrived at a courtyard, where Iron Bull and Tao Xingji sat facing each other. Tea had already been prepared. Tao Xingji poured a cup for him. Iron Bull watched as the steam rose from the cup. He also noticed a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from the tea. Iron Bull was taken aback. He had seen this before. His own small cauldron space was filled with abundant resources. Similarly, the crops he grew had a faint trace of this energy. But it was very subtle. The tea before him also possessed it, though it seemed less potent than that of his rice. Nevertheless, the fact that he could sense it was remarkable. What kind of tea is this? Iron Bull couldn't help but ask after taking a sip, finding it sweet, fragrant, and exceptionally delicious. This is Yu Linglong. Tao Xingji replied with a hint of pride. Have you heard of it? It's a tribute tea, only enjoyed in the imperial palace or by the affluent. It and Appos, as practically non-existent among the common people. Iron Bull was astonished. He had been searching for it without success, only to stumble upon it here. No wonder it was a tribute. This tea contains spiritual energy, and regular consumption could greatly benefit one and Apos, as cultivation. Much like eating the crops from his small cauldron space. Where did you acquire this? Iron Bull couldn't help but inquire. Acquire? Tao Xingji chuckled, gesturing towards the mountains behind him. I have over a dozen Yulinglong trees planted here, tended to by dedicated staff, and watered with water brought from elsewhere. Ordinary soil and water simply one and Apos. Tea do. Iron Bull and Apos, as heart stirred. He actually grew this tea here. Wood and Apos. Tea that be convenient? Iron Bull was curious. But he knew that he Wooden and Apos. Tea be invited here without a reason. So he simply savored the tea and waited for the other party to make his move. Master Iron Bull must be the foremost alchemist in Jijing County. The reason I invited you here for tea is that I have a business proposition for you. I wonder if you might be interested? Iron Bull understood. No wonder a small figure like himself had attracted so much attention. It was all because of his elixirs. Please, Master Tao, tell me about it. I wish to purchase elixirs from you. Tao Xingji finally revealed his intention. These are turbulent times. I, Tao Xingji, am a man who dislikes getting involved in conflicts. Over the years, I have remained relatively unknown in Jijing County, although I have befriended some cultivators. Our relationships are merely amicable. I can and amp, Apos, tea make sense of the current state of affairs, and I increasingly feel that something significant is about to happen. I have dozens, even hundreds, of people relying on me to provide for them and protect them. But as a mere scholar, how can I protect them all? That's why I wish to enhance their strength. The Qi boosting pill has a significant effect on those in the early stages of Qi refining. So I wish to purchase some elixirs from you. Is that possible? Tao Xingji spoke with sincerity. Iron Bull pondered for a moment. Rest assured, this matter will remain between you and me, Tao Xingji added. I will never reveal it to anyone else. Only the two of us will know. Master Tao, how did you know that the elixirs from Eastern Wind Hall were made by me? Iron Bull couldn't help but ask. Tao Xingji chuckled, taking a sip of tea before setting down the cup. Master Iron Bull, you are still new to the path of cultivation. So it and Apos. It's not surprising that you are unaware of many things. Although I, Tao, do not like to show my face in Jijing County, I still have some influence. It's not difficult for me to find out such things. Iron Bull understood. If the Heavenly Demon sect knew, it wasn't surprising that this local bigwig also knew. Having understood the situation, Iron Bull nodded. Master Tao, it's not that I can't sell you elixirs, but how many do you need? If it's too many, I may not be able to provide them. I urgently need 100 pills. Do you have that many? Tao Xingji asked, extending a finger. It's just that there are too many people here, so a small supply wouldn't be enough for everyone. I can do that. Iron Bull immediately agreed. However, I don't need money. Could you allow me to choose some items from your retreat instead? Tao Xingji chuckled, saying, Iron Bull, if you desire anything, feel free to inform me. Iron Bull contemplated asking for tea trees, yet hesitated, aware that the other might not acquiesce. Master Tao, do you have any medicinal herbs here? He inquired. Of course. Tao Xingji replied proudly. This is Peach Blossom Mountain Villa, a veritable paradise. What herbs do you seek? May I take a look? Please. Tao Xingji graciously led Iron Bull directly to their herb cultivation area. Upon arrival, Iron Bull beheld a plethora of medicinal plants, though many were rather ordinary. Yet among them, he was delighted to find the rare Ganju and Dilinghua, herbs seldom seen. Master Tao, to be frank, as an alchemist, my greatest fear is the lack of materials for refining elixirs. Currently, my stock is nearly depleted, making future concoctions exceedingly difficult. Point out any herbs you fancy, and I shall provide them. Tao Xingji boasted. You require substantial quantities for your alchemy, and I can offer assistance. Iron Bull surveyed the area, suddenly noticing several tea trees. The illustrations within the tea scripture given to him by Shou Chunhua matched these trees perfectly. These are Yulinglong tea trees. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Tao Xingji understood immediately, though he smiled and said, Yulinglong tea trees are notoriously difficult to cultivate elsewhere. Years ago, I poured immense effort into nurturing these few, resulting in today's yield. If you enjoy drinking it, I shall gift you some later. While appearing generous, it subtly conveyed that he need not aspire to acquire the tea trees. Oh, I see, Iron Bull replied, nodding. Then I shall request some medicinal herbs. Certainly. Feel free to gather them yourself, Tao Xingji replied. Tao San, accompany Iron Bull. With a wave of his hand, Tao San approached. Iron Bull nodded and began to collect some common herbs. He refrained from touching the Ganju and Dilinghua, as they were critical for crafting Qi-boosting elixirs. Given the troubles he faced with Lord Qiu, he preferred to keep the existence of his chi-boosting pills a secret. While gathering, Iron Bull gradually shifted closer to the tea trees, discreetly collecting fallen tea seeds alongside the herbs. Success. After securing a modest harvest, Iron Bull and Tao San returned inside, and he calculated that he had obtained several dozen taels of silver. Tao San, Tao Xingji exclaimed joyfully, clutching 100 elixirs. Take the young master down the mountain. It's his first visit to our Peach Blossom Mountain Villa, and he may not know the way. We must ensure he doesn't tea stray. By the way, here are 2 taels of tea leaves, a small token of respect. He handed Iron Bull a small paper package of tea leaves. Thank you for your kindness, Master Tao. Iron Bull clasped his fists in gratitude as he boarded the carriage and departed. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Iron Bull alighted from the carriage and bid farewell to Tao San. He followed the path back to Zhejiang County. Only upon returning to his lodgings did he finally exhale in relief. This trip had not been fruitless. However, glancing at the sky, he pondered, taking 10 elixirs to the county office, where he soon found Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao, these are the 10 elixirs I owed you from last time. Iron Bull earnestly presented the elixirs. Lord Xiao's expression brightened as he nodded approvingly, saying, Iron Bull, you are young and may not grasp many matters. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult me. I hope such incidents occur only once. Do not let there be a second occurrence. If there is a repeat, even if I wish to be lenient, others may not be so forgiving. Do you comprehend? Iron Bull nodded repeatedly, clasping his fists. Indeed. Lord Xiao speaks wisely. I understand. Then you may depart. Iron Bull bowed and exited. Once outside, he spat in disdain. All crows under heaven are equally black. With that, he returned to the inn. This visit had enabled him to master the art of divination and obtain the Yulinglong tea seeds, thus exceeding his initial objectives. Although uncertain whether he could successfully cultivate the tea trees, he appreciated having even a glimmer of hope. He planned to return home the following day. After dinner, he had yet to leave when the hat-wearing guest appeared as anticipated. You've arrived quite early, he greeted, extending his hand. Where is my 1,000 elixirs? Iron Bull retorted. He was not surprised by the hat-wearing guest's presence, having realized that his every move here was likely monitored, indicating that this inn was probably affiliated with their Tianma sect. He had been waiting for this encounter. 15,000 taels. The hat-wearing guest replied nonchalantly. This sum is rather hefty. It will be challenging for you to carry. Iron Bull remained silent. He possessed a spatial pouch to store the gold discreetly, yet could not disclose this to his counterpart. I want gold. That amounts to over 1,000 taels of gold. Are you certain you can carry it? I can. Iron Bull replied calmly. Just ensure it is packed well. Very well. Wait a moment. The hat-wearing guest exited and returned shortly with a large parcel. Its weight evident from his struggle. He placed it on the table, grinning. Here is your 1,500 taels of gold. Iron Bull opened the package, revealing a dazzling array of gold that was undeniably appealing. This is 1,000 elixirs. Iron Bull claimed the parcel, filled with a pre-prepared 1,000 elixirs. The hat-wearing guest inspected it, his face lighting up with approval. You handle business quite efficiently. Next month, deliver another 1,000 elixirs to us, and your payment will be ample. The hat-wearing guest left, satisfied. With the acquired wealth and items, Iron Bull felt compelled to leave without delay. At dawn the next day, he embarked on his journey home. Upon returning and seeing the welcoming sight of Dahe, he finally felt at ease. Out in the world, he had always sensed insecurity. Only at home could he truly relax. Dahe welcomed him in its usual manner. Shoo, Iron Bull tossed 3 meat buns, playfully pushing Dahe's head away to prevent it from licking his face. What a creature. Now that you've found a mate, who knows where your tongue has been? Dahe wagged its tail, joyfully retreating to devour the buns with its 2 companions. Iron Bull began planting the herbs he had gathered. Once he had finished planting, he retrieved the 2 tea seeds. While uncertain if they would sprout, he believed the small cauldron space was miraculous and decided to give it a try. If they failed to germinate, he could always seek out Tao Xingji for more tea trees later. Given their evident need for him, he was convinced that a cordial conversation would yield positive results. After planning everything, Iron Bull sighed in relief, feeling considerably lighter. He had much to attend to next, including gathering what was due and cultivating new land. He intended to plant rice on 2 mu of land and clear additional areas for sweet potatoes, as they were high-yielding and would ensure a surplus of food. After several days of diligent work, he entered the small cauldron space once more. Upon examining the tea seeds, he discovered that they had indeed begun to sprout. I knew it could be done. Iron Bull exclaimed with excitement. He has conceived an idea, with the small space of the cauldron in his possession. He could undoubtedly cultivate a paradise here. His intent is to engage in farming and practice cultivation, disregarding all other matters. Since the Rainling long possesses spiritual energy, which is beneficial for his cultivation, he naturally intends to plant it. Furthermore, aside from tea, are there not other provisions suitable for cultivators? Indeed, he could cultivate those as well. This is what he yearns to accomplish most, starting with the cultivation of Rainling long tea trees. Observing the two seedlings, a smile appeared on Tiniyu's face. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. After his diligent efforts, Tiniyu began to practice the art of qi observation. This technique allows one to glimpse another's realm, although it is not omnipotent. Tiniyu has reached the third level of qi refinement, and his practice has been relatively smooth. One day, a month had passed since his return from Ehai Town, and the following day he would venture to Jijin County to meet Zheng Haitian and procure the array stone. Under the starlit sky that evening, Tiniyu was practicing the art of qi observation when he suddenly noticed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the 2 acres of rice he had planted. While he had always known that his rice contained spiritual energy, he had never witnessed such a substantial amount. This indicated that his practice of the art of qi observation had deepened his understanding. Overjoyed, he rose to his feet. Truly extraordinary, Tiniyu exclaimed. After such extensive practice, he had achieved a modest success. Tomorrow, he would enter the city. Jijin County was Tiniyu and Amp, Apos' second visit within the month. Were it not for the array stone from Zheng Haitian, he would certainly not have returned. Each venture into the city left him with a sense of peril. On one hand, there was the Tianma sect, and on the other, Lord Chiu, both of whom posed significant challenges for Tiniyu. Fortunately, he met with Zheng Haitian at Tianxiang Tower without incident. Compared to a month ago, Zheng Haitian appeared much more spirited. "This is the array stone you requested," he stated without further ado, producing a radiant stone from his pocket and placing it on the table. The array stone was translucent and exuded an extraordinary aura, with glimmers of light dancing upon its surface. Tiniyu examined it closely, growing increasingly fond of it. What kind of threats can this stone defend against? He could not help but inquire. It can deter those at the first and second levels of qi refinement, but those at the third level may breach it. Zheng Haitian replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Tiniyu, using the art of qi observation, discerned that Zheng Haitian's realm was not high, likely still below the third level of qi refinement. However, he understood the reasoning behind this. Loose cultivators lack the resources available to larger sects like Xingyang's sect or Tianma sect, which possess proper lineage and resources. Loose cultivators must rely on their own efforts to accumulate resources, thus their progress is naturally slower. Furthermore, array masters focus primarily on arrays, often resulting in lower cultivation levels. After this realization, Tiniyu nodded and produced 30 taels of silver. However, as he was about to pay, Zheng Haitian gently shook his head and said, "Brother Tiniyu, could I use these 30 taels to procure 2 more qi-boosting pills from you?" Taken aback, Tiniyu quickly agreed, retrieving 2 pills. Zheng Haitian was elated, rising to express his gratitude. "Thank you," he exclaimed before sitting down to carefully store the pills. In this exchange, both parties felt they had gained an advantage. "Did you know? The Funyo sword sect has been annihilated," Zheng Haitian suddenly remarked after taking a mouthful of food. Tiniyu was taken aback, staring at him in astonishment. Several individuals from the Funyo sword sect had been present in Ehai Town. Zheng Haitian spoke softly. They were mistaken for remnants of the Tianma sect and were slaughtered. "Is that so?" Tiniyu replied, sighing deeply. "It seems they were unlucky. They were also there to eradicate the Tianma sect." Tiniyu fell silent for a moment before responding. "Indeed," Zheng Haitian said with a wry smile. "The Funyo sword sect is a minor sect, not significant in our Jijin County, with around a few dozen disciples. I heard that the founding master was once a constable who had fought against the Tianma sect, but later, for reasons unknown, he ceased being a constable and established the Funyo sword sect. This master was quite a figure, having reached the 12th level of qi refinement, poised to break through to the 13th level, with the potential to enter the foundation establishment stage. Unfortunately, he passed away suddenly under mysterious circumstances. And though his disciples have continued through the generations, no one has emerged as a true master since. The current sect leader is named Cheng Tai, reputed to be a 6th-level qi refinement expert. How did he die? Tiniyu inquired softly. It is said that the Tianma sect's foul play was involved, Zheng Haitian replied. Tiniyu raised an eyebrow. The Tianma sect? Yes. Zheng Haitian affirmed once more. Tiniyu fell silent, contemplating. Zheng Haitian seemed to sense his thoughts and said quietly, "Brother Tiniyu, it was indeed the Tianma sect. The blood pool. All their disciples were drained of blood. There was even a blood pool where they were immersed. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, Tinia's thoughts drifted to the scene he had encountered in the cave behind Shugu village, and he felt a heaviness in his heart. Are they returning? Tiniu asked. Must we once again take action against them? It seems no one is addressing this matter, Zheng Haitian sighed, sipping his drink before continuing. Given the ruckus we just caused, if we were to claim that the Tianma sect remains unchecked here, it would be akin to slapping our own faces. Thus, it is best to consider this incident as if it never occurred. Tinia comprehended this at last. Suddenly, he understood why Zhou Li had not permitted Zhou Yi to pursue a prestigious position. The machinations of those in power are truly inscrutable to us common folk. I shall remain a humble farmer in the mountains, he chuckled wryly, nodding repeatedly. In the future, do your best to avoid offending the Tianma sect, Zheng Haitian advised kindly. This world is beyond my understanding. I cannot discern who will truly survive. For now, let us observe and remain low-key, avoiding conflict with them. Tinia nodded, expressing his gratitude for the counsel. After chatting for a while and finishing their meal, Zheng Haitian stood and took his leave. Tinia remained silent for a moment before hastily departing. After leaving, he did not return to the inn. Instead, he prepared to leave this tumultuous place under the cover of night. The world has become too chaotic. It would be wiser to vacate this land of strife as soon as possible. Even traveling back to his town at night would be far safer than staying here. At the foot of Lianhua Mountain, Tinia cleared a vast expanse of dry land. He began to cultivate sweet potatoes there. Thanks to the small cauldron space, he could plant without regard for the seasons. Why is it still so cold? Tiniu remarked as he felt the chilly air and involuntarily shivered. After planting the sweet potatoes, he took out the array stone. Before leaving, Zheng Haitian had instructed him on how to activate it, so he proceeded to do so without hesitation. Upon activation, the array stone reacted. The very earth seemed to resonate. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the stone, and an ethereal substance emerged, swiftly ascending into the air and expanding outward. Tinia felt a stir within. At that moment, he realized he could manipulate this energy. Overjoyed, he began to delineate the boundaries of his control. Not long after, he delineated the area around Huangfeng Aos Upper Hollow, while neglecting the Lower Hollow. Simultaneously, he included the mountainside within this expansive boundary. Consequently, this constituted a remarkably vast territory. Following this, he established stability within this realm. This formation would alert Tai Nyo whenever a stranger breached the perimeter and would also prevent others from entering unless permitted by him. However, this would incur a depletion of energy. According to Zheng Haitian, this formation stone could be expended 2 to 3 times. Should a master approach, the depletion could be far greater, potentially obliterated with a mere gesture. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Tai Nyo's requirements. Once the formation was set, he surveyed the area with satisfaction. Of course, the formation was concealed within this realm, entirely invisible to the untrained eye. Dehe seemed to sense something amiss and emerged, curiously observing the surroundings. He looked around but found nothing unusual, startling the dog momentarily. After arranging everything, Tai Nyo resumed his role as a farmer. Half a month later, the Yulinglong had grown to the thickness of a finger. Tai Nyo was overjoyed. The rapid growth of the 2 Yulinglong suggested that they could be transplanted outdoors soon. Simultaneously, the sweet potatoes were thriving remarkably well. One day, Tai Nyo ventured into the sweet potato field, marveling at their exceptional growth. The leaves were vibrantly green. He dug into the earth and soon unearthed a large sweet potato, astonished by its size. This one potato weighed at least 3 pounds. Contemplating, he moved to a nearby clearing, built a fire, and tossed the sweet potato into the flames. Dehe, accompanied by Xiao Wan and Xiao Bai, approached, drawn by the tantalizing aroma. It smelled heavenly. Tai Nyo rubbed his hands together and suddenly glanced skyward. It was summer, yet a chill lingered in the air. This weather felt peculiar. In the height of summer, it should be warm, Tai Nyo mused. Why does it feel like there and amp, Appos, a hint of coolness today? He then turned his gaze towards his rice fields, which were flourishing despite the temperature fluctuations. However, he recalled the conditions in the fields he had seen during his trips to town. Those rice crops were not faring well at all. Could a famine be looming? As he extracted the sweet potato, these thoughts plagued his mind. The potato was charred on the outside, presenting a blackened exterior. Yet, upon peeling it, the interior revealed pristine white flesh, exuding an enticing aroma that enveloped Tai Nyo's senses. Unable to resist, he took a bite. It was fragrant, sweet. Dehe, eager for a taste, approached, licking his lips. Get away, Tai Nyo exclaimed, tossing half of the sweet potato aside in irritation. Dehei gleefully snatched it up and shared it with Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai. The two little female dogs approached delicately, beginning to nibble. Just then, Tainyo noticed something unusual. Curiously, he knelt beside Xiao Bai and felt her belly. Pregnant, Tainyo exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Dehei. The dog stood tall, as if returning from a victorious battle. Look at me. Aren't I impressive? You rascal, you've really done it. Tainyo laughed heartily. Now we'll have a dog to guard our home. Delighted, he tossed the other half of the sweet potato to Dehei, who triumphantly carried it away. Master, look. You let the little master expand his family, yet he has an amp, Appos. He even touched a woman and amp, Appos, hand. Meanwhile, I'm already on my way to having pups. Tainyo, unable to contain his laughter, felt a mix of pride and annoyance at Dehei's bravado. Unless it was market day, Tainyo had resolved not to descend the mountain. On one hand, he was focused on his cultivation. On the other, he wished to avoid trouble. However, he needed to venture into town once a month to sell elixirs to the Tianma sect. He truly could not afford to offend them. Additionally, he aimed to procure some herbs for cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the season for harvesting early rice. Typically, this would be the hottest time of the day, yet Tainyo felt no warmth. The weather was truly unusual. His expression darkened with concern. The people rely on food as their lifeline. If the common folk cannot secure their sustenance, chaos will ensue. Although Tainyo had amassed a substantial harvest of grains and sweet potatoes, he felt a pressing need for stability. Only then could he diligently pursue his cultivation. Speaking of cultivation, Tainyo was now singularly focused, having solidified his foundation at the 3rd level of qi refinement. He sensed that the 4th level was within reach and anticipated a breakthrough before the year's end. He recalled the formidable opponents he encountered while quelling the Tianma sect. Lord Chiu was conservatively at the 6th level of qi refinement, and the captain of the guards was likely similar. Above them were the county magistrate and the true celestial hunters from the Celestial Capture Bureau, as well as the generals of the iron-armored army stationed here. These were genuine masters, many claiming to be above the 10th level of qi refinement. And then there was the blood pool. The memory of the blood pool left by the Tianma sect had deeply impressed Tainyo. That was undoubtedly a master. He felt an urgent need to improve. On this day, he again entered the small cauldron space. To his delight, the Yulin had grown to knee height, bringing a smile to his face. Once you grow taller, I will transplant you outside. I intend to transform Huanfeng Ao into a paradise akin to Taiyuan Mountain Manor, he declared, filled with determination. One day, Tainyo descended the mountain alone to procure supplies and arrived at Uncle Hiwu and Appos' stall. Say, although I spent 30 coins to purchase all his herbs. Uncle Hiwu still bore a frown. What troubles you? As time passed, the two had grown closer, and Tainyo casually inquired. The harvest has been poor. Uncle Hiwu replied softly. The weather this year has been dreadful. I had to pay extra to rent land, and the rent barely covers it. Thankfully, I bought an acre of land myself. Although the yield is also lackluster, at least I have rice to eat. Otherwise, Uncle Hiwu shook his head repeatedly. The yield is poor? Indeed, it is. Uncle Hiwu expressed his concern. The weather has been exceedingly strange. If this continues, it will not bode well. I and Appos, V only heard of droughts and floods. I and Appos, V never seen weather behave in such a manner. After a moment of thought, Uncle Hiwu advised quietly, Tainyo. With your resources, it would be wise to stock up on grain. As someone older than you, I can tell you that during times of great weather fluctuations, grain prices will inevitably rise. Many may face starvation. Tainyo and Appos, as heart's sake. Thank you for the warning, Uncle Wu. I will heed your advice. All right. I shall take my leave. With that, Uncle Hiwu shouldered his herb basket and departed the town slowly. Tainyo stood there for a while, when suddenly a gust of wind swept by, and he felt a chill. He shivered, glancing up at the blazing sun. How peculiar. To feel so cool under the summer sun. Tainyo murmured to himself. Tainyo. At that moment, he heard someone call out his name. Turning, he saw Lao Gao approaching. What are you daydreaming about? Lao Gao's expression seemed unusually somber, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous demeanor. I came to the market. He replied. By the way, how is your harvest? Enough to pay your taxes? Lao Gao inquired. Tainyo feigned difficulty. Paying taxes is going to be tight. Lord Zhou invited me to his home. He mentioned he wants to discuss something with me, and I and Appos, am preparing to go. Are you going? You can have lunch at his place. A thought stirred within Tainyo. It wasn't the food he coveted. All right, I'll head over shortly. Lao Gao nodded and walked away with his hands clasped behind him. Tainyo noticed that Lao Gao's back had begun to hunch slightly. In just a short while, it was nearly noon when Tainyo arrived at the door. The one who opened it was Zhou Chunhua. Tainyo. Zhou Chunhua greeted him, but her brow was furrowed with concern. Tainyo nodded and asked, "Where's your father?" "He's inside chatting with Uncle Lao Gao." Tainyo responded with an "oh" and followed her in. Perhaps he had heard Tainyo's voice. Zhou Li had already come out. "Come in." Zhou Li beckoned to him and then instructed Zhou Chunhua, "Tell your mother to prepare more meat." Zhou Chunhua nodded and headed towards the kitchen. In the hall, Lao Gao sat with his head bowed, visibly dejected. Zhou Li's face also wore a cloud of gloom. "It's tough for everyone." Zhou Li began. "I heard from Lao Gao that your grain tax this year is quite daunting." Tainyo composed himself and replied, "It's manageable." In truth, although he was and Appos, T required to pay rent, he preferred to maintain a low profile. If it and Appos, as manageable, that and Appos, as all right. Zhou Li nodded, but after a moment sighed heavily. What kind of world is this? It and Appos, as cold in winter, but now that summer is upon us, even when the sun ISN and Appos, T too strong, I still feel a chill. And at times, I even shiver. I and Appos, VE lived for decades and never faced such a situation. Master, the weather is indeed abnormal. If this continues, we tenants will struggle to pay rent. Lao Gao weakly interjected. I've heard that Lord Du is now pressing his tenants for rent. Lao Gao continued. I heard that Old San next door is farming their land, but this year's yield is poor, and he has to pay grain to make up for it. Old San and Appos, as family doesn't and Appos, to even have an acre of land, where would he get the grain to pay? In the end, Lord Du sent his servants to confiscate everything valuable from Old San's home, and now his family is crying at home. What do you mean by that, Lao Gao? Are you implying something? Zhou Li glared. I mean no offense, master, just that everyone is struggling. If this cursed weather continues, it feels like there will be nothing to eat. Zhou Li and Appos' expression darkened, and after a moment, he cursed. We sold all our grain before, and what little we kept is barely enough for ourselves. Now you and Appos, re-asking me for rent when there's a poor harvest? How can I possibly pay these taxes? Tainyu was left speechless. It truly seemed that even the landlord had no reserves left. Tell the other tenants to come to me when they can and report their early rice yields. I want to assess the situation. Zhou Li sighed and ordered Lao Gao. All right, I and Appos, I'll inform them. Lao Gao nodded. Zhou Li sighed again and turned to Tainyu. If you can pay rent, that and Appos, that's good. After all, you only have 1 acre. In any case, you can manage that. If you can't pay in grain, you can use silver. While Zhou Li was uncertain about how much money Tainyu had, he knew he could muster the tax payment. Isn't Lord Zhou short on grain for rent? Tainyu couldn't help but ask. My concern isn't just this year. But if this cursed weather continues, I fear next year will be the same. Zhou Li's expression shifted, shaking his head before continuing. This year's weather is too unusual. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't just be a poor harvest this year, but future yields will also suffer. I can manage this year. But who knows about next year? If I survive next year, what about the year after? Tainyu couldn't help but admire him. He was thinking several years ahead. Not just this year. After a while, it was time for lunch, and their conversation revolved around the difficulties they were currently facing. After the meal, Tainyu was about to leave when Zhou Chunhua approached him and stood beside him. Do you really have grain to pay the rent? Yes. I only have 1 acre. So it won't be much. I still have some money, so it should be enough. Zhou Chunhua nodded, pondering, then asked, I never expected such a situation. The past 2 years were fine. Everyone said life was good, and suddenly it turned to this weather. Now everyone is struggling. In times like these, grain is the most important. You must keep some grain on hand. According to my father, if this continues, grain prices will surely skyrocket, and there will be trouble. This year, he won't be paying in grain. He'll just pay in silver and keep some grain. Tainyu grew increasingly impressed. It was no wonder Zhou Li had become a respectable lord and continued to do well. He possessed such foresight. I'm reminding you that having grain means you won't panic. It's vital to have something to eat no matter what happens. I understand. I have food. Zhou Chunhua nodded and waved goodbye to him. After parting ways, Tainyu headed towards Huanfengdiao. However, just as he left, he saw tenants standing by the roadside, pointing at the rice fields they had toiled in for half a year. Nearby, it appeared there was a lord surrounded by his servants, watching as well. Lord, I'm not deceiving you. This land has produced little grain this year. It's not that I don't want to pay rent. It's that I can't afford it. In previous years, we could still keep some food for ourselves, but this year, I truly can't even pay rent. I and Amp, Appos. Am not the only one. Many families in our town are in the same situation. That's not my concern. It's your problem. We agreed on a set amount. And you must pay it, regardless of your harvest. My taxes must be paid, and if you don't pay the rent, I'll have to fill that gap myself. Do you think the government will reduce taxes? Since they won tea, why should I take the hit? Lord, do, I beg you. Please help me this once, and let me off the hook. I will make it up with the late rice. This season is for this season's business. The late rice will have its own tax to pay. Can you afford that? If you can't pay with money or grain, just tell me. And I'll go to your home and take something valuable. Lord, do, please don't do this. My family is already this poor. What else do we have that's valuable? Nothing valuable? Surely there is someone? If you have a daughter, sell her. If not, sell your son. In any case, my family's rent cannot be short a single grain. The Lord waved his hand grandly and hurriedly left in his carriage. The tenant behind collapsed by the roadside, weeping inconsolably. Tai Nyo recognized that Lord. The last time he was preparing to go to Jinyang's sect to cultivate. Lord Du had been invited to their home for a chat, and Tai Nyo had heard him boast endlessly. It was the same Lord Du that Lao Gao mentioned earlier. Tai Nyo passed by the tenant in silence, not uttering a word. Upon returning to the mountain, Dehe still wagged his tail to greet him. But Tai Nyo and Appos, as spirits were low. The image of that tenant kneeling and pleading reminded him of his father. His parents had traveled from the north to the south, enduring hardships for a long time before settling in Zhangjiao town, experiencing countless adversities to survive. Surely, his father had once knelt and begged as well. At this thought, he couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. Reflecting on how little he had done for his parents, he felt overwhelming guilt. Even though he had no worries about food or clothing now, and even owned fields and forests, in the stillness of the night, a sense of worthlessness and guilt for his unfortunate parents washed over him momentarily. Yet, he soon lifted his gaze towards the mountains, the forests, the rice paddies, and the sweet potato fields. Dehe, I sense that turmoil is about to ensue, barked Dehe, reflecting that such chaos was hardly surprising, as it was precisely during such tumultuous times that he had accompanied his former master southward. This world had never truly known peace. We cannot merely sit back and await our fate. While we cannot control the disorder that may arise, we must ensure we are prepared to fill our bellies. The sweet potatoes over there are ready for harvest. I shall go and gather them. With that, he retrieved a hoe and a bag, proceeding to the patch to begin digging. The sweet potatoes, cultivated from those brought forth from the small cauldron, grew extraordinarily large. Tai Nyo unearthed one and found at least 6 or 7 tubers within, each weighing a minimum of 1 to 2 pounds, with the largest reaching 3 to 4 pounds. He placed the sweet potatoes into the bag, one after another, until it was full, and had Dehe carry it back. Not only Dehe, but the 2 small female dogs also joined in to assist. After a hearty meal, Tai Nyo devoted himself to harvesting the sweet potatoes, indulging in them as he worked, save for the evenings reserved for cultivation. Upon witnessing the state of affairs after descending the mountain, Tai Nyo's worries deepened. He soon began contemplating the late rice harvest. Under the current circumstances, he questioned whether they would even be able to reap a yield. It was imperative he stockpiled more food, regardless of the cold weather. As long as he had provisions, he would endure. After several days of diligent labor, he had gathered all the sweet potatoes. However, upon storing them, he was taken aback by the sheer volume. They occupied an immense amount of space. Fortunately, Tai Nyo had bricks and wooden boards at his disposal, allowing him to construct cabinets and continue building his home. Having adapted to life over the past year, Tai Nyo found these tasks increasingly manageable. Time flew by, and soon the late rice had been sown. He also planted a new batch of sweet potatoes, anticipating a greater yield of rice. That evening, after consuming 2 energy-restoring pills, Tai Nyo began his cultivation. After a brief period, the energy in his hands manifested. Several acupoints connected, forming a pathway of energy, culminating in his achievement of the 4th level of energy refinement. With a joyful smile upon his face, he stood, declaring, "Indeed, the energy-restoring pills are remarkably effective. Otherwise, how could my cultivation progress so swiftly?" Elated by this realization, yet feeling a pang of hunger, he kindled a fire and tossed in a large sweet potato. While it roasted, he ventured into the small cauldron space and caught a glimpse of Yuling Long. She had grown. Observing her maturity filled Tai Nyo with joy. She had now reached adulthood and was ready to be transplanted outside. However, before doing so, he needed to find a suitable spot for her. Tai Nyo and Appos' dwelling had expanded significantly, with a rice paddy directly in front and a large pond on one side, now brimming with water. Fish thrived within, and the ducks relished splashing about. On the opposite side lay an untouched plot of land, yet to be cleared. He considered it an ideal location. After waiting a few days, he transplanted the half-man-high tea trees, having dug 2 large holes in advance. Once planted, he tended to the soil and watered them. "Hey, these are my tea trees," Tai Nyo declared with a serious expression, addressing his trio of canine companions. "If they thrive and yield tea leaves, I shall gather them and brew you some fine tea. Not only would it be delightful, but this offering would carry a hint of spiritual essence, nourishing the body and better suited for cultivation. So, you must guard them well. Do not allow anyone to ruin our precious plants, understood?" The 3 dogs, taken aback, nodded vigorously, signaling their comprehension. Noticing Xiaobai and Xiao Wang and Amp, Appos, growing bellies, Tai Nyo chuckled, "Congratulations. You are about to become fathers." Dehei shyly turned away, feeling a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. "And you have the audacity to feel shy?" Tai Nyo scolded playfully. "You've been quite raucous at night. Do you think I'm unaware? You too are a cultivating dog. Do not let such matters jeopardize your well-being or your path to longevity." Dehei, puzzled, retorted. "Are you perhaps envious of me?" Tai Nyo playfully kicked him. "Get lost." After planting Yu Ling Long, Tai Nyo returned with a smile, boiling a pot of spring water to brew the tea from Yu Ling Long that Tao Xingji had gifted him. As the tea steeped, an enchanting aroma filled the air. "How delightful!" he exclaimed, savoring a sip. "If only I could enjoy this tea daily, it would aid my cultivation in ways unseen." Just as he reveled in his tea, Xiaobai rushed in, barking frantically. Outside, Dehei and Xiao Huang joined in, barking incessantly. Clearly, a visitor had arrived. Such visitors were rare in this secluded place. Tai Nyo dashed outside. "Goodness, why have you raised such fearsome dogs?" "It's me. Dehei, do you still recognize me? I am Lao Gao." Having dined with Dehei before, Lao Gao, now taken aback by the barking dogs, hesitated. "I want to come up. I'm just looking for Tai Nyo." Tai Nyo called Dehei to heel and leaned out, apologizing to Lao Gao below. "My apologies, Uncle Lao Gao. These dogs are my guardians, and they can be quite protective. What brings you here?" He did not invite him to ascend. "Ah, it's nothing major. I merely came to check on you." "What is the matter?" Tai Nyo inquired. "The weather grows increasingly strange. While we have all sown our rice, we are uncertain of its survival." Tai Nyo, "I see you've been making quite a bit of money. During the last incident with the young master, you even had funds to buy energy-restoring pills. Could you perhaps point me in the right direction?" Tai Nyo understood that Lao Gao was struggling. Though he harbored no aversion towards him, Lao Gao was generally amiable and exuded an elder brother's demeanor. The request for guidance in these troubled times was not unexpected. Yet, what could he offer? After pondering, Tai Nyo scratched his head. "Uncle Lao Gao, I am but a farmer. I only have this 1 mu of land." I know. I'm talking about ways to earn money," Lao Gao affirmed, nodding vigorously. "Tell me, aside from farming, what other means do you have to make a living?" Tai Nyo fell silent, realizing he had no other options. Lao Gao, resigned, expressed with a sorrowful countenance. "To be honest, we would usually work with Lord Zhou in farming, which would provide us with some sustenance. But now, with the situation as it is, it has become challenging. This season, we will all end up paying rent to the Lord, but he has instructed us to hand over the grains without compensation. He will cover the rest himself. Yet, after giving away our harvest, we find ourselves without any rice at home. Now, obtaining food requires purchasing, but the rice prices are exorbitant. How can we afford it? Ultimately, if we cannot farm, we must find ways to earn money." Tai Nyo nodded in agreement. "However, I find myself unable to instruct Lao Gao." After pondering for a moment, an idea suddenly illuminated Tinia's eyes, one that could assist Lao Gao while also benefiting himself. "Uncle Lao Gao, do you know how to dig for medicinal herbs?" "Medicinal herbs? I understand a bit about that. You go and help me dig them up. I need fresh herbs. Once you have them, give them to me, and I shall pay you. Is that feasible?" Lao Gao appeared somewhat pleased. "Of course it is," Tiniu replied after a brief silence. "A small profit is better than none at all. ISN and AMP. Appos, Tiet? Indeed. Well then, I will come find you after I have harvested the herbs. What do you need?" "Ginseng, danshin, huangjing." Tini listed a plethora of herbs, all of which would suffice. "All right, I shall seek you out once I have the herbs." With a joyful heart, Lao Gao departed. As he watched Lao Gao leave, Tini suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment, Uncle Lao Gao." Lao Gao halted, looking back with suspicion. Tini returned home and packed approximately 10 jean of millet. After some contemplation, he added another 20 gene. All in all, he had at least 30 gene. Tiniu then trekked down with the millet. When Lao Gao opened the sack to reveal the golden grains, he was taken aback. Tiniu, you know I am all alone. Tiniu chuckled softly. I have cultivated an acre of new land, tax-free for 3 years. Thus, it should be easier for me to support a family than for you. Take it and eat. Tiniu, Lao Gao's throat felt tight, momentarily at a loss for how to express gratitude to this young lad. Find the medicinal herbs and come back to me. Tiniu encouraged with a smile. These days, we all have our struggles. Ah, very well. Lao Gao nodded, shouldering the sack of millet as he walked away. Tiniu sighed, recognizing that since they were acquainted and he had once shown kindness to him, he might as well lend a hand. After Lao Gao had completely vanished from view, Tiniu returned upstairs. However, Lao Gao's unexpected visit made Tiniu realize that matters seemed to be growing increasingly dire. If this continued, chaos might truly ensue. Tiniu's expression turned grave. It was imperative to bolster defenses on his side. No, he must seek out Zhang Haitian once more. On this day, Tiniu made his way back to Zhejiang County. Initially, he intended to locate Zhang Haitian, but upon entering, he realized he had no idea where Zhang Haitian resided. Although they had previously collaborated to eradicate the Tiamazong, they were utterly ignorant of each other's specific addresses. Now, in this unfamiliar place, Tiniu felt somewhat helpless. He could certainly seek out Lord Xiao, but Tiniu was reluctant to approach him again, uncertain of whether he would demand more elixirs upon seeing him. He had no desire to encounter him once more. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternatives. After contemplating the situation, Tiniu gritted his teeth and resolved to seek him out. Tiniu. Just then, serendipity struck, and he heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he spotted Zhang Haitian. A smile broke across Tiniu and Appo's face. Perhaps this was destiny. What brings you here? Zhang Haitian asked. Equally pleased to see him. I came to find you. Zhang Haitian paused, surprised. Looking for me? Is there something amiss? Yes. Tiniu nodded. Let us find a tea house to sit and discuss. Very well. Before long, the two were seated in a tea house, sipping tea and enjoying some snacks. I would like to commission a few more formations from you. Tiniu began slowly. The array stone you provided last time has been put to use, but I only have one. I wish to acquire more. Are there any stronger array stones available? Indeed. Zhang Haitian readily affirmed. How many do you require? For this level, I would like to purchase 3 more, and for the enhanced version, 1 more, Tiniu specified. That totals 4. Zhang Haitian nodded, then gently added. The price will remain as before. For the enhanced version, I will charge you 50 taels each. That comes to 140 taels in total. Agreed. Tiniu confirmed. I do not want money. As per our usual arrangement, I will take elixirs instead, Zhang Haitian stated lightly. That is no issue, Tiniu replied readily. I will provide you with 10 elixirs. Zhang Haitian was overjoyed, clasping his fists in appreciation. Brother Tiniu, you are most generous in your dealings. I admire your character. After sipping another cup of tea, Zhang Haitian continued. In 2 months, we shall meet here again. At that time, I will deliver the array stones, and you will hand over the elixirs. Tiniu nodded in tacit agreement. Here is my address. Should you encounter any urgent matters, feel free to find me. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Haitian shared his address with Tiniu. Tiniu memorized it carefully. Tiniu, is everything peaceful on your end? After discussing business matters, Zhang Haitian suddenly posed this question. Tiniu nodded. Well, it seems fine. Zhang Haitian exhaled deeply, a shadow of concern crossing his features. The world is quite unsettled lately. You must exercise caution. What troubles have arisen? Tiniu inquired. In our vicinity, many are already facing food shortages. Some have even perished from starvation. So soon? Tiniu was startled. Indeed, normally, starvation does not happen so quickly, but the heavy taxation imposed by the court. Zhang Haitian shook his head. With poor harvests, the landlords refuse to reduce rents. Under such circumstances, many cannot even cover their rent and are left with no choice but to pawn their belongings. I have heard of several instances of families selling their children and wives. For those who were already struggling, this has made matters far worse. Starvation is already occurring, and we are still in autumn when winter arrives. Zhang Haitian shook his head once more. Tiniu fell silent. Observing the weather, he remarked, it seems the late rice harvest will also yield little. He was a farmer, adept at reading the skies for sustenance. The late rice will not surpass the early harvest. Indeed, I sense the chill in the air intensifying. Zhang Haitian forced a smile. Their brief exchange deepened Tinio and Amp, Apos, understanding of the current situation. As Tini prepared to depart after finishing his tea, he suddenly paused and turned to Zhang Haitian, Senior Zhang. Perhaps we need not meet here in 2 months. Could you come to my town instead? Zhang Haitian was taken aback. Quickly grasping the implication, you fear chaos will erupt in the city? Given the current circumstances, it's possible. Tini's countenance shifted, laden with profound worry. If chaos were to ensue, the county seat would be far more perilous than his town. Very well. Zhang Haitian deliberated briefly before agreeing. I shall visit your town. Excellent. Tini replied earnestly. My small town has a couple of tea houses. One is located by the bridge, called Shurya Tea House. I will await you there on the same day in 2 months. Understood. They clasped fists in farewell and parted ways. As Tinia exited, he encountered several beggars approaching. Please, spare some food. Among these beggars were both young and old, all clad in ragged clothing and emaciated. Tiniu stepped back a couple of paces, momentarily taken aback. Yet, the beggars pressed closer, chanting, Please, spare some food. Tiniu rummaged through his pockets and tossed several coins onto the ground. Take what you need. With that, he hurried away. The beggars immediately lunged for the coins, forgetting about Tiniu entirely. After walking a short distance, Tiniu paused, breathing a sigh of relief. Yet, he couldn't, and Apos, help but feel a pang of sympathy. The last time he had ventured into the city, beggars had seemed a rarity on the streets. It wasn't that there were no beggars in this area, but they were indeed few and far between. Yunzhouji County, situated in the southern region, is inherently a fertile land well suited for agriculture. As long as the temperature remains within the norm and the taxation is not excessively burdensome, it is not particularly difficult for the common folk to sustain themselves. Thus, while beggars can occasionally be seen, their numbers are scant. The majority of individuals can fend for themselves through their own toil, even if life may be a tad harsh, akin to the plight of old Gao and his companions. Yet the prevalence of beggars remains minimal. It appears that circumstances have taken a turn for the worse. As he pondered this, several beggars approached him, pleading for food. Iron Bull offered a wry smile, yet refrained from handing out money, hastily departing from the scene. Having accomplished his task, he had no intention of lingering, making his way swiftly out of the city. This route was familiar to him, having traversed it numerous times before. Along the way, he encountered others and occasionally passed through villages. However, upon passing one village, he was startled to discover several corpses concealed within the grass. Iron Bull's heart sank, compelling him to gaze longer. The cadavers were all elderly men, already attracted by flies, swarming around them. Their pallid faces and rigid bodies suggested they had likely perished a day or two prior. Iron Bull stood in silence, a heavy stillness enveloping him. After a brief moment, he resumed his journey, only to stumble upon at least 3 more locations where bodies had been discarded. A chilling dread gripped Iron Bull's heart. By the time he returned to Huangfeng Ditch, it was late. Dahe greeted him warmly, tugging at Iron Bull's trouser leg, as if urging him to follow. What is it? Iron Bull wondered, perplexed by Dahe's unusual behavior. Where do you want me to go? Has someone arrived? He mused, feeling a sudden alertness. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that if someone had truly entered, the formation would have already signaled him. The formidable aspect of the formation lies in the fact that he possesses the formation stone, allowing him to perceive any issues in the protected area from afar, which would trigger a warning. With a sigh of relief, he followed Dahe. To his astonishment, he discovered several tiny puppies nestled in the sleeping area of Dabai. The pups, their eyes yet to open, surrounded Dabai, making soft whimpering sounds. Dabai lay there weakly but emitted a couple of whines upon spotting Iron Bull. As Iron Bull drew closer, Dabai extended her tongue to lick his hand, seemingly displaying her offspring with pride. Amused, Iron Bull patted Dabai's head and gently picked up one of the puppies. The little creature, whimpering, began to lick Iron Bull's hand, mistaking it for a teat. Iron Bull chuckled, placing the puppy down after a moment, tenderly soothing Dabai, and producing a vitality pill to place in her mouth. Here, swallow this, regain some strength. You've done remarkably well. Dabai appeared joyful. Iron Bull grinned, counting 5 puppies in total. He then took Dahe outside, exclaiming, You and Apos, VE done splendidly. Dahe puffed out his chest, appearing quite regal. But wait, why do I sense that my little master's praise carries another meaning? He mused. Regardless, it surely signifies something positive. So, you've even given birth to pups. Iron Bull chuckled. Dahe wagged his tail energetically, suddenly grinning and barking excitedly. Iron Bull rolled his eyes in disdain. What is this? Are you showing off in front of me? Raise those pups well. I expect them to guard the house when they grow up. Do you understand? Dahe nodded vigorously. I see Xiao Wang is also close to giving birth. Keep an eye on her. Iron Bull remarked, finding joy in this development. On the third day after his words, Xiao Wang indeed birthed 3 puppies, bringing a new vibrancy to Huangfeng Ditch. After the 2 female dogs had given birth, Iron Bull felt elated, and Dahe, overjoyed, even ventured into the mountains to catch 2 rabbits to nourish his new canine companions. Iron Bull prepared extra food for them, ensuring they regained their vigor. However, on this day, Dahe suddenly began barking again. Iron Bull approached to find Old Gao calling for him from below, carrying a basket on his back. Dahe, have you truly forgotten me? Why do you bark every time you see me? I'm here for Iron Bull. What's your name? Stop barking. You're scaring me. Old Gao exclaimed, utterly speechless at Dahe and Appo's antics. Only when Iron Bull descended did Dahe cease barking, wagging his tail instead. Iron Bull, you need to manage your Dahe. We are old acquaintances, and he has seen me many times. Why does he always react this way? If he barks again, I want to be so courteous next time. Honestly, perhaps I should just turn him into dog meat. Before he could finish, Dahe lunged forward in a fit of rage, colliding with Old Gao and sending him sprawling. The basket tumbled to the ground, scattering its contents everywhere. Dahe, filled with fury, prepared to charge again, aiming directly for Old Gao and Appo's throat. Dahe, Iron Bull shouted, startled, and quickly called him off. Old Gao was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that had Iron Bull not intervened, Dahe might have seriously harmed him. He sensed the menacing aura emanating from Dahe. Iron Bull was equally astonished, considering Dahe and Appo's current fighting prowess. He could easily overpower 1 or 2 ordinary people. Old Gao, my Dahe has been raised for quite a while. He is quite intelligent. Please refrain from speaking such things in his presence, or he may truly become hostile. Iron Bull cautioned, shaking his head and waving for Dahe to retreat. Only then did Dahe grunt a few times and ascend the mountain. It's good to have a little master who doesn't stoop to the level of these people. Iron Bull, this is the medicine you asked me to gather last time. Take a look at what I've brought. Old Gao swiftly changed the subject. Iron Bull inspected the herbs and was taken aback. Old Gao, these herbs are quite impressive. Let me calculate the payment. He moved closer to examine the herbs carefully. This lot should fetch around 23 coins. Excellent, 23 coins. Old Gao replied, nodding with delight. Iron Bull smiled slightly, handing him the coins. This will suffice for purchasing some food. The 30 pounds of grain you provided last time is still unfinished. We've mostly consumed the husk, mixed with wild vegetables, and we'll eat rice only after finishing these. With these 23 coins, I can buy a bit more sustenance. Old Gao was overjoyed as he accepted the coins. Old Gao, these herbs are indeed remarkable. Where did you gather them? Iron Bull inquired. I recently ventured to Chuyun Mountain. I harvested these herbs there. Iron Bull gasped. Chuyun Mountain is renowned in Ji County for its medicinal plants, often frequented by gatherers. However, the area is also notorious for its rugged terrain and numerous wild beasts, with frequent tales of misfortune befalling those who wander too far. Chuyun Mountain is 30 miles from here. You ventured that far for herbs? There is hardly any to be found nearby. Most have already been harvested by others. I've been there. They chased me off and even beat me. I heard that Chuyun Mountain doesn't restrict entry. Anyone can forage there. So I gathered the courage to go, though I only ventured along the outskirts. Teeny found himself at a loss for words. Be cautious in all your endeavors, he advised. I understand. Lao Gao chuckled softly, then hesitated before adding. I fear the late rice harvest may yield little. Are you managing to pay your taxes adequately? I should be able to endure for a while longer. Teeny nodded in response. But do not merely endure. If you have the means, stockpile more grain. Lao Gao whispered discreetly in his ear. The price of rice has surged, doubling compared to before. Old Master Zhou mentioned that he no longer pays taxes in kind. He opts to pay in currency to reserve some grain for his own use, fearing that when the time comes, even money may not suffice to procure it. Tainyo nodded, feeling an increasing sense of urgency within. Then I shall take my leave. Lao Gao chuckled heartily, waving goodbye as he departed. At the very least, Tainyo had granted him a path to survival, allowing him to sell some medicinal herbs and earn a little money. Upon returning to his dwelling, Tainyo grew increasingly anxious. No, I must strengthen myself. Even if I am not worried about food and clothing, if word spreads that I possess a vast quantity of grain, chaos ensue, drawing people to seek me out, what shall I do then? Thus, the tension within Tainyo intensified. Days passed in this manner, with Tainyo redoubling his training, sparing not a single moment for rest. Time flew by, and before long, the discussion of harvesting the late rice arose. One morning, Tainyo was taken aback to see what appeared to be snow outside. Curious, he stepped out and extended his hand. "Oh no," he exclaimed, observing the snow in his palm. This type of snow, known as rice-head snow, resembled small hailstones, a precursor to heavy snowfall. The late rice had yet to be harvested. And now it threatened to snow? Tainyo and Appo's expression darkened further. Just then, he heard someone calling his name from below. Tainyo. The voice sounded familiar. He approached to find two individuals had arrived, Jolie and Shou Chunhua. Tainyo was quite surprised, especially since Dehei had not summoned them. Instead, watching them with a broad grin. "Master, miss, what brings you here?" Tainyo greeted them warmly. "I came to see you. Look, and Amp, Appo's. It's about to snow." Jolie nodded. "Indeed, the sky is turning," Tainyo murmured. "Tainyo, I plan to go into town tomorrow. Would you accompany me?" Jolie suddenly grasped Tainyo's hand. After a moment of silence, Tainyo replied, "Is there something specific?" "To pay taxes and perhaps procure some grain," Jolie replied. Clasping his hands together, Tainyo noticed that Jolie appeared much older than when they first met. "I sold some land," Jolie muttered, "and acquired a bit of silver. The late rice will soon be ready for harvest. However, I have seen the rice grown by Lao Gao. It is far inferior to the early rice. Not to mention paying rent, it may not even be worth harvesting." Jolie's lips turned pale. Typically, after the late rice harvest, grain prices drop for a time, but that will not be the case this year. If we wait until after the harvest to buy grain, prices will likely surge when everyone realizes the crop yield is poor. I must seize the opportunity to buy grain while prices are still reasonable. Tainyo understood that Jolie was preparing for the future while simultaneously using this time to settle taxes, as it seemed there would be no grain available for tax payments. "Are we the only ones going?" Tainyo inquired after some thought. "I have called Lao Gao and the others to join us," Jolie replied softly. "We will buy as much grain as we can from the Tonghu Merchant Association. Will we be able to buy it?" Tainyo countered. "I do not know. We shall see." Jolie gritted his teeth. "If we cannot purchase it, we will have to seek the black market. We must resolve this before the late rice is harvested. Otherwise, survival itself could become a dire issue." "When shall we depart?" Tainyo asked. "Tomorrow," Jolie stated. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Tainyo agreed. "Good, then come to my place this afternoon." "No need. I will come early tomorrow. Just be prepared," Tainyo replied. "Understood," Shou Chunhua said as she assisted Jolie in leaving. Tainyo watched their retreating figures, his expression growing increasingly grave. Had matters deteriorated to this extent? After some contemplation, he returned to his dwelling. "I must visit the county tomorrow," he resolved, tossing a chi-replenishing pill into his mouth. With the recent batch of elixirs produced, he could sell some to the Tianma sect, while also acquiring more medicinal herbs. He intended to handle matters efficiently. "Look after the home," he reminded Dehei once more. The next day, before dawn, Tainyo hurried down the mountain to Jolie's residence. At that moment, a number of tenants had gathered there. Upon seeing Tainyo, they all rose, preparing to set out. "Be careful," and Shou called to Jolie, wiping away tears, lamenting the absence of Xiaoyi. Shou Chunhua also urged Tainyo, "Please be cautious. The world is quite perilous now." Tainyo nodded. Soon, they set off, leading mules and carrying empty burdens. This time, Tainyo did not carry a load but drove a horse-drawn cart alongside Jolie. Compared to their previous outings, this group was noticeably quieter. Tainyo glanced at the tenants, noting their gaunt appearances. He understood that life had become increasingly challenging for everyone over the past 6 months. After traveling a short distance, they reached a mountain hollow. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. Dust rose as a dozen tall steeds emerged, surrounding them completely. The tenants trembled with fear, and the horses grew skittish, almost bolting. Fortunately, Tainyo possessed remarkable strength and was well prepared, firmly holding onto the reins. "Lu Zhizhu." At that moment, Jolie inside the cart lifted the curtain, bending low in respect as he approached with a package in hand. "A small token of appreciation. Please forgive my intrusion as I passed through. I am Jolie from Changao Town, and I will return shortly. I hope Lu Zhizhu will be understanding." The man in his 40s at the front glanced at him, his demeanor softening as he waved his hand. "Ah, Jolie, I remember you, clever fellow. Make way." The others stepped aside. Jolie bowed in gratitude, instructing Tainyo to hurry along. They passed through, and only after they disappeared from view did Tainyo speak up. "I Haven and Amp, Appo's, been here in a while. How is it that there are bandits blocking the road?" "Not just this Lu Zhizhu," Jolie murmured. There are already 3 groups of bandits along this route. Those who pay are allowed to pass. Those who do not are not so fortunate. Those who refuse to pay and attempt to pass. Just then, a tenant suddenly screamed from the side. Tainio turned to see 3 corpses hanging from a tree by the roadside. See? This is the fate of those who refuse to pay. Jolie and Amp, Apos, S complexion drained of color. Tainio and Amp, Apos, S heart sank. The situation had indeed worsened. Continuing their journey, they encountered 2 more groups of bandits. But after Jolie paid them, they were allowed to proceed. By dusk, they finally arrived in Jijin County. As they entered, a throng of beggars surged toward them. Lao Gao quickly intervened to fend them off. At last, they reached their destination, a foul-smelling courtyard akin to the donkey yard where they had previously stayed at Gao's residence. The conditions are poor, Jolie murmured, but we have no choice. Funds are limited, and having a place to stay is enough. Tomorrow morning, I will pay the taxes and seek out the Tonghu Merchant Association. If all goes well, we can return home the day after tomorrow. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Jolie, accompanied by Lao Gao and Tainio, went to pay taxes, handing over a substantial sum of silver. Once that was settled, Jolie led them down a secluded street. Shortly, he knocked on a door. Manager Yu. Upon the door opening, Jolie greeted the newcomer with a respectful bow. Tainio recognized the man immediately. He was the same individual who had once intercepted them while selling grain alongside Gao, and Manager Yu glanced at him and remarked, Jolie, I thought you had no grain to sell? Indeed, I apologize. Jolie managed a bitter smile and humbly said, I did not come here to sell grain, but rather to purchase some from you. I kindly ask for your assistance in this matter. And Apos, purchase grain. And Apos, Manager Yu laughed heartily, shaking his head. And Apos, Sir Zhou, you seem to be mistaken. We only buy, not sell. And Apos, upon hearing this, Jolie continued, and Apos, I am aware that your merchant guild only buys grain here and does not sell it. However, the market price for grain has surged, and I am willing to pay 10% above the market rate to procure it from you. Not for sale. Manager Yu flatly refused, despite such generous terms. Manager Yu. Jolie began, but was met with a stern response. Sir Zhou. When our guild says we do not sell, we mean it. Manager Yu's expression hardened. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. Jolie was taken aback. Stepping back 2 paces, and Amp, Apos, Manager Yu. And Amp, Apos, and Amp, Apos, leave, and Amp, Apos, Manager Yu bellowed, slamming the door behind him, leaving Jolie standing there, despondent. And Amp, Apos, my lord, and Amp, Apos. Lao Gao stepped forward to support Jolie. Jolie's expression shifted multiple times before he turned away, murmuring, Unable to buy? What shall we do now? Tainio asked. Do not concern yourselves for now, Jolie pondered. Biting his lip, I shall find another way. You may return. Tainio cast a worried glance at him, but eventually nodded in agreement. Jolie departed alone. Tainio and Lao Gao exchanged glances, both filled with helplessness. Feeling hungry, Tainio wandered to a steamed bun shop. 10 buns. Tainio declared. 81. 81 equated to 4 guan. Tainio gasped. Isn't it 2 in each? In your dreams. Look at the current times. Who sells them at 2 in now? The vendor snapped. Tainio realized he hadn't purchased meat buns in quite a while, and the price had indeed quadrupled. With reluctance, he accepted the buns, taking 1 for himself and stuffing 2 into Lao Gao's hands. Lao Gao swallowed hard but did not eat. Aren't you hungry? Tainio inquired. Since entering the city with my lord, I have yet to eat, and Apos, Lao Gao replied. Previously, Jolie would always ensure they had food before starting work. This time, it seemed times were tough. I'm saving it for the children, Lao Gao murmured. Tainio felt a mix of emotions and quickly devoured the buns, handing the rest to him. And Amp, Apos, here, take them all. And Amp, Apos, and Amp, Apos, Tainio, I couldn't, and Amp, Apos, tea possibly. And Amp, Apos, and Amp, Apos, take them. And Amp, Apos, Tainio insisted, pressing the buns into his hands. You should return now. And you? I have matters to attend to. Tainio waved his hand and soon vanished. Lao Gao, bewildered, made his way back home. Tainio returned to the inn where he had been staying, requesting a room and ordering some food and drink. Before long, the hat-wearing merchant arrived as promised. And Apos, I haven't and Apos, seen you in a while. And Apos, the merchant chuckled. And Apos, if you hadn't come to sell us goods, I would have had to seek you out in Chang'ao town. Here, 2,000 pieces. Tainio tossed the package onto the table. The merchant inspected it and remarked, Excellent elixirs. True to his word, the merchant quickly arranged for gold to be brought. Tainyo gazed at the gleaming gold coins. Feeling tempted, how will you carry all that money back? The merchant asked with a smile. It is heavy and conspicuous. Given the current unrest, bandits must have emerged in your return to Chang'ao town. If they see such a fortune, they will surely rob you. Tainyo scratched his head. That is indeed a concern. Join our heavenly demon sect. The merchant renewed his invitation. If you become one of us, you need not worry about such matters. You can travel freely wherever you wish. Tainyo chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself that he had no desire to join them. It seems you remain undeterred. The merchant teased lightly. Mark my words. It won't be long before Zhejiang County falls into our hands. And Oppos. Tainyo remained silent, not responding. After a brief meal, the merchant took his leave. Tainyo stored the gold in his space and decided to take the remaining food with him before departing. Once outside, he ventured to a nearby market to gather medicinal herbs, determined to collect as many useful materials as possible. After successfully gathering a considerable amount, he returned home. Upon arrival, he discovered that it was nearly dark and everyone inside had already left. He was taken aback. Where could they have gone? Fortunately, it wasn't long before the others returned. Lao Gao entered, carrying goods, followed by a mule laden with supplies. After they entered, Jolie closed the door behind them. And Oppos, all set. We shall return home at dawn tomorrow, Jolie said with a joyful expression. Tainyo stepped forward to inspect the items and found they were all grain. My lord, where did you acquire this? And Imp, Oppos, and Imp, Oppos, the black market, and Imp, Oppos. Jolie sat down, murmuring, and Imp, Oppos. I paid double the price for these goods. It's exorbitant, but there was no other option. Let us rest. We will head back at first light, Tainyo responded with an acknowledgement. Glancing at the others before retrieving leftover food from his space, I secretly brought back leftover food from the tavern, so eat quickly. Upon hearing there was food available, the others rushed forward without hesitation. At this point, they were grateful for anything to eat, regardless of whether it was leftover. As they dined, they cheered in delight. Tainyo felt a sense of reflection. After a satisfying meal, everyone went to rest. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn, Jolie roused everyone, instructing them to gather their belongings and prepare to leave. A group of over 10 set out once again toward Chang'ao town. After departing, they encountered bandits yet again. However, this time, they did not pay in coin but in grain instead. Tainyo observed that they had to surrender a load of grain to pass each checkpoint. Having crossed 3 checkpoints, they relinquished 3 loads of grain. Tainyo felt a pang of sympathy for Jolie. Finally, they returned to the Zhou residence. Upon entering, Jolie visibly sighed in relief. And Shou Chunhua quickly came forward to support him. Everyone, please gather around. I, Jolie, have a few words to share. The crowd straightened and approached him immediately. Thanks to your unwavering support, you have all worked the fields alongside me for many years. I recognize that my reputation is not the best, and many label me as stingy, Jolie said with a self-deprecating smile. My lord, please do not say that. Lao Gao interjected. Though we know you can be frugal, it is only in minor matters. In significant affairs, you have never been so. In contrast, others like Du Laoi boast of their generosity while being harsh on tenants. We are all aware of this. And Oppos. Others nodded in agreement. And Oppos. Then I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your kindness. In these tumultuous times, you are well aware that with the current weather conditions, farming is impossible, and therefore, my fields cannot be worked by you. Henceforth, after this late harvest, you shall no longer be my tenants. The crowd lowered their heads. I have inspected the grain in your fields and may be able to harvest some. I shall not demand any from you. Whatever is harvested, you may keep for yourselves. I have already settled the taxes, so at the very least, we shall have a prosperous new year. As for next year, we will discuss it then. And Oppos, the crowd sighed in resignation. And Oppos, come. Jolie waved his hand. Those who have accompanied me to the city, having toiled for several days without enjoying a decent meal, I have little else to offer you. Grain is what you have brought back. Therefore, I shall give you 3 shing of millet for your family to enjoy. From now on, you must seize your own destiny. With a grand gesture, he instructed Shou Chunhua and the others to measure out the millet for everyone. The crowd fell silent, each receiving their 3 shang of rice before returning home. This is yours. In the end, Jolie also handed 3 shang of millet to Tainyo. After a moment of silence, Tainyo declined, saying, Master Zhou, I can feed my family with what I have. Keep it for yourself. Take it, Jolie insisted, pressing it into Tainyo's hands. I, Jolie, do not prefer to owe others. Rather, I enjoy having others owe me. After all, I am a local lord of Chang and Apos, Ao Town, and I cannot afford to lose face. Tainyo, taken aback, accepted it, but could not help but ask. What about the taxes for next year? It will surely be another year of poor harvests, yet the taxes must still be paid. This is a significant matter. Jolie and Apos' expression shifted several times before he finally replied, let us make do for now. In these times, who can foresee the past? We can only take one step at a time. Tainyo pondered this and could only smile bitterly, saying, all right, I shall take my leave. With that, Tainyo clasped his hands and departed, carrying the 3 shing of millet home. As he walked, the sky darkened, and the biting wind and snow intensified. Tainyo shivered involuntarily. This dreadful weather seems never-ending. Suddenly, several beggars rushed at Tainyo, pressing against his grain sack. He swiftly struck out, and the beggars fell away. For Tainyo was a cultivator, while they were merely ordinary people. Moreover, they were so starved that they could hardly withstand his blow. Upon witnessing Tainyo and Apos' fierce response, they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Tainyo regarded them coldly. Do you wish to die? They hastily shook their heads. Get lost. The beggars scattered like birds. However, despite his words, the sorrow on Tainyo's face deepened. Although Chang'ao Town was not wealthy, it had always been self-sufficient. Otherwise, his parents would not have settled here after 10 years of hard work, acquiring 3 acres of land and a house. In the past, beggars were seldom seen in the town, but now they came in droves. Tainyo's expression darkened. Yet, after watching them disperse, he followed one unsteady woman. Indeed, it was a woman. He trailed her until she entered a dilapidated shrine. Mother, a girl of about 7 or 8 inside called out to her. I'm hungry. The woman trembled all over, on the verge of tears. I will make you something to eat. But she quickly stifled her tears and rushed outside to gather leaves. Tainyo watched silently. If this weather continued, there would soon be no leaves left to eat. What would they consume then? Only starvation awaited them. Stop, he called out to the woman. Startled, she turned and, upon recognizing Tainyo's face, knelt down in fright. I'm sorry. They were so desperate from hunger and thought you must have something in your bag because you are young. Tainyo tossed the 3 shung of millet at her feet. Can you shell it? I can. The woman gazed at Tainyo in disbelief. Hide it well. Don't let anyone discover it. Tainyo sighed. If others find out, you will have nothing to eat. Thank you. The woman repeatedly bowed her head in gratitude. Tainyo turned and silently walked away. After leaving, he prepared to head down the main road. Unexpectedly, as he stepped onto the road, a horse-drawn carriage came rushing toward him, and the driver shouted, "Get out of the way." With that, the whip came flying through the air. Anger flared within Tainyo, and with a subtle exertion, he pulled back. Crack! The carriage seemed to strike a stone, careening violently aside. Instantly, chaos ensued. A disheveled young man emerged from the carriage, shouting at the driver, "How could you drive like this?" "Young master, it and Apos, that's not my fault. I was trying to avoid him when I hit the stone." The driver pointed toward Tainyo. The young man cursed loudly, then turned to Tainyo, both of them momentarily stunned. Tainyo recognized him. Du Wenrong, though they had only met once. Tainyo vividly recalled Du Wenrong boasting when the Zhengyang sect came to select disciples. He was the son of Lord Du. How unexpected that he had returned. Aran and Apos, to you the one. Du Wenrong seemed to remember as well. Wenrong. Just then, they heard Lord Du and Apos' voice calling from behind. Father. Du Wenrong laughed joyfully. Hastening to his father, I'm back. Good, good. Lord Du laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to return so quickly. Come, let us go home. What happened? Nothing. Nothing. The driver just took a tumble. I'm fine. Now I'm an outer disciple of Zhengyang sect. I and Apos, seen the Chongqing Bridge twice. And the elders regard me highly, saying I will surely cultivate. Is that so? Wonderful. When we get home, tell your mother to prepare more food. Are you the only one returning? Not just me, many disciples from our town have come back, including Zhu Dagang. That fellow is quite formidable now. Officially stepping into the realm of cultivation. He is already at the first level of qi refinement. Watching them leave and listening to their conversation, Tainyo suddenly froze. What? Zhu Dagang, with a renowned master, has only just reached the first level of qi refinement? Tainyo felt a jolt. Isn't that Tainyo? At that moment, Lord Du turned toward Tainyo, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Tainyo clasped his hands. Greetings, Lord Du. Haha. Lord Du clicked his tongue. I heard that Zhou Leoi has already started selling his land? Tainyo shook his head. Lord Du, you jest. I am merely a humble villager. I know not what Zhou Leoi does. Lord Du scoffed. Is that so? Has Zhou returned? This question was directed at his own son. No, he has returned. He just arrived at our Zhengyang sect. How could he come back so soon? Come, let us go home. Your mother has prepared a feast for you. The father and son laughed heartily, leaving Tainyo behind. Tainyo watched them for a moment before heading toward Huangfeng Ridge. As he walked, he could hardly contain his joy. He had previously thought that with renowned masters guiding them, their cultivation speed would surely be swift, at least faster than his own, creating a strong sense of urgency within him. However, after hearing Du Wenrong's words, he felt entirely at ease. It turned out that the masters had not misled him. Their arrival at Zhengyang sect did not guarantee them a place among the core disciples, while he was the sole disciple of his master, which explained his rapid progress. Tainyo let out a sigh of relief. Whistling a cheerful tune, he trudged through the snow back home. Upon returning, Tainyo treated himself to an extra meal. As he ate, he noticed a few small dogs congregating at his feet, barking and squatting as though begging for food. Dehei. Tainyo called out to the big dog. Keep an eye on your pups. Dehei approached with a grin, clearly obedient to Tainyo's command, and herded the little dogs away. Don't just keep having puppies, you need to teach them to guard the house. Iron Bull glanced disdainfully at Big Black, who had been restless every night, causing a commotion. Big Black and Amp, Apos, face flushed crimson, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. However, he soon regained his composure and barked fiercely at Iron Bull, declaring, What is there to be ashamed of? I have a wife too, in fact. And you? You're just a single dog. At that moment, a sudden, urgent bark from Little White pierced the air. Both Iron Bull and Big Black's expression shifted, and they rushed outside. It was then that Iron Bull sensed a disturbance in the array stone. Someone had intruded. This was the first time Iron Bull had felt the array stone's agitation, prompting him to draw his golden hammer and stride forth. Before him lay Huafeng Hollow, where a massive serpent reared up, flicking its tongue, seemingly about to strike at Little White. Yet, the serpent appeared aware of something amiss, its vigilance turning towards Iron Bull. Little White, get back. Iron Bull's heart raced as he brandished the golden hammer. Upon closer inspection, he felt a jolt of recognition. The serpent resembled the one he had encountered while gathering bamboo before. Its distinctive cone-like crest unmistakable. What brings you here? Iron Bull questioned, wary yet intrigued. Speak your mind, but do not frighten my companions, or I shall show no mercy. The serpent, with its triangular eyes fixed on Iron Bull, flicked its tongue nervously. Suddenly, emboldened by rage, Iron Bull shouted, Damn it, I will crush you. The last time he had met the serpent, he had been weak. Now, with 2 hammers in hand and having attained the 4th level of chi refinement, he was shielded by the array's protective magic. I fear you not. With a fierce leap, Iron Bull brought his twin hammers crashing down on the serpent. In an instant, the hammer struck its head. The serpent, sensing danger, attempted to evade, but could not match Iron Bull's speed, and was hit, writhing in pain on the ground. Unable to rise, Iron Bull roared and leaped down into Huanfeng Hollow, followed closely by Little White and Little Yellow, who rallied to his side. However, Big Black darted off, thinking, My master is in danger. I must protect him. The serpent, incited by Iron Bull and Apos' strikes, suddenly retaliated. Yet, this was merely a spirit serpent. While it might overpower ordinary humans, it was no match for a genuine cultivator like Iron Bull. After several hammer blows, the serpent, filled with fear, slithered low to the ground, lowering its head in a gesture of submission. Iron Bull, feeling a surge of power from his training over the past 2 years, stood ready. Taking a deep breath, he remained alert, while the serpent lay prostrate, refusing to meet his gaze, as if acknowledging defeat. Iron Bull narrowed his eyes, relaxing his grip on the golden hammer, and asked in a low voice, What do you wish? The serpent slowly lifted its head and suddenly glanced towards Lianhua Mountain. Iron Bull furrowed his brow. At that moment, the serpent flicked its tongue and surprisingly expelled 2 items from its mouth. It retreated a few steps, regarding Iron Bull intently. As Iron Bull approached, he discovered they were 2 bamboo shoots. You wish to go to Lianhua Mountain? Iron Bull finally grasped the situation, astonished. The serpent nodded in affirmation. Are these for me? He inquired, to which the serpent nodded again. Iron Bull and Apos' brow furrowed as he considered the implications. You wish to reside on my Lianhua Mountain? This place is mine. I purchased it. Moreover, your strength is inferior to mine. Why should I permit you to dwell here? The serpent looked at the dogs. then back at Iron Bull. Will you guard this place for me? Iron Bull probed. The serpent nodded vigorously. Can you protect them? He asked again. And the serpent affirmed once more. Iron Bull pondered deeply. This serpent had indeed attained a semblance of humanity, akin to Big Black. Due to its size, the serpent would exhibit greater lethality. While Big Black could offer warnings, it would likely falter against a true cultivator, whereas the serpent posed a formidable threat. Iron Bull had struck the serpent with considerable force, yet its tough exterior had remained unharmed. As Iron Bull deliberated, a realization struck him. He had an array capable of restraining the serpent. Very well, I agree. You may ascend to Lianhua Mountain, and your role will be to protect this area, ensuring no intruders approach. Should anyone attempt to invade, you are free to drive them away or eliminate them. However, I will designate certain core areas that you cannot enter. The serpent, overjoyed, nodded repeatedly. Ultimately, it ascended the mountain, swiftly vanishing into the vast wilderness. Iron Bull collected the 2 bamboo shoots and returned home with Big Black, ready to adjust the array stone once more. Having been instructed in detail by Zhang Haitian, he knew how to modify the array's core range. As long as the serpent remained within, it would be targeted by the array's full power, alleviating his concerns. After completing the adjustments, Iron Bull planted the bamboo shoots but remained perplexed. What had caused the serpent to come to him? On this day, Iron Bull descended the mountain to visit the market. Upon arriving at Hilao Wu's stall, he was surprised to find no sign of Hilao Wu. Given the current dire circumstances, Hilao Wu should have been diligently gathering herbs to sell to him. Just as he pondered this, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he saw old Gao, his face etched with fear. Uncle Gao, Iron Bull greeted. What brings you down the mountain? Is everything all right at Huafeng Hollow? All is not well, old Gao replied urgently. You must remember that man from here who used to sell medicine, he, from Xiaofeng village. There has been a grave incident. A grave incident? Iron Bull's heart quickened. What happened? People from the Tianma sect have suddenly appeared in Xiaofeng village. Half of the villagers are dead, submerged in a pool of blood. Iron Bull's heart sank as he stood abruptly. How did they come to our Chanxiao town? Indeed, it is said that the Tianma sect is behind this calamity. Old Gao's face paled. How can we survive? We were already struggling to make ends meet, and now the Tianma sect comes to wreak havoc. Iron Bull speculated that the serpent and Appo's arrival might be connected to this turmoil. Perhaps it sensed danger from the Tianma sect and Appo's experts and sought refuge with him. As Su Daxian had once explained, serpents and dragons shared a common lineage. Once they attained spiritual awareness, they could easily form elixirs, an achievement that took cultivators immense effort to attain. However, the Jiaolong species can easily form elixirs, which are greatly beneficial to cultivators. No wonder. Tainyo realized the underlying truth, and a bitter smile escaped his lips, yet the feeling of foreboding grew stronger. Old Uncle Gao, you ought to be more cautious, Tainyo advised. How can I be cautious? Old Gao appeared anxious. I no longer know what to say. Our town is in a state of panic. I've heard that they need many people to activate the blood pool. Although Huangfengdiao is remote, it truly is deserted. So the people from the Tianmo sect likely would not target you there, nor could they initiate the blood pool. Tainyo furrowed his brow. Old Gao chuckled nervously, setting down his basket. Tainyo, I intended to deliver medicine to you tomorrow. Look at these herbs. Just give them to me now. There's no need for you to make another trip, Tainyo replied, accepting everything. Originally worth 20 coins, Tainyo, feeling soft-hearted, paid 30. Old Gao left happily with the money. Seizing the opportunity, Tainyo placed the herbs into his space and fell into contemplation. Could it be that Uncle Hiwu has perished? The thought struck him as highly probable. Tainyo specifically ordered a cup of tea at the Shi Tea house, sitting down slowly to sip while waiting to see if Hilao Wu would arrive. Much to his surprise, after sipping tea for the entire morning, Hilao Wu remained absent. At that moment, the tea house owner approached and spoke. You're waiting for the man who sells herbs on market days, aren't you? Tainyo nodded. The Shi Tea house was situated right here, easily visible from outside. It was likely the owner had seen him purchase herbs from Hilao Wu before. Don't wait any longer. The owner shook his head with a sigh. He came here for water, and after exchanging a few words, I learned he was from Xiaofeng village. Given the recent calamity there, he is most likely not alive. Otherwise, he would surely come to sell herbs. This echoed old Gao's words almost exactly. Tainyo could no longer remain seated. In light of such a significant event, has there been any movement from the authorities? Nothing at all. The owner shook his head again. They sent some constables to investigate the events from last night. But this morning I saw them return. Tainyo fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation with the Tian Mo sect and Apos' involvement. The owner spoke softly. "We are but common folk. We can only hope this will not happen to us." Tainyo nodded, paid, and exited the establishment, initially intending to head home. He found himself veering towards the direction of Xiaofeng village. The contrast between his previous visit and the current scene was stark. Last time, all was serene. But now desolation enveloped the area. Few pedestrians were seen along the road. It should have been harvest time, yet both sides of the fields lay unattended. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the rice plants bore no grains at all, an utter failure of the harvest. Finally, he spotted an elderly man and a young boy approaching. "Is he Lao Wu home?" Tainyo inquired. "You mean old Wu?" The young man's expression changed dramatically. "He is dead. Dead in the blood pool." Tainyo's heart jolted. "What? About his family?" "His family is fine. They should still be at his home," the young man replied. Tainyo expressed his gratitude and hurried towards Lao Wu's house. Upon entering, he was met with a chorus of wailing. Stunned, he stepped inside to find a corpse lying in the center, flanked by 5 people, an adult and 4 children kneeling in mourning. He recognized them as Lao Wu's wife and children. They too were taken aback to see Tainyo. "Aunt Wu." Tainyo glanced at Lao Wu's body. This man, like himself, had devoted his life to cultivating a modest existence. Now, his throat was slashed, blood drained, lying there with a pallid face. He had truly departed from this world. "Tainyo." Aunt Wu rose, wiping her tears before gently thanking him. "Thank you for coming to see him. He probably won't be able to gather herbs for you anymore." Tainyo remained silent for a moment before asking, "What shall we do now?" "I don't know." Aunt Wu broke down at his question. "My eldest child is only 12. What am I to do?" Tainyo felt a surge of compassion. He approached Lao Wu and Apos' body and offered a respectful bow, then retrieved 10 taels of silver from his pocket, placing it in Aunt Wu's hand. "Aunt Wu, take this. If times become truly difficult, you can come to Huangfengdiao to find me." With that, Tainyo stepped outside, unable to bear looking back. After Tinyu departed, the heart-wrenching cries of the others echoed behind him. He sighed, his expression growing increasingly grim. The Tianma sect had become increasingly audacious, even encroaching upon this place, and he found himself entangled in this business. Was he not aiding the wicked? Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he could not afford to offend them. It was no surprise that the Daxia government and prominent sects labeled them as a devilish sect. Their methods were indeed exceedingly cruel. Tinyu murmured to himself. After leaving this place, he swiftly returned home, resolving firmly that he would refrain from descending the mountain unless absolutely necessary. He would await Zhang Haitian's arrival to descend with him. During all other times, he intended to remain atop the mountain. This decision stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble and scrutiny, as well as a refusal to witness further atrocities. Time passed rapidly. Tinyu spent his days diligently cultivating on the mountain. He focused on solidifying his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement and also built a new room within his abode. Additionally, he continued to cultivate new land for the purpose of planting sweet potatoes. Remarkably, he had harvested a significant quantity of sweet potatoes despite the harsh weather. Those he had propagated from his small cauldron space thrived splendidly, unaffected by the elements. Tinyu breathed a sigh of relief, calculating that Zhang Haitian would likely arrive the following day. The weather had turned colder, signaling the onset of winter, which was notably harsher than in previous years. At this moment, Tinyu summoned Dahe, instructing him regarding his descent from the mountain the next day, and asked Dahe to keep a watchful eye on the house along with his pups. After ensuring everything was in order, he called out to the mountain, "Dash." In response, Dash emerged from the thicket, appearing rather endearing under the moonlight. It poked its head out to observe Tinyu. "I will descend tomorrow," Tinyu informed, "and I shall return by afternoon at the latest. You and Dahe must look after the house." Dash nodded in understanding. In recent days, Tinyu had often received offerings such as rabbits, which he stored in the deepest part of Dash and Apos' domain, feeling as though they were gifts from the serpent. The bond between man and snake atop Lianhua Mountain had developed into a delicate truce, with both creatures growing accustomed to each other's presence. "Did you sense the existence of the Tianma sect when you departed from the mountains near Xiaofeng village?" Tinyu inquired. Dash appeared confused and shook its head. "Indeed. What do you know of the Tianma sect?" Tinyu chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "You sensed danger, did you not?" Upon hearing this, Dash nodded in agreement. "No wonder." Tinyu sighed. "Take good care of this place." With that, he returned home. At the marketplace in Chang'ao town, Tinia noticed an unusual scarcity of people, a stark contrast to previous bustling scenes. He entered a tea house, where the proprietor acknowledged him with a nod. Tinia, uncharacteristically generous, ordered a pot of tea and some refreshments. However, upon settling down, he observed the streets were not only sparsely populated but also filled with beggars. The individuals he saw were clad in tattered clothing, their frames gaunt and emaciated. This sight left Tinia momentarily speechless. The last time he had been here, he had nearly been accosted by a group of beggars, though he had frightened them away. Yet, the number of beggars had now multiplied significantly. The times are hard, the proprietor murmured. Many cannot afford to pay their rents, and numerous families have lost their properties to the nobles. Those who once owned land can no longer pay their taxes, forced to sell their estates or belongings to meet their obligations. Consequently, the number of destitute individuals has increased drastically. Tinia remained silent. Just then, a familiar figure appeared on the street. It was Zheng Haitian. Upon recognizing the wine flags hanging, he hurriedly entered. Tinia, my brother. Zheng Haitian clasped his fists in greeting as he took a seat. Zheng, senior. Tinia offered him some snacks. Here, these are formation stones. Zheng Haitian placed 4 formation stones before him, adding, as you instructed, I am now providing you with the method. Tinia nodded, attentively taking notes. Once Zheng Haitian finished, Tinia reciprocated by handing over 10 medicinal pills. Thank you. Zheng Haitian sighed in relief, carefully stowing the pills before speaking softly. The county town is on the verge of chaos. The county town as well? Tinia inquired, perplexed. Yes. Zheng Haitian pondered for a moment before explaining, in High Town. A group has formed a militia, calling themselves the Red Scarves Army. Tinia was taken aback. The Red Scarves Army? What are they planning? High Town was the first place in our Zhejiang County to encounter the Tianma sect. After our group expelled the sect, the townspeople gradually returned. Yet, under these harsh conditions, they are left with nothing to eat and no means to survive. It is said the town requested tax relief and sought assistance from the higher authorities for provisions to endure, but County Magistrate Chi denied their pleas, insisting they continue to pay their taxes. As a result, many have perished due to tax resistance. The situation escalated, and now the townspeople have risen in rebellion, forming the Red Scarves Army in opposition to the county town. Tinia remained pensive, contemplating the potential trajectory of this unfolding situation. The magistrate is furious. But the county town is also in turmoil. I've heard that several members of the Tianma sect are causing disturbances, making it difficult for them to intervene. And the townsfolk still go hungry. With taxes still due, it's inevitable that desperation will lead to rebellion, Tinia acknowledged. I noticed your town is also quite unsettled. Along the way, I encountered numerous corpses and several bands of robbers. If I were an ordinary person, I would likely have perished at their hands, Zheng Haitian remarked, shaking his head in dismay. Indeed, look at the beggars outside. I've never seen so many in my lifetime growing up here, Tinia lamented. Take care of yourself, Zheng Haitian cautioned, shaking his head. I must take my leave. It's safer for me to return home now. Won't you have lunch? Tinia asked. No, I want tea, Zheng Haitian replied, shaking his head. I'm not in the mood for that. It's better to return home early. And you must be prepared. With the world in such disarray, the county may call upon us once again, so be ready at all times. I understand, Tinia acknowledged. Take care of yourself. Zheng Haitian departed hastily, soon vanishing from sight. Tinia settled his bill and hurried back to his mountain abode. Upon arrival, his first task was to properly arrange the enhanced formation stones. With this completed, he felt a sense of security. He also held 3 additional and used formation stones, which brought him a measure of comfort. Days swiftly passed, and one night, while Tinia was asleep, he was suddenly awakened by the barking of several dogs. Startled, he rushed outside to find Dahe emerging with the stature of a general. The barking came from the now-grown puppies, who wagged their tails eagerly, as if seeking praise. Just then, Tinia heard a frantic voice from below. It's me. It will. I can't endure this life any longer. There's fighting everywhere. And the people in our village have gone mad. They are not only fighting but also capturing people to eat. I dare not stay any longer. I had no choice but to come find you. You said I could come to you. Tainyo was taken aback to find it was them, and hurriedly descended to meet them. However, he noticed that among Wu San and Amp, Oppo's S group, only 4 individuals were present. It seemed that one child was missing, and even those 4 appeared utterly disheveled. Tainyo, my husband spoke highly of your righteousness and loyalty. I have no other recourse but to seek refuge with you. Could you possibly take me in? I currently have nowhere else to go. And where is the child? Tainyo and Appo's heart sank at the ominous reply. Dead. Wusan and Appo's face turned ashen. After a moment of shock, Tainyo sighed internally. Very well, you may stay here. My place is small and difficult to access. Listen, over there. I had previously constructed a makeshift stable for a horse. It has walls tall enough to offer some shelter. Though it is cold, it will suffice. You must remain here and not venture into the upper area. There are many wild beasts, particularly a large snake. Tainyo deliberately mentioned the snake to deter them from exploring his hidden secrets. Although he was unafraid of their intrusion, as protective formations surrounded his belongings, he wished to keep them oblivious to the truth. The snake. Rest assured. If you do not provoke it, it will not harm you. I have lived here for 2 years without incident, Tainyo reassured them. All right, I understand. But you haven't and Appo's tea eaten yet, have you? Tainyo inquired further. What is there to eat? Upon this query, Wusan and Appo's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. We haven't and Appo's tea had a proper meal in days. They eat people. At that moment, one of Lao Wu and Appo's sons, around 7 or 8 years old, trembled as he spoke. They capture people to eat. Tainyo's expression changed drastically. He had been reading about the history of the Great Xia, which had suffered from natural disasters and famine. The historical text succinctly recorded, in times of drought, people resort to cannibalism. However, having never witnessed such horrors, his heart raced at the boy and Appo's words. Wait. Tainyo turned to a dog nearby and commanded, go fetch me some sweet potatoes. The dogs, having been fed vitality pills like their owners, though not entirely humanized, understood basic commands. Shortly thereafter, 2 dogs returned, carrying a sack of sweet potatoes in their mouths. Tainyo lit a fire and tossed the sweet potatoes into the flames. Now, we can enjoy them once they are roasted. Wusan nodded gratefully. Thank you, Tainyo. Please, stay here and settle in. We can discuss matters tomorrow. With that, Tainyo returned to his rest. Below, Wusan and her 3 children awaited the sweet potatoes to cook. As the aroma wafted through the air, the family eagerly swallowed their saliva. Soon, the sweet potatoes were ready, and they devoured them with fervor, oblivious to the heat. As they had and Appo's tea had a proper meal in days. The next morning, Tainyo awoke, practiced his exercises, and after breakfast, descended to find Wusan and her children already awake, tidying up their space. Tainyo and Appo's dwelling was called Shangao, while this area was known as Xiaao. Both were barren lands, now silenced by frost. Observing the somewhat level ground, he greeted Wusan. How did you fare last night? It was tolerable, she replied. In this world, you likely wouldn't survive outside. It is best you stay here, Tainyo said, contemplating the situation. He realized he couldn't drive them away. One had already perished, and sending them out would certainly lead to their demise. With a thud, Wusan knelt, expressing her gratitude. Tainyo, thank you. I will serve you. Please, rise, Tainyo interrupted, scanning the area before continuing. If you intend to stay long-term, this makeshift dwelling is insufficient. The terrain here is flanked by mountains with flat land in between. You should build your home against the mountains and cultivate the flatland. By the way, did you enjoy last night's meal? It was delicious. What was it? Wusan asked, intrigued. Never mind that. I will show you how to grow it. It will help you survive, Tainyo assured her. Her eyes sparkled with hope, and she nodded vigorously. Tainyo observed Lao Wu's children, 2 girls and a boy, the youngest being around 7 or 8. The elder girl appeared quite mature, nearly his age. You all should begin constructing your home. Do you know how to build? I do. My home was built with my husband using straw and mud, then dried in the sun. Exactly, Tainyo confirmed. I have bricks above. I will bring them down for you. You must handle the construction. The food I provided yesterday will sustain you. Once your home is established, you can cultivate the land for future sustenance. Otherwise, you risk starvation. Understood, Wusan replied. Remember, do not build in the center. That space is for cultivation. Yes, I understand. Tainyo then retrieved the bricks and handed them over. However, despite completing this task, unease lingered within him, prompting him to descend the mountain once more. The world was unstable, and he needed to ascertain the current state of affairs. As expected, the situation had deteriorated since his last descent. Emerging from Huangfeng Ao onto the main road, he encountered several corpses strewn about. Sighing, he contemplated moving them aside when suddenly, a group of men surrounded him, exuding a menacing aura. Well, I never expected to see a living soul here. How fortunate. We are the Red Band Army, under General Gua. You have 2 choices. Join us in opposing the Great Xia, or... He gestured to the corpses on the ground, become our military rations. Tainyo felt nauseated at the prospect. Unwilling to entertain their threats, he swiftly drew his sword and, with a decisive stroke, severed the head of the speaker. As the severed head fell to the ground, a few remaining individuals were startled, instinctively kneeling in supplication, pleading for mercy. Spare us. The cold glint of steel flashed several times as Iron Bull decapitated them all. In such chaotic times, taking a life was hardly remarkable. But the act of cannibalism posed a grave concern. Iron Bull deemed it unnecessary to extend any courtesy to them. After slaying them, he discarded their lifeless bodies into a nearby valley, thus leaving them with a complete corpse. Otherwise, they might have been consumed by others. With a grim countenance, Iron Bull clapped his hands and departed, making his way directly to the town. Upon arriving at the town, Iron Bull and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. As he traversed the path, he encountered numerous corpses, some already decomposed, others still fresh. Yet, upon reaching the town, he was met with utter devastation. Even the tea house had shuttered its doors. While there were still some townsfolk, they were accompanied by dead bodies and beggars. Iron Bull stood there, his face clouded with gloom. The rapid progression of events had taken him completely off guard. He stood in a daze for a moment, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted two heads impaled on wooden stakes ahead. Both were women, one large and one small. Tears streamed down their faces as they trembled in fear. Iron Bull turned aside, nearly retching. This place had once been the town's butcher shop, yet now two women hung there. Below, a butcher was chopping meat, calling out, "Care to buy? Look at this fine, tender flesh. 2 women for 5 taels of silver. You could feast for quite a while." A chill swept over Iron Bull. Just then, he heard a familiar voice from the larger woman, "It's me." Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the woman from whom he had given 3 shang of rice during his encounter with the beggars. Now, both mother and daughter appeared filthy and even thinner than before, rendering them unrecognizable at first glance. "Save me," the woman implored. Collapsing to her knees before Iron Bull, "Please help us." The girl followed suit, kneeling beside her mother. Iron Bull, feeling helpless, turned to the man, demanding, 5 taels of silver, give." As he produced the silver, the man chuckled maliciously, evidently realizing their connection. "You misheard, it's 5 taels for each. To buy both would cost you 10 taels. Iron Bull halted, his hand poised with the money, and then turned to the woman, inquiring, "What is he to you?" "He is not related to us, it's just, I had no choice when he saw me. We are alone and destitute. He offered to protect us and forced us to beg daily, even making me sleep with other men for food. Now that we can't earn anything, he threatens to sell us for food." The woman trembled as she spoke. "Enough with your nonsense," the man bellowed, striking her across the face. Then, with an air of arrogance, addressed Iron Bull, "What is with all the chatter? Just tell me, do you have the money? If not, with that." Iron Bull swiftly drew his blade, the cold flash of steel severing the man and Appo's head, which thudded to the ground. "Damn it!" The 2 women gasped in shock, nearly screaming. Iron Bull advanced and removed the stakes from their bodies. "Come, follow me." However, just as he helped the 2 women to their feet, at least 30 beggars emerged from the shadows, kneeling before Iron Bull. "Benefactor, let me join you." Some had already grasped his legs. "You can't do this." The woman, filled with a sense of loyalty, attempted to pry them away, hoping to allow Iron Bull to escape. But the sheer number of beggars made it difficult for him to move. "Enough," Iron Bull sighed, noting their pitiable state. It dawned on him that if he did not assist them, they would most likely end up as fodder for the Red Scarf army. Reluctantly, he declared, "All of you, rise and follow me." Joy erupted among the beggars as they scrambled to their feet, and Iron Bull led this newfound entourage toward his home. The journey was surprisingly uneventful. Yet the sights of devastation were truly numerous. Along the way, Iron Bull gathered another 20 individuals, bringing his total to at least 50 people. When Aunt Wu and her family of 4 beheld the throng Iron Bull had returned with, they stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and fear. Aunt Wu's voice trembled. She feared the madmen had found their refuge. "Do not fear, they're just like you, beggars," Iron Bull sighed, scratching his head. He understood that these individuals had not yet succumbed to the chaos of war, indicating that either their health had failed them, or their moral compass prevented them from committing heinous acts. Aunt Wu's fears began to ease slightly, while the others gazed at their unfamiliar surroundings, dazed. Huafeng Ditch. Being remote and accessible only by a long path of approximately 5 miles, was largely unknown to the public, overgrown with weeds. Few were aware of any inhabitants within. Even many from the town found themselves here for the first time, intrigued by the tranquility and safety that enveloped this hidden place after the turmoil outside. Iron Bull, how will we manage so many? Aunt Wu inquired, concern etched across her brow. We cannot simply watch them perish outside or be consumed as military rations. Iron Bull felt troubled. He wished to keep his secret hidden, but could not bear to witness such tragedies. Well then, since they are here, they must be fed and housed. Thus, Iron Bull addressed the group. Men and women shall be separated, the elderly and children on one side. With those words, approximately 10 children emerged. There were hardly any elderly, about 20 women, and roughly 20 men remained. Iron Bull sighed with relief at the presence of men. This would facilitate their tasks. I shall assign you all roles. The immediate priority is to secure food and shelter. We have no lodging. The most urgent task is to construct 2 large shelters, or else you will freeze to death tonight. I will provide you with tools. Go chop down trees to build the shelters. There is straw above, which I will bring down shortly. You women will prepare the cooking. I will fetch food for you. Act quickly. Upon hearing of food and shelter, hope surged among the group, and they sprang into action. Iron Bull chose a burly man named Dazhuang to lead the men in their tasks and appointed Aunt Wu to oversee the women. Soon, the men began their work. Iron Bull returned to the upper ditch, carrying several loads of sweet potatoes and then 2 loads of grains. As the men and women caught sight of the grains, they salivated. This was fine food. Since the early rice harvest had failed, it had been nearly 6 months since they had last consumed quality grains. The sight of such bounty awakened their appetites. Aunt Wu, take the others to shell the grains. Iron Bull instructed. Put the rice in the pot to cook porridge, adding the sweet potatoes. Understood. Aunt Wu responded with renewed vigor, directing the others to begin. Iron Bull assisted, bringing down a large pot and instructing others to fetch water to wash the sweet potatoes. As the rice went into the pot, he added the sweet potatoes to cook, creating a porridge that would fill their bellies while maximizing their food supply. In truth, Tainyo had accumulated a substantial amount of food over the past 2 years. However, by nature, he was cautious and reluctant to waste, thus he had to use it sparingly. Before long, a large pot of porridge was ready. The people, lacking bowls and chopsticks, gathered around, eating with their hands. Tainyo shook his head repeatedly, feeling that this was inadequate. Merely providing them with such sustenance was insufficient. He needed to procure additional supplies from town. Listen to me. As he observed them devouring the food like ravenous wolves, Tainyo spoke up, prompting immediate silence among them. I shall go fetch some blankets, bowls, chopsticks, and other necessities from outside. You must finish your meal and construct a greenhouse here. Otherwise, you will freeze to death tonight. Remember, no fighting, no stealing. Dazhuang, keep a close watch on them. And above all, do not go outside. We cannot let anyone discover that we are here, or we shall all perish. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye on them, Dazhuang promised, nodding in agreement. Tainyo nodded in return and reminded Dehei once more before he left, his brow furrowed with concern. Reluctant to invite trouble, Tainyo felt he had no choice. As he exited, he suddenly remembered something. Zhou Chunhua, I must go check on her. His expression shifted as he hurried to the town to gather blankets and utensils, placing them into his spatial storage before rushing to the Zhou family's residence. Upon his arrival, he was surprised to find a considerable number of people gathered there, including Lao Gao and several familiar tenants, along with their wives and families. Upon seeing Tainyo, everyone stood up, joy lighting their faces. You're all here? Tainyo exhaled in relief. If they could show goodwill to passers-by, he felt even more inclined to extend his kindness to them, relieved to see them safe. Oh, Tainyo, you're safe. That is wonderful. Zhou emerged from within, his face beaming with joy. I'm fine. Tainyo shook his head. But what about you all? We're fine, they replied. I heard from Lao Gao that things are quite peaceful on your side. Otherwise, I would have sent someone to fetch you sooner. Those outside are acting like madmen, either the red turbans or starving refugees. It sounds terrifying. I gathered everyone together. With so many of us, we could put up a fight if they come. Has the young master not returned? What about Chunhua? Tainyo glanced around. I'm here. Zhou Chunhua stepped out. She had lost weight since they last met, yet there was an unexpected elegance about her. My brother hasn't he returned? Tainyo nodded. You might be able to handle the ordinary refugees, but if the red turbans come, you won't be able to defend yourselves. Tainyo shook his head. Come with me. With you? The group exchanged glances. Yes, follow Tainyo. No one knows about his place. If we go there, we won't be discovered. Lao Gao chimed in. But we have no food. Zhou countered. shaking his head. It's a good hiding spot, but there is no grain. There is food. Tai Nyo insisted. Come with me. If you stay here, when the red turbans arrive, you will all perish. Don't worry, the Du family is at home. Zhou said softly, mentioning that Du Wenrong had returned, reputedly having dealt with several would-be thieves. Cultivation truly has its benefits. Zhou Chunhua interjected with a hint of fear. But my brother has come back. Du Wenrong can only protect his own family, Tai Nyo replied quietly. If they wish to shelter you, they would have taken you with them by now. Zhou fell silent for a moment. Father, how much food do we have left? Zhou Chunhua inquired. Almost none. Just enough for 10 days at most. Zhou gritted his teeth. The others looked despondent, realizing their dire fate. Go with me, Tai Nyo urged once again. Gather your belongings, especially the food, and come quickly. The longer we wait, the more perilous it becomes. All right, Zhou resolved, realizing there was no better option. He waved to the others, urging them to prepare swiftly. They had little to gather, and soon, the group was ready. The men, including Lao Gao, loaded up the food and supplies, while Tai Nyo carefully selected additional items for them. The women carried children and assisted the elderly as they made their way to Huangfengdiao. Along the way, they encountered several groups intending to attack them, but fortunately, their numbers were sufficient, and with Tai Nyo and Appo's display of skill, they quickly subdued their assailants. Oh, impressive, Zhou remarked, seeing Tai Nyo and Appo's immense strength. You truly possess extraordinary power, even surpassing Lao Gao. We should hurry. Tai Nyo had no desire to showcase his supernatural abilities. It was unnecessary against mere refugees. Safely, they returned to Huangfengdiao, where they were astonished to see a large group of people diligently working. Zhou was momentarily bewildered. This is what I was doing before. Tai Nyo, feeling helpless, explained how he had gathered them. Zhou's expression turned grave. This child means well. But can you sustain so many people? He felt overwhelmed. Once they reached the lower valley, Tai Nyo did not invite them up but instructed them to set down their belongings. Afterward, he pointed to the side. These are the people I gathered yesterday and today. They would have been devoured had they not followed me. I could not simply stand by and let such a fate occur. Zhou managed a rueful smile. I will help you build a place to stay, Tai Nyo offered. First, we must construct the greenhouse. Once we have a place to reside, you can build your homes. I've established a plan. We will construct on either side, leaving the center for cultivation. Yet, Tai Nyo. Zhou pulled him aside with a sigh. I appreciate your good intentions, but with so many people, if there is no food, they will become frantic. Moreover, the fewer people here, the safer it is. How can we ensure safety with such a crowd? If chaos erupts, do not worry, there is food, Tai Nyo reassured him. I would not have brought you here if I could not provide for everyone. Hearing this, they finally felt a sense of relief. Come, let us organize the supplies. I will begin constructing the greenhouse. All the men, follow me. With that, Tai Nyo took the initiative. Everyone took on their tasks. Around 50 men were in front, while Zhou, along with the tenants and their families, formed a group of about 40, totaling nearly 100 people. Tai Nyo took charge of erecting 2 massive greenhouses. This time, they witnessed Tai Nyo's remarkable capabilities firsthand. He single-handedly carried a tree, weighing several hundred pounds, as if it were a mere twig. Even Lao Gao, who had previously worked alongside Tai Nyo, was left speechless. Of course, Tai Nyo intended to impress them. He wished to convey that he was not to be underestimated, even if he preferred to keep his supernatural abilities hidden. Zhou was correct. It was essential not to let them underestimate him, as it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Consequently, the others held Tai Nyo in the highest regard. Due to the large number of people, by evening, 2 greenhouses had been erected. Tai Nyo breathed a sigh of relief. That night, everyone slept together on a bed of dry straw, surrounded by half-height barriers, which provided some warmth against the wind. The arrangement of separating men and women into different quarters was also quite practical. For dinner, they had sweet potato porridge. They were genuinely exhausted. Yet the meal was truly delightful. In such challenging times, having something to eat brought great satisfaction to all. After dinner, Tai Nyo sought out Zhou, who was seated in a corner, to give him some instructions. Master Zhou, regardless of the circumstances, at least we are here now, and there is no turning back. You hold a position of respect here and are literate. I need you to help me manage the group. I will find a way to procure food. But they cannot eat for free. They must work. My intention is for you to cultivate the barren land below so that we can grow crops. The women will assist with the tasks, and we must begin constructing your shelter, as living together is essential. I understand. Zhou nodded earnestly. It cannot continue like this. But what do you propose they plant? Sweet potatoes, the very crop we use for porridge today. They have a short growth cycle, are resilient, drought-resistant, and yield abundantly. With so many people, I must ensure we plant these so that everyone has food, or else we will all perish here. Very well, I will organize everyone starting tomorrow. Jolie sighed in relief, curiosity piqued. Where did you acquire these? I have never heard of them. Tainyo chuckled lightly. I stumbled upon them in the wilderness. When I mentioned the need for cultivation, I was referring to this crop. I see. Also, tomorrow, have them dig a small ditch in the middle to channel the water down, which can be used for irrigation. Additionally, we should excavate a water pit below, which will serve both as drinking water and irrigation, allowing us to store more. Tainyo gestured to the side. The water here is quite limited. That's all right. We will take our time, Tainyo reassured him. Just follow my instructions. With that, Jolie nodded in agreement. Let it be so. We can discuss further matters as needed. Tainyo felt a sense of relief. Today had been exhausting, and he finally allowed himself to relax. Returning to Shanqiao, he was greeted by Dehei, who affectionately rubbed against his leg. The loyal dog had observed the day's toil and empathized with his young master's fatigue. There are so many people. Tainyo confided to Dehei, I am not worried about food, as we have plenty, and once they cultivate the sweet potatoes, we will be well supplied. However, managing so many individuals will be challenging. You must keep a close watch. Dehei nodded earnestly. All right, keep a vigilant eye. And what about Dashi? Tainyo rose to his feet. Before long, Dashi appeared within his line of sight. Tainyo approached it and said, Many newcomers have arrived. They, like you, are refugees. Please refrain from startling them. You may reveal yourself if necessary. Tainyo knew he had conveyed all that was needed. The great serpent had become perceptive and understood his words. Furthermore, Tainyo hesitated, retrieving 2 chi-enhancing pills from his pocket and tossing them before the creature. Here, take these. Dashi was overjoyed, swallowing the pills whole. If you heed my guidance, I will provide you with 1 pill a day. Tainyo proposed. Observe this old dog beside me. It was nearing death after living for over a decade, yet after consuming my pills, it has rejuvenated and now has a multitude of offspring. If you cooperate with me, I can ensure you receive a pill daily, which will expedite your cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, Dashi acquiesced. 1 pill a day. Tainyo instructed Dehei, each day, when you eat, throw 1 here for it. Dehei hesitated. Though I find these pills unpalatable, they are valuable. You cannot just give them away. However, he dared not oppose his master's wishes, merely nodding in agreement. Besides myself, you are the strongest here, Tainyo remarked. Given your size, even though you possess spirit, you are still not as formidable as it. If anything happens while I am away, you must act judiciously. Dashi nodded once more. This time, they had forged a commitment to collaborate. Tainyo exhaled in relief, finally returning home to intensify his training. After these days of rigorous practice, he had made significant progress in his chi cultivation, solidifying his foundation and advancing towards the 5th level. In the days that followed, Tainyo paid little heed to the newcomers, solely ensuring they received food while Jolie supervised their efforts.